Chapter 1. Obtaining a fief at the outset. On the continent of Ryan, at the gates of the royal city of the Holger Duchy, a throng of people had gathered, their boisterous shouts ringing out, as it appeared a duel was underway. The duelists were none other than two princes of the Holger kingdom. However, draw your sword, you wretched bastard. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhe stood there, dazed, staring at the long sword in his hand, then glancing at the pockmarked-faced man across from him who was shouting, along with the surrounding crowd that was jeering. Hey, look at that. The bastard who was just boasting about fighting me is now too scared to even move. Wang Zhe raised his hand to touch his own face, feeling the contours. Had he really crossed over? Frozen in place, Wang Zhe was suddenly jolted back to reality by the pockmarked-faced man who refused to grant him a moment's respite. If you're frightened, then kneel and beg for mercy. You, a mere bastard, dare to dream of entering the royal palace to see our father? Dream on. The pockmarked-faced man lifted his slender sword, posing menacingly, and it appeared he was about to lunge at Wang Zhe. What? What is happening? Is this person serious? A stab like that could be fatal. Wang Zhe, shaken from his stupor, instinctively raised his long sword to defend himself, just managing to deflect the man's thrust. Oh, finally made a move? Our duel has just begun. I shall rid our royal family of this shameful bastard. With that, the pockmarked-faced man suddenly accelerated, his slender sword darting forward in quick succession, forcing Wang Zhe to retreat constantly. How the hell do I fight this? I don't even know swordplay. Wang Zhe cursed inwardly. He had learned a bit of taekwondo as a child, but as he grew older, his brawls had only involved bricks or folding chairs, never a blade. Why was he being thrust at with a sword right from the start? He had no mental preparation whatsoever. In a panic, Wang Zhe tossed aside the long sword and began running in circles. The pockmarked-faced man clearly did not expect his opponent to flee after a moment's surprise. He burst into laughter. Truly a worthless fool. You initiated this duel, and now you run away? It seems you're the only one on the entire Ryan continent capable of such cowardice. Ha ha ha. This prompted not only the pockmarked-faced man, but also the surrounding onlookers to erupt in laughter. Fleeing, Wang Zhe could hear their derisive jeers. He stopped in his tracks, suddenly struck by a thought. Wait a minute. Since I'm a transmigrator, I must possess some extraordinary ability or be impervious to blades. Convinced he had grasped the key point, Wang Zhe ceased his flight and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach this pockmarked-faced man a lesson with his fists. Huh? Has he already resigned himself? The pockmarked-faced man lowered his sword in front of him, curious to see how this bastard would retaliate. What could our unfortunate Wang Zhe do in retaliation? Naturally, he swung his fist forward. Rude. The pockmarked-faced man snorted coldly, his slender sword flashing like lightning. Thud. Huh? Wang Zhe, stunned, realized that his left arm had been pierced by the man's slender sword. Wang Zhe was bewildered. Was he supposed to be a transmigrate? Where was the promised invulnerability? Where were the exceptional talents? Was this some sort of sick joke? The vile pockmarked-faced man twisted the sword embedded in Wang Zhe's shoulder, eliciting a series of anguished cries from him. Finally, Wang Zhe was incensed. He had always relied on sheer grit in fights. In that moment, he suddenly grabbed the pockmarked-faced man's arm and headbutted him directly in the nose. Thud! The blow sent the pockmarked-faced man reeling, dazed. Blood and a broken tooth fell to the ground, and even the slender sword slipped from his grasp. Two fully armed guards rushed out from behind him, quickly supporting the pockmarked-faced man. Ugh! Scoundrel! You dare make the noble Duke Philip bleed? You are as good as dead today. Kill him. The pockmarked-faced man clutched his nose, glaring at Wang Zhe with venomous eyes, issuing a death warrant. At that moment, Wang Zhe's forehead was also bloodied, and with a wound on his left arm, he appeared quite disheveled. Damn it! What kind of absurd transmigration is this? Am I really going to die right after crossing over? Wang Zhe felt dizzy from blood loss. As he swayed, he saw the two guards drawing their swords, closing in on him from either side. Stop! At that moment, a clear voice rang out, halting the guards in their tracks. The crowd parted, revealing a team of palace guards jogging to separate the onlookers. Following closely behind was a beautiful young girl with golden curly hair, lifting her skirt as she ran. Behind her was the current king of the Holger Duchy, Narogo Holger III. Philip, what are you doing? Regardless of anything, he is still your brother. Do you intend to kill him in public? The arrogant, pockmarked-faced Philip finally lowered his head upon seeing the king arrive. Father, this duel was initiated by this bastard. This fellow. Look, he even knocked out one of my teeth. Enough, Philip. You nearly killed your brother. I command you to return to your fief immediately. The king roared angrily at the pockmarked-faced man, which embarrassed the latter greatly. Nonetheless, with his father in a rage, he had no choice but to comply. Yes, my father. Philip bowed and retreated, but his resentful gaze remained fixed on Wang Zhe. The body Wang Zhe had transmigrated into his named clothes, a notoriously useless bastard of the Holger Duchy. The term useless referred to his lack of magical power, martial skills, and intellect. However, perhaps precisely because of this, he had managed to survive under the king's watchful eye until the age of 16. In his dazed state from blood loss, Wang Zhe dreamt he was wandering a supermarket, which appeared to be empty except for him. Just as he was about to rip open a bag of snacks, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. The prince has merely lost too much blood. His body is otherwise unharmed. He simply needs a bit of rest to recover, my king. In the palace's chambers, the court priest, who had just finished treating Wang Zhe's wounds, was reporting to the king. Meanwhile, our unfortunate Wang Zhe lay on a soft bed, attended to by a golden-haired beauty. Ah, Brother Close, you're awake? The golden-haired beauty was named Sudi, the most beloved youngest daughter of King Holger III. Among the king's many offspring, only Sudi maintained a good relationship with Close, the illegitimate son. King Holger III sat at the bedside, looking at his younger son with a pained expression. My poor child, this is all my fault. I failed to care for your deceased mother, and for that, I'm sorry. The old king grasped Wang Zhe's hand, feeling remorseful. Child, you are now 16. I have prepared a fine fief for you. But Duchess Philip has preemptively granted that fief to her son. The Duchess Philip the king referred to as the very mother of the pockmarked-faced man, and the daughter of the king of the Philip Duchy. Due to the relative military weakness of the Holger Duchy, even King Holger III dared not defy the Duchess' wishes. Wang Zhe tested his arm, which had been pierced by the slender sword, discovering only a dull pain that did not hinder his movement. Just then, the door to the palace chamber was flung open violently. Bang! The king was about to erupt when he found it was his Duchess Philip. Your Majesty, the ministers are waiting for you to convene a meeting. Why are you still here? The Duchess held her head high, with prominent cheekbones and a pointed chin, resembling the wicked stepmother of Snow White. Duchess, Close has turned 16. I was just about to select a fief for him. She cast a cold glance at the reclining Close and said, There is no need for your Majesty to concern yourself with choosing a fief. I have already selected one for him, right by the Eagle Gorge. Upon hearing the name Eagle Gorge, both King Holger III and Sudi were taken aback. Eagle Gorge? Mother. Sudi rose, ready to argue with the Duchess, but was met with a fierce glare from the woman who wielded more authority in the Holger Duchy than the king himself. When did it become the prince's place to speak? What of Eagle Gorge? The land is fertile. The trees are lush. Is that not a rare treasure? Sudi dared not defy the Duchess and could only sit back down in frustration. However, King Holger III could not help but interject, Eagle Gorge is not suitable. It is far too dangerous. Father. At that moment, Wang Zhe, who had been lying in bed, suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty is not a title you can use. You should address him as your Majesty. The Duchess shot him a furious glare, causing Wang Zhe to jump in surprise. Your Majesty, over there looks quite nice, and I would like to go. Wang Zhe thought to himself, Good heavens, if I do not make my escape from this place swiftly, I may very well find myself at the mercy of this woman before the minute is out. Even though the fief may hold its dangers, he was certain that his current predicament was far more perilous than any other place in the world. But closer. Enough, my Majesty. He has already agreed, if he is in good health. We shall depart for the fief today. The queen brusquely interrupted the king's words, and it was indeed a tragic fate for King Holger III to find himself in such a situation. Wang Zhe hastily grasped the king's arm, whispering, "Your Majesty, do you not have a meeting to attend? Please go quickly. I assure you I'm fine." To be honest, Wang Zhe felt a twinge of sympathy for the king. Most importantly, the king's genuine concern for him stirred a small sense of gratitude within. "Then, you should rest well. As for the timing of our departure to the fief, there is no need for you to rush." Seeing that the matter was already settled, Holger III realized that further discussion would be futile and let out a heavy sigh as he exited. As the queen departed, she cast a significant glance at Wang Zhe, sending a shiver down his spine. "It seems I should leave at once. Otherwise, I may find it impossible to leave tonight." Wang Zhe perceived a threat in that gaze, a blatant threat. Of course, he understood that the intricacies of court life were much the same. The queen was merely clearing obstacles for her son's future ascension to the throne. Though he was a bastard by the queen's nature, he recognized that she would rather mistakenly eliminate than allow any threat to her ambitions to survive. "Brother Closer, do you truly intend to go to that fief? It is perilously close to the abyss of the demon forest, where countless fiends dwell, and you cannot possibly contend with them. It is far too dangerous." Seeing that the king and queen had moved away, the golden-haired Sudi anxiously voiced her concerns. Wang Zhe sat up and stretched his arms. "As for the dangers of that abyss, I cannot say. All I know is that I am in danger right now. Spare your pleas. I must set off for the fief immediately." Chapter 2. The Mysterious Supermarket in the Scar. "My poor child, you truly intend to depart without even having lunch?" At the palace entrance, Holger III gazed at Wang Zhe with a look of deep concern, perplexed as to why his son was in such a haste to leave, even forsaking his meal. Father, I am simply eager to reach my fief. Rest assured, I can manage." The old king pursed his lips and nodded. "Sigh, my poor child. This contingent of 20 guards shall from today be your personal retinue. I regret that the resources at my disposal are limited. I can only extend my assistance to the fullest extent possible." Wang Zhe suddenly felt a pang of pity for the old king. "Father, please take care of yourself after I am gone." In a bold gesture, Wang Zhe stepped forward to embrace the king, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. The king's first thought was, thank heavens the queen did not witness this. After embracing his father in this world, Wang Zhe turned to his sister and gave her a brief hug as well. "Ah, dear sister, I am most grateful for your care. Please accept this bag of snacks. Simply tear it open and enjoy. You are always welcome to visit my domain." Wang Zhe affectionately patted the head of the golden-haired young girl, leaving her so astonished that she found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the former Keluos would never have acted in such a manner that I asked for the bag of snacks. It was something Wang Zhe had discovered tucked beneath his blanket. Initially, he thought it was a dream, but after everyone departed from the dormitory, he uncovered the bag. This was no dream. He had truly been wandering through a supermarket. But where had this supermarket come from? How had he gained entry? This remained a mystery to ponder. Thus, Wang Zhe set off, laden with questions. Accompanying him to his domain were 20 members of the royal guard personally appointed by the king. A captain, a maid responsible for his daily needs, and a consultant designated by the queen. Wang Zhe understood that this so-called consultant was likely sent to monitor him. However, to his surprise, this consultant was precisely his type. With fair skin, a voluptuous figure, elegantly styled golden hair, and a pair of glasses, she embodied the alluring older sister archetype. It must be said that Wang Zhe harbored a hint of youthful innocence, relishing the thought of being cared for by such a lady. Yet, whether this consultant wished to care for him was another matter entirely, as her gaze towards him was as frigid and unwelcoming as a block of ice. In stark contrast, the maid chosen by his father was an adorable little girl with big eyes that asked for her appearance. Wang Zhe felt that a character from an anime could aptly describe her. My sister could not possibly be this cute. As for the 20 royal guards selected by the king, their quality was exceptional. That it was worth noting that these 20 were the genuine royal guard. They belonged to the king's personal entourage and were now bestowed upon Wang Zhe, the king's illegitimate son. Wang Zhe surmised that these individuals harbored some dissatisfaction, though they did not express it openly. Regarding the captain, Cleet, he was the cream of the crop, with a resolute face and hawk-like eyes. His rough hands bore the marks of a seasoned swordsman, and he was seldom seen without his shield. However, this seemingly dependable captain was rather taciturn. Half a day had passed since their departure, and he had yet to utter a single word that Captain Cleet, might we take a moment to rest? As you wish, your highness. Cleet, observing Wang Zai's fidgeting, gestured for the group to halt and rest in place. Initially thrilled by the prospect of horseback riding, Wang Zai now felt as though his backside belonged to someone else. Had he known, he would have obediently sat in the carriage with the little girl. The older sister-like consultant, Jessica, gracefully dismounted and cast a glance of pity towards Wang Zai, which struck a blow to his pride. I was merely concerned that you might grow weary, Miss Jessica, after all. You are a lady and need not ride like us, Is that so? Should I then thank your highness for your concern? That would not be necessary. Wang Zai, disheartened, realized that she had no intention of continuing the conversation and had already turned away. Your highness, are you thirsty? Please have some water. Are you tired? Does your leg ache? Allow Lisa to massage it for you. The little maid, Lisa, bounced down from the carriage and hurried over to her master with genuine concern. Wang Zai thought that perhaps among all these people, only little Lisa was truly on his side. He had heard that Lisa had been personally chosen by Sooty to be his maid. As he enjoyed the gentle massage from the young girl, Wang Zai began to contemplate the supermarket he had visited in his dream. Suddenly, he felt an itch on the wound on his left arm. Rolling up his sleeve, he carefully unwrapped the bandage, discovering that the wound inflicted by Philip had nearly healed, leaving behind a small swirling scar. This shouldn't be. The court priest assured me that there would be no scars left. Wang Zai touched the swirling scar, only for the world to spin around him and darkness to envelop his vision. When he regained his senses, he found himself once again in that vast supermarket. How did I get here? Could it be connected to the wound on my arm? Curious, Wang Zai gazed around the empty supermarket, and a wave of happiness washed over him. To hell with being an illegitimate son. To hell with time travel. I just want to enjoy life while I can. At the supermarket entrance, he located an electric forklift and set off in search of alcoholic beverages. After feasting and drinking to his heart's content, he finally pondered how he might exit. After rummaging about for some time, Wang Zai remembered to touch the swirling scar on his arm once more. In a whirl of motion, he successfully returned to reality. Wow! He marveled at the sight of the little maid still massaging her legs and the older sister-like figure who had turned away. Wang Zai joyfully realized that during his time in the supermarket, the external world had almost come to a standstill. This was quite extraordinary indeed. Moreover, possessing access to a giant supermarket meant he would never go hungry again. Your highness, what is that in your hand? Following Lisa's gaze, Wang Zai glanced at his left hand, which indeed held a can of beer. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, he was elated to discover that anything he touched could accompany him out of the supermarket. In the blink of an eye, he cheerfully handed Lisa something. Your highness, what is this? This is called chocolate. Try it and see how it tastes. It's a bit bitter, but so sweet. Your highness, what is this? It's so sweet. It's delicious. The little maid took a tiny bite, but soon her eyes sparkled with delight as she devoured an entire piece of chocolate in just a few bites. Wang Zai chuckled, reaching out to wipe the smudges from her mouth. From now on, Lisa, you can follow me without worry. I have plenty of delicious treats to share. Wang Zai resembled a whimsical uncle enticing a child with candy, shaking a bag full of chocolates with a rather mischievous grin. Come, everyone must be thirsty. Let's have some beer to refresh ourselves. Wang Zai retrieved 2 crates of beer from the supermarket, ready to treat his royal guard. Wow, your highness, where did you pull these from? You seem like a magician. The adorable maid, Lisa, gazed at him with sparkling eyes. Wang Zai, with a smug smile, feigned mystery and said, Shoo, keep it a secret from now on. You may call me young master. There's no need for such formality that I shall let you in on a little secret. This is magic, space magic. Wang Zai concocted a fanciful story, which caught the attention of the consultant. Jessica, nearby, the spy tasked with monitoring Kelos, felt a jolt of surprise. She had never heard of this worthless fellow possessing the ability to wield space magic. It seemed she would have to reassess her evaluation of the potential dangers he posed. Chapter 3. What gift to present at our first meeting? The fief granted to Kelos lay at the far eastern edge of the Holger Duchy. This eagle gorge, shaped like a long eagle's beak, bordered the territories of 3 nations. The wasteland of the magic forest was closely adjacent to the Eagle Gorge, or rather, it would be more fitting to say that they were one and the same. The journey from the royal city was more comfortable along the horse-drawn roads, but as one approached the east, the pathways grew increasingly treacherous, particularly near the Whispering Forest and the Hearthside Mines. The former was rumored to be inhabited by dark elves, while the latter was the stubborn domain of black iron dwarves. Both shared a common trait. They were fiercely exclusionary, whether elves or dwarves. Neither held a favorable opinion of humans. Upon learning of his journey, Wang Zhe even began to suspect whether the queen intended to utilize the elves or dwarves to eliminate him. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Zhe's small party of over 20 individuals had embarked on their journey 10 days ago. Through the bribery of beer and chocolate, the rapport between this group and their illegitimate leader had significantly improved. Among them, only Captain Crete abstained from alcohol, while the others indulged in beer with his tacit approval. Given that the common ale on the Rhine continent was typically unrefined, its flavor was rather coarse, and its color lacked the clarity and crispness of beer. Thus, when the soldiers first tasted beer, they expressed their astonishment. Crete did not inquire about the source of the alcohol. He merely knew that the king's illegitimate son had once been an apprentice to a sorcerer in his youth. As for whether he had mastered any notable spells thereafter, that remained a mystery. Humph, how leisurely. I must say, Your Highness, the Whispering Forest is approaching, yet you still have the leisure to drink here. The advisor, Jessica, adjusted her spectacles, casting a disdainful glance at the group of boorish men. In truth, when Wang Zhe heard of the dark elves lurking nearby, he had been curious to see what they looked like. Dark elves. Heaven forbid they must be female. Oh no, they must be a woman, heh. Well, the lecherous Wang Zhe, accompanied by his entourage, finally arrived at the Whispering Forest as darkness enveloped the sky. Your Highness, this decision is most unwise. The night is falling, and entering the Whispering Forest now will greatly increase the chances of encountering dark elves, which poses a significant danger. Crete articulated his longest sentence since their departure. Wang Zhe understood that his captain was merely fulfilling his duties. Yet he did not realize that he actually wished to encounter the dark elves. Ahaha! The thought of elves alone thrilled him. Of course, Wang Zhe could not voice his thoughts, fearing his captain might resign on the spot. Oh, my dear captain, don't be anxious. Firstly, we have such a large group. Dark elves would surely not dare to provoke us. Moreover, I truly wish to reach my fief as soon as possible. You know, the queen. She does not favor me, and I fear she might. Wang Zhe leaned closer to Crete, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. It was evident that Crete had received the king's directive before their departure. He had been cautious throughout, generally choosing less frequented paths. Wang Zhe's words began to sway the captain. Crete glanced back at their previous route, and then at Jessica, who stood a short distance away. Very well, Your Highness, but you must stay closely behind me. Not a step away. Fortunately, the Whispering Forest was not vast, and they aimed to exit before complete darkness fell. What? Captain Crete, have you been here before? Wang Zhe inquired, sensing familiarity in his tone. I have fought here before. The captain stated tersely, and Wang Zhe dared not press further, wary of touching upon painful memories. Although the Whispering Forest was relatively small, numerous legends surrounded it. The most recent spoke of dark elves appearing in the area. There were also tales of whispers echoing in the ears of passers-by or shadowy figures flitting by. In essence, it was shrouded in mystery and eeriness. Initially, as Wang Zhe stood at the forest's edge, he perceived it as an ordinary grove, indistinguishable from those he had encountered previously. However, upon stepping into it, he realized his folly. The deeper he ventured, the more obscured his vision became, and the light seemed reluctant to illuminate the forest, making Wang Zhe feel as though he were afflicted with cataracts, perceiving everything through a veil. Thankfully, he was surrounded by fully armed warriors, which offered him some solace. Yet suddenly, he thought he heard someone whispering. After scanning his surroundings, Wang Zhe was disheartened to discover that no one was speaking. Everyone was intently focused on the ambient sounds, and there was no leisure for conversation. But, was it the forest itself that was speaking? Captain Crete, did you hear something? Wang Zhe could no longer contain his curiosity. Do not heed it. That is the spell of the forest's whispers. If you respond to the voices in the mist, you will be forever bound to this forest. The muscles in Wang Zhe's face twitched in alarm. Why didn't you mention such a terrifying detail earlier? Had I known, I would never have entered to encounter any dark elves. Just moments ago, it was a harmless grove. How had it transformed into a man-eating jungle? Chatter, rustling, Wang Zhe heard the faint voices again, sometimes feeling as if they were right beside him, only to find nothing upon turning around. Swallowing hard, Wang Zhe touched the scar on his left arm, recalling a time he drank a bottle of yogurt at the supermarket and fashioned a sandwich for himself, which provided some comfort. What now? I seem to be in a predicament. What is Captain Crete thinking? Why didn't he inform me of such an important matter beforehand? Has he been bribed by the queen? In truth, Wang Zhe was overthinking it. The Whispering Forest lay within the borders of the Holger Duchy, and even children could recount various versions of its legends. Our captain had no way of knowing that the king's illegitimate son was an ignorant time traveler. Upon rejoining his party, Wang Zhe donned a pair of headphones, blasting energetic dance music. This works. I can't hear those voices anymore. Wang Zhe felt quite clever for so easily dispelling his previous fears. However, just as he was reveling in his triumph, he suddenly realized he was all alone. Captain? Lisa? Where are you? Wang Zhe exclaimed, bewildered, as he removed his headphones and looked around, finding himself solitary in the woods. A shiver ran down his spine as he began to confront the eerie forest. What is happening? Is anyone there? In the desolate forest, dense fog obscured all visibility. Whoosh! Wang Zhe suddenly felt a rush of wind pass behind him. But upon turning, he saw nothing. Anxiously, he retrieved a metal baseball bat from the supermarket, gripping it tightly. Compared to the short sword the captain had provided for his protection, he found the bat more comfortable to wield. Who is there? Show yourself. I promise I won't harm you. Wang Zhe uttered those words and nearly laughed at himself. With his ineptitude, how could he possibly threaten anyone? Sure enough, from the shadowy mist came a sudden burst of laughter. Ha ha ha! Young man, you say you won't harm me. Who gave you the courage to utter such words? Liang Jingru. Wang Zhe blurted out, causing the figure in the shadows to pause noticeably. Liang Jingru. I've never heard of her. Wang Zhe wished he could slap himself for such nonsensical ramblings. Who are you? Are you the legendary dark elf? Wang Zhe found the voice to be cool yet melodious. If I were, would you be afraid? Well, to be honest, I was a bit scared at first, but if you are a dark elf lady, I am no longer afraid. Oh, how intriguing. Others shun dark elves, yet you fear me not. Why is that? Wang Zhe nearly blurted out. Because you are female. Well, because I admire you. Ever since I was little, my dream has been to meet a real dark elf. I even plastered my bedroom walls with various dark elf posters and ordered a life-sized elf body pillow online. Body pillow? What is that? Wang Zhe reminisced about his obsession with Record of Lodos Ward during his school days, having adorned his room with related posters, and even ordering a Risku elf body pillow online. Unfortunately, that pillow had later been repurposed into a dog bed by his mother with a pair of scissors. Body pillow. Like this. This is a body pillow. Wang Zhe retrieved a long body pillow adorned with a character from a certain magical index from the supermarket, pointing it out to explain. What kind of magic is this? Why do I not sense any magical fluctuations? In the shadows, the figure was taken aback as Wang Zhe conjured a pillow out of thin air. She had initially believed that the youth before her was merely a young master from some noble family on an outing, yet she had not anticipated such remarkable abilities to swift sound cut through the air. Wang Zhe looked up and beheld an ethereal silhouette darting swiftly among the treetops, effortlessly landing on a nearby tree in mere moments in the dim light. Wang Zhe confirmed his eyes did not deceive him. It was indeed an elf, a dark elf with a sun-kissed complexion. Most notably, her attire was exceedingly revealing, especially those two-toned, glistening long legs, which left Wang Zhe, standing on the ground, completely captivated. Young man, are you bleeding? The dark elf pointed at Wang Zhe, who simply wiped his nose with a casual gesture, unwilling to divert his gaze. Haha, Miss Elf, may I call you that? Observing Wang Zhe's foolish grin as he bled from his nose. The dark elf couldn't help but burst into laughter. I've never encountered a youth so audacious before. As she spoke, the dark elf gracefully leaped down from the branch. Her form was light and airy. Landing almost silently on the ground at last, Wang Zhe caught a true glimpse of the dark elf's striking appearance. Her healthy, dark skin was smooth, and her silver hair was simply tied into a bun with a twig adorned with tender leaves. Her long, almond-shaped eyes and petite nose were slightly upturned. The silk robe she wore was cut high, nearly reaching her waist. Gulp. Wang Zhe unwittingly swallowed hard and blurted out, Miss, you are truly beautiful. Oh, I am beautiful? It's the first time I've heard someone say that. Your taste seems quite questionable. Young man, have you perhaps never seen a female elf before? Wang Zhe was momentarily stunned, pondering if this was not considered beauty. Then what must other female elves look like? I've only seen them in animations, but none compare to your beauty. I swear. As he gazed at the dark elf, who towered over him, he pondered whether it was customary to present a gift upon first meeting. Ah! The dark elf looked at the boy in astonishment as he conjured another object right before her eyes. This time, she scrutinized closely but still could not discern how he achieved this feat. On our first encounter, I am called Cluos. Please accept this humble token as a gesture of goodwill. Mississippi the dark elf, puzzled, accepted the item Wang Zhe offered and gave it a shake. What is this? What is it for? The dark elf curiously examined the black lace-trimmed item, yet remained bewildered, for what Cluos had gifted her was a pair of black lace leggings. Chapter 4. Acquired a girlfriend while Wang Zhe was ardently courting the dark elf. Captain Crete and his companions were in a state of frenzied urgency. Your Highness, Your Highness, Cluos, Your Highness. Crete's face was dark with worry. He could not fathom how his master, who had been following closely behind, had suddenly vanished. Had he not followed the whisper's guidance out? Surely, that could not be the case. This should be common knowledge. Indeed, the whispers of the forest were not unique to this place on the continent of Ryan. Any forest could present similar phenomena. Yet, such occurrences were easily navigated. Though one could not respond to the whispers, they could still follow the guidance to exit the woods. This was a well-known fact. Even 3-year-olds in the Holger Principality were aware of it. Yet, here he was, with his new master missing without a trace. Gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, Crete heard a sound that did not belong to humans. Goblins? Everyone, be alert. The seasoned Crete drew his sword, removed his shield from his back, and lowered his center of gravity as he surveyed the surroundings. The 20-man guard was clearly well-trained. At Crete's command, they moved in unison, instantly entering battle formation. They formed a circle, enclosing Jessica and Lisa in the center. The warhorses seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, becoming restless. Gurgle, gurgle. Another series of strange cries echoed, followed by the first goblin brandishing a torch, then a second, and a third. Crete tightened his grip on the sword. The number of goblins surrounding them had already surpassed 50. In truth, 20 fully armed soldiers could contend with 50 goblins, but one must remember, this was their territory. Who knew if there might be a goblin nest nearby? Furthermore, their master was missing. Who had the heart to engage goblins under such circumstances? Ooh la la, humans, warriors of the Holger Principality. Why have you come? Among the goblins, a larger goblin stepped forward. Fortunately, this goblin was capable of speaking the common tongue of humans that we are merely passing through and did not intend to disturb you. It is just, our master has gone missing. Ah, your master is missing. What a clumsy excuse. Who would travel through the whispering forest at night? You must have some ulterior motive that you cannot reveal. This larger goblin appeared to possess a knack for language and was quite adept at using it. Believe it or not, Crete was too weary to elaborate. Since reasoning had failed, a battle was inevitable. Do you humans think you stand a chance? The larger goblin sneered, raising its right hand. With that gesture, numerous goblins armed with bows and arrows emerged from the treetops. Oh no! Crete clenched his teeth. The situation was evidently dire that it seemed they would perish in the whispering forest without even the queen lifting a finger. Meanwhile, our Wang Zhe had successfully instructed the dark elf to don the leggings. Hey, just like this. With these on, miss, you won't have to worry about wardrobe malfunctions while perched in the trees. The dark elf lifted her robe, curiously examining the leggings, finding them quite comfortable. Such a peculiar young man. And strange trousers. Very well. I shall accept your gift. Now, tell me, what is your wish? Wang Zhe was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether this dark elf could truly grant wishes. Was she akin to a genie? Excitedly, he exclaimed, any wish can be granted. As long as it is within my capability. Then, could you take me home? To my real home? To be honest, Wang Zhe was initially thrilled to arrive in this new world, particularly with an adorable little lowly accompanying him. However, as time passed, he found himself increasingly longing for his home Wi-Fi, the certain magazines hidden under his bed, and the over 100 gigabytes of secret folders on his computer's D drive. The dark elf, upon hearing his wish, smiled and nodded. This is simple. Just tell me the precise location of your home. Really? That's wonderful. My home is by the Songhua River in northeast China, where there are vast fields of soybeans and sorghum. I live in Lujiaten, Natushan, S province, Z country. Wah. What is Natushan? The dark elf looked utterly bewildered. Although she understood each word he uttered, the combination made no sense to her whatsoever. Wang Zhe despaired, realizing that this elf might not be able to fulfill just any wish. Seeing the boy's disappointed expression, the dark elf felt a tinge of embarrassment. Why don't you state another wish? I truly have never heard of the location you mentioned. Wang Zhe, after a moment of hope, fell into despair again, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it. I have no wishes left. The dark elf was at a loss for the first time. How about I give you a box of gold coins? No. Thank you. Then, a fine imperial warhorse. Not interested. A sword that can cut through iron like mud. Really, no need. Hey, young man, are you looking down on me? I tell you, if you do not express a wish today, you shall never escape this forest. Oh, then, how about you be my girlfriend? All right, I shall grant your wish. The dark elf struck a victorious pose, as though she had won some grand contest. It was only then that Wang Zhe realized he had spoken thoughtlessly. Yet this dark elf, she had accepted? Did you really agree? The dark elf smiled with a hint of pride, then extended her right index finger to her forehead. Holy Caslia, noble Bainamlin, I, Kiefer Yeffing, vow to become. Young man, what is your name? Closer Holger. I, Kiefer Yeffing, pledge to be Closer Holger's girlfriend, unwavering until death. Upon finishing this declaration, a radiant glow began to emanate from her forehead. Subsequently, she pressed her glowing fingertip against the boy's brow, and a wave of warmth coursed through Wang Zhe's entire being, nearly eliciting a moan of comfort from him. After completing this ritual, the dark elf turned to Closer with a smile. Young man, I am now your girlfriend. Your wish has been granted. Do you understand what girlfriend means? What do you mean? Isn't it just a friend? Wang Zhe gaped, sensing that this beautiful elven maiden seemed not quite right in the head. Wang Zhe suddenly wore a mischievous grin, patiently explaining to this celestial girlfriend the true meaning of girlfriend. Moments later, the dark elf stood there, utterly petrified. Wang Zhe could not fathom her inner turmoil at that moment. But he could sense that this elven sister had indeed been left in the dark. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly be feeling excruciatingly embarrassed. The scene shifts back to Kret and his companions. Tension thickened in the air as both parties stood on the brink of battle. Just then, a long whistle echoed through the night sky above the forest. Gulialu. The goblins hesitated upon hearing the sound, but soon began to retreat one by one until they vanished into the shadows of the woods. Kret had prepared himself for a fight to the death, but the sudden withdrawal of the goblins brought a collective sigh of relief. Yet, Kret knew that the force capable of driving the goblins away must be a far more formidable presence. A gentle breeze stirred, dispersing the mist. Moonlight glimmered through the treetops, casting irregular patterns on the ground, and a graceful figure descended from the canopy, revealing the dark elf, Kiefer Yeffing. Of course, she was accompanied by a beaming Wang Zhe. Up close, Wang Zhe was finally able to appreciate the softness and warmth of this elven sister. The dark elf exuded a faint fragrance reminiscent of verdant foliage, her skin smooth and elastic. Particularly in certain areas, upon closer inspection, they appeared remarkably firm and rounded. Your Highness, Wang Zhe chuckled and greeted the others. Hello everyone, long time no see. Your Highness, Kret stepped forward, swiftly pulling Closer behind him. He raised his sword, its tip aimed at the dark elf, his demeanor tense as if facing a formidable foe. Hey, my captain, please remain calm. She is not an enemy. She is my sister. Wang Zhe hesitated briefly, but decided to afford the dark elf some dignity. Although the dark elf Kiefer Yeffing had just been struck by a thunderbolt of realization, she quickly came to terms with her situation. After all, she had merely been exiled by her kin. Cursed since birth, what difference did it make to become this boy's girlfriend? It couldn't possibly get any worse. Besides, this young man was rather good-looking. Kret's eyebrows twitched in suspicion as he regarded his young master. His expression seemed to convey, in the brief time you were gone, where did this elven sister come from? Are you trying to deceive me? Wang Zhe, sensing the captain's thoughts, awkwardly chuckled as he explained. I just met her. Her name is Kiefer Yeffing, a beautiful dark elf, and from today onward, she will accompany us to our fief. The group was taken aback, particularly the advisor Jessica. Her impression of the haughty elf differed vastly from Wang Zhe's. It was well known that dark elves were born with an inherent mastery of dark magic. They were essentially natural sorcerers in the realm of Ryan. Even the sight of a common mage was a rarity. Those with a modicum of fame among magicians would invariably become the guests of local lords or even kings. This underscores the high regard in which the profession of mage was held in Ryan. Thus, how could such a powerful dark elven sorceress willingly associate with a worthless, illegitimate child? Moreover, the pairing of a dark elf and a goblin. It seemed inherently peculiar. Jessica quietly noted the situation. Planning to find an opportunity to relay the information back to the Imperial City, to reach the Queen's ears. Your Highness, young master, is this really true? Lisa cautiously hid behind Wang Zhe, tugging at his sleeve. Clearly, she was quite apprehensive of this newly joined elven sister. Don't worry, little Lisa. Sister Yeffing is very approachable. She is easy to get along with. Lisa peered through the gap in her master's arm at the dark elf. Yet she could not discern how this being, radiating an aura of danger, could be deemed approachable. Chapter 5. The King of the Mine. With the addition of the dark elf, Wang Zhe and his companions soon found their way out of the forest. Unable to endure riding any longer, Wang Zhe eventually retreated into the carriage. Another reason for his choice to ride in the carriage was the presence of the dark elf Yeffing, although Wang Zhe had invited Jessica to join him. The advisor steadfastly refused to share a carriage with a dark elven sorceress. Initially, the dark elf Yeffing felt somewhat out of place in her new role, but she quickly realized that her young boyfriend was merely a smooth talker. The moment she exhibited any assertiveness, he would instantly falter. This contrast delighted the dark elf, making her feel as though she had discovered a new game, prompting her to tease her young boyfriend from time to time. Watching the boy flounder brought her inexplicable joy. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Zhe had grown accustomed to his identity as the illegitimate child closer. His little team had also become accustomed to the presence of the dark elf by their master's side. Yet, only the Captain Kret maintained a heightened sense of vigilance. Those who are not of my kind will surely harbor different intentions. This sentiment holds true in any world that AS Closer's Captain Kret even harbored distrust towards little Lisa. One day, the eastward-bound party continued their steady advance. Meanwhile, the carriage remained a scene of springtime revelry. How is little Closer? Are you comfortable? Very comfortable. Closer's voice quivered, sounding exceedingly mushy. How is Sister's technique? Are you becoming increasingly reliant on her? Sister's technique is simply wonderful. I like it. I'm glad you like it. Sister will do it for you often. Little Lisa leaned against one side of the carriage, listening to the conversation between her master and the dark elf. Her cheeks flushed as she observed their actions. She couldn't understand why something as simple as cleaning an ear warranted such admiration. She believed she could earn similar praise from her master. However, just then, the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Your Highness, we are about to enter the furnace mine. The carriage cannot proceed, and we must abandon it to continue on horseback. Kret knocked on the carriage wall, explaining the current situation. The furnace mine was notorious for harboring a particularly troublesome gang. These individuals reveled in drinking, smoking, mining, and brawling. The black iron dwarves were even more brutish than other dwarves, yet they possessed greater strength. They held a disdain for other races, only engaging in trade with a select few human merchants. Most of the time, the black iron dwarves were engrossed in their mines, rarely causing trouble, but if someone were to provoke them, the outcome was uncertain. Closer dismounted the carriage and once more mounted his sturdy pony. Little Lisa could not ride. The dark elf Yeffing shared a mount with her, leaving the little girl feeling quite anxious. Kret maneuvered his horse closer to Closer and whispered, Your Highness, I have dealt with these black iron dwarves before. They are largely unreasonable. Therefore, I have decided to offer a chest of silver coins in exchange for our safe passage. Hey, my captain, there's no need to be so formal. Just call me young master or young lord. As for the outside world, you know far more than I do, so please proceed as you see fit. Closer lightly tapped his fist against the captain's chest plate. Kret paused for a moment, then bent slightly and urged his horse forward. Due to the elevated terrain of Closer's fief, the Eagle Gorge, which spiraled upwards from the Hearthside mine, he had no choice but to pass through the roadside mine if he wished to enter his territory, particularly to return to the Imperial City. This was yet another reason why no one in the Duchy of Holger had shown interest in this fief. No one wished to engage with the boorish black iron dwarves day in and day out. As Closer's party drew closer to the mountainside mine, he could almost hear the clanging sounds of mining resonating from within. Halt! Human. Just as they approached the main road to the mine, two dwarves suddenly leaped down from the rocks. Closer noted that these two dwarves were a far cry from those he had previously seen in films. They were even scruffier. Most importantly, he observed that they were armed with guns, indeed, old-fashioned flintlocks. Upon seeing the dwarven sentries blocking their path, the ever-prepared Krite dismounted swiftly. He lowered his body and courteously said, "Esteemed dwarf friends, we are the guard of the Duchy of Holger, escorting our young prince to his fief. We hope you will grant us passage, and we shall present you with a crate of silver coins as a token of goodwill." The eyes of the two dwarves visibly brightened at the mention of a crate of silver coins. However, they quickly narrowed their gaze and shouted, "What, young prince? We're not falling for that. Only King Huberu can decide if you may pass through the mine." Krite turned to glance at his young master. "Then might you lead us to meet King Huberu?" The dwarf hesitated, glancing at the warriors behind Krite, unsure if they might suddenly act violently upon seeing their king. No, there are too many of you. The king only meets 3 at most. Closer, taken aback, regarded the dwarf with newfound respect. He hadn't expected such caution from them. "Captain Krite, allow me to meet their king." Closer trotted forward on his small pony. "But your highness, you may call me young master. As an unacknowledged illegitimate child, I must learn to face dangers alone. Of course, my sister will accompany me, so fret not." Closer cast a glance at the hooded dark elf, yeffing, signaling that he would be fine. After a brief hesitation, the captain finally bowed and cleared the way. "Master, I wish to accompany you." Little Lisa, her cheeks flushed with determination, made a stubborn plea that prompted Closer to pinch her cheek playfully. "Very well, the 3 of us shall go together." Closer, accompanied by his dark elf girlfriend and the maid Lisa, followed the two dwarves into the mine. To be honest, Closer's audacity surprised Captain Krite. He hadn't anticipated that the illegitimate child would possess such spirit. However, Closer had already devised a strategy with the dark elf. He was not a reckless fool. If not for the trump card of having a dark mage in hand, he would never dare venture into the mine alone. The mine at Hearthside defied Closer's expectations. It was not only exceptionally spacious, but it was also well lit with numerous torches, illuminating the dim cavern as bright as day. As he traversed deeper into the mine, he observed many industrious figures. The dwarves worked with clear division of labor, mining, transporting, sorting, and supervising, all proceeding in an orderly manner, each fulfilling their role. It was not until they passed through a long tunnel and entered a grand hall that the cacophony erupted. "Ha ha ha, I win, 3 6s. Hey, you must be cheating. Let me see your dice." "What? All 6s. Hey, who told you to touch my dice? Cheating scoundrel. Fight, fight, fight." In this hall, groups of dwarves were engaged in games of dice. Some were drinking with arms slung over each other's shoulders, while others squinted in the corners, smoking pipes and watching the commotion. Naturally, brawls were inevitable. What began as a skirmish between two quickly escalated into a free-for-all. Afterward, the dwarves likely wouldn't recall the reason for the fight. The two dwarves escorting Closer's group pushed through the throng, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. Meanwhile, the dark elf yeffing shielded Closer and Lisa from the stumbling drunks, deftly nudging them aside. Moments later, the group navigated through the noisy hall and entered a relatively quieter space. From a distance, Closer spotted a stone-carved throne, upon which sat a diminutive figure. "King Hiru, we discovered a human party outside the cave, and we have brought their leader to you, claiming he wishes to meet you." The leading dwarf provided a brief explanation before retreating. "Oh, a human party? Let me see them," the figure on the stone throne commanded. As Closer and his companions approached, they realized that the one seated on the throne was not a dwarf at all. It was a gnome, clad in a disheveled robe, with a head of unruly orange curls resembling a bird's nest. He held a cup of wine in his right hand and a leg of meat in his left. Closer was taken aback upon seeing this individual, for he bore an uncanny resemblance to Tyrion Lannister from A Song of Ice and Fire. "Are you not Tyrion Lannister?" Closer blurted out, causing a momentary silence among those present. The gnome king Huberu tossed aside the meat leg and wiped his greasy hands haphazardly on his attire. "Hey, young man, what a klitsch of an opening line. Regrettably, I am not named that." Realizing his faux pas, Closer quickly smiled apologetically. "Ah, my sincerest apologies, King Huberu. You resemble a friend of mine quite remarkably." King Huberu drained his cup in one gulp. Let me guess, your friend must be a genius." "Honestly, I am called," Closer began, but the gnome on the throne abruptly exclaimed, "Hey, I recognize you. You are that worthless bastard child from Holger, aren't you? Oh dear, forgive my bluntness. I too am an abandoned bastard, and my plight is worse than yours, but evidently, I am not worthless. Closer's lips twitched into a professional smile. He mused whether this fellow was a bit too reckless. Even if he had once been worthless, was there any need to state it so bluntly? However, the gnome claimed to be a bastard as well, abandoned no less. Perhaps this was an opportunity to find common ground. Ah, King Hebrew, you are correct. I am indeed that worthless bastard. Yet, as illegitimate children, we had no say in our circumstances, did we? Yes, we had no choice. Fate is indeed unfair, and even the gods slumber at times. While we were born in their slumber, the gnome king Hebrew spread his arms and stepped down from the stone throne. He stood before Closer, looking up at him. Hey, I like you, you know. Your existence allows me to feel less inferior about my own identity. Closer replied with a wry smile, that's rather disheartening, but it does indicate that I am not entirely without merit. At least I can bring joy to others, can I? Haha, you are correct. There are no true worthless beings in this world. Everyone possesses their own value. The gnome Hebrew gestured for Closer to sit. The two settled on the steps together. Hey, bastard child, tell me your purpose. Closer suddenly felt that this gnome king might not harbor ill intentions. Perhaps he was merely too straightforward, as he had said. Well, King Hebrew, my party and I wish to travel to my fief, the Eagle Gorge, and thus we must pass through your mind. My captain believes we should offer a crate of silver coins as compensation for passage, but I suspect you would find such a sum beneath your notice. Oh, how do you know I would scorn a crate of silver coins? Wait, what did you just say? Your fief. Eagle Gorge. Closer nodded, but the gnome threw his head back and laughed heartily. Ah, my illegitimate friend. It seems you and I share a common fate as abandoned bastards. They actually sent you to Eagle Gorge. Are you not aware that it is the very entrance to the Forest of Magic Abyss? Closer raised his hands in resignation. It is abundantly clear that I am aware of the circumstances, yet I find myself devoid of options. Alternatively, I could choose to be eliminated by my stepmother rather than pursue the fiefdom. The dwarf ceased his laughter and began to scrutinize the young man before him with earnestness. Intriguing. Others have spoken of a waste illegitimate child from the Duchy of Holger, labeling him a complete failure. But I perceive it quite differently. You are undoubtedly an astute individual. At the very least, you surpass the intellect of the majority. Haha. I appreciate your compliment. So, do you consent to allow us passage through your mine? Hubolu was taken aback, then shook his head. Consent? Oh no, my friend, you seem to be mistaken. While I may empathize with your plight, it does not equate to granting you passage. You understand. That is an entirely different matter. Closer had anticipated that matters would not unfold so smoothly. He cast a deliberate glance at the dark elf, a subtle indication of his intent to seize the king. However, King Hubolu continued, moreover, even if I were to agree to your passage, you would still find it impossible to traverse, for at some point, a troublesome beast has taken residence at the mine's exit. To be frank, even I am reluctant to provoke her. A beast? Closer's interest piqued. He quickly inquired, what manner of beast? The dwarf gestured in the air, sketching a gourd silhouette. The upper half resembles this, while the lower half is that of a spider, a most terrifying spider. My dwarves and I have attempted to subdue her thrice, but alas, we have failed each time. She even destroyed one of my mines in retaliation. However, we have reached an unspoken agreement to refrain from encroaching upon one another. Closer scarcely heard the latter part of the conversation. His mind lingered on the outline the dwarf had illustrated. That exaggerated form, it is a female beast. Closer appeared to be quite fascinated. King Hubolu, might I be permitted to see this beast? What? The dwarf thought he had misheard, but Closer reiterated, may I attempt to confront it? If I can persuade the beast to relocate, will you grant us passage? What? Did I hear you correctly? You? By what means do you intend to vanquish the beast, with that pristine visage of yours? Closer felt a wave of embarrassment, yet he deemed it the right moment to showcase his strength. Nightwind, let our friend witness our prowess. No sooner had Closer spoken than the dark elf Nightwind shed her cloak, revealing her true form. Oh, what? This is a dark elf. Good heavens, she is quite hideous. King Hubolu and several dwarves huddled together in terror, some even raising their weapons. Lower your weapons, dwarves, or darkness shall swiftly descend upon this mine, and the god of shadows will drag you into an unfathomable abyss. Night wind intoned incantations of esoteric spells, waves of black energy swirling around her. Her hair danced as if blown by an unseen wind, extinguishing many torches within the cavern. This, illegitimate. Oh no, closer, make her stop, Hubolu shouted, covering his head with his hands. Closer had not anticipated that this dwarf king would be so frightened of night wind, intervening to halt the dark elf's spellcasting. Closer crouched to meet the dwarf's gaze, stating, "So, what now, King Hubolu? May we meet this beast?" "Oh, certainly. If she is indeed a dark elf sorceress, there is likely no place on this continent she cannot access." Hubolu regarded Night Wind with a hint of trepidation, which surprised Closer. He had known dark elf sorceresses were formidable, but not to this extent. Night Wind retracted her magic, and the mine was once again illuminated. Seemingly reluctant to engage with the dwarves, she donned her cloak and hood, returning silently to Closer's side. "Oh dear, this elf is truly ugly." At that moment, one dwarf beside Hubola had yet to recover from the shock. Muttering under his breath, Closer was perplexed. How could they deem such a beautiful elf as unattractive? "Hey, dwarf, on what grounds do you claim my Night Wind is ugly? What does your ideal beauty even resemble?" Closer pointed at the dwarf, indignant. The dwarf, equally incensed, removed a necklace from around his neck, revealing a small portrait inside. "Do you see? This is what I call beauty. This is my wife. I vanquished many suitors to win her." Closer gazed at the portrait, feeling as though a crow had flown overhead. "Is this truly beauty? Not only is she burly, but what else with the beard? Do women grow beards?" One must concede that the aesthetic divide between different races is akin to an insurmountable chasm, devoid of rational explanation. Fine, you win. Quickly stow away your portrait of beauty. We must proceed to confront the beast. Under the direct guidance of King Hubolu, the group soon arrived at the opposite side of the mine. Closer observed that the exit from the furnace side mine led only along a singular path, at the end of which lay a forest. Hubolu pointed toward the end of the trail, stating, "Hey friend, the beast resides within that small forest. Do not blame me for failing to warn you. She is exceedingly formidable. Even dark elves may find it no simple task to defeat her." Closer chuckled, patting Hubolu on the shoulder, and suddenly an idea struck him. "King Hubolu, how about we engage in a wager?" "A wager? Indeed, a wager. If we successfully defeat the beast, it shall count as my victory. If we fail or find ourselves in a struggle, then it shall be deemed your victory. What say you?" Hubolu raised an eyebrow, regarding Closer with suspicion. "I find the rumors rather dubious. Are you truly that illegitimate child of failure?" "Ha, indeed, my king." After a moment of hesitation, Hubolu acquiesced. "Very well, I accept. But what shall the stakes be?" "The stakes shall be that the losing party must fulfill a request from the victor." "How does that sound? Are you brave enough to wager?" "I am. What would King Hubolu have to fear?" He scoffed. "If I win, I shall have your dark elf serve as my attendant, of course." Hubolu's final remark was uttered so quietly that only he could hear it. As for Closer's unwavering confidence in his victory, it stemmed from his meticulous preparations, accompanied by the dark elf and little Lisa. Closer strode confidently into the small grove before him. "Come, Lisa, take this. If you spot the beast, press this switch." Upon entering the woods, Closer produced a collection of bottles and jars, placing them on the ground. He picked up one of the containers and demonstrated it for Lisa. "My dear, what are these peculiar items? They emit such a strange scent." Having grown accustomed to her role as Closer's girlfriend, the dark elf, under his direction, altered her address. "Heh. These are the ultimate weapons against that spider-like beast. I shall refer to them as pesticides." Chapter 7. The Curse from the Underwear at the Mine's Exit. King Hubolu and several of his trusted dwarves gazed at the retreating figures of Closer and his companions. "Hey, do you think they will perish inside?" one dwarf inquired. "Indeed, even with an elf sorceress as hideous as she is, I harbor little hope for their success. Therefore, even if you win the wager, you shall reap no benefits, for they will be dead." Another dwarf chimed in. "Is that so? I find the dark elf rather impressive." A third dwarf remarked, "Hey, you vile bachelor, that is merely because you have been single for far too long. Even if a female dragon were presented to you now, you would still drool." The others collectively derided the single dwarf. Hubolu gazed at Closer's receding figure, murmuring to himself, "Why do I sense that this illegitimate child is anything but ordinary? It seems the rumors hold no credibility, but if the rumors are untrue, then who propagated them? In the forest, after instructing Lisa on the use of the pesticides, Closer held 2 canisters in his own hands. Furthermore, he had pocketed a sizable chunk of realgar, reputed to repel the 5 poisons. Nightwind, my dear, can you sense the creature? Is it nearby? Closer scanned the surroundings with a vigilant gaze, yet found himself utterly at a loss. The dark elf possessed an intimate knowledge of the forest, akin to knowing the back of her hand. With a mere flick of her fingers through the air, she had already comprehended the size and shape of the entire woodland. There was a presence of magical creatures. They were aware of our presence. It is a spider monster, Nightwind, whose eyes were initially half closed, suddenly widened, and the magical currents surrounding her began to surge. The rustling of leaves echoed through the dense canopy, accompanied by a multitude of faint footsteps. Closer and Lisa anxiously raised their insect repellent. Despite Closer's earlier confidence, when faced with the imminent arrival of the beast, he instinctively cowered behind the dark elf. Little Lisa hid behind Closer, her large eyes glimmering with fear, her lips trembling slightly. How curious, this combination of human, elf, and the scent of the demon race. A deep, magnetic female voice resonated above Closer and his companions. In his anxiety, Closer failed to grasp the full implications of her words, yet he understood one thing. The monster was approaching. He looked up to see a colossal 8-legged spider hanging upside down above them. This creature matched the description provided by King Hubaloo, with a human upper body and a spider's lower half. The spider monster had almond-shaped eyes, delicate brows, and remarkably thin lips, with a mischievous smirk at the corners of her mouth. She exuded an aura of lethal beauty. However, the striking beauty was starkly contrasted by the grotesque 8 spider legs that protruded from her body, sharp and glimmering ominously in the light. The monstrous rear of the spider only added to the discomfort it inspired. Oh my! Is that excessively large? Gazing at the spider monster, Closer's vague exclamation left the nature of his concern unclear. Spider monster? Could you be the legendary night executioner, Meloidy? Nightwind extended her hands, brimming with dark energy. Furrowing her brow as she directed her gaze upward, the spider monster appeared momentarily surprised, perhaps unaccustomed to being recognized in such a setting. You are a dark elf. How is it that you follow a human? Has the once-fallen dark elf descended even further into depravity? Humph. The affairs of dark elves are not the concern of monsters. With no time for further words, Nightwind unleashed 2 spheres of energy, which shot forth with astonishing speed. The spider monster, clearly wary of the dark elf's magic, chose evasion over confrontation. In this forest, the spider's domain, the treetops were intricately woven with webs, making the sky a playground for the spider. It deftly maneuvered on its 8 legs, easily avoiding the energy spheres, though the spheres scorched 2 large holes in the resilient webbing. Hiss, dark elf, you seek death. The spider monster roared in fury, swiftly adjusting its position to eliminate the most significant threat, Nightwind. Yet, Nightwind remained steadfast, reciting incantations without flinching. Darling, be careful. Closer's heart raced. He had assumed that the elf would be unable to dodge while casting spells. In a moment of desperation, he lunged forward, tackling Nightwind, and the 2 tumbled across the ground several times. The young master. Wait, Lisa. Little Lisa, witnessing her master roll aside, hurriedly followed suit. However, at that moment, the spider's attack was already upon them. What was initially aimed at Nightwind now targeted little Lisa. In a surge of terror, little Lisa suddenly saw a massive shadow descending upon her, prompting her to scream and frantically spray her insect repellent. Puff, puff, puff. The spider monster, clearly unprepared for the seemingly frail girl to wield a weapon, was caught off guard as the repellent splattered across its face. Huh. Ugh, what is this? Ugh, the spider recoiled, hastily wiping the unknown substance from its visage, overwhelmed by the nauseating scent, unable to withstand the foul odor. The spider leaned against a tree and began to retch at the same time. Closer and Nightwind, having regained their footing, stared in bewilderment at the vomiting spider. How long has it been since she last ate? Closer blurted out, his thoughts scattered, while Nightwind remained speechless. My dear, it seems your insect repellent has taken effect. Closer adjusted his robes, which had become disheveled during their roll, and boldly approached the spider. Still clutching a can of insect repellent, the spider expelled some green liquid, appearing slightly more at ease. Yet, as it prepared to act once more, its stomach churned violently. Humph. Is it a monster? A spider? A beauty? Closer sprayed the insect repellent erratically, reveling in his triumph. The spider monster eyed the canister with growing apprehension, instinctively stepping back. What is that smell? Stay away from me. The spider retreated while covering its mouth and nose, its face a mask of disgust. Closer snapped his fingers, and Night Wind understood the cue, summoning a swirling vortex of black energy that ensnared the spider monster, rendering it helpless. Thus, the spider monster became a defenseless lamb, waiting to be butchered. Closer retrieved an item from his pack and approached the spider with a swagger. The creature, uncertain of his intentions, wore a fearful expression that suggested tears were imminent. However, would Closer truly resort to violence against a spider monster? Certainly not. As a gallant gentleman who cherishes the fairer sex, how could he ever harm a lady? Even if she were a spider lady. Closer raised the item, drawing closer to the spider. The creature, in despair, closed its eyes, seemingly resigned to its fate. But after a moment, instead of the anticipated harm, it felt something being draped over its form. Opening her eyes, the spider monster Meloidy was taken aback. What are these two semicircular pieces of cloth on my chest? Even monsters should maintain some decorum. Consider this bikini a gift. Remember to wear it when you go out. Thus, after presenting the elf with leggings, Closer gifted the spider monster a bikini. Human. What is this? Meloidy's eyes widened in terror, fearing it might be a cursed or enchanted garment. Closer shrugged. Isn't it obvious? It's an undergarment that I'm not familiar with your species' customs. But as a woman, you must always know how to protect yourself. Understood? Protect myself. Meloidy was left even more bewildered by his explanation. Night Wind stepped forward, unveiling her own attire, a pair of black lace leggings gifted by Closer. Just like this, its undergarment. With succinct clarity, the spider monster Meloidy seemed to grasp the situation that it dawned on her that donning this so-called undergarment would render her a servant to the boy's bidding. Sigh, perhaps this was destiny. Her fate. Chapter 8. Cheers. Allies observing Meloidy's resigned demeanor, Night Wind proposed that she serve as Closer's mode of transport. Isn't this slightly too cool? As Closer mounted the spider's back, he felt a slight tremor coursing through Meloidy's body. Closer, with a serious expression, reached out to caress the spider's form, involuntarily exclaiming, "Truly beautiful." Huh? Meloidy was momentarily confused, uncertain of whom Closer was addressing. I meant you are indeed exquisite. Closer repeated himself once more, and this time Meloid comprehended his words. Though she found them somewhat absurd, it was the first instance in her life that a human had spoken to her in such a manner. Hey, beautiful girl, could you muster a bit of confidence? Just look at that stunning figure of yours, and the velvety fuzz on your back. It feels so delightful to the touch. Indeed, spiders possess a fine layer of hair. And aside from her human-like upper body, Meloid's spider form also bore a thin covering of fuzz. As Close caressed the soft hair, he suddenly remarked, "You seem to be injured." Meloid was momentarily taken aback. She had disclosed her injury to no one, not even the neighboring dwarves. Yet here was this young man, inexplicably aware of it. Close leaped down from the spider's back and began to search her abdomen. His actions made Meloid feel somewhat embarrassed and a bit ticklish. However, soon a wave of pain washed over her entire being, causing her to shiver involuntarily. "Hey, right here. There's a wound," Close exclaimed upon discovering an injury on the spider's lower abdomen. The wound was approximately the length of 2 of his hands, with dried blood around it, yet it showed no signs of healing. Close retrieved a canister of Yunnan Bayao spray from his supplies and liberally applied it to the spider's wound. The cool sensation made Meloid flinch, but she soon noticed the burning pain from the wound was lessening. Meloid could feel the lingering effects of fire magic slowly dissipating. The comfortable beauty spider couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Close continued to apply gauze to her injury. "This should prevent any infection. Haha. So the reason you lost to us was due to your injuries." Close patted the spider's iron-hard leg, now searching for excuses for his enemy's defeat. "Your name is Meloid, is it? If you don't mind, why not accompany me to my domain?" Meloid stared at the young man in surprise. Did her defeat mean she would become his slave? Moreover, he had even adorned her with garments symbolizing servitude. Why was he now inquiring about her opinion? "Your domain." Smack. Just as Meloid began to speak, the dark elf standing on her back slapped her on the back of the head. "Address him as master." Dark elf. Meloid glared at Nightwind in anger, yet the situation was beyond her control. She was no match for the dark elf at present. Master. Close chuckled awkwardly, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, No need to be so formal. Just call me young master. What were you about to ask? Young master, I was curious about where your domain is. Oh, it's over by Eagle Valley. Don't be too surprised. I know it's adjacent to the abyss of the magic forest. Close made his intentions clear. He would venture there regardless of the dangers. Initially, he felt rather indifferent about his territory, but the incessant remarks from those around him had changed that. Every person he encountered, except for his elven girlfriend, wore expressions of disbelief, as if he were not embarking on a journey to claim his domain, but rather to meet his demise. Nevertheless, Meloy did not exhibit excessive astonishment, for she had just suffered a defeat. Young master, I am actually one of the 4 demon lords of the abyss of the magic forest. The spider revealed her true identity, which was indeed remarkable. 4 demon lords? That sounds impressive. Do tell me, why did you leave there? Meloyd's expression grew somber as she spoke softly. I am a defeated demon lord. Perhaps I no longer have the face to call myself a demon lord. Oh, that truly is a sorrowful tale. Close patted Meloyd's spider leg in a gesture of comfort. Yet she suddenly grew furious. It's all that dragon's fault. She launched a surprise attack when I was unprepared, and wounded my abdomen that if it had been a fair duel, I might not have lost to her. Dragon? Close raised an eyebrow at the mention of those words, clearly intrigued. Tell me about that dragon. What does she look like? Close eagerly climbed onto Meloyd's back, resting his hand on her shoulder. Meloyd recoiled slightly in fear. Master, you have something on you. Close paused for a moment, then remembered he had a piece of realgar in his possession. Oh, my apologies, he said, hastily putting away the realgar and offering Meloyd a piece of chocolate instead. This, so sweet. How is it? Come with me to my domain, and together we shall devise a plan to defeat that dragon. But before that, please fight alongside me. Striking a pose full of youthful bravado, Close rode atop Meloyd as they ventured beyond the forest. Meanwhile, King Hubaloo, who had been waiting outside the mine, caught sight of the spider monster Meloyd, who had been the source of his headaches. King, it's that ugly spider. The dwarves surrounding Hubaloo raised their weapons, anxiously gazing ahead. Wait, don't be impulsive. Hubaloo restrained the dwarves, squinting to observe closely Omayo-Lansa, the divine. This bastard. If I hear anyone call him useless again, I shall personally tear that person's mouth apart. Hubaloo's keen eyes had spotted Close sitting atop the spider. Perhaps this was the pivotal moment of my fate. This bastard is my benefactor, Hubaloo muttered quietly, a smile gradually forming on his face. Greetings, King Hubaloo. We have returned. Close waved to the gnome, looking quite pleased. My friend, I must admit, you truly astonish me. All right, I concede, you have won this wager. Hubaloo graciously acknowledged his defeat, seemingly formulating other plans in his mind. So then, what are your demands? Hubaloo fixed his gaze on Close, a subtle glimmer of expectation hidden deep within his eyes. Close dismounted from the spider's back, meeting the curly-haired gnome's gaze. King Hubaloo, my requests are quite simple. I wish for us to become true friends, partners, and allies. Close smiled, extending his right hand, which Hubaloo firmly grasped in return. Hubaloo blinked, signaling Close to lean closer. Close squatted down, whispering to him. Hey Close, my friend, what exactly does your notion of allies entail? My dear King Hubaloo, would you be interested in relocating with your dwarves? Perhaps to Eagle Valley. You want us to move, but you must understand. It is quite perilous there. Perilous? I find that to be an exaggeration. I believe our current party's strength is considerable, and with King Hubaloo and the Black Iron Dwarves added to our ranks. Close paused for effect, then tantalizingly added, I've heard from Meloyd that Eagle Valley is rich in minerals, and the abyss of the magic forest is filled with treasures. Hubaloo's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, Meloyd? That beast. I must commend you for taming a monster of such caliber in such a short time. However, what? My dear young friend Close, you must be after the efficient labor of my Black Iron Dwarves. Am I right? To be honest, I would love to explore the abyss of the magic forest with you, but these dwarves, it's hard to get them to serve you without some incentive. Close grinned widely, revealing his teeth. Of course. What do the Black Iron Dwarves enjoy? Fine spirits, tobacco. Let us give them a taste of this. Just as he was laughing, Close suddenly pulled out 2 items from his cloak. It was a bottle of potent Red Star liquor and a box of fine Cuban cigars. What is this? Close swiftly opened the bottle of liquor. The moment the bottle was uncorked, a rich aroma wafted through the air. What is that smell? A cadre of Black Iron Dwarves twitched their noses, Commencing a search of their surroundings, Closer conjured several small goblets, placing them upon the ground and pouring out a few servings. Come, my friends, indulge in my specially brewed spirits, which may not align with your palates. The dwarves' eyes widened at the sight of Closer pouring the liquor, for they had never before encountered such a rich and fragrant aroma. They eagerly snatched up the goblets, each taking a hearty gulp. Ugh, the black iron dwarves, unaccustomed to such potent spirits, began to dart about in a frenzy. Yet, moments later, the fiery sensation subsided, leaving only the pure essence of the liquor's bouquet. What is this drink? So strong, so fragrant. Before the dwarves could gather their thoughts, Closer ignited a Cuban cigar. Wait, what is that aroma? As anticipated, the black iron dwarves now displayed an unmistakable glint of greed in their eyes. Almost clinging to Closer's legs in desperate plea for a taste. My dwarf friends, this is called a cigar, and the drink you just savored is known as KS White Spirit. These exquisite items can only be found within my domain. Would you care to sample them? Chapter 9. An expected ambush. Observing Closer mounted upon the back of a spider, the advisor spy Jessica felt her mind straining to comprehend the situation. Why did this illegitimate child always manage to return with surprises? Nay, perhaps frights would be a more fitting term. Could it be that he was merely feigning ignorance while in the royal city? Jessica bit her lower lip, discreetly releasing a wisp of white light from her sleeve. This was her magical sprite, specifically designed for relaying messages, and no matter where it ventured, the sprite would always find its way back to its master, bearing intelligence and news that it was a common method of communication among the upper echelons of the Rhine continent. However, this time, the message sprite was ensnared in a spider's web shortly after it fluttered from Jessica's sleeve, unable to extricate itself despite its struggles. Dear Closer, I did not expect you to be a master of spatial magic. How surprising. King Hubaloo rode alongside Closer on a lumbering long-haired boar. Closer's face flushed at the compliment, but he quickly regained his composure. I have dabbled a bit. It's no great feat, but you, King Hubaloo, have a rather unique mount. Call me Boloo, my friend. Now that we are allies, there is no need for such formality. Very well, Boloo, I have long wished to inquire. How did you come to be the king of these black iron dwarfs? It seems rather unusual. Indeed, how could a gnome ascend to the throne of dwarfs? Such a notion was undeniably peculiar. Hubaloo gestured to himself, pride evident in his demeanor. That is because I have brought them advanced technology and tools. Though the black iron dwarves may be rough around the edges, they possess one admirable quality. They revere strength, regardless of the domain. If they perceive you as stronger than themselves, they will submit to you. Even if it is merely in terms of distance. They are indeed a straightforward bunch of dwarves, Closer remarked, navigating through the furnace side mines and groves. Closer's ever-growing entourage returned to the flat wagon road. Closer felt they had distanced themselves sufficiently from the royal city, believing they would encounter no danger. Yet reality often proves unpredictable. On the very next day after leaving the furnace side mines, they faced their first ambush since their departure. The sun shone brightly, the clear blue sky resembling a painted backdrop, lending an unreal quality to the day. Closer reclined on Meloidy's back, hands behind his head. Nightwind and little Lisa flanked him, the former gently fanning him while the latter pounded his legs with small fists, embodying sheer comfort. However, suddenly, Nightwind's pointed ears twitched, and she straightened alertly. Shortly thereafter, Meloidy the spider halted, followed by Captain Krite. Something is amiss. The ground trembles. Krite leaped from his mount, pressing his ear to the earth. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically, and he called out, "Young master, danger approaches. All personnel, defensive formation." At Krite's command, the 20-member guard sprang into action. The soldiers turned their steeds, encircling their master at the center point. 10 soldiers knelt with shields raised, while the other hand extended their long spears through the gaps, forming a rudimentary spear formation. Closer, sheltered behind Meloidy, gazed around in bewilderment. What is happening? Nightwind furrowed her brow, peering into the distance. Cavalry, menacing cavalry. My dear, I fear they are coming for you. What? Closer gritted his teeth, slowly crouching down, realizing at last that the queen had no intention of sparing him. However, this time Closer was mistaken. The sound of galloping hooves drew closer. Captain Krite shouted, "Everyone, be alert! Golden crocodile insignia. That is Duke Philip's cavalry." Duke Philip? Closer recalled, realizing it was the very same man who had initially sought to assassinate him. After being ousted by the king, Philip had leveraged the mobility of his cavalry to circumvent and reach the essential route of Closer's territory. In fact, he had already failed twice before. He had not anticipated that this cursed illegitimate child would enter the Whispering Forest and Furnace-side mines, causing his ambush plan to be delayed by over 10 days. The sound of pounding hooves grew ever louder, and Closer could now discern a fully armed cavalry of approximately 200 men. "Prepare yourselves." Captain Crite lowered his visor and brandished a spear, joining the ranks of the soldiers. Yet, the meager formation of 20 men felt like a solitary leaf upon a vast ocean, poised to capsize at the slightest wave. Beside Closer, Nightwind began to murmur incantations under her breath. Meloidy the magical spider expelled strands of web, seemingly contemplating a means of defense. King Hubaloo, mounted upon his boar, leaned against the spider alongside 2 dwarves. Due to the numerous tools and equipment the black iron dwarves still needed to transport from the Furnace-side mines, Hubaloo had only brought 2 companions ahead, while the main force remained behind. Uncertain of their progress, Duke Philip's cavalry charged in without a word, directly entering a full-on assault. Closer pondered. Such actions did not align with the typical behavior of a villain. Should they not engage in lengthy banter before striking? "Raise your spears," Crite commanded, as the guard extended their spears forward, lowering their centers of gravity in preparation for the impending impact. Although a spear formation possesses certain advantages against cavalry, the vast numerical disparity rendered its efficacy quite limited. The enemy cavalry accelerated, the knights in the front row abruptly raising their lengthy lances. "This is bad," Crite cursed inwardly, for he noted that their lances were even longer than his own. This was indeed perilous. As the cavalry closed in, the defending soldiers shouted to rally their spirits. Yet, just 10 seconds before the cavalry would collide with their formation, Nightwind's spell had finally reached its culmination. Zangralu's soul captivation. With the dark elf's incantation, a wave of black ripples surged through the air, swiftly expanding forward. As these black ripples passed through the enemy knights, they inadvertently caused momentary disorientation, though the enemy cavalry was numerous. The area of effect of the control magic was limited. Nevertheless, in the theater of battle, those few seconds proved to be crucial. The cavalry responsible for the charge momentarily fell into a daze, their lances drooping downward. Having lost the advantage of weapon length, their speed in the charge also suffered a significant downturn. Indeed, this soul-binding technique proved equally effective against the steeds. The speed of the frontline cavalry diminished sharply, while those in the rear continued to advance at full throttle. The outcome of this scenario was already evident: a tailgating disaster. The formation of the Golden Crocodiles became chaotic, with several cavalrymen tumbling from their mounts amidst the throng. Simultaneously, Spider Meloidy made her move. She exhaled a multitude of spider silk, deftly weaving it with her 8 arachnid legs into makeshift tripwires. With a rapid succession of puff, 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 the spider silk was shot forth, aimed specifically at the legs of the cavalry's horses. This only exacerbated the already disordered cavalry formation, rendering it even more tangled and frantic. "Now's the time. Charge." Observing the opposing cavalry's momentum waning and their ranks in disarray, Crite, as the captain of the guard, would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Under Crite's command, the 20-member escort lunged forward, their lances piercing the bodies of the nearest foes. Those fallen cavalrymen were rendered more helpless than infantry, becoming mere lambs awaiting slaughter, skewered like shish kebabs on the enemy's side. Following the failure of their frontline cavalry charge, the foe decisively abandoned their frontal assault, opting instead to split into 2 groups and encircle the Closer squad from both flanks. Divide 10 men. Protect the young master. Crite retained 10 men, while leading another 10 towards Closer. The enemy cavalry aimed to envelop Closer's squad, and at that moment, the cavalrymen on the flanks surged ahead, reaching Meloidy's vicinity. However, Meloidy, being a former demon lord, remained unfazed in the presence of those few cavalrymen who had yet to charge. She continued to launch spider silk, ensnaring the encroaching cavalrymen, rendering them immobile with her resilient threads. The dark energy in Nightwind's palms flickered incessantly as she unleashed black energy orbs like cannonballs. Upon striking a knight or steed, these orbs would instantly dismantle their defenses and mobility, resulting in a terrifyingly high rate of incapacitation. Closer clung tightly to Meloidy's waist, his eyes wide with horror as he surveyed the battlefield. He had never before witnessed death, let alone such a multitude of lives extinguished before him. The knights, trapped beneath their steeds or comrades, were pierced into a sieve by the escort's lances. He even witnessed a soldier from the escort, caught off guard, lose an entire arm to an enemy knight's blade. Blood was everywhere, and the air was filled with anguished cries. It was at this moment that Closer began to comprehend the grim reality of the world he had traversed. It was not a fairy tale realm, but a harsh and unforgiving reality akin to any adult world. Stop! Please stop! Stop it! A hysterical, thunderous roar erupted from Closer's throat, startling both combatants into a momentary pause. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. Gasping for breath, Closer struggled to stand upright. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Enough! This senseless slaughter has gone on long enough. Where is Philip? If that coward has any spine, he should come face me in a duel. He shouldn't cower behind the soldiers like a parasite in the teeth of a sperm whale." Panting heavily, Closer adjusted his breath, striving to ensure his voice reached every ear. "Listen to me. My dwarven allies are en route here. I refuse to allow any more meaningless casualties among our ranks. Go back and tell Philip. I await him in the Eagle's Hollow Gorge, that if he seeks my life, I am more than ready to oblige." Closer, undeterred by whether the opposing knights could comprehend him, leapt down from the spider's back and began tending to the wounded with little Lisa at his side. He retrieved numerous hemostatic agents and bandages from his supplies, staunching the bleeding of the soldier with a severed arm. Though not a physician, this was the extent of his capabilities. Fortunately, Nightwind arrived just in time. This dark elf mage was not only a born wielder of dark magic, but also possessed some common healing spells. The remaining knights, still mounted, exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention to one individual, the apparent leader of the cavalry. Clad in a helmet and faceplate, his expression was inscrutable. After a brief pause, he decisively issued the order to retreat. The knights executed their withdrawal with surprising discipline, their speed rivaling that of their initial assault. Remarkably, they left no fallen or injured comrades behind, ensuring that all were taken back with them. Huperu marveled at the unexpected retreat of the enemy, finding it utterly incredible. Yet, the formidable presence Closer had exuded moments before could not be feigned. It was the aura of a destined ruler. Tsk, an illegitimate child endowed with the spirit of a monarch. This world is about to become lively once more. Chapter 10. Arrival at the fief. The cavalry's departure granted Closer's group a respite to recuperate. The uninjured soldiers took the hemostatic agents and bandages from Closer, assisting their comrades in treating their wounds. However, the results of Krite's assessment cast a shadow over Closer's visage in this battle, which was neither too grand nor too trivial on the continent of Ryan. Closer's side suffered 3 casualties among the escort and 15 injuries, 2 of which were severe, including the soldier with a severed arm whom Closer had personally treated. The enemy's casualties remained unknown, but it was evident they had suffered more grievously. Closer had witnessed at least 4 men turned into sieves by lances, as Closer observed the other soldiers digging graves for their fallen comrades. An indescribable sorrow welled up within him. Just days prior, he had shared drinks with all the soldiers in the unit, in Closer's heart. Those who had shared a drink were akin to friends. Yet now, these friends had transformed into corpses before even reaching the fief. The gnome Huperu approached Closer, a hint of remorse crossing his features. "That I am truly sorry, my friend, that I was unable to assist much in this battle. However, as the weaker side, you all performed admirably." Closer instinctively shook his head, his mind replaying the moments of those soldiers meeting their demise. "Hey, dear." Suddenly, gentle arms enveloped Closer in a soft embrace, breathing in the faint floral scent emanating from the elf. Closer gradually found solace that it shouldn't have been this way. They shouldn't have perished like this. Closer buried his face in the elf's chest, tears suddenly streaming down his cheeks. "Dear, you've done more than enough." Nightwind cradled Closer's head, her right hand tenderly stroking his soft brown hair, her tone gentle. Gradually, Closer, nestled in the elf's embrace, calmed down. He slowly lifted his head and, looking apologetically at Nightwind, said, "I'm sorry, dear, for staining your clothes." Nightwind momentarily froze, as she beheld a brilliant light in the youth's eyes. It was a radiance of determination and courage, a sight rarely seen except in the most devout of paladins. First, there was the regal aura. Followed by this dazzling light, the young man before her, If polished and honed, his future achievements would be boundless. His life was destined to be anything but ordinary. At this moment, the season on the continent of Ryan was early summer. Although the midday sun was somewhat unbearable, the mornings and evenings remained refreshingly cool. Closer's squad chose to rest during the noon hour, traveling in the mornings and afternoons. After crossing a river, a mountain, and a marsh, they were finally approaching the fabled, pristine fief, Eagle's Hollow Gorge. Closer noticed that as they neared his fief, encounters with people or animals grew increasingly sparse, until they stepped into Eagle's Hollow Gorge, where it seemed no living creature could be found. Closer continued to lie on Meloidy's back, his head resting on the thigh of the dark elf Night Wind, while the young maid Lisa continued to massage his legs. From the demeanor of this once dissolute young master, it appeared he had emerged from the shadows of the recent battle. Have we finally arrived at my fief? This seems rather far. The necessity of constructing a highway became increasingly apparent to Closer. Stretching his body and sliding down from the back of the spider, he gazed at the vast expanse of forest in the distance, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart. Indeed, this forest marked the entrance to the abyss of the enchanted woods, which was also the location of the Eagle Gorge. In truth, had it not been for its proximity to the abyss of the enchanted woods and its status as a buffer zone amidst the conflicts of several nations, the shape and size of this territory could very well be deemed commendable. Firstly, the Eagle Gorge is nestled against the Sea of Sorrow, encircled on three sides by hills and dense jungles, with only a central plain offering a flat expanse. This defensible, yet vulnerable territorial configuration is undoubtedly favored by someone like Closer, a survivalist. Furthermore, beneath the forest lies a wealth of mineral resources. According to Meloid, there seems to be a significant vein of mithril down there. Such a premium resource is essential for crafting high-quality armor and supports enchantments. If this vein were to be discovered in other regions of the continent, it could potentially provoke warfare between nations. However, the foremost challenge that Closer must confront is the incessant harassment from magical beasts in the enchanted woods. The dwarves, moving at a sluggish pace, have yet to catch up with the main forces. Currently, Closer can muster no more than a handful of individuals, a mere fraction of what is needed. Captain, my territory. Is there truly nowhere to reside? Closer scanned his surroundings, ultimately casting a pleading glance toward Krite. Young master, there should be a castle and a village here in Eagle Gorge. Let us search for them. Should? Closer retorted. How long has it been since you last visited this place? Krite pondered briefly. Perhaps over a decade. Thus, the group ventured forth, navigating the forest through Krite's fading memories, and indeed stumbled upon a small village. Are there truly inhabitants here? How do they survive? Closer wondered aloud, observing the humble village with merely dozens of households, perplexed by how they thrived amidst the magical beasts. Young master, please wait. I shall inquire with them. Krite urged his steed onward, hastening toward the village. My dear, this village appears to be protected by some kind of formation. Oh, Closer, intrigued by Night Wind's words, pondered if within such a modest village resided formidable individuals. Not long after, he observed his captain returning from the village, accompanied by two figures. One was an elderly man clad in a tattered white robe, while the other was a young man with black hair, donned in simple protective gear. Upon seeing Closer, both men exhibited great excitement, with the elder even kneeling on one knee, reverently raising his hands. Oh, my lord, we welcome you to Eagle Corner Village. Our entire village has eagerly awaited your arrival, hoping for someone to govern us. It seems the Empire has not forsaken us. Praise the gods, fearing that Meloid might frighten the villagers. Closer had switched to a small pony as they approached the village, leaving Meloid at the forest's edge. Please, rise, elder. I have indeed arrived. The Empire would never forsake its citizens. Closer rushed forward to assist the elderly man, silently adding, if it weren't for dire necessity, would anyone truly wish to assume control of this territory? The elder tightly grasped Closer's hands, tears welling in his eyes, exclaiming, My lord, I am Carnegie Quincy, the village chief, and also the head of the Empire's eastern outpost. I have stood guard here for 30 years, and at long last, you have come. Rest assured, Chief Quincy, now that we are here, the villagers shall no longer suffer. Closer reassured the elder, harboring immense respect for the man who had endured 30 years in such a perilous and desolate place. The elder composed himself before introducing the young man beside him. My lord, this is my grandson, Parker Quincy. He currently oversees security and leads the village's youth in monitoring border movements of foreign nations. Closer blinked in surprise, then turned his gaze to the young man, who, despite his unremarkable appearance, stood tall with an unwavering posture and clear, tranquil eyes, indicative of great potential. Indeed, the young man displays remarkable vigor. It appears Chief Quincy has imparted excellent guidance. After exchanging pleasantries, Chief Quincy recalled that he could not allow their prince to remain standing at the village's entrance. My lord, behind the village lies a castle that has remained uninhabited for many years. Allow me to lead you there. Closer expressed his gratitude and followed Quincy towards his rightful castle. They passed through Eagle Corner Village. Closer noticed many curious children trailing behind them. Perhaps having never encountered a prince, these children were oblivious to the deference required in the presence of royalty. Closer, unperturbed, retrieved some candies from his pouch and tossed them to the inquisitive youngsters. The women, alarmed, hurriedly gathered their children, some even delivering a few sharp slaps to their behinds. It seemed these children would receive a swift lesson on decorum upon returning home. Just as Closer's party traversed the village towards the castle, the sky began to release a gentle drizzled dough. It's raining. This must be the good fortune brought by your highness. We have not seen rain for nearly 100 days. Chief Quincy exclaimed, his expression brimming with joy. His pace lightening considerably. My lord, this is your castle. Castle of the Hawk. Quincy proudly gestured toward the structure before them. However, Closer felt an urge to curse. This is my castle? What is with the drafts coming from all directions? And why is the ceiling leaking? Not to mention the incessant presence of these rodents. Indeed, the castle resembled a flickering candle in a tempest, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Noticing the prince's displeased countenance, Quincy hurried to clarify, My lord, you must understand that this castle has stood here for countless years before our arrival. While it may appear somewhat dilapidated, the core structure remains robust. Once the rain subsides, I shall summon workers to attend to your needs. Oh, a historical castle. Upon learning of the castle's venerable past, Closer's discontent dissipated that he approached the wall, reaching out to touch the rough surface, eager to absorb the essence of history. Yet, the moment Closer's fingers grazed the ancient wall, something extraordinary occurred. The weathered walls of the castle trembled under his touch. Startled, Closer stumbled back, only to hear a deep, labored voice speaking. Master, you have arrived. Welcome home. What the? Closer stood in bewilderment, then witnessed the crumbling remnants of the castle unexpectedly shifting. The stones, imbued with the weight of history, began to intertwine and reorganize, transforming the entire edifice as if it were a morphing automaton. Rotating, reassembling, layering, and interweaving, the stones moved as if manipulated by a master designer, resembling a game of Lego. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Even the typically composed dark elf exhibited shock. That is this, the spirit of the ancient castle? Closer queried, bewildered. Legend has it that certain aged structures, vessels, and weapons can develop a unique ability, known as spirit, depending on their master's strength. They possess their own consciousness, can grasp specialized spells, or acquire unique abilities. I believe this ancient castle may harbor a spirit. Upon hearing Nightwind's explanation and recalling some fantastical tales he had read, Closer began to comprehend it is akin to a sword spirit. How incredibly cool. But it just referred to me as its master. Yet I have never been here before. Nightwind shook her head, evidently unable to provide a definitive answer. The castle's movement abruptly ceased, observing the structure anew. Closer noted that while its exterior remained weathered, all cracks and damages had miraculously mended, and even the castle's appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Welcome, my master, welcome home. Back to the castle of the Demon Eagle. That voice echoed once more, this time revealing the castle's true name. Castle of the Demon Eagle. Even Quincy, the village chief who had resided here for 30 years, found himself utterly perplexed by this name. Perhaps it was an appellation from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Regardless, at least Crows and his companions would not have to endure the rain tonight as they stepped through the castle's grand entrance. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Crows that he furrowed his brow and scratched his head, unable to recall where he had felt this before. The group continued onward, soon arriving at the hall on the first floor. This hall was quite spacious, devoid of any furnishings, save for a grand marble throne. Wow, my dear friends, this is truly magnificent, Bolu exclaimed, caressing the marble throne, envy evident in his tone, the craftsmanship, the polish, the artistry. All are the work of a master, a true masterpiece. This is nothing short of art. Crows paid no heed to the dwarf's admiration, for he was overwhelmed by shock. This hall, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the living room from before he traversed here. Although it lacked furniture, the architecture and that sense of familiarity were identical. Could it be? Crows seemed to recall something, turning and sprinting up to the second floor, guided by this intangible sensation. He rushed to the end of the hallway where a bedroom awaited him. Upon opening the door, tears streamed down Crow's face instantaneously. Yes, this bedroom was nearly a mirror image of the one he had inhabited for over a decade, aside from the familiar anime posters. The electronics and certain magazines from an island nation, everything else was nearly identical. This is my home. This is truly my home. No wonder it welcomed me back. Crows was utterly moved, wiping his tears away. He turned to find the dark elf. Without uttering a word, he approached her and embraced the enchanting elf, as though it were the only way to express his overwhelming emotions, though these two matters were entirely unrelated. Half an hour later, Crows, Nightwind, Lisa, Krite, Jessica, and village chief Quincy gathered around a conference table that Crows had painstakingly transported from the supermarket, discussing the affairs that required their attention. Your Highness, I shall return tonight with maps of your territory, resources distribution, and coastal charts. Furthermore, the 150 villagers of Eagle Horn will henceforth be your subjects. Crows nodded and replied, Very well, please bring more able-bodied individuals tomorrow, as I have tasks for them. Yes, Your Highness. After seeing Quincy off, Crows retreated to his bedroom, diving into the supermarket to retrieve his meticulously prepared shopping list, entering a state of extravagant shopping. First on his list was a bed for his room. It must be large and comfortable. After all, it is my private sanctuary. Crows maneuvered the electric forklift through the supermarket, heading first to the bedding section. There lay a plethora of beds in various styles. After some deliberation, he ultimately selected a vintage wooden European-style bed adorned with intricate carvings and drapery. Having chosen the bed and bedside table, Crows then added a small table, a wardrobe, and a large carpet to his bedroom. Lying on the carefully selected bed, Crows felt as if he were still on Earth. That surreal feeling made it somewhat difficult to discern reality. Suddenly, he heard faint footsteps. A smile crept across Crow's lips as he recognized the sound. It belonged to little Lisa. This timid girl must surely be frightened after not seeing him for a while. He hid behind the bedroom door, preparing to play a prank on the little girl. As the footsteps drew nearer, Crows could even hear her soft breaths. He opened his arms wide and sprang out just as she entered. Wow! The figure was evidently startled by his sudden appearance. But surprisingly, instead of recoiling in fear, she instinctively kicked at Crows. Oof! This time, it was Crows who bore the brunt of the encounter. He received a kick to the stomach and fell backward. However, the one who kicked him also stumbled, falling forward onto Crows. Thud! Oh no! Be careful! As Crows looked up, he saw a figure hurtling toward him. Instinctively, he reached out his hands to catch her. Yet, he had not anticipated the weight of the incoming person. Despite his efforts, he was still struck squarely. Ugh! Oh my! Who is this? So heavy. Crows managed to open his eyes, only to find a fair-skinned, mature oval face looming close, with her full lips mere centimeters from his own. It dawned on him that this was none other than the alluring advisor, Jessica. What was she doing in his bedroom? Miss Jessica, your assertiveness is quite disarming. Crows intentionally sought to tease the apparent spy. Jessica's face flushed crimson as she furrowed her brow and exclaimed, You! How long will you hold me? Huh, hold. Only then did Crows realize that in order to avoid being knocked down, he had instinctively placed his hands up, which meant, soft and full. Could it be? You! Pervert! Jessica's cheeks turned bright red, and in her anger, she attempted to rise. However, just as she stood halfway, she somehow stumbled and fell back onto Crows. Oh dear. Miss Jessica, are you trying to play tricks on me? You can't blame me for this. Crows shamelessly braced himself with his hands once more, firmly grasping that enticing sensation again. My foot. It turned out that Jessica had inadvertently twisted her ankle during her fall, leading to her second tumble. Observing her genuine distress, Crows ceased his playful antics and helped Jessica to sit on the edge of the bed. How clumsy you are. Let me see how bad the sprain is. Jessica wanted to shout a curse, thinking that if it weren't for his sudden appearance, she wouldn't have sprained her ankle. Without waiting for her consent, Crows removed her shoe to assess the injury. Jessica's ankle was as delicate as a spring onion, but the area around the joint was swollen and red, clearly indicating a recent sprain. Crows fetched a bottle of medicinal oil from the supermarket, poured some into his palm, and began to massage her ankle. "You, don't touch me. I can heal myself." Jessica felt utterly humiliated. Originally, she had intended to sneak a peek at how crows employed spatial magic. But now she had been caught off guard, leaving her quite embarrassed. Not to mention that this illegitimate son had taken full advantage of her, which only fueled her ire. However, despite her anger, she couldn't deny the effectiveness of the oddly scented ointment. "What is this potion? I've never seen it before." Crows glanced at her and replied, "What? Are you well-versed in potions?" "Humph. To be fair, in the entire Holger Principality, there are no more than 5 individuals who understand potion-making better than I do." "Oh, is that so?" Crows regarded the spy with newfound interest, teasingly stating, "Then, Master Potion Maker Jessica, would you care to become my chief potion advisor?" "Humph." Jessica initially intended to refuse, but upon reconsideration, she realized this could be an opportunity to get closer to the illegitimate son. To uncover the mystery surrounding him, she needed to establish a rapport. "Humph. Although I would like to decline. You are, after all, my lord. Very well, I accept." Crow snapped his fingers and declared, "Excellent. Now, I shall assign you your first task. Starting tomorrow, find a plot of land around the castle, as we shall cultivate some plants, specifically, those suitable for potion making." Chapter 12. Will they let me sleep? Jessica hobbled away, vanishing through the door, while Crows lifted his hands, savoring the lingering sensation from moments prior, quite ample indeed. On the first night of their arrival at the fief, Village Chief Quincy prepared a sumptuous feast for everyone. It consisted of a single chicken. Yes, considering the dwarves here, a mere 20-plus individuals had only one chicken. Chief Quincy, if the village is truly struggling, it's best we forego this banquet. We have food of our own." Quincy smiled apologetically. "I hope your highness does not find it amusing. But indeed, our Eagle Ridge village is quite impoverished, and food is exceedingly scarce. However, this chicken is no ordinary fowl. It is a magical chicken we captured in the enchanted forest." Magical chicken. A bead of sweat trickled down Crowser's forehead. No matter how he looked at it, this chicken appeared to be just a regular roast chicken, lacking any notable features such as elongated wings that he couldn't discern what was particularly magical about it. Yet, speaking of chickens, an idea suddenly struck Crowser. He could establish a chicken coop around the castle, ensuring a supply of fresh eggs. Although the supermarket was stocked high with eggs, relying solely on them was not the mark of a visionary. Crowser envisioned planting some vegetables, raising chickens, and eventually creating a garden around the castle. What a perfect plan, of course. He couldn't allow his numerous subordinates to share a single chicken. He retrieved an assortment of prepared delicacies and beer from the supermarket, and combined with the dry bread the team had brought along, it made for a sumptuous dinner. Villager Quincy was overwhelmed with emotion upon tasting such delicious delicacies for the first time, tears streaming down his face as he nearly choked on his own tongue. After the feast, Crowser hastily arranged some military cots in the hall on the first floor for the soldiers to rest. Meanwhile, the ladies were accommodated in the bedrooms on the second floor. After nearly a month of arduous travel, coupled with their encounter with the golden crocodile, the soldiers were utterly exhausted before Crowser had finished his ablutions. He could hear a chorus of snores emanating from the hall below. Shaking his head with a smile, he handed a towel to his attendant. "Lisa, master, it's getting late. You should rest soon." Crowser noticed the rosy blush on the young maid's cheeks, but he couldn't quite grasp what was making her shy. Lying back on the large bed, he let out a sigh, only to suddenly realize that Lisa seemed unwilling to depart and was, in fact, lowering her head and removing her clothing. "Hey, Lisa, what are you doing?" The young maid lifted her head, gazing at her master with a bashful expression, her voice barely above a whisper. "Of course, I am here to attend to your bedtime." Crowser felt a wave of frustration wash over him, inwardly cursing the evils of feudal society. "You only need to assist me with my ablutions. Your room is next door. I've prepared it for you in a delightful pink style that you will surely adore." Upon hearing Crowser's intention to send her away, Lisa's large eyes brimmed with tears, her pitiable appearance making Crowser feel as though he were committing a crime. "Young master, do you dislike Lisa?" "How could that be? You are so adorable and well-behaved. I could not possibly feel anything but affection for you. But You won't allow me to attend to you. Crozer felt overwhelmed, wishing only to fall into a deep sleep. Yet this little girl was proving to be a challenge. Well, Lisa, you are still quite young. I believe you should still be in school. Matters of intimacy can be discussed when you are older. All right? Crozer dared not reject the little maid outright, opting instead to delay the conversation. However, to his surprise, the little girl bit her lip defiantly, exclaiming, I am not small. I am 13 years old this year. Crozer felt a series of black lines descend upon him. 13 years old, he was a person from a civilized world. While he had once harbored a fondness for petite anime girls, it had never crossed into the realm of impropriety. Lisa, you see, I am currently in a critical phase of magical training and must refrain from any distractions. Do you understand? Seeing the unwavering determination in the young girl's eyes, Crozer was left with no choice but to concoct a flimsy excuse. Lisa initially tilted her head in confusion, but then her expression brightened as she hastily rebut-toned her partially open dress. Then, Master, please get some rest. Lisa understands as Lisa exited his bedroom. Crozer finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, this girl is quite the test of patience, isn't she? However, I have far too many matters to attend to at present. Personal affairs can wait. Where should I begin? Crozer thought to lie back and contemplate his next steps. But within moments, he succumbed to slumber. The bed was simply too comfortable. Suddenly, in his dreams, Crozer sensed something unusual, a tickling sensation at his nose that as he rubbed it, he seemed to brush against something. Struggling against the remnants of sleep. Crozer opened his eyes, his pupils dilating in shock as he nearly screamed. Yet, a hand covered his mouth, muffling his cries that moment. He realized a woman's face loomed directly before him, their noses nearly touching. It took a moment for Crozer to recognize her as the spider, Meloid. But where was her spider body? Indeed, Meloid was currently adorned in an elegant black Gothic gown, draped over him, her long, ebony hair cascading over his face, exuding an air of both nobility and mystery. Breaking free from Meloid's grasp, Crozer stammered, Meloid, what are you doing here instead of sleeping properly? And what about your spider form? Meloid seemed to anticipate Crozer's question and merely smiled mischievously. This is how I typically am. I only reveal my spider form when I am injured or angry. After all, I do have a penchant for beauty. She leaned closer to Crozer's cheek, sniffing him curiously. What are you doing? Meloid's warm breath sent shivers down Crozer's spine. He attempted to push the spider queen away, yet as he raised his hands, he found himself startled by her impressive assets. Seeing Crozer hesitate, Meloid let out a playful laugh. I didn't expect my master to be so innocent. Why you need to get off me? What if I refuse? And no, then I won't hold back. As Crozer assumed a fierce expression, Meloid giggled behind her hand. However, moments later, she felt Crozer's fingers swiftly dart beneath her arms, tickling her. Meloid burst into delighted laughter, her impressive attributes bouncing with her movements, creating quite the spectacle. Crozer swallowed hard. Feeling parched, how can anyone withstand this? Master, rejecting me like this truly hurts my feelings. Just let me smell you. You have such a delightful scent, don't you know? Me? Pleasantly scented? Crozer raised his arm to sniff himself, detecting no distinct aroma. After all, he certainly didn't have body odor, but in the face of Meloid's greedy gaze, Crozer instinctively shielded his chest with his arms, clutching his collar tightly. What do you want? I warn you not to come any closer. As Meloid took a step forward, Crozer retreated until his back pressed against the wall. Little master, I wonder where you think you can escape to? Meloid licked her lips, inching closer to Crozer. Crozer closed his eyes, resigning himself to the inevitable. However, just then, a chilling warning echoed from outside the bedroom window. If you take one more step, I will sever your spider legs. Wow, a savior has arrived. It's Nightwind. Indeed, the dark elf Nightwind slipped through the window, her luminous eyes fixed intently on Meloid. Cut the nonsense. I have no intentions of causing trouble, but you must realize, Master possesses a scent that attracts magical creatures. The dark elf glared at the spider, her voice cold. I don't care about any scent, but you must understand that I am his girlfriend. Crozer nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, bewildered by her intent. Was she there to save him or to cause more chaos? Faced with the dark elf's assertiveness, Meloid raised her hands in surrender and slowly retreated from the room. Nightwind turned, enveloping Crozer in her embrace, whispering softly, Don't worry, my dear, no one can harm you while I'm here. Tonight, may I stay here with you? Crozer rolled his eyes in exasperation. Sure, you can sleep here. I'll take your room. What is wrong with all of you? Can't anyone let me sleep peacefully? Should anyone dare to disturb me again, I shall show you the depths of my despair. Bang! The door was slammed shut by Close with great force, leaving the dark elf Yifeng standing in place, still somewhat bewildered by the situation. Chapter 13. Talent. The following morning, Close was awakened by the cacophony outside the castle. Peering out the window, he discovered that the raucous black iron dwarves had arrived. It appeared that the dwarves were embroiled in a dispute with the young villagers brought by Chief Quincy. Without even washing his face, Close hurried downstairs. Dwarves, you cannot fell trees here. If you wish to build houses, you may do so to the south. To the south lies the Soloro Sea. We dwarves despise water. We intend to build our homes right here. The trees in this forest are protected by our ancestors. To destroy them recklessly would summon the beasts of the enchanted woods. Cursed beasts. We haven't seen a single hair of one on our journey. Likely because you spread such fears. As Close dashed into the midst of the crowd, he grasped the crux of the dispute. It seemed the black iron dwarves had set their sights on a particular area. But Chief Quincy and the others were vehemently opposed. Enough of this. What is happening here? Upon Close's arrival, the clamorous crowd fell silent. He noticed that Hubaru had already stepped forward to mediate, yet it appeared the black iron dwarves were quite fond of their chosen location. Your Highness, these dwarves wish to clear a plot of land in the eastern forest for construction. Upon seeing Close, Chief Quincy seemed to find renewed hope and rapidly relayed everything, as if pouring out bamboo shoots. Close understood the village chief's concerns, for Yifeng had previously mentioned that this village seemed to be protected by some magical formation, allowing it to survive amidst the rampant monsters. However, Close had his own plans. Setting aside the fact that these dwarves were hard-won allies, if he wished to develop his fief, clearing the surrounding forest would be an inevitable task. After all, the existing plains were insufficient to support his ambitions. Furthermore, this land was already Close's fief. If he continued to fear disturbances from those beasts, then his position as lord would be utterly stifling. Chief Quincy, trust me, allow the dwarves to cultivate the land there. After all, they are my invited allies, and as hosts, we must not neglect our guests, must we? But Your Highness, Close raised a hand in reassurance. I understand your worries, but now that I am here, I shall ensure you no longer live in constant fear. What of the enchanted forest? Let us unite and challenge it, to see who truly holds dominion over this land. Chief Quincy gazed into Close's resolute eyes, hesitating for a moment before he sighed and silently nodded. Close patted the old chief's arm and smiled. Do not lose heart, Chief. This is not the demeanor of a village leader who has guarded the Eagle Canyon for 30 years. Very well, Your Highness. But I still harbor doubts about these dwarves. We must keep a close watch on all their activities. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Then I entrust this task to you, Chief Quincy. In truth, Close remained skeptical about the magical formation that protected the villagers. After all, Miluoid had brazenly walked right in, suggesting the formation's effectiveness was quite limited, possibly powerless against higher-level monsters. The villagers' continued survival might largely be attributed to the disdain those monsters held for them. After settling matters with the chief, Close approached the dwarves. Gentlemen, you may clear land and construct homes in the eastern forest, but remember this, from now on, we are the closest of allies. I do not wish to see any discord among you, such as the public uproar we witnessed today. Should there be any issues, you may discuss them privately with me or Hubaru. I will not permit a repeat of today's spectacle. Otherwise, Close exchanged glances with Yifeng and Miluoid, and the two of them deftly conjured a display of intimidation magic, shattering a large boulder beside the castle, serving as a stark warning to the troublesome dwarves. The dwarves exchanged glances, and then one of their leaders stepped forward. Shrugging, very well. It's your territory, you make the rules, but I must say, your land is truly splendid. Just now, we discovered at least 2 promising veins during our passage. Close regarded the red-haired dwarf, whose beard was intricately braided, and asked, What is your name? Me. I am Johnson, Ironstone Johnson, a blacksmith. Johnson. That is a fine name. You seem to carry weight among your kin. Hubaru clapped Johnson on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. Johnson is my chief forging master, dear Close. He shall handle all your weaponry and armor needs. Oh, ha ha, splendid. Mr. Johnson, I grant you permission to select a location for your blacksmith shop, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. As Close embarked on his fief, he found that skilled craftsmen like Johnson were in high demand. Until now, the only talents he was aware of were Hebrew, the master of machinery and mining, Jessica, the apothecary, and Johnson, the blacksmith. Other skilled laborers remained to be discovered. However, Close also noted a pressing issue. None of these individuals seemed adept in agriculture, as the saying goes. A man is like iron, and food is like steel. Miss a meal, and one feels anxious. Without a stable and enduring source of food, relying solely on the inventory in his supermarket, it would be exceedingly difficult to thrive. Moreover, it is better to teach a man to fish than to simply give him a fish. They must swiftly become self-sufficient for long-term success. Close leaped onto a boulder, retrieved a loudspeaker from the supermarket, and called out to the crowd, "Now, everyone listen. The dwarves will line up over here with Huberu. The villagers of Eagle Horn will line up here with me. We will conduct a personnel record, and those with specific skills will receive additional rewards and benefits." Under Close' organization, the villagers temporarily reached a truce with the dwarves, forming their respective lines. The dwarves, however, seemed to have an innate disregard for order. After merely 2 minutes of quiet, they erupted into noise once more. Huberu shrugged in resignation, indicating that this was simply the nature of the Black Iron Dwarves. Close could only smile wryly, allowing Yifeng to step in to maintain some semblance of order. The Dark Elf proved effective, as the Black Iron Dwarves immediately quieted down that it appeared they could endure, provided they were faced with the right threat. Following initial screening, Close successfully compiled a roster for Eaglehorn Village. A total of 35 young villagers accompanied the chief, a modest number, yet Close knew these individuals were loyal to him. Given their proximity to the enchanted forest, they possessed solid hunting and survival skills. Close planned to train them into a militia for patrolling the territory against monsters. As for the elderly, women, and children in the village, Close intended to hire them to cultivate land for food production. Previously, Eaglehorn Village had relied on meager resources, subsisting on potatoes, hunting, and foraging. Now that Close had arrived, his first priority was to address the villagers' hunger. He aimed not only to ensure they were fed, but also to provide them with good nourishment. Close was not concerned about this matter, as the supermarket was stocked with a variety of fruits, vegetables, and seeds. Their immediate task was to clear the land and determine what could be cultivated. Unfortunately, none of the 35 young villagers from Eaglehorn possessed any agricultural expertise, in contrast to Close's swift efficiency. The dwarves took until the afternoon to tally their numbers, after accounting for those who had strayed or gotten lost. The total arrived at 108 dwarves, perfectly matching the number of Liangshan heroes. The dwarves not only boasted substantial numbers, but were also skilled laborers. Of course, they were equally adept at causing trouble. Among these dwarves were carpenters, stonemasons, sculptors, mining experts, blacksmiths, architects, and well-digging specialists, among various other talents. The Close's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized he had indeed chosen his allies wisely. However, what astonished Crozer the most was the king of the dwarves, Huberu. This fellow was not only adept at machinery manufacturing and mining, but also possessed a keen understanding of accounting and trade. During their time at the furnace mine, it was he who significantly boosted the dwarves' sales of or by as much as 30%. Consequently, he was affectionately dubbed Stone, adding 30% by the dwarves. After a moment of silent contemplation, Crozer once again embraced King Huberu. "My friend, would you be interested in becoming my deputy to oversee finances? Let us jointly develop this land abundant in treasures." Huberu naturally did not decline. He had seen great potential in Crozer from the very beginning. "Haha, I couldn't ask for more, my lord." However, just as Crozer was brimming with confidence and ready to embark on grand constructions, he heard a shout from the crowd. Spiders! So many spiders! Chapter 14. Other demon kings. With the first person's exclamation, more and more individuals began to sense something amiss. There were spiders, the size of a palm, swarming from every direction of the forest towards them. As the crowd nervously grasped their weapons, Meloid, on the other hand, approached the small spiders with a beaming smile, extending her arms wide to allow them to crawl upon her. Crozer felt a wave of goosebumps wash over him. This was simply too eerie. "Do not fear, master, they are all my good children. Perhaps they sensed my presence and gathered here." Crozer sighed in relief, but then recalled that magical array in that village, which could not even deter small spiders. Quite useless indeed. The little spiders, upon seeing Meloid, behaved as if they had encountered long-lost kin, joyfully scuttling about. They formed S-shapes, then B-shapes in a delightful display. observing that these spiders posed no threat. The villagers and dwarves finally relaxed. However, the sheer number of spiders made it difficult to find a place to step. Meloid, perhaps you could have your children retreat back into the forest for now. It would be easy to step on them otherwise. No worry. Anyone who steps on them will be left with nothing but bones. This is absurd. Crozer wiped the sweat from his brow and firmly ordered Meloid to usher away these terrifying little spiders. Wait, Meloid, could you have these little spiders weave a defensive web in the surrounding forest? One that would alert us at the first sign of disturbance. An idea struck Crozer. These little spiders could serve as excellent sentinels. Could they not? Of course, that is entirely feasible. Hissing, Meloid issued a series of commands to the little spiders, and swiftly, they retreated like a receding tide, leaving no trace behind. Watching the obedient little spiders, Crozer couldn't help but chuckle. Who wouldn't find joy in the unexpected addition of a free, energetic force? After finalizing the locations for the dwarves' housing, Crozer, armed with the terrain map gifted by village chief Quincy, made his way into the grand hall of the Magic Eagle Fortress. He pinned the map upon a wall to study it intently. The dwarves have chosen a location relatively close to the magic forest abyss. I should have the little spiders keep a close watch here. As for the village, it seems manageable. However, upon further examination, Crozer discovered a pressing issue. There was no reliable source of fresh water on his territory. Although it bordered the Soloro Sea, who had ever heard of using seawater for irrigating crops? That would be tantamount to self-destruction. Presently, Eaglehorn Village had a well, which could basically meet the villagers' daily water needs. Yet, with over 100 newcomers suddenly appearing and the need for fresh water for construction and farming, relying solely on one or two wells would surely drive everyone to despair. According to the terrain map, not far to the north of the Magic Eagle Fortress lay a towering mountain, said to be perpetually snow-capped. If it was indeed snow-capped year-round, that would imply a substantial supply of fresh water. If Crozer could channel the water from the mountain, it would fundamentally resolve the water supply issue. However, the mere thought of diverting water from a snow-capped mountain made it clear how monumental a task it would be at present. Crozer lacked the capability to undertake such an endeavor. Moreover, to the southwest of the Magic Eagle Fortress, there flowed a winding river heading westward. This river, known as the Moon River, was revered by the southwestern Emo Wolf tribe as a sacred river. If Crozer wished to excavate a diversion here, the manpower and resources required would be significantly reduced, but he would first need to negotiate with the indigenous people there. Caught in a dilemma. What to do? Crozer turned to Quincy, the local power broker. It may not be the most flattering title, but let us just go with it. Village Chief Quincy, do we have any dealings with the Emo Wolf tribe? The Emo Wolf tribe? No. They, like us, tend to lead a rather reclusive existence, rarely making contact with the outside world. However, it seems the daughter of the Celine family has been getting rather close to a young man from the Emo Wolf tribe. I can inquire about the situation at their home. Oh, excellent. Hurry and ask. I plan to dig a water diversion channel from the Moon River and see what the Emo Wolf tribe needs that we can offer payment or barter with other items. Understood, my lord. Additionally, Crozer said, pulling a burlap sack from beneath his robe, Village Chief Quincy, take these seeds back and have the villagers plant them in various locations to see which ones are easier to cultivate. Yes, my lord. After delegating a few tasks, Village Chief Quincy hurried back to the village. By the time the dwarves had organized their belongings, it was already dinner time. Reluctantly, Crozer had to set up a few large tents in the open ground outside the castle. The dwarves were quite self-sufficient, erecting several large pots around the tents to start a fire for cooking. Their meals were quite simple, just tossing whatever vegetables and meat they could find into the pot for a hearty stew. As night fell, the dwarves' camp was aglow with flames. They lit bonfires, dancing and singing around the fire, and of course, indulging in the beer and cigarettes sponsored by Crozer, standing on the balcony above the castle. Crozer watched the dwarves dance with great delight. Yet at that moment, he suddenly heard a rustling sound behind him. This time, Crozer was prepared, knowing it was Meloid approaching. Master, I have, as per your instructions, set up a warning net along the edges of the forest surrounding the camp. Crozer nodded, then gazed into the pitch-black magic forest, feeling an ominous sense of foreboding. Meloid smiled coyly, swaying her willow-like waist as she moved closer to Crozer, almost brushing against him. Master, I noticed you were quite busy with your arrangements during the day. And I didn't wish to disturb you, but I still want to remind you, before you embark on grand constructions, it would be wise to focus your primary energy on addressing the impending beast threat. Hmm? Crozer turned slightly to look at her, impending. What do you mean? Have you noticed something? Meloid replied with a flirtatious smile, leaving Crozer parched. Master, we've been making such a racket all day. Do you truly believe the beasts of the magic forest are deaf? Moreover, there is an indescribable scent about you. I am certain the other beasts will be drawn to it, and it's merely a matter of time before they come knocking. What? Crozer's expression shifted to one of alarm. When exactly? When, perhaps tomorrow, or the day after, or maybe, tonight? Meloid offered an answer shrouded in ambiguity, prompting Crozer to feel an ache in his chest that, to be honest, Crozer had encountered no beasts in the magic forest upon his arrival. And he had harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, he was accompanied by Nightwind and Meloid, along with the new allies, the Black Iron Dwarves, that he thought that with such a formidable entourage, the beasts would likely refrain from provoking him. Right? Yet, he was mistaken. This was, after all, the territory of the beasts, and barging in unannounced without a greeting was bound to incite their ire. Meloid, seeing Crozer's expression, couldn't help but chuckle again. She lifted her right index finger, playfully hooking it under Crozer's chin. Looking down at the youth from above, it took Crozer a moment to regain his composure, and a sudden wave of shame flooded his chest. Why do I feel this strange sense of shame? Do I perhaps harbor some latent submissive tendencies? Master, you truly possess a delightful fragrance. Meloid gradually leaned closer to Crozer, inhaling deeply. Crozer inexplicably recalled scenes of his past, where he indulged in the company of cats. And how reminiscent they were of this moment. Spider, you seek death. Suddenly, a chilling aura of malice descended from above. Meloid's expression hardened, and she swiftly dodged to the side. Thud, Crozer beheld a long iron spear embedded precisely where Meloid had stood moments before. Oh dear, I meant no harm. I merely wished to discuss the situation regarding the demon lords with my master. Why are you so jealous? Meloid jestingly addressed the newcomer, who could only be the dark elf. Nightwind. Nightwind appeared resplendent in a flowing gown of moonlit white, a stark contrast to Meloid's dark attire. One radiated light, while the other cloaked herself in shadow. One exuded warmth, while the other emanated coldness. They locked eyes, a palpable tension suggesting a potential clash. Stop, stop, stop. We have just arrived in this enchanted forest, and we are yet to ascertain the threat posed by external forces. We must not engage in conflict amongst ourselves. Crozer dashed between the two, raising his hands to prevent an impending battle. Meloid, refrain from digressing. Let us discuss the situation of the demon lords so that Nightwind and I may hear it. We must devise a strategy to ensure we do not falter when our foes arrive. Meloid elegantly leaned against the railing, her lips parting gracefully. As for the demon lords, apart from the mother dragon who has taken my place, the other three reside at the corners of the enchanted forest's abyss. They are the Harpy, Raphael Sebastian, the Berserker, Jason Marie, and the Cursed Armor, Cain. Cursed Armor? What sort of moniker is that? It is not merely a nickname. It is called so because it is, in fact, a suit of armor. Meloid spoke as if it were the most natural thing in the world, leaving Crozer utterly bewildered. Do you have any recommendations regarding these three? Which of them might be more manageable? Crozer abandoned his pursuit of the armor's nickname, seeking instead to gauge the strengths and weaknesses of these three. That Meloid pouted, her expression tinged with disdain, that it seemed these demon lords were equally unyielding in their pride. Just as Meloid was about to speak, she abruptly fell silent, turning her gaze toward the pitch-black forest, her demeanor growing grave. Chapter 15. The Cursed Armored. At the edge of the inky forest, a chilling presence began to seep towards the castle. The dwarves, oblivious and merry, continued their revelry, yet Meloid, having already woven webs around the vicinity, sensed the anomaly immediately. They are coming. A smile graced her lips, though her bright eyes shimmered with caution. Who is it? Crozer inquired. The Cursed Armor. Cain. Crozer inhaled deeply. Let us go greet our midnight visitor. With deftness, Meloid scooped Crozer into her arms and leapt from the balcony to the ground. The dark elf followed gracefully, casting a fierce glare at the spider. Crozer, feeling quite put out, protested. Please inform me before you carry me next time. That movement is rather disconcerting. Ha! Very well, my master, Meloid teased, casting a sidelong glance at the dark elf. Seemingly in defiance, Nightwind, despite her impassive facade, could not suppress the slight twitch of her brow. Crozer shielded his face, feeling a headache brewing. The trio advanced silently into the woods, careful not to disturb the reveling dwarves. The forest of Eagle Gorge was interconnected with the enchanted forest. There was no clear boundary between them. Upon entering the woods, Closer was immediately enveloped by a winter-esque chill. Through the moonlight, he observed a thin mist formed by the clash of cold and warm air not far ahead, where a towering figure stood motionless. Yet Closer could sense that the figure within the armor was watching him through the gaps in its plating. They remained locked in silent gaze, each observing the other. Closer felt an inexplicable sensation, as if the armor had something it wished to convey. Suddenly, Closer moved. Nightwind and Melroyd had not anticipated his action. "My dear," Nightwind reached out to grasp him, but was halted by the spider. "Wait, let us assess the situation. I feel this armor possesses an unusual attachment." Closer inched closer to the armor. Drawn nearer, he could now discern that it was a full suit of black armor adorned with dark patterns. The surface bore numerous scratches, yet not a single crack could be found. The intricate designs beneath the armor's surface were elusive, prompting Closer to step even closer, now within mere paces of it. Suddenly, the armor stirred. Nightwind and Melroyd reacted simultaneously. Nightwind cast a magical orb towards it, while Melroyd utilized the omnipresent webs to pull Closer back. As Nightwind's magic approached the armor, it erupted in a burst of energy. Yet the armor remained unscathed, by all appearances. The cursed armor seemed to possess magical immunity. Meanwhile, as Melroyd attempted to retract Closer, the armor had already grasped his arm. This startled the two women immensely. Nightwind, disregarding her apprehension, seized a strand of web and joined Melroyd in pulling Closer back. However, it was not long before they realized they were also dragging the armor along. "Good heavens, Kane, what are you doing?" "Release him at once," Melroyd scolded, furrowing her brow, for this armor was known to be the most docile among their 4 demon lords that typically adhered to a principle of non-aggression. Yet this time, it not only approached so close to the castle, but also reached out to grasp Closer. The armor clutched Closer's wrist, the force of the pull carving a groove into the earth. "Let go of me," Closer cried out in anguish, feeling as though he were being torn apart. In the midst of the tugging, he stumbled over a stone, toppling backward as fate would have it. The armor fell directly upon him. Closer inwardly cursed, hoping he would not sustain any internal injuries. Clang! Closer and the armor collided onto the ground, producing a cacophony of metallic clashing. Nightwind and Melroyd stood in shock, swiftly rushing to Closer's side to attempt to lift the heavy armor. Yet, to their astonishment, they discovered the armor had melded with Closer. "Closer?" Nightwind attempted to dislodge the armor, but despite her utmost effort, it remained immovable. "This is wrong. This is far too abnormal. Could it be? The cursed armor has taken over its master's body." Melroyd's words nearly sent Nightwind into a panic. Then, unexpectedly, the armor spoke. "Ouch. I say, Nightwind, could you be a bit gentler?" "Ah, Closer. Are you unhurt?" The armor before Nightwind abruptly sat upright. This armor has fused with me? It feels so light, almost weightless." Closer stood, stretching his limbs. He realized that wearing this armor felt as natural as his own skin, devoid of any discomfort. Moreover, he sensed a surge of power, an unprecedented strength. With a swift motion, Closer clenched his fist and struck a nearby tree. Without exerting his full might, he created a gaping hole in a tree that no single person could encircle. With a swift kick, he shattered the trunk of the tree that had been damaged. Have I become a superhuman?" Closer flexed his fist, reveling in this newfound power that felt distinctly foreign yet familiar. What on earth is happening? From the enchanted castle to this moment with the cursed armor. Why does everything evoke a sense of familiarity? Could it be I have traversed into this world long ago, only to lose my memories later? Surely not. This is utterly ridiculous. Disavowing his own assumptions, Closer attempted to remove his helmet. However, he found himself utterly baffled. Was it truly unremovable? Surely, he could not be expected to don such an ensemble for sleeping, dining, and bathing. After all, he was still a virgin. Just as anxiety surged within him, the armor gradually detached itself from his body, reverting to its prior form. Closer exchanged bewildered glances with the two women, both equally at a loss to decipher the unfolding events. "Hey, Melroyd, regardless of the circumstances. You are an old acquaintance. Why do you exhibit the same expression as us?" Closer initially hoped to glean some useful information from the spider, but upon witnessing her expression of even greater confusion than his own, his frustration mounted. He chuckled awkwardly. It wasn't like this before. Among the 4 demon lords, Cain is the least active and the most reticent. I never anticipated. Closer shrugged, deciding to let it be. It seemed Cain harbored no ill will towards him. He waved his hand dismissively, adhering to his philosophy of not overthinking matters, although one might argue it was akin to burying one's head in the sand. As Closer took a few steps forward, he noticed the armor mirrored his movements. When he shifted to his left, the armor followed suit. Hey, is it mimicking me? Closer attempted several complex maneuvers, such as Ultraman's energy beam and King Kong's chest thumping. To his astonishment, the armor flawlessly replicated each action. How amusing. Was it not akin to a shadow? Whatever he did, it followed suit. He mused. Should he ever marry? The thought of a nocturnal companion like this was rather unthinkable. Thus, as Closer and his companions ventured into the woods, they were 3 in number, yet emerged as 4. Upon returning to his chamber, the cursed armor, Cain, stood silently in the corner like an ordinary decorative piece. Closer gazed at the armor, pondering whether it would forever stand vigil by his side while he slept, perpetually scrutinized by a pair of eyes who could endure such a fate. Scanning the room, Closer decided to retrieve a bedsheet from the supermarket and draped it over the armor's head. Haha. This will also prevent dust accumulation. 2 birds with 1 stone. Malloy, witnessing Closer's antics, could not help but give a thumbs up. My lord, I must truly commend you for so effortlessly subduing a demon lord. TSK. Closer felt a slight blush creep onto his cheeks. Was this really a conquest of his? It seemed rather implausible. Nightwind sat pensively at the bedside, resting her chin on her hand, reflecting, I believe. Young Closer must possess a unique constitution that endears him to magical beings. It can only be explained this way. Indeed, Malloy concurred with this notion. Closer stroked his face, suddenly realizing a troubling implication. If he truly possessed such a unique trait, then this so-called most perilous demon forest of the continent might transform into his very own paradise. Chapter 16. The development of territory must keep pace that night. The dwarves reveled until late into the night before finally succumbing to slumber. Although Closer lay in bed, his mind remained preoccupied with the recent events. The cursed armor stood resolutely in the room, compelling his thoughts. Yet, after much contemplation, he arrived at no conclusion. He decided to leave it be, considering it merely an additional companion. The following morning, the advisor Jessica knocked on his door. This time, she seemed to have learned her lesson. Observing the somewhat uncoordinated yet graceful advisor, Closer rubbed the sleep from his eyes, half listening as she spoke. Your Highness, I have selected the land. What do you intend to plant? Oh, I wish to cultivate some traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. Chinese herbs? Closer elaborated. The ingredients in that ointment you applied to your feet. The reason Closer endeavored to cultivate these herbs was due to the remarkable efficacy of the traditional Chinese medicine he had procured from the supermarket in this world. Whether it was the Yunnan Baiyao for Malloy's injuries or the safflower oil for Jessica's feet, both yielded immediate results. Moreover, Malloy mentioned that her wound bore the mark of a burning spell. Yet a single dose of Yunnan Baiyao eradicated the magical imprint. This was truly extraordinary. Thus, Closer sought to establish a dedicated area within his territory to cultivate these herbs. Now that Jessica, the master apothecary, had selected the land, the next step was to initiate trial planting. Closer retrieved several seeds of traditional Chinese medicinal herbs from the supermarket and began to explain each one to Jessica. This is astragalus, this is ephedra, and these are angelica and nodo ginseng. Jessica appeared as bewildered as a first-day student, absorbing the names as if they were foreign incantations. Your Highness, what are these herbs? I must admit, I've never heard of a single one. She was utterly confounded and even began to question whether her title as court apothecary was merely a facade. Do not fret over the names. They may simply be known differently here. Just remember their appearances. For instance, this dried tangerine peel is actually made from orange peels. Closer had considered tossing Jessica a compendium of herbal knowledge for her to study. But lamentably, the locals could not comprehend simplified Chinese. He pondered whether he should take the time to translate several classic texts, which would certainly save him considerable effort in the long run. For now, he entrusted Jessica with some medicinal herbs, allowing her to conduct her own research, as translating books would take considerable time. Jessica, with a serious demeanor, took out her notebook, meticulously recording the names and approximate uses of each herb Closer mentioned. Amused by her earnestness, Closer remarked, Haha, Miss Jessica, Are you not the court apothecary? I did not expect you to take my words at face value without question. Jessica thought to herself that she would love to question him. But regrettably, she had not encountered any of the herbs he presented, except for the orange peel. Clutching the bundle of herbs as if they were gold coins, she disregarded Closer and dashed off to begin her research. Closer shook his head and, with the assistance of the maid Lisa, freshened up before heading to the first floor of the castle, prepared to construct accommodations for his soldiers. After all, it was not a sustainable solution for the soldiers to reside within the same castle as their lord. Closer's plan was to build a barracks near the castle, specifically for his guards to reside and train. This decision received the endorsement of Captain Kret. Observing the dwarves still sound asleep, Closer shook his head. He worried that these dwarves might have to remain in tents for an extended period. However, his concerns proved unwarranted, as the black iron dwarves exhibited remarkable efficiency, especially after Huberu improved their tools, further enhancing their productivity. By midday, having completed the site selection and planning, Closer was astonished to find that the dwarves had already erected 4 walls. What? You aren't digging a foundation. Huberu, overseeing the dwarves' labor, approached him. Greetings, my lord. This is merely the entrance to an underground hall. The black iron dwarves prefer dwelling underground. Would you like to come in for a tour? Curious, Closer followed Huberu into what he referred to as the hall. Upon entering, Closer realized that the dwarves' construction resembled a subway station he had seen before, complete with descending stairs. Huberu glanced at the cursed armor behind Closer and quietly inquired, "Friend, how is it that you now have an additional companion after just one night?" Closer chuckled sheepishly. Would you believe me if I said I found him? I would. Closer was at a loss for words. Was this truly believable? As long as my allies grow stronger, it can only be a boon for me. Why concern ourselves with how they gained their strength? Huberu remarked that it seemed that in their shared inability to comprehend certain matters, he and Closer were quite alike. After touring the dwarves' worksite, Closer and Huberu strolled around the bustling castle grounds. By the way, Boru, you mentioned you were a master of machinery. Besides excavation and construction, what other devices can you create? Upon hearing Closer's query, Huberu proudly lifted his chin. Allow me to boast a little. My true expertise lies in the manufacture of war weapons. Weapons? Closer's eyes sparkled with intrigue, recalling the firearms wielded by the dwarves. Such as firearms? Huberu nodded. Not just firearms, but even grander and more thrilling creations. Artillery? Close struggled to conceal his astonishment. Before him stood a diminutive figure. Yet how could such a small body contain so much? Hey, my friend, the name cannon suits you well. I shall adopt it henceforth, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. After a brief silence, Close suddenly produced a book from beneath his robe. This is a gift for you. It may prove beneficial. What is this? Huberu inquired as he received the book from Close's hands, unable to decipher the title inscribed upon it. However, after perusing a few pages, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Indeed, the tome bestowed upon him by Close was titled The Exploits of Nature, a vernacular translation from a later era, containing only the section on weaponry. It chronicled numerous siege engines, chariots, gunpowder, warships, and forging techniques. Most importantly, this compilation included detailed stages and characteristics of the development of firearms and artillery. A master craftsman. Huberu might not comprehend the text, but the mere sight of several structural diagrams revealed to him the immense value of this book. Close. This book, Huberu stammered, his eyes wide. Close, satisfied with Hubelu's reaction, offered a mysterious smile and raised a finger to his lips, saying, "Shoo, keep it down. It's a gift for you, this." Huberu glanced around cautiously before cradling the book close to his chest. To him, this treasure was worth far more than an entire chest filled with the finest gold coins. No, rather, I would not exchange it for any amount of gold. Ah, my friend, do you realize? You are truly a child of surprises. Close chuckled, thinking to himself that there were many more wonders yet to come. For now, let us focus on establishing our foundational infrastructure. Afterwards, I plan to designate a specific area for weapon development and research. How about you taking charge of that, Huberu? Hubelu's eyes lit up. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Dear Close, permit me to kiss the back of your hand. I do not have a penchant for men kissing me. The two erupted into hearty laughter as they walked side by side toward the castle gates. That moment, the elderly village chief, Quincy, approached, accompanied by a petite young girl. Your Highness, This is Lucy, the youngest daughter of the Sealand family. She has close ties with the Moon Wolf tribe. Come, sit, and let us speak. Close gazed at the somewhat anxious girl, striving to present a more amiable smile. Lucy, do not be afraid. Tell me about the Moon Wolf tribe. I merely wish to excavate a canal beside their moon river. Though Lucy trembled and hesitated to meet Close's gaze, upon hearing his intent to dig a canal at the moon river, she suddenly raised her head, her expression fraught with worry. Your Highness, the moon river is revered as the mother river among the Moon Wolf tribe. This request, I fear, may be quite difficult to fulfill, Close replied with a smile. That is precisely why we need Lucy to inquire about what the Moon Wolf tribe currently lacks and requires that we can exchange goods with them or offer payment. The young girl lowered her head in contemplation for a moment before raising her delicate face. There is something. I heard from Leica that the chief's youngest son has fallen gravely ill. It is said he has not opened his eyes for 3 days. The chief's son is ill. This could be a fortuitous opportunity for us to extend a goodwill gesture. Lucy, please lead us to the Moon Wolf tribe. Chapter 17. Persuading the neighbors armed with the experience of treating Meloidy and Jessica. Close felt confident in the efficacy of the medicines available at the supermarket. As long as the chief's son was not afflicted with a terminal illness, he believed he could procure suitable remedies to restore him to health. Understanding the needs of the other party, Close swiftly organized a small team to accompany Lucy on a visit to the territory of the Moon Wolf tribe, their neighbors. The Moon Wolf tribe had existed for many years along the Ryan Road. Yet it remained largely marginalized. They revered the wolf totem and the moon goddess, firmly believing themselves to be her descendants. With wolves serving as their guardians, the tribe had lived for generations along the banks of the Moon River, leading a largely peaceful existence. Close personally led the expedition, accompanied by the young Lucy, the dark elf Nightwind, 2 soldiers from the guard, and the ever-present armored Cain. Back at the castle, Captain Krite and Hubaloo were tasked with overseeing the villagers and dwarves, while Spider Meloidy assumed the responsibility of guarding the castle. After a long day of travel, the group arrived at a small creek. Close looked quizzically at the stream, only to be informed that it was one of the many tributaries of the Moon River. He pondered briefly, wondering why he had not chosen to excavate the water source directly from here. Lucy, noticing her lord's contemplation, timidly remarked, Your Highness, the tributaries of the Moon River only appear during the annual flood season, and their flow is minimal. They typically form randomly along the surface, without any fixed pattern. Close's expression shifted to one of understanding as he smiled at the young girl. I merely found this stream's water to be quite clear. I meant no other implication. Let us continue our journey. As they approached a large black rock, Lucy suddenly halted. Your Highness, this is where Leica and I always meet. The girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, clearly struggling to discuss her secret rendezvous with her beloved. Lucy, from behind the rock emerged a lean young man with dark skin. His hair was jet black, his physique well-defined, his face painted with war paint, and adorned with a wolf totem tattoo on his arm. This appearance reminded Close of a film he had seen titled Cedic Bale. Upon seeing Close and the others, the young man adopted a wary expression. Lucy rushed to her beloved's side, and they began to converse quietly. Close observed that the young man's emotions were volatile, and he regarded Close with distrust. Close could only gamble on the notion that Lucy held the dominant position in their relationship. His gamble paid off, as Lucy ultimately persuaded her beloved to assist in leading them to meet the chief of the Moon Wolf tribe. I can agree to take you to see the chief, but you must relinquish your weapons, the young man, named Leica, declared cautiously. Close, demonstrating sufficient sincerity, responded, No problem, that is the least we can do as a sign of respect. He instructed the 2 soldiers to wait outside, assuring them he would signal if any unforeseen circumstances arose. However, the soldiers remained unaware of what Close's signal would entail. Close harbored no fears of the Moon Wolf tribe resorting to violence against him. As he was also a lord of a principality, an attack on him would equate to a declaration of war against the entire Hald principality, a course of action tantamount to suicide. Moreover, with Nightwind and the cursed armor to protect him, he felt assured that even if negotiations faltered, a retreat would be feasible. Following Leica, Close felt himself gradually entering a primitive tribal realm. The Moon Wolf tribe's lifestyle appeared to linger in an era akin to the Stone Age. Most inhabitants resided in tents constructed from branches, utilizing tools primarily hewn from stone, with iron implements being a rarity. Upon spotting Close and his companions, The tribe's members exhibited signs of fear and retreated. Soon after, a group of young Moon Wolf tribe members wielding spears approached them. Leica, how could you bring outsiders to our sacred ground? One youth shouted angrily, encircling Close and his party. Gonga, do not be agitated. He is Lucy's lord, and he claims he can heal little Iso. He can heal. He is merely a boy, not a shaman. Clearly, these individuals doubted Close's capabilities, dismissing him as inconsequential. Little Iso has been unconscious for 3 days. Even the elder has been rendered helpless. What could this mere child possibly know about healing? As their skepticism intensified, they raised their spears menacingly toward Close. That is Suli Ka. Bang! The cloaked dark elf stepped forward. Chanting an elven incantation, a gust of wind surged forth, forcing the group of young Moon Wolf tribe members to retreat. That a sorcerer? He has brought a sorcerer. The youth's faces turned pale with fear, yet this time, they dared not approach Close again, remaining at a distance. Gonga? What is happening? An elder's voice echoed from behind the group, emboldening the young Moon Wolf tribe members. Great Elder, it is Leica. He has brought outsiders to our sacred ground. And they include a sorcerer. A sorcerer? No, Great Elder, this is Lucy's lord. He has come to heal little Iso. Leica hastily spoke up to explain that it was only when the old man entered that Closer saw he was a venerable figure with a gray-white beard. Leaning on a wooden staff, the numerous feathers adorning his head made it clear that he held a significant position within the Moonwolf tribe. The elder seemed to have poor eyesight. As he approached Closer, squinting and scrutinizing him for a while. This is not a wizard, merely a youth. Why such commotion? The Grand Elder turned around and struck Gonga with his staff. Ouch! Grand Elder, it's that person. The one in the cloak. Enough of your nonsense. That is clearly a lady. What wizard could possibly come from here? The Grand Elder continued to strike Gonga with the staff until the latter fled in disarray. Closer observed the retreating youth of the Moon Wolf tribe and found the old man rather amusing. Esteemed Elder. Grand Elder, please pardon our uninvited intrusion, that I have heard that our neighbor seems to be in distress. So I specifically brought medicine to see if I could be of assistance. The Grand Elder sighed and gestured for Closer to follow. Come with me, since you are the Lord of Lucy. We cannot treat you with disregard. This way, please. Closer trailed behind the Grand Elder into a larger tent. Please, take a seat, my lord. The elder's politeness made Closer feel somewhat uncomfortable. Grand Elder, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Closer. I have come bearing goodwill and medicine, sincerely hoping to assist you. His surprise, the elder remained silent and instead squinted his eyes, surveying Night Wind and Cain. Goodwill, you say, yet all I see is a dark elf and a demon lord. Closer was somewhat taken aback. If the elder's poor eyesight allowed him to recognize the cursed armor, that was understandable, but to immediately discern Night Wind's identity, that was quite impressive. It seems the Grand Elder is no ordinary person. The two beside me are one my girlfriend and the other my attendant, who follows me wherever I go. That we bear no ill intentions. Closer said, spreading his hands in a gesture of openness. No ill intentions, I can sense that. However, your claim of being able to cure little Iso's illness. Forgive me for remaining skeptical. The elder squinted, pursed his lips, and shook his head, continuing, as the Grand Elder of the Moon Wolf tribe in this generation, I have exhausted my wisdom and even sought divine intervention. Yet, little Iso is destined to return to the embrace of the goddess. Closer furrowed his brows and asked, May I see the patient? Perhaps there is a way. The Grand Elder fell silent in contemplation, suddenly uttering, What is your purpose? This. Closer glanced at Night Wind, then at the Grand Elder. To be frank, Grand Elder, we wish to form an alliance with the Moon Wolf tribe to jointly develop the Moon River, so that the descendants of the Moon Wolf tribe may live prosperous lives. Oh, you wish for us to live well. On what grounds should we trust you? Or rather, what compels you to help us? The Grand Elder was clearly not one to be easily swayed. A mere promise would not suffice. Closer smiled without saying a word, pulling out a parchment map from his pocket. Grand Elder, are you in a position to make decisions on behalf of your chieftain and your people? The Grand Elder locked eyes with Closer, suddenly chuckling. The chieftain is chosen by me. Do you think I cannot decide? Excellent. Closer spread the map before the Grand Elder, depicting a simplified layout of the Eagle Gorge and its surroundings. Let us speak plainly. I will aid the Moon Wolf tribe in revitalizing the clan, providing food, medicine, and technology. In return, The strengthened Moon Wolf tribe must pledge allegiance to me, guarding the southwestern region of my territory to prevent other forces from entering through the Moon River. This will allow me to peacefully explore the most mysterious forest on the entire continent. As Closer spoke, he circled the location of the magic forest abyss on the map and slapped it with his hand. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Such grand ambitions! However, my lord, if I recall correctly, the Eagle Gorge has always been without a lord. You have not recently arrived, have you?" Closer inwardly thought the elder was quite cunning and replied quietly, "The Grand Elder is astute, and I have indeed come with genuine intentions to be honest. I am the most favored illegitimate son of the current King Holger, and my father has arranged for me to be here, providing me with ample gold and resources to ensure my development." Night Wind, sitting to the side, discreetly glanced at Closer. She did not expect her young boyfriend to spin such a tale so effortlessly, as if he had rehearsed it countless times before. Clearly, he had not said such things just moments ago. Chapter 18. A brief role as an old physician. After listening to Closer, the Grand Elder's expression remained unchanged as he fell into deep thought. Closer, unhurried, observed the elder ponder. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the tent. "Grand Elder, come quickly. Little Iso is being tormented by the demons again." The Grand Elder's gaze sharpened, and he sprang to his feet. Closer quickly followed suit and exited the tent. "Little Iso has relapsed?" "Yes, you must come and see." Outside the tent, Gonga looked anxiously at the Grand Elder, who then turned his gaze to Closer. "My lord, you should come with me." Seeing an opportunity, Closer eagerly trailed behind the Grand Elder deeper into the village. "Woe is me, my poor child. He has just come of age. Woe is me." As they approached the chieftain's tent, Closer heard the sound of a woman weeping from within. It was evident that this was little Iso's mother. The front of the tent was already crowded with people, some anxious, others quietly sobbing. "What are you all doing here? If there's nothing wrong, disperse." The Grand Elder waved his staff, urging the gathered tribe members to clear the area. Closer followed the Grand Elder inside the tent. Inside, a gaunt middle-aged man shook his head in sorrow, while a woman clutched a youth, wailing incessantly. Upon seeing the Grand Elder enter, they looked as if they had seen a savior. The woman immediately knelt, pleading with the Grand Elder. Yet, the Grand Elder had previously stated that he was powerless at that moment. The Grand Elder turned to Closer, his raspy voice slowly resonating. "I hope what you say is true. Little Iso is the hope for our tribe's future. If you can heal him." "If," Closer's expression grew serious as he replied, "saving lives is paramount. We shall discuss the rest later." The Grand Elder moved aside the boy's parents, whispering to them. The boy's mother was filled with desperation, while the father appeared somewhat distrustful. Closer crouched beside the youth, beginning his examination. Despite Closer's outward calm, he felt a surge of panic within. "Damn it. I'm not an old physician. What do I know about diagnosing diseases?" However, he couldn't let them see through his facade. Otherwise, his earlier bravado would collapse. "Calm. Remain calm. First, examine the child's symptoms." Closer took a deep breath, mimicking what he had seen on television, first lifting the boy's eyelid, then placing his fingers on the boy's pulse, pretending to take it, but he couldn't read a pulse to save his life. After a few seconds, he felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What to do? What to do? This child shows symptoms of a high fever, but there are many causes for a high fever. And I'm no doctor. Perhaps I could give him several types of anti-inflammatory medicine. No. What if he suffers from drug poisoning and dies? Just as the atmosphere grew tense with silence, Closer suddenly seemed to discover something. The blanket covering the boy appeared unusual. Filled with curiosity, Closer gently lifted the blanket to his astonishment. What he found was shocking. He pointed in disbelief at the boy's condition and turned to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder, what? What is this?" The Grand Elder, seemingly unfazed, replied, "Oh, this is due to little Iso recently undergoing his coming-of-age ceremony in our Moon Wolf tribe. Boys must complete a coming-of-age ceremony at the age of 14 before they are considered fully grown and eligible for marriage and parenthood." Closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He had finally discerned the reason behind young Iso's persistent fever. To his astonishment, it appeared that this coming-of-age ceremony involved a rather disturbing procedure. While one might accept the act itself, the lack of proper sanitation and care had left the child's condition grotesquely swollen, making it a wonder that he hadn't succumbed to fever sooner. Even without being a doctor, Close was bold enough to assert that if immediate treatment wasn't administered, the lad might either lose his life or be rendered a eunuch. HM. I believe I have unraveled the cause of young Iso's ailment. Please grant me a moment. Close feigned an air of mystery, nodding thoughtfully, then signaled for Nightwind to assist him. The dark elf approached Close, who whispered, "My dear, could you use your magic to shield this child's area? I need to draw some blood and apply medicine, but I fear my hands might tremble and cause irreparable harm." Even Nightwind, who had been by Close's side for a while, took a few moments to comprehend his words. Her gaze followed the boy's body downward. "Are you suggesting that this child's illness stems from here?" Close nodded, his hands already delving into his robes, though his mind had already entered the marketplace to select suitable remedies. In the blink of an eye, Close had procured an array of medical supplies from within his cloak. Scalpels, scissors, tourniquets, suturing needles, and anti-inflammatory medications were all present. He even managed to grab a book on first aid from the marketplace. Hastily skimming through it for guidance, the elder, witnessing Close's assortment of tools, was taken aback. Like Jessica, his first thought was of magic, spatial magic. So he is a young sorcerer. No wonder he exudes such confidence. It seems young Iso truly has a chance. The elder concocted a mysterious identity for Close in his mind and gestured for Iso's parents to step outside with him. He understood that some sorcerers on the continent were quite averse to having others observe their casting. With the elder leading the way out of the tent, Close exhaled a sigh of relief. Good heavens, that was nerve-wracking. Nightwind, please lend a hand. Close hurriedly arranged the surgical instruments, then instructed, "Just hand me whatever I need as I call for it." And prepare to cast healing spells to staunch his bleeding. Of course, Nightwind, though uncertain of Close's intended method of saving the boy, could see that this was Close's inaugural trial, with a scalpel in hand. Close trembled as he sanitized it with alcohol, then disinfected the affected area on young Iso, before steeling himself to make the incision. At that precise moment, as the scalpel sliced through the afflicted area, a torrent of dark, foul-smelling blood gushed forth. My goodness! As the blood erupted from the small patient's injury, Close found himself in a frenzy, frantically using a mound of tissue to dab the area. In truth, this blood was merely stagnant fluid from the inflammation, and its release would ultimately benefit the patient. Bloodletting had been a common practice in medieval Europe and ancient Chinese medicine. However, while it was effective for some ailments, it was not universally applicable. Yet, Close had stumbled upon a fortunate circumstance. As the release of the stagnant blood visibly improved young Iso's condition, the swelling began to diminish at an observable rate, and the color shifted from a deep purple to a more vibrant red. Is this an improvement? Close stared in disbelief, suddenly filled with newfound confidence. Could it be that I possess a latent talent for medicine? Elated, he made 2 more incisions, releasing additional clots of dark blood. Needle, scissors, wipe sweat, staunch the bleeding. Gauze, wipe sweat. As he tended to the patient, Close continuously issued various commands to Nightwind. An untrained observer, it might have appeared as though he was quite adept. Once everything was completed, Close had successfully stitched the wounds and halted the bleeding. Truth be told, his seamless execution of this minor procedure was significantly aided by Nightwind's continuous application of healing spells. Close was well aware that, with his rudimentary skills, had it not been for the elf's assistance, his patient would have long since departed this world from excessive blood loss, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Close surveyed the neatly stitched wounds. A sense of accomplishment washed over him. Although the stitches were uneven, resembling a writhing centipede, the boy's future happiness and life had been preserved. Elder, Close wearily sank to the ground. Finally calling the elder back in, the elder entered with a sense of urgency, immediately rushing to inspect young Iso's condition. While the child remained unconscious, it was evident that his fever had subsided and his pained expression had softened. Turning back, the elder finally noticed the blood-stained ground and the assortment of unfamiliar tools, along with Close, who appeared utterly exhausted. Lord, you have worked tirelessly. Truly, you have not made a false promise. Our wolf clan's future looks bright. Indeed, it is promising, the elder exclaimed, grasping Close's hand vigorously before kneeling in gratitude to the deity for their protection. Close mused to himself, shouldn't you be thanking me? After all, it was I who safeguarded your kin. Young Iso's parents were equally ecstatic, rushing in to express their boundless gratitude towards Close. The woman even knelt, clutching Close's leg, tears streaming down her cheeks. Never having encountered such fervor, the young lord hastily crouched to assist her. Please, no, no. If you continue this way, I shall take my leave. Young ISO needs peace and quiet to rest. Let us lower our voices. Upon hearing Close's plea, they instinctively covered their mouths and stealthily ushered him out of the tent. Ha! My lord, I must confess, on the day young ISO was born, our wolf clan received a portent, signifying that he shall be the next elder to succeed me. By saving his life, you have also salvaged the future of our wolf clan. The elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard with delight. Seeing the moment ripe for opportunity, Close seized the chance and boldly declared, Then, elder, I have a request I hope to voice now. Ha ha ha. Please, my lord, speak freely. I would gladly fetch your shoes if that is your wish. Ah, that is unnecessary. I wish to excavate a drainage canal from the noble Moon River to channel water through my territory, thereby resolving the freshwater dilemma faced by my domain. Upon uttering these words, the laughter in the room abruptly ceased, and all present stared at him in stunned silence. The atmosphere turned inexplicably tense. Even Nightwind took a cautious step closer to Close, ready for any unforeseen developments. Chapter 19. The threat from above. Close observed the reactions of those around him, and they, in turn, scrutinized him, leaving both parties momentarily speechless. Just as Close prepared to alleviate the thick tension, the elder spoke up. Is that all? Close was taken aback by the elder's incredulity. Yes, indeed, just that. The elder, still in disbelief, repeated his inquiry. My lord. About what you just said. Close suddenly realized that his earlier grandiose claims of safeguarding the southwestern frontier, improving the lives of the Wolf clan, and pledging allegiance had been taken at face value. Oh. Close felt a pang of anxiety. Given his current capabilities, sustaining the villagers of Eaglehorn and the dwarves was already a challenge, let alone the addition of the Wolf clan. However, he understood that once words were spoken, they could not be retracted. As a lord, even if he had exaggerated, he had to swallow his pride. Of course. That is not all. From this day forth, the Wolf clan shall be subjects of Close. I shall bestow upon you unprecedented advancements to utterly transform the state of the Wolf clan. Close chuckled heartily. Boldly proclaiming the future of the Wolf clan, the elder's expression brightened with joy, and he quickly knelt on one knee, declaring, Moses, the 16th elder of the Wolf clan, along with the 300 souls of our clan, pledges unwavering loyalty to Lord Close. Behind the Grand Elder, a multitude of members from the Mo Wolf clan knelt on one knee, their expressions grave and solemn. Closer suddenly felt a twinge of wickedness. How could he possibly deceive such a pure and kind-hearted group of people? Yet, what difference would it make if he fulfilled his promise to expand and strengthen his territory? This step was indeed necessary, wasn't it? Nightwind stood behind Closer, gazing at her increasingly enigmatic young boyfriend, lost in thought. Having resolved the issue of the freshwater source, Closer took his leave, assuring them that he would soon dispatch someone to plan the excavation of the water channel. After Closer departed, the Grand Elder Moses sat within the tent, facing the clan leader of the Mo Wolf clan, Hio.So. Does this mean that today marks a turning point for our Mo Wolf clan? He mused. Indeed, the prophecy passed down through generations seems poised to come to fruition. The Grand Elder's gaze was profound as he spoke in a low voice. When the fledgling eagle descends upon the Moon River, the Wolf King's offspring shall emerge. In that moment, the future Wolf King shall follow the fledgling eagle to dominate the entire continent, on the first floor of the Magic Eagle Fortress. After the soldiers of the guard team had moved out, Closer transformed the space into a meeting room to tea. This moment, Closer, Hubrew, Nightwind, and a dwarf named Leonardo Deepwell, skilled in well digging, were seated around the conference table, discussing matters concerning the freshwater channel. The general idea is this. I propose to construct a large water wheel by the Moon River, harnessing its power to continuously supply us with freshwater, Closer explained. Sketching a simple perspective drawing of the water wheel on paper with a pencil, elucidating its function and principles, the dwarf Leonardo, with his tiny eyes wide open, exclaimed, My lord, this is nothing short of a masterpiece. It bears some resemblance to the wheel atop our well. Crafting it shouldn't pose much difficulty. Then I shall entrust this task to you. Once we have the prototype ready, we can commence digging the water channel. By the way, Hubrew, tomorrow, accompany me to the Mo Wolf clan's territory. We need to inspect the Moon River and plan the excavation route. Of course, my lord, Hubrew replied with a smile and a slight bow. By the way, how is the construction of the dwarves' homes progressing? Closer was quite curious about the black iron dwarf's tunneling skills. Hubert chuckled. The main structure has been completed. We are now addressing the finer details. He produced a blueprint resembling an architectural rendering and laid it before Closer. This is the paper and pencil you provided me. Drawing with them is an absolute delight, as long as you enjoy it. Closer said, his attention focused on Hubert's drawings. He was left astonished after merely glancing at them. What immense potential resides within this little fellow, the book I gifted him, which remained untranslated. And yet he has already incorporated principles of ancient Chinese mortise and tenon joints and dugong. Hubert, you truly are a marvel. Hubert beamed at Closer's reaction, pointing to another drawing below. That there's more. Don't you think your territory lacks something? A city wall. Behind this is my hastily designed defensive watchtower and city wall. Although we may not require them at this stage, they will undoubtedly be essential in the future. Hubert then produced a third drawing. Additionally, I have planned your barracks, warehouses, cellars, and farmland, all waiting for your approval. My lord, each drawing left Closer increasingly astounded, leading to a state of numbness by the time he reached the last one. You, my friend, Closer laughed, raising his head to fix his gaze upon Hubert. You, indeed, possess the makings of a chancellor. Indeed, during his time spent with Hubert, Closer found this dwarf to be exceptionally skilled, both in construction and coordination, aside from the business acumen and personal prowess he had yet to witness. Closer found himself questioning if there was anything this little fellow could not do. Your Highness, something is amiss. At that moment, a soldier from the guard team stumbled in. Breathless, Closer was taken aback and hurried to greet him. Noticing that the soldier was covered in blood. What has happened? What is going on? Closer steadied the soldier and instructed someone to summon Captain Cret immediately. Your Highness, our patrol team has been ambushed. We lost 2 brothers, and several villagers have perished at it was. It was a beast. A flying beast. What? Closer shouted, his voice echoing against the ceiling. Soon, the figure of a spider appeared in the hall. What are you doing regarding our defenses? How could other beasts infiltrate? Upon her appearance, Closer immediately reprimanded Milady, who was momentarily taken aback. After all, it was the first time she had witnessed Closer's ire. Master, the defensive webbing in the forest did not relay any feedback. The enemies likely did not trigger my webs. Nightwind stepped closer to Closer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Closer, this matter may not be Milady's fault. The soldier just mentioned that the beasts launched their attack from the air. So it is understandable that they did not disturb the webs. Closer, upon reflection, realized the reasoning behind it. But having just heard of the casualties among soldiers and villagers, he had acted out of urgency towards Milady. Your Highness, Captain Cret rushed into the castle, accompanied by 2 soldiers. Captain, you are aware of the situation, correct? Yes, I just heard. Closer's expression darkened. Arm yourselves. We are going to the scene. Your Highness, I can take my men. You, no need to elaborate. I must go. These are my soldiers and my people. As their lord, it is my duty to stand at the forefront. Seeing Closer's resolute demeanor, Captain Cret ceased to insist. Very well. Your Highness, let us depart. Closer furrowed his brow as he walked towards the castle's exit. Passing by Milady, he whispered, I apologize. I should not have raised my voice at you. Let us go see together. Milady, who had felt somewhat gloomy moments before, was taken aback, perhaps not expecting her lord to offer an apology. The spider nodded slightly and followed Closer silently. The patrol team that had been attacked comprised 3 soldiers from the guard and 7 young adults from Eaglehorn village. This combination was intended by Closer to allow the soldiers to mentor the village's youth, aiding their rapid growth. However, it had only been a couple of days, and such severe casualties had already occurred. How could Closer not feel heartache? When leaving the royal city, his father had entrusted him with this 20-man guard, and now, how long had it been? 5 of them had already been lost. These were his direct subordinates. The incident took place in the eastern part of Eagle Gorge Canyon's forest. While this location was not far from the Magic Eagle Fortress, it unfortunately lay outside the protective range of Eaglehorn Village's magic array. Although Closer harbored doubts about the efficacy of that magic array, its actual usefulness remained uncertain. Upon arrival at the scene of the attack, they found an open area, still bearing the remnants of the struggle and splattered blood. This is the spot. When we were patrolling here, we noticed something odd. These feathers scattered on the ground. Shortly after, beasts descended from the sky and attacked us. The surviving soldier pointed at the scattered feathers on the ground. Recounting the recent events, Closer glanced at Milady, who understood the unspoken cue and stepped forward to investigate. Having once been a demon lord in the wild abyss, Meloidy was well versed in the beasts of the forest. After a brief examination, she quickly arrived at an answer. It was a harpy. It must have been the work of the harpies under Raphael Sebastian. Meloidy had clashed with this harpy on numerous occasions, so she could recognize even a single feather at a glance. A harpy. Closer had not anticipated that. Within just a few days of arriving in his territory, he would encounter one of the 4 demon lords and clash with another. "Where is the harpy's nest?" Meloidy replied. "Her nest is on the cliff of the wild abyss. It likely houses hundreds of harpies. While their levels and strengths vary, their aerial superiority is undeniable, making them quite formidable. Indeed, in this era where cold weapons reign supreme, the Air Force stands as an almost invincible entity. Are there any methods to counter them?" Closer is solely focused on finding a permanent solution to this peril. "Methods?" Meloidy chuckled wryly. "Master, had I possessed a method, I could have eradicated them long ago. To be frank, we are at an impasse. Neither side can triumph when entering the other's territory. This is also a factor in the balance among the 4 demon kings of the magic forest. This poses quite a challenge." Closer furrowed his brow in contemplation, his right hand instinctively stroking his clean-shaven chin. Counter the Air Force. Air Force. Eureka! An idea struck Closer. "Let us return at once. I shall seek Hubolu to craft a weapon specifically designed to combat the harpies." Chapter 20. The live broadcast room in the supermarket. Upon returning to the castle, Closer tirelessly commenced his research on the new weapon. He designated a private study for himself, where no one could intrude upon his concentration. However, within this fantastical medieval castle, Closer had fashioned a study that exuded the charm of ancient Ming Dynasty decor. A grand rosewood desk, 4-headed official hats, a treasure cabinet, a raised desk, and an array of lush irises and peculiar stones. The ancient paintings and calligraphy scrolls adorning the walls created a surreal tableau reminiscent of a bizarre clash between Guan Gong and Gandalf. Nevertheless, Closer was quite pleased with his study, spreading out a sheet of white paper. Closer retrieved a tome on ancient weaponry and meticulously copied the section on the Zhuge crossbow. Indeed, crossbows existed in this world, albeit mostly cumbersome and incapable of rapid fire, with a genius like Hubolu at his side. Along with a team of skilled dwarven craftsmen, the creation of a new style of crossbow was not beyond reach. Most importantly, he aimed to improve upon the rapid-fire crossbow concept, ensuring these bolts were tailored specifically to target the harpies of the Air Force. After secluding himself in the study for an entire night, Closer emerged in the morning, sporting dark circles under his eyes, yet triumphant with his preliminary design sketches. "Oh dear me, my esteemed lord. You." Closer accepted the glass of water offered by Lisa, splashed it across his face in a haphazard manner, and promptly dragged Hubolu into the study. "Look at this, Bolu," Closer exclaimed, extending the blueprints to the gnomed go. "Is this the result of your night's work?" "A crossbow? No, not merely a crossbow." Hubolu's keen eye immediately discerned that the crossbow depicted in the sketches was unlike any commonly found on the continent. This design was more lightweight, capable of rapid fire, and boasted superior accuracy. "My lord, are you planning to use this against the harpies?" Closer smiled mysteriously. Merely this would not suffice. To permanently neutralize the threat of the harpies, mere slaughter is insufficient. I must compel them to completely submit to me. That would be far more advantageous for us, would it not? Hubolu instinctively took a half-step back, gazing at Closer's sinister grin. What I mean is, based on this design, could we possibly make the following modifications, such as— Closer placed a hand on Hubolu's shoulder, and the two began to whisper conspiratorially. Lisa stood at the door, holding a tray of breakfast, hesitating over whether to enter. Just then, Hubolu emerged, his face glowing with excitement. Rest assured, this task is in my capable hands. I believe my dwarven friends will be most enthusiastic, watching Hubolu exit with jubilant laughter. Lisa shrugged in confusion. Her master's meals and rest were of utmost importance. "Young master, it's time for breakfast." Lisa placed a plate of food before Closer. He glanced at it, noting it was merely toasted bread and jerky. They had neither chickens nor cows, so their meals consisted solely of jerky. Closer felt that if he continued consuming such fare, he would surely become constipated. "Does Lisa eat this as well?" Closer inquired, regarding the young girl still in her blossoming years, feeling a pang of compassion. "Lisa, try this milk." Closer handed her a box of milk he had procured from the supermarket. The young girl curiously accepted the milk. only to shiver at the chilling sensation emanating from the box. So cold. Closer smiled encouragingly. Just poke a straw in here and sip it. How does it taste? Delicious. Far better than the milk I had in the royal city. Closer ruffled the young girl's hair, lamenting, alas, if only we had a refrigerator. I dare not take out too much at once, as it spoils in no time. From now on, Lisa should have a box of milk every morning to aid her growth. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the girl's modest chest. Ahem. Realizing his inappropriate gaze, Closer inwardly chastised himself. Wait, refrigerator, refrigerator. Suddenly, Closer seemed to recall something and dashed out of the study like a gust of wind. Lisa, clutching the milk, sipped it, now somewhat accustomed to her master's erratic behavior. Closer, having transitioned from thoughts of milk to refrigerators, then to electricity. Speaking of electricity, I wonder if there are generators in the supermarket? He plunged headlong into the supermarket, searching high and low for a generator. However, despite the vast expanse of the supermarket, he found himself wandering aimlessly within the food and daily necessities section. This supermarket resembled a grand labyrinth, leaving him utterly disoriented. What on earth? How can I possibly navigate out of the daily necessities section while operating an electric forklift? An idea struck Closer. He elevated himself to the top of the supermarket shelves, gazing down from above to ascertain the true size of the establishment. Yet, upon standing atop the shelves, he was rendered speechless. The seemingly endless rows of shelves appeared almost indistinguishable. Suddenly, Closer spotted a relatively open area in the distance. Devoid of shelves, let us investigate. If I can find a different area, there may be hope. With the forklift roaring beneath him, Closer sped towards the open space he had just glimpsed. Upon arrival, he discovered that amidst the towering shelves, there was indeed a service desk. The service desk was quite simple, consisting of a black laptop and a separate display screen. A display screen. Let us see what it does. Closer noted that the display screen resembled those used in malls to guide patrons. And out of curiosity, he pressed the lone button on the side. The screen flickered momentarily before illuminating. Accompanied by a pleasant chime, an overhead map of the supermarket appeared before Closer's eyes. Hey, is this a map? This simplifies matters. After sliding his fingers across the screen a couple of times, Closer pinpointed his location. It turned out that this service desk was situated at the very center of the supermarket. And the daily necessities section he had been navigating was indeed the largest, encompassing the most diverse array of items. In simpler terms, this section contained everything one could eat, use, wear, and household items, including medicine. It was all-encompassing. As for the other sections, Closer discovered they were far more specialized. There were sections for electronics, construction materials, heavy machinery, and even a weapons section. Good heavens! Is this truly a supermarket? It feels more akin to Doraemon's pocket. As Closer swiped through the screen, he noted that aside from the daily necessities section, all other areas appeared in gray, as though they were not accessible. The electronics section is off limits. The refrigerator and generator he sought were situated in the electronics section. Yet the map displayed a gray status, indicating it was not opened. No wonder I couldn't find my way out of the daily necessities section. It turns out it was closed off. But how can I unlock it? Seeing a question mark in the bottom right corner of the screen, Closer felt he might find the answer there. Clicking the question mark, a series of explanatory prompts appeared. Among them was the method to unlock the previously inaccessible sections of the supermarket. Unlock supermarket areas. An equivalent amount of tips is required. Closer stared at this explanation, utterly bewildered. Tips? What kind of tips? Like those online streamers? But he was in a fantastical medieval setting. Where would tips come from? What is going on here? Unlocking the electrical appliance zone necessitates a bounty of 100,000. Closer scratched his head in confusion when he suddenly noticed a brandless laptop. Could it be? With a mindset of merely trying, he pressed the power button on the laptop. It powered on, displayed a loading bar, and entered the system desktop. The screen was bare, save for a solitary icon of a live streaming app. Double-clicking the icon, he entered the live broadcast room. To his astonishment, Closer couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. He was overwhelmed with nostalgia. The computer, the live room, the incessant cheers of 666 from the viewers. Everything felt so familiar that it left him a bit dizzy. After browsing through the various live rooms on the homepage, Closer also engaged in a wave of comments, reacquainting himself with the operations. Could it be that the rewards mentioned up there are to be earned through this software? Excited, Closer immediately registered a live room, adopting the username Lord Closer of Another World. Once the account was set up, Close fell into contemplation. What should he broadcast? Should he showcase Nightwind performing a few magical feats? Or perhaps have Meloidy demonstrate wall running? Maybe let Armored Cain crush stones on his chest? None of these seemed quite fitting. What do the viewers of today truly enjoy? Beautiful women were ubiquitous in the live rooms, and everyone had grown weary of the same old aesthetic. Jokes were rampant as well, and Close believed he was no more humorous than anyone else. Thinking, Close closed his eyes and began to search his mind. He had previously perused some online novels that featured live-streamed adventures and ghost hunting, yet he was reluctant to risk his soldiers' lives for a broadcast on slaying monsters. It was too intense. Something relatively safer would be preferable, more sustainable. Close then considered that the internet was inundated with fast-paced, explosive information, while the slower, refreshing genres had become scarce. Eureka! I could live-stream the construction of my territory and farming. A significant number of people yearn for pastoral life, yet their daily jobs leave them utterly exhausted. If I could offer them a moment of leisure and relaxation in such a space, surely I wouldn't have to worry about lacking an audience. With that thought, Close sprang into action. He added tags related to farming, leisure, and relaxation to his live room and awaited the commencement of the broadcast. Checking the laptop's battery, he estimated that it could last for about an hour, which should suffice. However, would this laptop still connect to the internet when taken out? This was Close's sole concern at the moment. Chapter 21. The last pride of a single dog quietly bringing the laptop back to the castle. Close opened the live room once more. Hey! Incredible. It really can connect to the internet. With the confirmation that this miraculous computer could indeed facilitate cross-dimensional streaming. A weight was finally lifted from Close's heart. However, what should he showcase for his live debut? Whatever, let's just go with it. Since the theme revolves around farming in another world, I shall broadcast the daily blissful life of this lord. Is this considered boasting? Ah, ha! While indulging in his own amusement, Close heard footsteps approaching from behind. Your Highness, the Chinese herbs you provided have all been planted. Would you like to hire a cultivation master to specifically tend to these seeds? Turning around, Close saw the alluring spy Jessica. A cultivation master. Does such a profession even exist? Jessica did not hide her disdain for her lord. Your Highness, if we could hire a skilled cultivation master, I believe the seeds we planted would show results in just 2 days. Huh? 2 days? Is it really that impressive? It wouldn't be genetically modified, would it? Jessica gazed at Close with a calm demeanor, pausing for about 5 seconds before continuing. Your Highness, a cultivation master is merely used to assess the quality of seeds in the soil. They cannot hasten the maturation of crops on a large scale. Let us assume you truly did not know this, and I hope we do not encounter similar situations in the future. Watching the alluring figure turn and walk away, Close scratched his head, puzzled as to what had provoked her ire. As the saying goes, to know is to know, and to not know is to not know. Your Highness, it's terrible. Just as Jessica departed, the little girl Lisa hurriedly approached. What is it, little Lisa? Why the frantic rush? Your Highness, it's terrible. The dwarves uncovered an underground tomb while digging. What? They unearthed a grave. Let's go take a look. Close put down the computer and rushed out of the castle. Outside, chaos reigned. The dwarves were engaged in a fierce battle within the underground excavation, gunfire and shouts echoing throughout, while those above ground busily supplied ammunition and transported the injured dwarves for treatment. Could it be that the corpses have risen? Why is there fighting? Upon seeing Close emerge, Hubaru approached with a grin. My lord, do not worry. It's just a minor tomb. We shall finish it shortly. Is that so? It seems you have become accustomed to encountering tombs while digging. Ah, for the black iron dwarves who enjoy living in caves, encountering tombs is quite common. It's merely that this tomb's occupant is somewhat troublesome. Staring in disbelief, Close watched as a group of dwarves even pushed a cannon underground. Boom. Before long, a dull roar emanated from beneath, shaking the very ground. Following this, the cries and gunfire from within the cave gradually subsided, indicating that the battle had concluded. Ha! Hubaru, look what we found. A few dirt-covered dwarves crawled out of the cave, clutching something in their hands. Close widened his eyes, staring blankly at what they were dragging out. A skeleton. A disassembled skeleton. The first dwarf to emerge held a severed head, trotting over as if presenting a treasure. Hubaru, my lord, look, this is the Skeleton King, a rare find. It even wears a crown. Close took a step back in disgust. while Hubert chuckled as he accepted the severed head. Pure gold crown. Quite a good quality. And look at the gems. Red, yellow, green. This can fetch quite a sum. He scrutinized the crown adorning the skeleton's head like an appraiser. Close gave Hubert a thumbs up, signaling him to continue. Hubert eagerly obliged, standing there to continue his appraisal. My lord, look at this. A dwarf carrying a skeletal arm approached. Close noticed that the skeletal hand was tightly grasping a staff. The staff appeared to be about 50 centimeters long, with a shape resembling a short handle topped with a black-red gemstone larger than a fist. The gem was supported by a layer of bone, and within it, a faint current seemed to flow. Is this a magical artifact? I lack the ability to assess its value. It likely exceeds that of the crown. Close took the staff, finding its bone handle smooth to the touch, akin to the walnuts he had polished for many years. Quite pleasant. As for the gemstone, he could consult Nightwind about it. Danger. Just as he thought of Nightwind, she appeared as if summoned by the winds. Swiftly swooping past him and snatching the staff away, Nightwind examined the staff with a grave expression. Darling, is there something wrong with this staff? She raised the staff and also retrieved the crown from the dwarf. Speaking in a serious tone, this staff and this crown belonged to a necromancer hundreds of years ago. If I am not mistaken, this skeleton is likely that very necromancer. So, does that mean we've stumbled upon a treasure? Close exclaimed with delight. Treasure? I would rather call it a nuisance. What do you mean by that? Noticing Nightwind's serious demeanor, Close remained silent to listen. Nightwind surveyed the surroundings, signaling Close to return to the castle to discuss further. Close instructed everyone to continue their work while he followed Hubert and Nightwind back into the castle. What is it, my dear? Is that staff truly so dreadful? Dreadful? It's beyond dreadful. If misused, it could spell disaster. Closer and Hubert exchanged glances, then, as if by unspoken agreement, directed their attention towards the staff. This staff, also known as the Harbinger of the Dead, possessed the terrifying power to command the bones of the deceased for its wielder's bidding. However, the user of this staff would be drained of their vitality by the crystal of the dead at its apex, and excessive use could transform them into a living corpse. Hiss. Closer and Hubert simultaneously inhaled sharply, glancing at their hands as a chilling sensation began to creep over them. I feel my essence ebbing away. I can't hold on much longer. Nightwind, dear, please save us. Nightwind, you haven't used it, so there is nothing to fear. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Closer and Hubert shared a sheepish laugh, dismissing the earlier incident as if it had never occurred. Nevertheless, dear, with such formidable power, is there a way for us to wield it without being drained of our vitality? Closer remained intrigued by the staff. If it could indeed control those skeletons, wouldn't it provide him with an unflagging workforce? And they wouldn't even demand compensation. Such a prospect is the very dream of every capitalist. However, being drained of vitality is something I would rather avoid. Nightwind observed Closer's reaction and inquired, do you truly wish to use it? Closer paused. Is there really a possibility to circumvent that? If I can use it without losing my vitality, then of course I would like to. Nightwind began to pace with the staff in hand. Suddenly, she lifted her head and exclaimed, there is a way. But dear, you must remain a virgin. Closer's lips twitched slightly as he muttered under his breath. But I am a virgin. This time, it was Nightwind and Hubert who were taken aback that I in this world, particularly among the nobility. A boy who has not lost his virginity by the age of 14 is considered exceptionally pure. Although Closer was known as a notorious wastrel and illegitimate child, that did not preclude him from being regarded as a true man. Yet, Closer, as a time traveler, was acutely aware that this body indeed remained untouched, and considering his past life, he was as pure as they come, without a hint of embellishment. Why are you looking at me like that? I am not a monster. Closer felt uneasy under the scrutinizing gazes of Nightwind and Hubert. However, suddenly, Nightwind burst into a fit of giggles. This was the first time Closer had seen the dark elf in such a light. Even Hubert was taken aback by Nightwind's exuberance. Oh dear, I should have known my boyfriend would be exceptional. Who would have thought my boyfriend is still a virgin? Dark lines appeared on Closer's face. And feeling dejected, he raised his hand in protest. I object. My pure body should not be a source of your mockery. Nightwind finally managed to stifle her laughter, though a hint of mischief lingered in her eyes. Ahem. Well then, I shall temporarily withdraw. Hubert, perceptive as ever, discreetly stepped outside, leaving space for the young couple. So, Can we discuss this now? Does being a virgin indeed allow one to wield this staff? Nightwind smiled as she approached closer from behind, her arms wrapping around his neck, sending a delightful shiver down his spine. My dear boyfriend, if you truly are a virgin, not only can I ensure your safe use of this staff, but I can also teach you other dark magic spells. However, are you interested in learning magic? I would be delighted, Closer exclaimed, overjoyed at the prospect, recalling his fondness for films like Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings, where the use of magic was nothing short of spectacular. Closer felt a surge of joy, realizing that his long-preserved virginity could grant him such unexpected benefits. This was the last pride of a single soul. Chapter 22, Harbinger of the Dead. So, my dear, when shall we begin learning magic? I can hardly wait. Closer eagerly gazed at the dark elf, who continued to smile at him. What is the matter? Am I that captivating? Closer, despite having an exceptionally thick skin, felt a bit uncomfortable under the dark elf's gaze. Hee. After signing the contract with you, I thought my life would be settled. Little did I know my boyfriend was destined to be extraordinary. I intend to cultivate you into one of the continent's foremost magicians, and then return with you to my clan, to show those stubborn old fogies that I, Nightwind, can also find a worthy partner. As Nightwind spoke, her radiant smile suddenly morphed into tears, cascading down onto Closer. What's wrong? Come here, lean on my shoulder, don't cry. Closer gently placed Nightwind's head on his shoulder, wrapping his arms around her back, soothingly stroking her hair. The dark elf suddenly lifted her head. Perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed, I lost my composure. It's nothing. My dear, since we are in a romantic relationship, you can share anything that troubles you with me. Let us see if I can assist you. Nightwind bowed her head to wipe her eyes, and when she looked up again, she had regained her usual composure. It's nothing. You are still too weak. But since you possess a pure body, I am confident I can guide you to become a great magician. A great magician? Yes, a great magician, a being far stronger than the average magician on this continent. Currently, on the grand roads of Ryan, there are perhaps no more than 10 individuals who can be called great magicians. Wow, Closer gasped in astonishment. Oh, dear, are you a great magician? Nightwind shook her head with a smile. I am a bloodline magician, which is somewhat different from ordinary magicians, so I cannot be defined by human standards. However, my teacher is an unparalleled great magician. Unparalleled. Closer keenly picked up on that term. Yes, unparalleled. His name appears only in legends and religious texts. Wow, how impressive. Closer had not anticipated that his newfound girlfriend was not only formidable herself, but also had an even more extraordinary mentor. It may be a bit premature to discuss this. Let us first resolve the matter of the staff. Nightwind raised the staff and began to chant an incantation. The gas within the gem atop the staff began to flow gently under the influence of Nightwind's spell. The murkiness within the gem gradually dissipated, becoming increasingly clear and transparent. However, once it became transparent, Closer beheld with horror the twisted and entangled forms of numerous ethereal beings within the gem. Closer took a step back, feeling unsettled by the grotesque sight. Nightwind fixed her gaze on him and spoke deliberately. No matter how malevolent the tool, it is merely a tool. It ultimately depends on the one who wields it. Closer, have you made your decision? If you are ready, bite your left index finger, let a drop of blood fall upon it, and I can help the staff recognize its master. Closer took a deep breath, realizing the truth in her words that it is never the knife or the gun that commits the wrongdoing, but the person who wields them. I am ready. Closer steadied himself, drew a small dagger from his waist, and made a small cut on his left index finger. As the blood dripped onto the gem atop the staff, the ethereal beings within began to surge towards that drop of blood. Nightwind continued her incantation, and Closer suddenly felt a new presence within his consciousness. Indeed, a small, exquisite skull appeared in his mind. Is this the harbinger of the dead? Closer reached out to touch the skull in his consciousness, and in an instant, the staff vanished. Immediately afterward, 2 flickering flames emerged within the once empty eye sockets of the skull in his subconscious. It's done. More smoothly than I had anticipated. It seems, Closer. You truly possess an aura that draws magical creatures to you. Closer chuckled softly, pondering why it was not an aura that attracted beautiful women instead. Once the staff had disappeared, Closer attempted to grasp the skull in his consciousness. And sure enough, the very next moment, the staff reappeared in his hand. Hey, This thing is quite convenient. Nightwind smiled wearily. Yes, the staff has now recognized its master, establishing a life and death contract with you, unless you perish. It will be of no use to anyone else. Dear, are you all right? Closer supported the dark elf, whose complexion was indeed not very good. I'm fine. A night's rest will suffice. Unsettled, Closer personally escorted Yifeng to her room, only leaving after ensuring she was comfortably in bed. Closer was in high spirits today, for this underground tomb was a veritable treasure trove. He could hardly wait to test its effects. The eager young lord scampered out of the castle, summoned his staff, and recited the incantation that Yifeng had just taught him. O slumbering dead of the earth, heed my summons, and rise once more to the light of day. Obey my command. Mofe Kalu saw. Upon completing the incantation, the gem atop his staff emitted a soft red glow, and the ground surrounding the castle began to stir. Gradually, the first skeletal arm emerged from the earth, followed closely by a second and a third. Closer, thrilled at his inaugural use of the summoning spell, counted a total of 72 skeletal figures. However, Yifeng had mentioned that the number of summoned undead was proportional to the quantity of deceased buried in the vicinity. This meant that if he were to use this spell in a graveyard or ancient battlefield, he could summon a veritable horde of the departed. Subsequently, under Closer's guidance, these skeletons began to assist in the construction of the barracks. Closer's guard squad fared better, while the villagers of Eagle Horn who had been laboring were utterly terrified and fled at the sight of so many bones. However, during the work, Closer discovered a significant issue. These skeletons were far too prone to disassembly. Especially when transporting heavy objects, they often ended up with broken arms and legs, presenting a rather dismal spectacle. It seemed that these free laborers were not cut out for heavy lifting. Closer retracted the skeletons and decided to have them tend to the vegetable garden. Yet the result was that the seeds were trampled and ruined by their own clumsy movements. Good grief. These useless beings who cannot carry nor grasp anything. Just as Closer finished his lament, he noticed the skeletons had all halted their tasks, gazing at him with hollow, mournful eyes. Thank you for your hard work. Brothers, you may rest now. He quickly conceded, allowing the skeletons to retreat back into the earth for their eternal slumber. Phew, it seems that free labor isn't as reliable as one might hope. What on earth should I have them do? After recalling the skeletons, Closer stored away his staff. Suddenly, he felt a bit breathless, even finding it difficult to lift his arms. Could it be that my vitality has been drained? This is not good. Alarmed and pale, Closer dashed to Yifeng's room, bursting in without knocking. Yifeng, quickly help me. I think my essence has been siphoned away. Closer barged into Yifeng's chamber, startling the dark elf into wrapping herself tightly in her sheets. Closer, how did you get in here? Yifeng exclaimed, her face stricken with fear. But before she could say more, Closer leaped onto the bed, throwing back the covers. Come, take a look. I felt an emptiness in my body after using the staff. Am I? Closer was mid-sentence when he abruptly stopped, for before him was the dark elf, modestly shielding her body, her face flushed crimson to the roots of her neck. Oh my. Do you prefer to sleep in the nude? Closer gently pulled the sheets back over Yifeng, only to turn away and find blood gushing from his nose. Yifeng lowered her head, letting her long hair conceal her face. Dear, are you all right? I'm fine. You should rest, and remember to lock the door next time. Closer fled Yifeng's chamber in a panic, blaming her for not securing the door. One must ponder, who besides him would dare enter the dark elf's bedroom? After Closer left, Yifeng lifted her gaze to the closed door, a smile creeping onto her lips. Grabbing a roll of tissue from the supermarket, Closer stuffed it into his nostrils, awkwardly retreating to his study. Oh dear, this fellow is far too reckless. But speaking of which, Yifeng's figure, while not the most explosive, nor comparable to Mei Luo Yida's, has such proportions, such shapes, such a playful perkiness. As Closer pondered, he noticed blood beginning to flow from his other nostril as well. Days passed in this manner, and Closer's territory welcomed a period of relative tranquility. Hubalu led a team to the Moon River of the Ink Wolf clan, preliminarily mapping out the excavation routes. Closer funded the hiring of the Ink Wolf clan's members, fulfilling his promise by providing them with advanced tools and techniques. Meanwhile, the blacksmith dwarf, Johnson, worked overtime to produce the first finished crossbow bolt based on Hubalu's schematics. As this was Closer's invention, he named it the Clo crossbow. Little did Closer anticipate that in the near future, the Clo crossbow would become the most sought-after crossbow in the entire continent. Even kings from other nations would spare no expense in seeking to acquire it from Closer. Naturally, those were matters for another time. After enjoying a peaceful stretch, conflict unexpectedly erupted. Chapter 23. The time for punishment, Your Highness. This is the third attack by the Harpies this week. When shall we strike back? In the castle hall, a soldier from Closer's guard knelt on one knee, reporting the assault. Indeed, in recent days, the Harpies had increasingly targeted Closer's patrols and construction crews. These attacks, however, had primarily occurred on the outskirts of his territory. Fortunately, Closer's side had sustained minimal losses, with no fatalities, only a few injuries. Nevertheless, the Harpies had significantly damaged their tools and equipment, including a wooden crane that had already been set up. Closer narrowed his eyes, gripping the armrests of his white stone throne tightly, and spoke in a somber tone. Hubaloo, how many finished crossbows do we have now? My lord, thanks to our efforts, we have produced over 50 clow crossbows, along with more than 130 specialized capture bolts and over 200 ordinary pointed bolts. That should suffice. Closer nodded, mentally calculating the strengths of both sides. All right, Captain Crete. Yes, young master. Count our numbers. Prepare 30 militia reserves for logistics, 50 black iron dwarves for the main assault. Target, the Harpies' lair, the abyssal cliffs. Understood. Crete, clad in armor, energetically departed to gather the troops. Given that Closer's militia largely consisted of the youth from Eaglehorn Village and the Inkwolf clan, their level of coordinated and individual combat was still somewhat inferior to that of the dwarves. Thus, Closer assigned them to logistics while entrusting the main offensive to the dwarves. After issuing his orders, Closer rose, saying, "May Luo, Ida, accompany me. Ye Foam. I leave the home front in your capable hands. Dear, please be careful." Ye Foam stepped beside Closer, gently caressing his cheek, her expression filled with concern, warming Closer's heart. "Rest assured, with May Luo Ida and Kane by my side, I shall be fine." He offered the dark elf a reassuring smile, donned his light armor, and strode out of the castle with an air of authority. "Look at that. Our little lord is increasingly embodying the essence of a true leader," Hubaloo remarked, unable to suppress his admiration as he observed Closer's retreating figure. The decision to bring May Luo Ida along was also due to her past experience as a demon lord. Regardless of the forest or the Harpies, May Luo Ida possessed ample expertise. Moreover, the special arrows used by Closer's new weapon, the clow crossbow, were crafted from May Luo Ida's spider silk. After ensuring the castle's defenses were fortified, Closer's expeditionary force set out. Closer mounted May Luo Ida, who had transformed into her true form, arms crossed and exuding confidence. May Luo Ida stole a glance at her young master, thinking he truly possessed the demeanor of a valiant general embarking on a quest. "My master, you appear exceptionally confident." Crows cast a glance at her, then leaned closer to the spider's form and whispered, "I am the lord here. If the one in charge displays fear, how can the soldiers below hope to triumph in battle? Although I have never fought in a war, I understand this simple truth. Morale is of utmost importance." Meloidy was momentarily taken aback, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she realized that this young master was merely putting on a brave front, despite being a novice on the battlefield. Crows felt no fear. Rather than anxiety, it could be said that he felt a surge of excitement. After all, he was well aware of his opponent's strengths while they remained oblivious to his own. The Harpy, swift in motion, wielded primarily daggers as sharp as claws, along with a few high-ranking Harpies capable of casting wind and psychic spells. They preferred to operate in groups, rarely venturing out with fewer than 3. Harpies inherently harbored hostility towards other races, embodying a highly aggressive species. They were omnivorous and spent most of the winter in hibernation, which indirectly suggested their aversion to the cold. Unfortunately for Crows, he lacked a mage skilled in ice magic by his side. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have the upper hand in battle. Nonetheless, Meloidy's webs could still pose a significant nuisance to the Harpies. "Hey, Meloidy, this expedition relies heavily on your prowess. If you perform well this time, I might consider establishing a private nesting area for you within the woods." Meloidy looked at Crows with curiosity. "My young master, you seem quite knowledgeable about the habits of spiders. However, I would prefer to reside in close proximity to you, ideally in the same quarters." Crows, pretending not to notice the flirtatious glance Meloidy cast his way, turned his head away. He acknowledged his own weakness when it came to beautiful women, even those of monstrous lineage. Yet, he had many responsibilities at present and could not afford to indulge in romantic entanglements. Furthermore, Crows held traditional views. He believed that if one were to choose a companion for life, one should love only that person forever. While the notion of a harem was thrilling in thought, it remained just that, an idea, for he doubted his own capability to engage in such affairs. Seeing that her young master was ignoring her, Meloidy rolled her eyes in exasperation and shifted her attention back to the sky above. She had faced numerous conflicts with harpies before, often resulting in a stalemate. In the forest, aided by her webs, Meloidy's spider army emerged victorious. In open terrain, however, the harpies held the advantage. Master, pay attention. Ahead lies the abyssal cliff. Those wretched bird folk have likely already spotted us. Meloidy's lips curled into a wicked grin as she surveyed the eerily quiet sky. She was well acquainted with the harpies' tactics and recognized this as an indication of an impending ambush. Everyone, be alert. Archers, prepare. Captain Crete, seasoned in battle, sensed an ominous atmosphere and commanded 2 of his soldiers to lead the militia forward with their pikes at the forefront. The dwarfs, as the main offensive force, positioned themselves in the center, while crows, Meloidy, and her little spiders brought up the rear. As the group advanced, the density of the forest began to thin, indicating that the harpies had likely set a trap at the edge of the abyss. But what was the purpose of Crows and his companions' journey? Would they cower in fear of an ambush? Charge, at Crete's command, the first to break through the forest cover was none other than himself. With a rustle, they parted the underbrush, finally emerging into the open, exposing themselves to the harpies' range of attack. A sharp, piercing scream echoed, and a torrent of wind surged towards the expedition. It was the gust produced by the harpies' wings, intended to obscure their enemy's vision. Yet, Crow's group, forewarned of their adversaries' tactics, would not be easily ensnared. Humph! Wind-resistant goggles, if you please. Archers, ready? Whoosh! Following Meloidy's intelligence, the harpies typically initiated their assault by disorienting their foe's vision, followed by lower-ranking harpies launching claw strikes. Subsequently, higher-ranking harpies would employ psychic shock magic to destabilize their enemy's resolve, causing them to scatter in fear. Finally, the elite of the harpy faction would swoop in to deliver the finishing blow, a well-coordinated strategy. However, this time, their opponents were well acquainted with their methods and had prepared countermeasures. Another shriek pierced the air as the harpies, realizing their ambush had failed, ascended to a higher altitude, ready to dive and attack. Prepare the special crow crossbows. Fire! Bang! 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 At Crete's command, the dwarves launched their specially designed projectiles into the sky. The spinning warheads soared swiftly, ready to explode upon impact with the harpies. Yet, instead of releasing shrapnel, they unleashed a torrent of liquid spider silk, which, after being subjected to high temperatures, became exceedingly sticky and would rapidly solidify upon contact with the cool air. The harpies unfortunate enough to be caught in this explosion found themselves ensnared in a web of silk. The thick strands quickly solidified, increasing the burden on their wings and forcing them to descend. Some even plummeted from the sky. Once the special silk-laden projectiles were exhausted, the dwarves switched to standard capture ammunition. Upon detonation, these projectiles would deploy a net, designed to ensnare any harpy that could not maintain sufficient altitude in the skies above. A cacophony of shrill cries erupted as the harpies retreated in panic. Oh, what is this? Are they afraid? Crows, hidden behind Meloidy, observed the harpies' distressed retreat. Most of these harpies were petite, yet their distinctly feminine features were unmistakable, causing Crows to feel a twinge of guilt. He felt as though he were bullying women. Winged women, Meloidy? Dwarves? How could you possibly associate with humans? Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out from above. Crows looked up to see a distinctly different harpy swooping toward them. This harpy possessed a doll-like visage, with large eyes, a small mouth, and tiny fangs, appearing quite adorable. Master, this is one of the 4 demon lords, Raphael Sebastian. Crows found himself in a predicament. Why did it have to be a cute girl? You wretch, why aren't you speaking? Have you become a human-s pet? Meloidy, incensed by the insult, bared her sharp fangs. Master, you should step aside for a moment. Allow me to teach this insolent little bird a lesson. Not wishing to dissuade Meloidy in her fury, Crows remained silent. Meloidy, baring her fangs, swiftly launched a web toward the sky. In the air, Raphael deftly dodged the web, swinging her wings to unleash a flurry of wind blades that sliced downward, striking Meloidy directly. Be careful, Crows cried out, but to his astonishment, the wind blades merely grazed Meloidy without inflicting any harm. Her sturdy spider legs acted like armor, shielding her entirely. With another piercing scream, several larger harpies joined the fray. Likely the higher-ranking harpies Meloidy had mentioned, skilled in the use of psychic magic. Chapter 24. Unexpected plunge into the abyss. Facing the psychic onslaught of the high-ranking harpies, Crow's expedition team produced pre-prepared earplugs. Diligently plugging them into their ears, the harpies were taken aback to encounter humans unafraid of their mental magic. Seizing the opportunity, the dwarves unleashed another volley of arrows into the sky. Those harpies that were shot down plummeted to the ground, promptly ensnared in webs or securely bound by the malicious ropes, ensuring that none were allowed to return to the skies. However, despite the expedition's precise targeting, injuries were inevitable in the heat of battle. Several militia members and dwarves suffered claw wounds from the harpies' diving attacks. One unfortunate soul was seized by a harpy and, before even reaching the ground, was torn to shreds in midair. Loose arrows. Captain Crete, sword in one hand and shield in the other, decisively issued the command for a lethal assault. Once the special ammunition was expended, capturing foes was one objective, but instilling fear through force was equally essential. The harpy, still clinging to her entrenched notions, dismissed the crossbow bolts as insignificant. After all, on this continent, a crossbow must be painstakingly reloaded after the first shot, allowing ample time for the harpies to swoop down 2 or 3 times. However, at this moment, the power of the rapid-fire crossbow invented by Closer became apparent. As the harpies descended, they were startled to discover that the enemy did not need to pause to reload their bolts. Furthermore, the crossbow could be manipulated with one hand, boasting an astonishing rate of fire. Confounded, the harpies suffered grievous losses in this brief encounter, with many of them being turned into a veritable sieve, their bodies riddled with holes. Meanwhile, the harpy leader, Raphael, was locked in a fierce battle with Meloidy. They exchanged webs and wind blades in a dazzling display, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Their clash was purely for show. However, witnessing her subordinates' heavy casualties, Raphael felt a surge of anxiety. She hastened her wing beats, unleashing dozens of wind blades that seemed even more formidable than before. Oh, how intriguing. It appears her mastery of wind magic has improved significantly. Meloidy mused, a smile playing on her lips as she relished Raphael's distress. She released several streams of green spider venom that transformed the wind blades into vapor mid-flight. Raphael, surrender. My master will treat you gently. Bah, you fallen pet spider. You deserve to be defeated by that dragon. What? Meloidy fumed, incensed by the implication of her defeat. Foolish bird. You have brought this upon yourself. Suddenly, after casting a few webs, Meloidy propelled herself into the air. Raphael was caught off guard by the spider's unexpected flight. With a series of thuds, several webs ensnared Raphael's wings, tightening instantly to drag her down from the sky. You. When did you learn to fly? I do not fly, but I learn from dwarves, from gnomes, from elves, and from my master. Unbeknownst to Raphael, Meloidy had stealthily connected the special catching darts shot by the dwarves with her own silk. Now, many of the harpies trapped in webs mid-air inadvertently aided Meloidy in weaving an invisible net. It must be said, since her defeat by that dragon, the spider had learned to absorb the strengths of those around her and transform them into her own wisdom. Swish, swish, swish. In the air, Meloidy deftly manipulated her silk, quickly binding Raphael in a web of intricate strands. Yet, as the leader of the harpy faction, Raphael was not one to submit easily. She struggled fiercely, flapping her wings in an attempt to break free from the binding silk. Trying to escape, not so easily, Meloidy seized the opportunity, unleashing a spray of venom. This spider venom possessed powerful paralyzing effects. Anyone who came into contact would find themselves immobilized instantly. Despite her best efforts to evade, some venom inevitably splattered upon Raphael. The numbing sensation coursed through her body, causing her to plummet rapidly through the air. Do not underestimate me. As she fell, Raphael let out a piercing shriek, suddenly spinning as gusts of wind encircled her, forming a protective barrier of wind blades that cut through the webs restraining her. Still have the strength to resist. Humph, we'll see how long that lasts. Meloidy spat out 2 more streams of venom, determined to capture the harpy leader. Accursed spider. Raphael steeled herself, retracting her wings and accelerating her descent. However, this very decision allowed the 2 streams of venom to miss their target. Humph. I, Raphael, would rather die than become a human's pet. Is that your so-called master? As she fell, Raphael spotted Closer watching from the sidelines, a surge of fury igniting within her as she dove toward him. Is she coming for me? Realizing the peril, Closer swiftly dodged aside. Yet, the harpy adjusted her trajectory, still aiming for him. Buzz, Raphael's descent was swift, and even Meloidy could not intervene in time. Trouble, master, dodge, she shouted, though it was easier said than done, for Closer appeared to be an ordinary man, unable to escape the harpy's lock. Humph, worthless human, become my captive. At the last moment, Raphael spread her wings wide. The sudden resistance halted her descent, allowing her to glide forward. Closer stumbled as he prepared to crouch, only to be seized by Raphael. Help, save me. Meloidy gasped in shock. How could they be outmaneuvered when they held the advantage? With their commander captured, what hope did they have? Raphael's claws clutched Closer's arms tightly, lifting him high into the sky, on the verge of returning to her lair. But just then, a dark figure shot upwards like a cannonball, grasping Closer's feet. It was Cain. Ugh, let go, you brainless suit of armor. With Raphael already drained from carrying Closer, the sudden addition of a cursed suit of armor caused her to plummet once more. Would Cain heed her request to release Closer? The answer was undoubtedly no. Thus, the trio, one human, one harpy, and one suit of armor, plummeted into the unseen depths of the abyss before all their soldiers. Master, young master, both Meloidy and Crite cried out simultaneously. Yet, the figures of the three soon vanished into the shadows at the bottom of the chasm. Aside from Closer's desperate cries, the abyss swallowed them whole. Meloidy and Crite rushed to the edge of the abyss, their faces pale with fear. The captain must deal with the aftermath here. I will descend to find the master. After a moment's hesitation, Meloidy decisively began to climb down the sheer cliff of the abyss, her sturdy spider legs embedded deep into the wall with each step, making her descent the only option to locate Closer. Crite said nothing, instead turning to direct the assault team to continue their attack against the remaining harpies. At this point, whether their young lord would return alive truly depended on his resilience. Meanwhile, as Closer and the others fell, they did not remain idle. Raphael exerted every ounce of strength to shake them off, yet Closer clung desperately to her ankle, refusing to let go. Of course, Closer had no intention of being flung down to his death. Raphael, already affected by Meloidy's spider venom, found herself utterly drained. Yet, now burdened with a human and a suit of armor, she felt more helpless than ever. The depths of the magical forest's abyss were indeed profound. Closer could not discern how long they had been falling. The deeper they descended, the darker it became, until the light above had shrunk to a mere sliver before they reached the bottom. Thud, with a heavy thump, Cain's armor cushioned Closer's fall to the ground. However, in his arms lay the unconscious form of the harpy. Raphael, still shaken, Closer took a moment to steady his breath before surveying the pitch-black abyss. How long have we been falling? I feel as though we've dropped into the depths of hell. It's so dark. Just as he spoke, Cain's armor suddenly illuminated, casting an eerie glow. Curious, Closer turned to see two flickering blue flames igniting where the armor's eye sockets had been. Thus, it stood beside him, serving as a makeshift lantern. Gazing at the ghostly blue light, Closer mused that this was hardly preferable to the darkness. He rummaged through his supplies, retrieving an emergency lamp, finally allowing him to see the surroundings. To his astonishment, the bottom of the abyss harbored yet another forest. The trees here possess an unusual and peculiar appearance, which Closer speculates may be due to their perpetual absence from sunlight. He cast a troubled glance at the still unconscious harpy, Raphael, and felt that, irrespective of the circumstances, he had narrowly escaped death thanks to her strenuous flight, although she ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and fainted. They had already been quite close to the ground at that point, allowing Cain to land safely. As his gaze fell upon the somewhat adorable harpy, Closer felt his cheeks flush and hastily averted his eyes. There was no helping it. After all, these magical beasts had no custom of donning clothing. It was quite exasperating. He resolved to remain here and wait for them to descend and seek him out. Until he grasped the situation, he deemed it wise not to wander aimlessly. However, he was unaware that just beyond the reach of his emergency light, several eerie green eyes lurked amidst the dense foliage, secretly observing him. Chapter 25. Bribe her with hot pot. At the abyss's depths, Closer, fearing the depletion of his battery, ignited a campfire using a lighter he found in the supermarket. Noticing that the little harpy remained unresponsive, he retrieved a bottle of menthol oil and applied a small amount beneath her nose. Where am I? The menthol oil proved effective. Within moments, the little creature ensnared in spider venom was roused from her stupor. Oh, you finally woke up. Closer beamed innocently and extended a hand in greeting. What? A human? Raphael instinctively prepared to flap her wings and take flight, but barely a meter off the ground, she tumbled back down with a thud. Ugh, my wings. Raphael grimaced in pain as she sat on the ground. Closer rushed over to support her. Don't move. Your wings have been overexerted. Did you sprain something? Closer began examining her wings, and it was only then that Raphael noticed she had inexplicably been dressed in some peculiar attire. What is this? Accursed human, what have you done to me? The little harpy recoiled, wishing to distance herself from the human before her. Closer gazed at the frightened creature with innocence, having merely draped a swimsuit over her without malice. Truly, it was nothing but pure admiration. How infuriating. Take it off? Why can't I remove it? Raphael writhed in an attempt to shed the swimsuit, but lacking arms, her inflexible wings proved utterly inadequate. Closer chuckled and attempted to soothe her. Raphael, was it? This is a swimsuit. I thought it suited you quite well. It's far better than being completely bare. Wouldn't you agree? It's only fitting for a young lady to maintain some modesty. The little harpy, Raphael, was bewildered. She had never seen a clothed harpy in her life. Was this human out of his mind? Modesty? You. Raphael was about to resort to violence, but in that moment, she forgot that her wings were powerless. A loud crack echoed as the little harpy's face went pale, beads of sweat instantly forming on her forehead. Hey, what's wrong? Closer approached her in concern, but the moment he touched her wing, she let out a yelp. My wings, it seems, they are sprained. Only after she spoke did Closer realize that the earlier incident had indeed caused an injury. Her wing now appeared oddly bent at a 90-degree angle, resembling a deformed structure. Now was not the time for imaginative thoughts. He needed to swiftly assist this little harpy in stabilizing her injured wing. Closer dashed into the supermarket, searching for anything that could be of use. In the blink of an eye, the little harpy watched as the human conjured a multitude of items from thin air. Spatial magic. Upon hearing her astonished exclamation, Closer had no intention of explaining. Magic was simply magic, and he could not clarify it anyway. The items he had brought included a cricket bat, a roll of bandages, a bottle of ointment for injuries, and a toy remote-controlled car. First, he secured the cricket bat to the harpy's wing with bandages, providing a splint-like effect. Then, he hastily applied some ointment to the injured area. Finally, he placed the little harpy onto the toy car and, holding the remote, began spinning her around. Buzz, ding ding ding. Accompanied by a cacophony of cheerful children's music, the electric car spun steadily for the 5th time. The little harpy's expression transitioned from terror to a state of numbness. Although she could not comprehend what this contraption was, Raphael was no fool. She quickly recognized it as a toy for children. This human man, was he treating her like a child? Had he had his fill of amusement? With a glum expression, Raphael sat in the toy car, her voice trembling slightly. She felt that this fellow was mocking her. Was he ridiculing her for becoming a plaything for humans? Closer awkwardly chuckled and finally ceased the car's spinning. I merely wish to alleviate your boredom, for you are, after all, my captive. Indeed, Raphael thought to herself. This human truly regarded her as a captive. Humph, despicable human. How dare you conspire with foul spiders and dwarfs? You are unworthy of victory. Oh, you are familiar with unworthy of victory. Have you ever heard of all's fair in love and war? In the clash of armies, what does it matter if one is deemed despicable? Naturally, the victor is king. Closer observed the little harpy's face redden with indignation and continued. Moreover, I have not employed any underhanded tactics. Did I deceive you, poison you, or kidnap your family? And let us not forget, it was your kind that attacked me first. Little girl, one must adhere to reason and perhaps smile a bit more. It makes one more likable. I spit. After much struggle, Raphael managed to spit out a retort. Closer's words left her speechless, unable to formulate a counterargument. TSK. Had I not mentioned that young ladies ought to be modest? Closer shook his head and produced some chocolate from beneath his robe. Meant to coax little Lisa. Would you like to try some? It's delicious. Spit. Who would want to eat your food? Oh, Closer retracted the chocolate and instead unveiled a large chicken leg. How about this? Care for a taste? It's delectable. Spit. Oh, stowing away the chicken leg, Closer then conjured a copper hot pot, the kind that uses charcoal for cooking. He proceeded to lay out an array of condiments, sesame paste, vinegar, spicy sauce, cilantro, garlic sprouts, and bean paste, all scattered around. This fellow had decided to indulge in hot pot this time. Heh, Enjoying hot pot at the bottom of this abyss certainly adds a unique flavor. You scoundrel. Raphael's face flushed with anger, yet she found herself unable to retaliate against him. Just as Closer brought the broth to a boil and tossed in the lamb slices, a rumble echoed from her stomach. Ha ha ha. Closer remained silent, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he looked at her. This utterly mortified the little harpy. Unfortunately, her stomach betrayed her once more, growling insistently. Huh? Come on, have a bite. Don't hold back. Your stomach is protesting. Humph. The little harpy stamped her foot in frustration, sitting by the hot pot with an expression of outrage. However, lacking hands, reaching directly into the pot for the hot meat was too scalding. Adding to her embarrassment, open wide. I'll feed you. Closer picked up a piece of lamb from the pot with chopsticks, blew on it to cool it down, and then brought it to the little harpy's mouth. Feeding her to death, as the lamb slid down her throat, Raphael's expression transformed into one of pure delight. She gazed incredulously at Closer. What kind of meat is this? I've never tasted something so delicious. Hee. Closer smiled at her, sighing. Though you are a demon lord, the cuisine in this world is indeed rather lacking. It's either potatoes or more potatoes. The only meat available is roasted steak. This is called hot pot. What do you think? Isn't it delightful? Raphael nodded eagerly. It's truly delightful. I want another piece. She opened her mouth wide, resembling a fledgling bird awaiting its mother's feeding, which elicited a series of chuckles from Close. That's right, little girl. What's the point of spending your days in endless fighting with a group of people? It's far more enjoyable to make friends that we could all gather for hot pot. Wouldn't that be delightful? Raphael, with a half-understanding expression, replied. No fighting? Then what would be the title of Demon King? If you don't fight, how would anyone fear you? If they don't fear you, they bully you. What's this talk about making friends? Is this the law of the jungle? That does make some sense. However, now that I am here, the old rules must be revised. Let us all be good friends. And when there is nothing else to do, we can go to my castle for hot pot. Let us throw a party. What is this thing called hot pot? Is that another kind of delicious food? Raphael stared with wide eyes, seemingly imagining what a party might entail. If you want to know, come back to my castle with me, and I'll teach you how to host a party. All right. Close, unable to resist the urge, reached out and ruffled the little demon girl's hair. But Raphael reacted as if she had been electrified, bouncing back and even abandoning her lamb slices. Human, don't think you can take advantage of me. As soon as my wings are better, I'll lock you away in my cliff prison. What is going on? Where we find just a moment ago? Close's hand awkwardly froze in midair. But suddenly, Cain, who had been standing beside him, made a move. Oh, discovered. Huh? Well, there's no helping it. After all, it's that Cain. Close quickly turned around and saw that the darkness had been filled with glimmering green eyes. Though he didn't know when it had happened. Who is it? Whoosh! No one answered his query, and a shadow suddenly leaped from the darkness, lunging at Close. Crash! Cain stepped forward, swinging his fist to collide with the shadow. The figure, after exchanging a punch with Cain, flipped backward and landed on the ground. Close finally got a clear view of the figure, which was unmistakably a stunning beauty with a mane of explosive golden hair. However, she had two round, fluffy ears on her head. A beast-eared girl. Close heart raced. This was the real deal. That graceful figure, the tousled golden hair, the wild aura, the explosive physique. Close didn't realize that as he gazed at her. A stream of drool had unconsciously trickled from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 26. The Abyssal Frenzy Beastman. Those claws, those eyes, that golden hair, those subtly exposed tiger teeth. Every inch of her skin seemed to have been forged through fire and trial. Evoking a sense of reverence, this was the leader of the Frenzy Beastmen, Jason Mary. Ola ola ola. Bang 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 bang. The golden-haired beast-eared girl, like a fervently obsessed fighter, seized Cain and immediately set up a ring. The contrast between her wildness and Cain's calm demeanor made for a captivating spectacle. The beast-eared girl attacked with the ferocity of flames, each punch and kick seemingly fueled by all her strength. Cain, emotionless, countered each move as if he were a soulless fighting machine. Close, seated by the campfire, was munching on sunflower seeds with a bottle of ice-cold beer by his side, as though he had no stake in the matter. The little demon girl, Raphael, was nervously biting her lip, feeling internally conflicted. She wished to break free from Chloe's control, yet she was even more reluctant to fall into the hands of the frenzied beastmen. All right, beautiful, give me another. Raphael glared at the incessantly shouting figure next to her, wishing she could just shove him away. Can you keep it down? The little demon girl finally couldn't hold back and warned Chloe loudly. What's wrong? How can there be no cheering for such an exciting battle? Raphael gritted her teeth, veins popping on her forehead. You fool. If Cain loses, we'll all be eaten as dinner by these frenzied beastmen. Huh? Chloe was taken aback. He and T expected such a beautiful beast-eared girl would actually eat people. Crash! A loud noise echoed as Cain was knocked back several meters. The golden-haired beast-eared girl grinned broadly and suddenly shouted at Chloe. Don't listen to that little lady. I wouldn't eat people. I'm a vegetarian. Ah. Chloe gave an awkward laugh, thinking, I believe you about as much as I believe in ghosts, if you're a vegetarian. Then I'm a non-eater. Cain, are you still okay? Chloe anxiously watched as the armored figure returned to the battlefield. To his surprise, Cain resolutely stepped back into the fray, but this time, something had changed about him. It was ghost fire. The interior of his armor began to blaze with eerie blue flames. Whoosh! As Cain charged forward once more, the force behind his punches suddenly doubled. Not only that, but each punch now sent bursts of blue sparks flying. Cain's transformation caught the beast-eared girl off guard, and the tide of battle began to tilt in his favor. However, the golden-haired beast-eared girl clearly possessed extensive combat experience and quickly devised a counter-strategy. The two exchanged blows in a lively and engaging manner, but as time passed, Chloe shifted from keen interest to a state of drowsiness. Moments later, Raphael, the little demon girl, found herself speechless as she noticed the human boy had pulled out a blanket and was now fast asleep. This human, how carefree can one be? Yet, it was not entirely Chloe's fault, for not long after, Raphael too succumbed to sleep, her eyelids growing heavy. It was unclear how long they slept, but when Chloe rubbed his eyes and awoke once more, he discovered he had become a captive of the frenzied beastmen. This, frustrated, Chloe surveyed his surroundings. The room was well lit and spacious. At a glance at Cain, who stood silently beside him, made Chloe wonder if Cain had lost. Shifting his gaze again, he noticed Raphael, the little demon girl, still sound asleep. Hey, wake up. We've become prisoners. Do you still have the leisure to sleep? Chloe chided, not realizing how recently he himself had just awakened. The room confining Chloe appeared to be a cave, as the walls were rough and uneven rocks. The only exit was secured with wooden stakes, and a guard stood watch outside. Chloe stood up, intending to strike up a conversation with the guard outside. However, as he approached, he was taken aback to find the guard had a dog's head. Chloe quickly hatched a plan, tossing a meat bone he had taken from the supermarket. Good doggy, go fetch. The dog-headed guard paused for a moment, then surprisingly ran over to retrieve the bone. Bloodline suppression. What can you do? Chloe exchanged glances with Cain, who understood the cue and swiftly broke the wooden barricade in two. Rousing the drowsy Raphael, Chloe and the others successfully made their escape. Yet, as they exited the cave, Chloe was left dumbfounded, for outside stood at least dozens of frenzied beast men, and the wild golden-haired beast-eared girl was among them. Dozens of eyes turned towards Chloe, making him feel an immense pressure. Hello everyone. We're just out for a stroll, getting some fresh air, and we'll head back in a moment. Acting nonchalant, Chloe greeted them before turning to retreat back towards the cave. Since you're out, you might as well stay out. We're just discussing your fate. The golden-haired beast-eared girl lounged in a blanket-covered wooden chair, one leg resting on the seat, resembling a bandit leader. Bring that human boy over here. At her command, two burly bearmen seized Chloe and brought him to her side. The golden-haired beast-eared girl waved her hand, dismissing her subordinates, and then scrutinized Chloe with keen interest. Tsk, so pale and tender, and you smell so delightful. You must taste exquisite. The more she stared, the more she seemed to like him, until finally, she leaned in closer, sniffing Chloe's face. How is this similar to Meloid? Am I truly that fragrant? As she continued to sniff, her expression gradually turned to one of intoxication, oblivious to the fact that she was now too close to Chloe. Suddenly, both the beast-eared girl and Chloe froze, for their lips had inadvertently brushed against one another. What? What are you trying to do? I warn you not to get carried away. Chloe clutched his collar tightly, resembling a damsel ensnared in the lair of bandits. The golden-haired beast woman, Jason, chuckled softly, even extending her tongue to lick her lips. What a delectable aroma! young man. You. After a moment of scrutinizing Close, the golden-haired beast woman suddenly rose and proclaimed loudly, "My minions, I have made my decision. I shall marry this human youth. From this day forth, he shall be the consort of our wild beast kingdom." Puffed. Close nearly spewed forth a mouthful of blood that doubled it. "Marry me as a consort? I am a pure man. For heaven's sake, how could I stoop to the level of relying on another, and to be a door in the door? Absolutely not. I did not solicit your opinion. Whether you agree or disagree matters not, for I have already decided. And you shall comply." Well then, Close realized what it meant to encounter someone utterly unreasonable. Your Highness, I am not emotionally prepared. I am still but a child." The golden-haired beast woman paid no heed to Close's cries. Seemingly invigorated by his distress, "Ha ha ha, take our future consort away and ensure he is well looked after. I shall bathe and join you shortly." Good heavens, Close felt a chill run down his spine. Could it be that he was to be forcibly claimed? Who will come to my rescue? The little succubus watched as Close was dragged away, crying and shouting, a peculiar feeling stirring within her. She had always believed the wild beast men would be the first to confront her, yet she found herself neglected, entirely overlooked. Cain seemed only inclined to intervene when Close's life was in jeopardy. At this moment of impending marriage, he remained indifferent, merely shadowing Close like a specter. This time, Close was imprisoned in a more spacious and relatively comfortable chamber. Most importantly, it contained a grand bed. The bearman escort unceremoniously shoved Close into the room, where he fell onto the bed like a limp noodle. What to do now? How could this happen? Is it possible that I, Close, who have maintained my purity for decades, am to be defiled here? Although the one in question is a beast-eared maiden I admire, I am not the submissive one. I am the dominant. Overcome with shame and indignation, Close felt tears welling up, cursing his own weakness. Suddenly, he heard a rustling above him. Looking up, he noticed a section of the rocky ceiling shedding fragments. As he stepped closer, he discovered a small hole had formed in the ceiling. With a clatter, the hole widened until a tentacle-like appendage emerged from within the dough. It was a little spider. "Meloid? Is that you?" Close instinctively sensed a familiar presence. It seemed Meloid had come searching for him. Should Meloid be pleased that her master could recognize her even in this manner? Suddenly, a stream of little spiders began to pour out from the newly created hole in the ceiling. They landed on the floor, forming a small mound of dirt. That mound, constructed of tiny spiders, gradually morphed into a human shape, culminating in the complete form of Meloid before Close. "Meloid, it really is you," Close exclaimed with excitement, embracing the black spider, leaving the latter momentarily stunned. "You arrived just in time. Quickly, take me away. If we delay, it will be too late. That bandit woman intends to force herself upon me. I still wish to preserve my precious chastity." Meloid felt dizzy from Close's frantic shaking. "Master, are you saying that the wild beast leader has taken a liking to you? Wants to marry you?" Close pouted and nodded. Then my master should readily agree. Afterward, you could even incorporate her and her wild beast army into your ranks, which would simplify matters. Hey. Is it truly acceptable to joke about such things? Are you not concerned that Nightwind might learn of this and go berserk? Meloid recalled the dark elf residing in the castle. Feeling somewhat apprehensive, Nightwind had always considered herself Close's girlfriend, being the person closest to him in the castle. If she were to discover that her boyfriend was being forced into marriage, the results would be akin to a meteor colliding with Earth. "Very well, my master, I shall take you out right away." "Wait," Close halted Meloid, whispering as he pointed towards the door. "You must also bring Cain and Raphael along." Close's request left Meloid momentarily perplexed. Bringing one was manageable, but now adding a foul bird and an armored figure. "Master, do you expect me to summon a carriage as well?" Chapter 27. Want to sleep with me? No way. Though Close desired to rescue the little succubus, she was currently not with him. He and Cain were confined in this room. But what of the little succubus? Could it be that she was devoured? "Master, is it truly necessary to rescue that foul bird?" "She has caused you considerable harm." Close firmly nodded. "Yes, I must save her. She is still a child, and moreover, a girl. We cannot simply abandon her." Meloid rolled her eyes in resignation, thinking that her young master's compassion was overflowing once again. She crept closer to the door, quietly peering outside, only to find two bearmen stationed at the entrance. "Let us first see what lies beyond." Meloid crouched down, placing her hand on the ground near the door's crack. Several small spiders detached from her palm, easily slipping through the gap and scurrying outside in a matter of moments. Close heard the sound of two heavy objects crashing to the ground outside. The little spiders incapacitated the two bear guards and even returned with the keys. Wow, Meloid, you possess such remarkable skills. That's amazing. Close's eyes sparkled with admiration, causing Meloid to feel a bit bashful. Oh, it's nothing, merely a trivial skill. The two of them stealthily exited the new room, preparing to search for Raphael's whereabouts. However, behind them came Kane's heavy, clanking footsteps. Kane, shoo. Although Close commanded it to remain silent. The armor seemed incapable of obeying, given the unavoidable clanking sounds. Close decided to stride out confidently. My consort, why have you come out alone? Spiders. The golden-haired beast woman emerged from her bath, exuding an enchanting allure. Her damp hair clung to her thin garment, and a subtle fragrance wafted through the air. Close swallowed nervously, summoning his courage to declare, I cannot marry you here. I am not ready for marriage just yet. There are numerous matters awaiting my attention in the territory. Moreover, I desire to maintain a friendly relationship with the wild beast men, so please release me and my companions, including that little bird. Oh, the golden-haired beast woman narrowed her eyes at Close. Her voice icy. Why should I heed your words? You are merely a pleasantly scented human boy, albeit accompanied by 3 demon lords. Oh, wait, 2 demon lords, and 1 former demon lord. The emphasis on former was particularly pronounced. Clearly mocking Meloid, the ex-demon lord. Bah, Jason, do not gloat. I know not what means you employed to defeat Kane, but it certainly was not a method worthy of respect. If it were a fair fight with Kane, I dare say you would be the one to suffer defeat. Meloid's words rang true. In fact, during Close's slumber, the duel between the beast woman and the armor began to reveal signs of a clear victor. Although the golden-haired beast woman boasted fierce attacks and considerable strength, the longer the battle dragged on, the more her stamina waned. Conversely, Kane's armor exhibited no signs of fatigue, and somehow, it only grew more invigorated with each clash. Under such circumstances, the beast woman's defeat was merely a matter of time. However, she would not accept being bested on her own turf. Thus, her subordinates seized the opportunity to abduct the slumbering Close, forcing Kane to surrender. I have won, and victory is victory. Words are but futile. Now that you are all in my grasp, none shall escape, especially that detestable little bird. I am prepared to pluck all her feathers and then boil her alive for dinner. What? Close gasped in horror, rushing forward to clutch the beast woman's collar, exclaiming, You! How can you truly consume a person? By doing such a thing, how are you any different from other wild beasts? I had thought that as beast men, you must possess some semblance of humanity, no longer the savage creatures who feast on flesh. Release her. Go ahead and eat me. The golden-haired beast girl was momentarily taken aback by the imposing presence of the young man before her. Curiously, she tilted her head and scrutinized Closer. Oh, you're actually willing to die for that little bird. Could it be that you are in a romantic relationship? Well, Closer's confidence was doused with a bucket of cold water. And he stammered, Actually, we just had a fight. My subordinates should have already taken over her nest. The golden-haired beast girl nearly burst into laughter. Hey, this is amusing. You invaded her nest, and now you want to risk your life to save her? You are quite the character, to tell you the truth. It's precisely because of those harpies that we, the wild beast men, are relegated to the depths of this abyss. We yearn for sunlight. We long to indulge in the delights beneath the sun. But alas, we cannot fly. It is due to their occupation of the abyssal cliffs that we must dwell in this lightless chasm. Tell me, should I not devour her? It turned out that the wild beast men and the harpies harbored such an irreconcilable conflict. Closer pondered for a moment, his gaze unwavering as he looked at her. You are the leader, Jason, correct? My name is Closer, the new lord of the Eagle Gorge. If you are willing, I can assist you in returning to the surface, and together we can establish a new home. While others perceive the demon forest abyss as a perilous lair, I see it quite differently. The so-called demon lords I have encountered are all either beautiful or charming young maidens, except for Kane. Of course I can sense that you all possess kindness. It is merely a case of being misrepresented and demonized by others. The so-called discord between you is not insurmountable. The demon forest abyss is vast enough for all of us to coexist peacefully. We can join forces to transform this place into a paradise. Just envision it. Forests, seas, beaches, sunshine. Does this not surpass the bloodshed and carnage? I understand that my words may seem like mere fanciful dreams. But in any case, my territory is already home to humans, dwarves, elves, and the ink wolves. We collaborate to cultivate this homeland, and I believe that even with the addition of harpies and beastmen, the current balance will not be disrupted. Have you ever considered a sanctuary where all races coexist harmoniously? Are you not curious what such a sight would entail? After Closer's lengthy discourse, the golden-haired beast girl truly stood there, lost in the imagery he painted. All races coexisting peacefully. Has such a sight ever graced the continent? The answer, of course, is no. But what if the young man could actually achieve it? After all, Meloid and Cain were by his side. If he could indeed pull it off, how could the wild beastmen not claim their share? Young man, I take quite a liking to you. Here's the deal. If you agree to marry me, I shall release all of you. About that. I believe marriage is a serious matter that cannot be decided so hastily. Regardless, I must inform my parents, and there needs to be some emotional foundation. However, upon seeing Closer become indecisive again, the golden-haired beast girl draped her arm over his shoulder and impatiently declared, "What emotional foundation? We can marry first, and after some intimate moments, we develop feelings. Why are you being so tedious? Come on, let's have some children. Hey, let go of me. Help, this is criminal." Closer protested as the beast girl half-dragged him toward the room, but just as they had taken a few steps, Meloid blocked their path. Spider, are you trying to obstruct me? Don't forget this is my territory. Meloid smiled nonchalantly, pulling Closer aside and stating, setting aside whether I would agree to your desire for my master. You should know, he has a girlfriend, and if you wish to marry him, you must first contend with the wrath of the Dark Elves. Dark Elves. There are no Dark Elves in the Demon Forest Abyss. The golden-haired beast girl instinctively released Closer upon hearing the name of the Dark Elves. Clearly, the Dark Elves had a formidable reputation on the continent, one that even the demon lords of the forest did not dare to underestimate. Yes, I do have a girlfriend. Her name is Nightwind, and she is indeed a Dark Elf. If you force me to marry, she would be the first to object. Closer quickly seized upon the Dark Elf's name, wielding it as his shield. The golden-haired beast girl scoffed. What are the Dark Elves? I want to see just how formidable she truly is. Fine, I shall let you go today, but I will accompany you to meet this so-called Dark Elf girlfriend. I intend to challenge her openly and claim you from her grasp. As Closer observed the golden-haired beast girl clenching her fists, he breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had successfully navigated the situation. When Closer next encountered the little fairy Raphael, he found her truly bound to a pillar, preparing for plucking. The little one was terrified, her face paling, yet she stubbornly gritted her teeth, eliciting Closer's overwhelming protective instincts. He rescued Raphael and held her close, offering comfort. After a bout of tears, she suddenly realized her predicament, pushing Closer away and blushing fiercely, her face resembling that of a monkey's rear. Nevertheless, Closer's expedition into the abyss was quite fruitful. Not only did he resolve the threat posed by the harpies, but he also gained a powerful ally in the wild beastmen. Although the encounter had been fraught with tension, Closer remained unaware that the true dangers lurking in the Demon Forest Abyss were far from over. Chapter 28. The Frustrated Young Lord. Eagle Fortress. Clang. Stand up. Grasp your sword tightly. A qualified warrior would never abandon their weapon in any circumstance. In the newly established training yard of the castle, Closer knelt on the stone floor, gasping for fresh air. Just moments before, he had enlisted Captain Kret to instruct him in swordsmanship. Now, he regretted his decision, fully aware of his own lack of personal strength. Closer had sought out Captain Kret immediately after the Abyss incident, imploring him to teach him the art of the sword. Simultaneously, he was meant to learn magic from Nightwind. However, on this first day in the training yard with Kret, the young lord realized that wielding a sword was not as simple as merely wanting to pick one up. After catching his breath, Closer retrieved the long sword that had been knocked from his hand and charged at Captain Kret once more. Clang! Once again, without exception, Closer's long sword was sent flying. Young master, let us call it a day. Your fundamentals are too weak. It is premature for you to learn sword techniques. Captain Kret sheathed his sword and bowed to Closer before turning to leave. The young lord slumped onto the ground, his clothes thoroughly soaked with sweat. Ugh, this is untenable. My physical condition is too poor. It seems, it's time to start training. Closer reminisced about his previous visits to the gym. And soon a comprehensive muscle-building plan formed in his mind. Young master. Before Closer could even change his attire, little Lisa came running with her skirt held up, bubbling with excitement. Young master, come quickly, come quickly. What has come out? Speak slowly, don't rush. The little girl bent over, placing her hands on her knees as she panted. Huff. It's the seeds we planted. They have sprouted? Oh, that is indeed wonderful news, with the little girl in tow. Closer jogged to a small experimental field in front of the castle. Here, a small plot had been designated specifically for experimentation. At this moment, verdant little seedlings were already visible in the trial field. Those delightful, tender sprouts radiated vitality and life, lifting Closer's spirits just by looking at them. Lisa had diligently watered the seeds every day, and now they had finally germinated. Little Lisa danced with joy, clearly feeling a sense of accomplishment in the task Closer had assigned her. Hee, little Lisa, you did splendidly. Keep it up, and soon we shall have peppers to enjoy. Indeed. The once spice-loving Close has not savored the delightful taste of oil-splashed chili since arriving in this world. Thus, for the initial batch of experimental subjects in his test field, he has planted red peppers entirely. To his astonishment, Close discovered that the soil in his territory seemed to possess a kind of magic, as there were no signs of rejection after planting the seeds. This was also true for the small patch of traditional Chinese medicine cultivated by Jessica, since no one in this world knew how to grow traditional Chinese medicine. Close was compelled to dust off a popular science book on the subject. After poring over the book for 2 days, Close settled on 3 varieties that could be planted in summer: Banlangen, Jieging, and Donhen.as. For the efficacy of these 3 herbs, many young ones from Earth would surely be familiar. Banlangen, a miraculous herb, is almost a staple in every household. Moreover, it is quite adaptable and easy to grow. Additionally, the climate, environment, and soil of the Eagle Canyon seem to be just the kind it favors. As for Jieging, Close became acquainted with this name through the anime Inuyasha. Jieging, also known as Baofu flower or Lingdang flower, not only has the effects of relieving phlegm and cough, reducing swelling, and expelling pus, but it can also treat coughs, sore throats, chest tightness, abdominal distension, and bronchitis. Most importantly, Jieging is a versatile plant that serves as both medicine and decoration, and can even be consumed. Of course, consuming it wouldn't be literal. That would be quite wasteful. Lastly, there is Danshin. This remarkable herb thrives in mild climates, with ample sunlight and moist air. Danshin not only invigorates the blood and dispels stasis, calms the heart, and cools the blood to eliminate abscesses, but it is also known to treat gynecological diseases. How could Close, who prides himself on being a friend to women, not prioritize its cultivation? After all, he has quite a few lovely companions nearby, and if they were to feel discomfort during that time of the month, this miraculous herb would come in handy. Returning to his wandering thoughts, Close gazed upon the lush green seedlings of his chili field, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He chuckled softly. Not bad, not bad. Little Lisa should remember this favor. When the peppers mature, I shall be the first to prepare them for her. The little girl, unaware of the culinary delight that awaited, clapped her hands in excitement. After giving her a few more instructions, Close returned to the castle for a refreshing bath. However, while bathing, he encountered a rather serious problem. There were no underground water pipes in his territory. The current toilets were still pit latrines, essentially filling one hole with waste before covering it with soil and digging another. But with so many people residing here, wouldn't the ground soon be entirely filled with excrement? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. The issue of drainage must be resolved promptly. The drainage facilities on the continent of Ryan are mostly constructed from stone or bricks, leading towards the sea or into valleys, with cleaning relying primarily on rainfall. Although Close had heard of some nations boasting advanced facilities in this regard, he had only ever seen the rudimentary drainage systems of the Holger Principality. Sewers, drainage ditches. Oh heavens, as a lord, isn't he akin to a mayor back on Earth? Talent. The lack of skilled individuals is glaring. In Close's territory, there is no shortage of talent in mining and construction, and a few masters exist in toolmaking and blacksmithing. However, when it comes to the foundational infrastructure concerning the livelihood of the populace, it seems there isn't a particularly proficient individual to be found. Hubaru, though versatile and quick to learn, is fundamentally a businessman and politician at heart, just like playing a Three Kingdoms game. What I lack most now is talent in internal affairs, leaning against the edge of the bathtub. Close pondered where to find ready-made talent, oblivious to the fact that a window behind him had been opened slightly. With a soft thud, Close turned abruptly. only to be met with the sight of a tall, curvaceous blonde beauty standing there. Wasn't he that the leader of the wild beasts, Jason Marie? How did she end up in his bathroom? Little lord, I have arrived. The blonde beast woman chuckled mischievously, simultaneously shedding her garments. Hey, what are you doing? This is considered peeping. I tell you, don't come any closer. You, quickly put your clothes back on. Clothes commanded, yet his gaze remained fixated on her, unable to divert his eyes for even a moment. To his dismay, 2 streams of blood erupted from Close's nostrils once more. Young man, you're quite heated. Allow me to assist you. The blonde beast woman leaped into Close's bathtub like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, leaving the still Navii Close utterly flustered. Just as he braced for the impending invasion, the entire bathroom suddenly trembled violently. An earthquake. Close crossed his arms protectively over his chest, while the blonde beast woman cast a fierce gaze towards the window. There, a figure cloaked in a moon-white robe, with flowing mercury hair, exuded a dangerous aura. Audacious beast, daring to lay eyes on my boyfriend. Did you even ask me? Die. The dark elf, Nightwind, was indeed the one standing there. With her magic surging, her robe billowed ominously, waves of black energy gathered ominously in her palm, coalescing into a dangerous energy sphere. As Nightwind moved, the energy sphere exploded, hurtling towards the blonde beast woman. The dark elf, just as Jason was about to rise to evade, the floor beneath them could not withstand the pressure of the magic and began to crack, creating a massive hole. What is happening? This was unfortunate. The newly formed hole was directly beneath Close's bathtub. In an instant, Close, along with the blonde beast woman and the bathtub, plummeted through the opening. With a resounding crash, Close found himself, disheveled and covered in dust. Still seated in the bathtub, which had now landed in the center of the hall on the first floor. Coincidentally, Huberu was currently presiding over a small meeting in the hall, although the number of attendees was modest. Around 20 individuals, they now gaped in astonishment at Close and the bathtub that had fallen alongside him. More often than not, the men's eyes lingered on the voluptuous beast woman. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman before? Without a hint of embarrassment, Jason seized a tablecloth from the meeting table, wrapping it around herself as makeshift clothing. Nowhere to run. On the other side of the hole. The dark elf Nightwind, clearly still furious, crossed her arms and leaped down, unleashing several energy spheres before even landing. Jason, agile as ever, performed several somersaults to evade the magical projectiles. However, those attending the meeting were not so fortunate, as they were sent flying by the explosions of the energy spheres, impacting walls, ceilings. I'm done playing with you. We shall see. Realizing the situation was dire, Jason swiftly leaped out of the castle, disappearing into the woods amidst a chorus of astonished gasps. Meanwhile, Close, still seated in the bathtub, found himself on the verge of being buried beneath rubble and debris. My lord, your women come crashing in like this in a few days, and our construction speed won't keep up with their destruction. Shouldn't you do something about them? Huberu, clutching his head and lying on the ground, glanced helplessly at Close, who appeared petrified, and our little lord was internally besieged by 1,000 llamas racing past. He wished to intervene, but alas, he was powerless to manage any of them. Chapter 29. The future chancellor in a bind unbeknownst to him. Close had already spent a month in this legendary fief. Seated in his study, he diligently recorded the myriad affairs that had transpired since his arrival on the very first day. Just yesterday, the goblins who had previously accompanied Nightwind in the Whispering Woods joined Close's burgeoning household. Although many races harbored ill feelings towards goblins, the latter seemed accustomed to their peculiar treatment, and no conflicts had arisen. Adhering to the philosophy that anyone who sought refuge was akin to family, Close generously welcomed all the goblins. However, our young lord was not a soft-hearted do-gooder, especially when it came to women. In truth, he valued the goblins for their exceptional talent in excavating tunnels. If there existed a distinction between the tunnels dug by goblins and those fashioned by dwarves, it would be that the former were more comfortable, while the latter were more spacious. Close believed that by combining the strengths of both, a magnificent underground palace could be constructed within Eagle's Canyon. Nonetheless, his foremost task remained the excavation of sewer systems. Rather than a grand palace, my lord, our queue for construction has already extended to next winter's solstice, and now you propose digging sewers. It is simply a matter of insufficient manpower, Huberu lamented. spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness as he gazed at Close with a puzzled expression. Insufficient manpower. Haven't we already enlisted the wild orcs and goblins? Close questioned, perplexed. Hubert chuckled wryly and shook his head. My lord, those wild orcs you brought back. You can't find them when it's time to work. Yet during mealtime, they seem to multiply. Furthermore, these spirited wild orcs and black iron dwarves frequently engage in brawls, and I am already overwhelmed with the task of mediating these disputes. Close stared blankly at Huberu before suddenly patting him on the shoulder. Thank you for your hard work, comrade. Huberu felt as though he might perish from exasperation, believing that since he had followed Close to this territory, his hair had grown considerably gray. My lord, young master, you cannot simply cast this burden upon me. You may choose not to involve yourself, but could we refrain from adding new projects? I am truly at my wit's end. Close observed Huberu's increasingly gaunt cheeks and felt a pang of sympathy. Well then, do you have any suitable personnel to recommend? Huberu rubbed his face, contemplating. As a matter of fact, I do have someone in mind. Who might that be? Huberu grimaced and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, never mind. I'll pretend I didn't say anything. That person isn't here, and I don't even know if she is still in Cartest. Is she your old acquaintance? Close inquired. Huberu shrugged. She is my half-sister. Wow, your sister? Close remarked, his eyes gleaming with interest. Huberu, sensing Close's insatiable curiosity, raised his voice in exasperation. Enough? She really is my sister. I recall that when we were children, she exhibited remarkable administrative prowess. The elders in the merchant guild recognized her talents, and she began engaging in guild management at the tender age of 13. I remember you mentioning that you were the illegitimate son of a certain guild leader. Abandoned and all, Close interjected. Hey, Close, I have reason to believe this is a form of retribution, a blatant act of revenge. Ha! I concede. I repent. The two engaged in playful banter, teasing each other's sensitive spots. Young master. Young master, a letter from the imperial city has arrived. It is for you. The door to the study was flung open, and Lilith stood at the threshold, clutching a letter. However, her subsequent words were caught in her throat as she beheld her young master sprawled atop Huberu, their attire in disarray. Ah, young master, I never imagined you to be this kind of person. Lilith froze for a moment, then shrieked, covering her flushed cheeks as she dashed out the door. Close reached out to call after her, but paused to assess his and Huberu's positions. It did indeed lend itself to misinterpretation. Hey, get off me, Huberu protested as he pushed Close away, and the two hurriedly stood and adjusted their clothing. On a serious note, Huberu, I would very much like your sister to assist me. I wish for her to work for me. Well, I have always felt that my sister is somewhat underutilized in the guild. She deserves a larger stage. But what? Close pressed. But I also don't know if she is still in Cartest, which is the headquarters of our guild. Close, unfamiliar with the geographical layout of the Rhine continent, found the name of this widely known city to be as perplexing as an ancient tome. Then, how about this? Huberu, write a letter, and I shall send someone to Cartest. We can take our chances. If she isn't there, we can inquire about her whereabouts. If all else fails, I will personally visit to invite her. We are in dire need of talent. Huberu pondered for a moment, realizing that inviting his sister to assist would essentially be a means of saving himself. All right, I will attempt to write a letter. But do not hold out too much hope. Close, brimming with excitement, pressed Huberu against his desk. As long as you write, the rest shall be left to the hands of fate. Upon completing the letter, Close summoned 2 soldiers from the guard to entrust them with this honorable yet arduous task. Their journey to Cartest would ensure that even if the letter did not reach its destination, they would gather information about Lady Lana's whereabouts. Yes, your highness. After dispatching the 2 soldiers, Close and Huberu retreated once more into the study. My lord, here is the preliminary planning map for our territory. I intend to position the wild orc encampment directly opposite that of the black iron dwarfs to minimize the frequency of their altercations. Understood. Additionally, my lord, the main structure of the water wheel for the Ink Wolf clan has been completed. Awaiting your inspection, the water diversion channel has also been designed, and we are ready to commence work at any moment. Excellent. Excellent. Let us begin immediately. Lastly, my esteemed lord, I sincerely believe you should assign some tasks to your several female acquaintances, allowing them to save time that might otherwise be spent in jealousy, do you not think? That suggestion is quite timely, Close remarked, scratching his head in embarrassment, yet realizing the truth in the sentiment. With only Nightwind and Meloidy present, there had been frequent incidents, and now with the addition of Beast Girl Jason and the little sprite, Nightwind's jealousy had become increasingly pronounced, noticing Close lost in thought. Hubaru could not help but remind him, "My lord, you must be aware that elves are inherently experts in herbalism and botany. Yes? Moreover, that spider Meloidy, her little spiders could excavate the sewer system with remarkable efficiency. Provided the demands aren't too high, far surpassing that of dwarves and goblins they ask for the wild orcs, you could gather them for training to channel their excess energy. The harpies, well, as long as they remain on the cliffs. There should be no issue, really." Close raised an eyebrow, finding Hubaru's insights quite astute. "That I never realized you possessed such keen observation skills. You are indeed a worthy candidate for Chancellor." "Ha!" Hubaru rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Enough of the Chancellor talk. Allow me a moment's respite. Would you?" "Hee, my Chancellor, you cannot rest. If you do, our territory shall descend into chaos. How about this? I shall present you with a little something to help you unwind when you are fatigued." Close rummaged through his belongings and produced a large cardboard box. "What is this?" Hubaru inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Hee, open it and see." Close swiftly unwrapped the package, unveiling a portable massage cushion. "This is how it works." Close placed the massage cushion on a chair, only to realize that the castle lacked a power source. "This is rather awkward." He tossed the cushion aside and retrieved an electric massager from his supplies. Clear's throat, of course. This electric massager is not that sort of adult toy, but rather a device that can be used for self-massage when powered by batteries. "Give this a try." Close installed the batteries and placed the massager against Hubaru's back. Pressing the activation button, Virum, thump 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 thump, the massager thudded against Hubaru's back, producing a cacophony of sounds that left him utterly astonished. "Hey, my lord, you always manage to surprise people. I graciously accepted this gift." Hubaru, holding the massage wand, was in high spirits, and seeing his joy, Crows felt a surge of happiness as well. However, as Crows glanced at the series of blueprints handed to him by Hubaru, he pondered whether he was in need of a secretary. Chapter 30. The disheartening first live stream. After bidding farewell to the delighted Hubaru, who was pleased with the massage wand, Crows returned to his desk and picked up the envelope that little Lisa had carelessly discarded. A letter from the royal capital? Who could it be from? Curious, Crows tore open the wax seal and retrieved the letter inside. Oh, it's from Sooty. It turned out that the letter was sent by his only close relative in this world. His sister Sooty. Their father had arranged a marriage for Sooty? Crows furrowed his brow. If he wasn't mistaken, Sooty was merely around 14 or 15 years old. Are the people in this world so precocious? The intended groom, Prince Bankaz of the third royal line. What on earth is that? He must ask Hubaru about it later. Crows tucked the letter away, placing it in the drawer of his desk. He didn't feel particularly affected by its contents. After all, people in this world marry young, and the fact that his sister was to wed a prince could be seen as a match of social standing. Moreover, he discerned no sense of reluctance or grievance from the letter, as it was likely that, being a member of the royal family, she had long been prepared for her fate, setting aside the matter of his sister's marriage for the time being. Since the letter indicated that the wedding was still a month away, he would need to prepare a grand gift to present. After all, this sister was one of the few individuals in this world who genuinely cared for him. But what should he gift her? While contemplating this, Crow's eyes fell upon the laptop he had carelessly tossed into the corner. Oh no, how could I completely forget about the live stream? Indeed, if he wanted his territory's development to progress, it was essential to open the heavy machinery and building materials section in the supermarket. However, with no tips to his name, discussing the opening of other areas in the supermarket was out of the question. It was time to broadcast the life of a lord farming in another world. He opened the laptop and logged into the sole application contained within, upon entering his live stream room. Crows was surprised to find that even though he had not yet begun streaming, there were already comments left by viewers that a lord from another world. From which village? I suspect he's just a madman. Merely a ploy to attract attention, a common tactic among streamers, claiming to broadcast farming and life in another world. Yet this streamer has never streamed even once. Everyone, stop watching. This is likely a zombie account. Crows chuckled to himself at the absurdity of the comments, realizing how idle these viewers were. He had just registered a room, and already there were people taking notice. Peering out the window, he observed the bustling construction scene in front of his castle. which was hardly suitable for a live stream. After much contemplation, he decided that for his inaugural broadcast, it would be best to introduce his castle. With a clear plan in mind, Crows logged into his account and clicked the live stream button. Ding dong. Having never streamed before, Crows felt somewhat at a loss before the camera. Although his room was still empty, his movements had begun to feel awkward. This felt akin to the first time taking an exam. Facing the camera, Crows reminisced about his school days, but then he recalled that he was now an adult. Surely, the composure of an adult far surpassed that of a student, despite his youthful appearance. How ridiculous. Why am I feeling so nervous? Perhaps it's simply that I haven't engaged with modern civilization in a while and have become somewhat out of practice. Ding dong. Welcome user, the moon is bent by me to the room. Ding dong. Welcome user, true pig milk tea to the room. Ding dong. Welcome user, willing to hear his flight to the room. Ding dong. Welcome user, heavenly excrement Cupid to the room. Ding dong. Welcome. As Crows observed the peculiar usernames entering the live stream, he mused that he had only been away from modern civilization for a month or so. Yet he felt somewhat out of touch with the times. What in the world? What bizarre names? Crows first greeted the camera and introduced himself, then directed the lens towards his castle. Ladies and gentlemen, I have inadvertently traversed to another world, becoming a lord. Here stands my castle, the castle of the Magic Eagle. Crows began his tour from his study, proceeding through the hall, kitchen, bedroom, and balcony, until he reached the terrace at the castle's pinnacle. At which point he set the laptop down to glance at the comments. Wow, this is truly a castle. This streamer is quite willing to invest. Which European country is this in? Could it be a movie set? Otherwise, how could a traditional Chinese study exist within a European medieval castle? Hey, don't you say that. This streamer is rather handsome, resembling my ideal Prince Charming. Looks like we've caught one infatuated girl. It should be that he has attracted a female viewer. Hey, everyone, step aside. That girl is mine. You beasts. As Crows observed the increasingly chaotic comments, he silently cursed. Suddenly, he felt a gentle breeze behind him, followed by a familiar, delicate scent of herbs that it was yeffing. Darling, didn't you say you would start learning magic with me today? When shall we begin? Crows flashed a sweet smile. Could we perhaps wait a moment? I'm currently live streaming. Live streaming? Yeffing leaned in curiously to peer at the screen, but she could not decipher the chaotic display before her. Yet, unbeknownst to her, the chat section of Crow's live stream erupted into chaos. What the hell? Where did this beautiful girl come from? Is she a cosplay elf? Oh my, that heavenly beauty. I'm in love. This cosplay is so professional. How can I detect no traces of makeup? The streamer claims he has traversed to another world. Could it truly be? Crows watched as the viewers chattered excitedly, all discussions centering around yeffing, and he felt a twinge of discouragement. I've been diligently introducing my castle for so long. Yet the room's popularity has dwindled, while simply showing yeffing's face has sent the chat into a frenzy. It seems that beautiful women indeed have an inherent advantage in everything they do. Regardless of the reason, one cannot deny that Crow's live stream was rapidly gaining popularity. Suddenly, a notification chimed from the laptop that ding dong. Thank you to user A, Pear Blossom pressing the begonia for tipping a luxury car. Crows thought he must have misread, rubbing his eyes in disbelief and laughing aloud that I truly do not understand the youth of today. This is what tipping looks like. After the luxury car was sent, he saw the user in the chat frantically type, Bro, step aside. We want to see the elven beauty. What the heck? Crows felt a wave of frustration wash over him, reluctantly turning the camera towards Yeffing. Yeffing, perplexed, continued to examine the computer screen. Yet even this was sufficient to send the viewers into another frenzy. Wow, look at her skin. How can it appear so smooth and delicate that even the pores are invisible? She is beautiful, but unfortunately, her skin is a bit dark. If only it were a tad lighter, she would resemble an elf even more. Hey, you upstairs, you don't understand, do you? This is called a dark elf. That's just her natural appearance. Wow, I want the elven girl's contact information. I'll donate a villa for a full-body shot of the elven girl. TSK. I've seen countless streamers and various female hosts, but none can compare to the ethereal beauty of the one before me. So refreshingly elegant and breathtaking. Oh goddess, from this day forth, I shall be your most loyal servant. Please feel free to whip me. You upstairs, a beast, confirmed. 1-1 Crows felt veins throbbing at his temples. Although these viewers were merely taking advantage of Yeffing in words, our little lord was nevertheless furious and pressed the exit button. What in the world are these people? Do they dare to tease my girlfriend? I shall have Meloidy sew their mouths shut. He nearly hurled the laptop to the ground, but at the last moment, he restrained himself. Phew. Yefeng, observing Crow's sudden outburst, was left bewildered. Darling, what is wrong with you? What exactly was contained within that iron box? A multitude of colorful and incomprehensible characters, gazing at the somewhat bewildered night wind. Closer shook his head in resignation. It's nothing. Inside, it's merely a collection of livestock. You must keep your distance from it in the future. Really, my good mood has been utterly spoiled. Come, let's go learn some magic. Grasping Nightwind's hand, the two ascended to the opposite side of the castle's highest level. Although Nightwind was unaware of the events that had just transpired, she felt an unfamiliar sense of happiness when Closer held her hand tightly. Chapter 31. The Infuriating Magic Lesson. Closer, before I teach you dark magic, I must solemnly reiterate. Are you truly prepared? Nightwind adopted a rare seriousness before Closer, her expression earnest and unyielding. Closer took a deep breath. Reflecting on the past, he understood the meaning behind Nightwind's inquiry. As she had previously mentioned her purity, I have made my decision. Only by strengthening my own abilities can I avoid becoming a burden to you. And I will be better equipped to protect those I wish to safeguard. It's merely a matter of abstinence. I've grown accustomed to it. Indeed, Closer knew that to achieve success in the realm of magic, he must maintain the voluntary chastity he had preserved for decades. This decision had not been made lightly. Despite being surrounded by beautiful women eager to draw near, Closer recognized that, aside from Nightwind, the rest were merely intrigued by novelty. However, without formidable personal strength, relying solely on novelty and trivialities from the marketplace would never suffice to earn the loyalty of his rebellious subordinates over time. Despite the presence of dwarfs, orcs, harpies, and goblins within Closer's territory, creatures of considerable power, he felt rather insubstantial as their leader, just as Hubru reigned among the black iron dwarves due to his exceptional prowess. Each of the demon kings possessed an extraordinary strength. Closer keenly realized that the current tranquility stemmed from the favorable disposition those demon kings held towards him. Should they lose interest, the consequences would be unthinkable. Closer did not believe he could rely solely on his charm to keep these demon kings loyal for a lifetime. The TO commands such powerful subordinates. I must rise above them. Witnessing the determination in Closer's eyes, Nightwind smiled with a sense of relief. Then let us commence our first lesson. Upon finishing her words, she conjured a sphere of black energy in her palm. First, we must understand that, in the world as we know it, the air is infused with various elements. These elements can generally be categorized into water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, light, and darkness. For instance, the water element can be further divided into ice and vapor, while the earth element encompasses wood and stone. Closer listened attentively, taking out paper and pencil to jot down notes. Naturally, there remain many unknown domains in this world. Perhaps there exist certain unique elements we are yet unaware of, but those fall outside the scope of our teaching. Nightwind manipulated the dark energy in her hand, continuing, within the known continent, these elements undergo subtle shifts depending on environmental changes. For example, within a volcanic crater, the fire element dominates, while the water and lightning elements become nearly imperceptible. Similarly, over the ocean, the water element reigns supreme, reducing the fire and earth elements to a mere whisper. From this, we can infer that during rainy days, it is the festival of the lightning element. In most regions of the continent, the earth and wind elements each hold their own significance. However, today we shall study the two most extraordinary elements, light and darkness, because these two elements are unaffected by the environment. Closer's timely question momentarily surprised Nightwind, as it was precisely what she had intended to say. Haha. It seems you are indeed born to be a sorcerer. Nightwind nodded, offering Closer a commendable appraisal. You are correct. The elements of light and darkness are not influenced by the environment. They mutually restrict one another and cannot be separated, forming a relationship of coexistence and conflict. What I will teach you today is how to perceive the dark element within the air and identify its presence. As she spoke, Nightwind joined her hands together and then slowly spread them apart. In that moment, it seemed as if a miniature universe blossomed between her palms. The star-like elemental energies spun and classified themselves, akin to planets in the cosmos. Ultimately, All the dark energy coalesced into a singular energy sphere. Close your eyes, relax, and begin to sense the flow of the elements in the air. They emit their own unique voices. Listen for these voices and attempt to locate them. Closer followed Night Wind's instructions, closing his eyes to attune himself to the elemental power surrounding him that he endeavored to relax, akin to the state he experienced while practicing Tai Chi in his previous life. Adjusting his breath, he listened quietly, and suddenly he noticed a myriad of subtle whispers in his ears. The sensation bore a resemblance to the murmurs he had heard within the whispering forest. Closer concentrated, striving to discern the meaning behind those whispers. Gradually, the once nearly inaudible murmurs became increasingly clear to him. He found it fascinating and directed all his attention toward those sounds. Slowly, Closer astonishingly heard the first sentence. This human is peculiar. He carries a delightful scent. That Closer's heart raced. He could confirm that this voice did not belong to Night Wind or any individual he recognized. It was the whispers within the air. I like his scent. We like it too. He seems not to be a sorcerer. Let us assist him. Closer was elated to discover that he could now hear those whispers distinctly. He felt a sense of connection, as if the owners of those voices were the very elements in the air. Immersed in this extraordinary sensation of merging with the atmosphere, Night Wind, however, stood there, dumbfounded and speechless. Initially, she merely intended to teach Closer about the elements in the air, and it would have been wonderful if he could sense the marvelous composition of those elements as well. Yet, she never anticipated the scene unfolding before her. At that moment, Closer remained calm, eyes closed, while around him, a tempestuous energy began to swirl, forming a miniature realm. However, this little domain was unlike the one Night Wind had just showcased, a natural dark sorceress. Night Wind could only control dark elements. Yet, the miniature realm enveloping Closer now incorporated all elemental energies: water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, light, and darkness. The elements were not summoned by Closer. Rather, they seemed to be irresistibly drawn to him. The vibrant energies converged, growing in number. While the pressure in the air intensified, Night Wind found it increasingly difficult to look directly at Closer, for the radiant spectacle was blinding, akin to a resplendent rainbow sun. Enough, Closer, cease at once. Night Wind sensed that the situation was spiraling out of her control. As the energy surrounding Closer had escalated to alarming levels, he needed to stop. Yet Closer appeared as though he were in a deep slumber. Oblivious to Night Wind's pleas, he luxuriated beneath the kaleidoscopic energy. Reminiscent of a languorous cat basking in the afternoon sun, this sensation so delightful, even more pleasurable than the first time. What on earth is happening to me? Closer reveled in the exquisite atmosphere suffused with magical elements, unaware that Night Wind had begun to intervene forcefully in his first magic lesson. Suddenly, Cain, who had been trailing Closer from a distance, sprang into action. Without hesitation, it ventured into the dazzling spectrum of energy, eliciting delight within Night Wind. Cain, bring Closer out. She disregarded whether Cain could hear her, as she had no choice but to take a gamble. Shortly after Cain entered the radiant energy, the previously gentle force surged into a frenzy. Cain acted as a catalyst, igniting a transformation in that energy. Gradually, Night Wind found herself being pushed back by this overwhelming power, while the workers below the castle began to sense something was amiss overhead. What is happening up there? A dwarf murmured. That I don't know. It feels like the end of the world. A goblin responded. No, it's not like the end of the world. It feels more akin to a fireworks display during the winter festival. An orc interjected. I say it's neither. It must be someone wielding magic. Huabaloo, drawn in by the commotion, spoke succinctly. The intensifying energy brought with it increasingly violent tremors. Just a few breaths later, the previously mild vibrations had escalated to a point where one could barely maintain their footing. Good heavens, what on earth is happening? On the construction site, all the workers had collapsed to the ground, some clutching nearby trees for support. The wooden makeshift crane and scaffolding had all crumbled, and even the walls of the house under construction had fallen in 2 places. The commotion from the castle's top floor drew both Meloidy and the beast girl Jason outside. The two swiftly scaled the castle's outer wall, but as they neared the summit, they were violently thrown back by the surge of energy. Damn it, what is this? The blonde beast girl, baring her small fangs, was incensed by whatever had dared to overturn her. Just as she prepared to ascend once more, a shadow flickered through the air, none other than the harpy Raphael. Having been restored by healing magic, Raphael had been drawn from afar by the dazzling energy. However, as she flew over the castle, she was ensnared by the tempestuous force and began to plummet rapidly. Something's wrong with the little bird. Realizing the impending danger, Meloidy hurriedly released strands of spider silk, hoping to ensnare the falling fairy. To her dismay, those once resilient threads disintegrated into wisps of smoke under the radiant light. "Don't just stand there gawking. Let us go." Alarmed, Meloidy urged. While Jason recognized the gravity of the situation, the two resumed their ascent, this time working in tandem, employing the spider silk and Jason's brute strength to evade the assault of the multicolored energy. On Huabalu's side, several of the strongest black iron dwarves had been dispatched from within the castle to climb upwards. Yet, before the ever-expanding colorful energy, they increasingly felt their own insignificance and helplessness. Buzzing and whirring, boom. Suddenly, the energy reached a critical saturation point, emitting a series of resonant hums. Finally, a sharp sonic boom erupted, leaving all present momentarily deafened. The vibrant light exploded outward. Yet, merely 0.1 seconds later, it all contracted inward again. The sound of the explosion ceased abruptly, and the colorful radiance vanished in an instant. Above, the sky appeared a somewhat illusory azure, devoid of any clouds. The ground surrounding the castle lay as if flattened by a steamroller. Perfectly level. All those who had been climbing fell to the ground, while the plummeting Raphael was hurled skyward. In that moment, her form appeared scarcely larger than a sesame seed against the vast expanse of the heavens on the top floor of the castle. Nightwind lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly unconscious. Meanwhile, the architect of this chaos, Closer, had vanished. At the center of the energy stood Cain, radiating a mesmerizing array of colors. Chapter 32, The Magic Eagle, the Black Raven. When Closer next opened his eyes, he found himself in a peculiar realm enveloped in vibrant light. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted Cain, motionless amidst the kaleidoscopic glow. Where is this place? Closer muttered to himself, not expecting a response. Yet, unexpectedly, Cain's armored voice broke the silence. "Master, we are within my being." What? Closer jumped at the sudden articulation. You can speak?" Cain continued. "That is because your abilities have regained some strength, thus enhancing mine as well. You can now achieve a preliminary fusion with me." "Fusion? What does that mean? And why do you call me master?" Closer detected an oddity in Cain's words, as if he had known him for quite some time. "Master, to uncover the answers, you must unravel the mystery step by step. My duty is solely to protect you, Even an armor knows how to tease." Closer felt increasingly perplexed, but if it was indeed there to safeguard him, that was quite fine. "All right then, I tend to be somewhat adaptable. I suppose the answers will reveal themselves in due time, right?" Closer's ostrich mentality allowed him to brush off intricacies, as long as it didn't pose any trouble. So Cain, how do we return to the castle? Closer glanced around at the swirling colors, suddenly struck by realization. Aren't these the magical elements Nightwind told me about? Why are there so many? Cain's deep voice responded. "Master, after our fusion, you will possess approximately 3 minutes during which your personal power will closely approximate your previous self. However, given your current physical condition, it can only last for a maximum of 3 minutes. Once the time is up, our fusion will automatically dissolve." Closer scratched his nose, pondering if he had unwittingly become a transformer. "Cain, do you mean if I wear you, it's equivalent to fusion?" "No, Master. Wearing me will merely enhance your strength and defense. True fusion, like we are experiencing now, involves a comprehensive union of mental and physical realms." Closer realized, "Oh, I understand now. So we just need to wait 3 minutes to revert." "Correct?" "Indeed, Master." Closer smiled, thinking he now possessed the power of a true man for 3 minutes. That was quite advantageous, providing him with an additional means of self-defense. As the time elapsed, the colorful light dissipated, and Closer and Cain reappeared safely atop the castle. However, as Closer opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an impenetrable crowd. "What are you all doing up here?" Closer looked at those around him, who gazed at him as though he were a monster. "Why are you staring at me? Is there nothing else to do on the construction site?" Feeling uncomfortable under their scrutiny, Closer could only scowl and shout. The crowd slowly dispersed at the urging of several prominent figures. Nightwind rubbed her forehead, approached Closer, and scrutinized him from every angle. "Darling, you truly are astonishing. To be honest, I cannot teach you anything about magic." "It seems only my teacher." Nightwind pondered, muttering as she began to examine the lingering magical residue around them. Closer reached out to call her back, but was grabbed by Jason, the beast girl. Hey, hey, handsome, you looked so impressive just now. Meloidy approached with concern, asking, Master, were you practicing magic just now? You nearly destroyed our castle. Huh? Closer craned his neck to look down, discovering the construction site around the castle was indeed in utter disarray. Did I cause all this? Closer gazed innocently at Meloidy, hoping for a denial, but she firmly nodded, seemingly unsatisfied, and even pointed at Closer. Good heavens, Closer hadn't anticipated that a mere magic lesson would nearly obliterate his castle. It seemed he would have to venture deep into the forest for any future studies. Once the onlookers had finally dispersed, a piercing cry echoed through the sky. Closer looked up to see the little fairy Raphael tumbling back down. You nearly killed me. Raphael landed atop the castle, flailing her arms in a furious assault upon Closer's face. Stop hitting me. I want to do it again, as Raphael continued her relentless barrage. Closer ducked for cover once the magical energy subsided. Everyone returned to their respective tasks. Yet, amidst them all, a shared topic of conversation emerged, the remarkable young lord. Back in his study, Closer observed the now tranquil Cain and briefly questioned whether he had been dreaming. However, Cain exhibited some subtle changes. The previously dull patterns on Cain's surface now shimmered with hints of dark golden radiance. Moreover, Closer noted that Cain's movements appeared much more fluid. No longer would he tread heavily as before. Closing the door to his study, Closer regarded the individuals before him, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. As for the matter just discussed, there is no need for further inquiries. The time for unveiling the enigma is not yet upon us. You only need to know that was merely 50% of my power. The night wind silently observed Closer's pretense, opting not to expose it. Firstly, Closer required this air of mystery to instill awe in these defiant demon lords. Secondly, Nightwind was equally perplexed as to how many secrets Closer still harbored. Perhaps that truly was 50% of his power. Closer cast a glance at Hubolu beside him, signaling that the latter could commence. Clearing his throat, Hubolu proclaimed, Since we are fortunate to gather here today, let us convene a small meeting. First and foremost, as we are all dwelling under the same roof, it is rather inconvenient to lack a unified title. Henceforth, we, the various races surrounding our esteemed lord, shall be collectively referred to as the Abyssal Dark Demon Army. Furthermore, our esteemed lord shall possess a new banner and emblem. As Hubolu spoke, he produced a small triangular flag. Its background was pure black, adorned with a golden eagle meticulously crafted by Closer himself. Indeed, from this day forth, our lord shall be known as the Lord of the Demon Eagles. With this declaration, Hubolu announced Closer's newly coined title. However, to Closer's astonishment, this flag would later gain widespread fame across the continent, but under the name of the Black Raven. Thus, it is evident that Closer's artistic skills required considerable enhancement. After announcing the unified title and new rank, the beast woman Jason could not contain herself and spoke first. Her golden slit-like pupils sparkled with excitement as she eagerly inquired, Wow, Lord of the Demon Eagles, if you are so powerful, why did you not unleash it at the bottom of the abyss? Do you look down upon me? That was merely to maintain our amicable relations. As you have seen, my power is exceedingly formidable. At times, it even poses a risk to myself. Should I exert too much force in the abyss, it would undoubtedly harm too many of my orc friends. And how could my conscience bear that? Closer furrowed his brows, feigning a heart-wrenching expression. Jason clasped her hands together, undoubtedly taken in by Closer's fabrications. Wow, so impressive. I always thought you were just a pretty face, but it turns out you are indeed a remarkable archmage. Even the dark elves were knocked unconscious by you. I am truly impressed. Seizing the moment, Closer picked up a command scroll from his desk. General Jason of the Wild Orcs, heed my command. Jason paused for a moment, then instinctively straightened her posture. In the name of the Lord of the Demon Eagles of Eagle Gorge, I appoint you as the Peacekeeper of the Gorge. You may select a 10-member team from among the Wild Orcs to patrol the security of our territory, should you discover any violations of territorial laws or traitorous behavior. You are authorized to impose punishment as per my newly issued decree. Closer handed the command scroll to Jason, along with a parchment filled with temporary laws. In truth, this set of temporary laws had been drafted several days prior. Yet both Closer and Hubolu believed its implementation would prove quite challenging. However, today was different. Closer had stirred quite the commotion, making it an opportune moment to enforce the new laws. Moreover, Closer had a sudden inspiration to appoint the wild orcs to oversee the territory's security. Thus, the enforcement of the new laws would undoubtedly be far easier than with the villagers under his command. After all, everyone fears the wicked, and the most troublesome individuals within Closer's domain were evidently these energetic wild orcs. Responsible for security? Splendid. We've been so idle lately that we were about to mold away. Now we can finally stretch our legs. Jason accepted the command and legal provisions, carelessly stuffing them into the gap of her collar. Closer felt his face heat slightly, then cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Now then, Raphael, we plan to construct a great road between the castle and the cliff. Additionally, we shall develop the cliff into a second stronghold, second only to the Demon Eagle Fortress. Therefore, I hereby appoint you as the Grand Marshal of the Abyssal Dark Demon Army in the air, tasked with overseeing the construction and supervision of the cliff fortress. The little succubus, somewhat bewildered, accepted the appointment. The reason Closer was keen on developing the succubi's cliff was due to a certain phrase by Meloidy. There lay a vein of mithril. Indeed, a mithril vein. However, the succubi's cliff lair was already easy to defend yet difficult to attack. If the dwarves were to assist in its transformation, it would undoubtedly become a formidable stronghold rivaling the Demon Eagle Fortress. Meloidy, given your familiarity with this jungle, coupled with the unique abilities of the little spiders, I hereby appoint you as the inaugural director of the Intelligence Bureau of the Demon Eagle Fortress. You will also concurrently oversee the development of underground water resources within the territory. Please discuss the specifics with Hubolu. Regardless of whether Meloidy understood, Closer distributed the appointment without hesitation. Finally, he turned towards the still somewhat dazed Dark Elf. Nightwind, Sister Nightwind, I would appreciate your assistance as my chief magical advisor and chief herbal cultivator. You have no objections, I hope? Nightwind shook herself from her reverie and casually replied. Cultivator? That's fine. Closer smiled with satisfaction, and seizing the moment while everyone was still in a state of bewildered novelty, he announced the conclusion of the meeting with a resounding voice. Thus, the embryonic form of Closer's future Black Raven Empire began to take shape. And soon, another pivotal figure, the chief knight commander of Closer's empire, was drawing ever closer to the young lord in the shadows. Chapter 33. The Holy Knight by the Sea, with the unification of titles and banners, and the appointment of several high-ranking officials, Closer's little domain was indeed flourishing day by day. The flag, crafted by the Lord himself, waved proudly throughout the Demon Eagle Fortress, although the debate over whether it depicted an eagle or a raven had been ongoing. Our young lord reveled in the joy of it all, that he was finally feeling that this place was truly his home, a rightful home. The beast woman Jason took immense pleasure in her new position, spending her days accompanied by a band of fierce wild orcs, roaming the territory. Anyone caught stealing or engaging in unnecessary brawls would first receive a sound thrashing, followed by confinement in the orc district. Consequently, the security atmosphere within Closer's territory improved significantly. Moreover, the orcs no longer feared being labeled as freeloaders. At least now, they had a purpose. The Black Iron Dwarves unleashed their utmost potential. Not only did they complete their underground fortress within the expected time frame, but they also aided the militia formed by the villagers in constructing barracks and soldier dormitories. However, Closer, the capitalist, had no intention of allowing them to rest, as the subsequent projects of the aqueduct and the road leading directly to the cliff fortress were already on the agenda. One morning, adhering to the schedule he had set for himself, Closer appeared on the shores of the Solar Sea at the break of dawn. His first order of business was to embark on a long-neglected morning run. There was no choice. His physique in this world was far too weak, but fortunately, youth was on his side, and it was not too late to begin exercising now. All right, first, a 5-kilometer jog, dressed in athletic wear. Closer sported a device on his wrist to measure his steps and heart rate, while on his feet were the Nike Air Mag shoes he had once only dared dream of. It was said that these shoes were sold only through private auctions. They not only featured flashy lighting in the soles, high tops, and self-tightening laces, but the most impressive part was that they could automatically adjust their size while worn. Closer never anticipated finding these shoes in a supermarket. As far as he knew, they had previously sold for a staggering $800,000. Yet now, they adorned his feet. The sensation was nothing short of euphoric. With all preparations in place, Closer commenced his morning jog along the coastline that he had devised a plan for himself. Rise early for a 5-kilometer jog, followed by breakfast. Then engage in an hour of magical training. Attend to official duties. Practice swordsmanship with the captain for another hour. Have lunch. Take a nap. Hit the gym for 2 hours. Continue with official duties. Dine. Devote time to reading. And finally, freely arrange his nightlife. Given his relatively frail physique and the fact that he was still in a growth phase, Closer refrained from imposing overly strenuous training on himself, opting instead for a harmonious blend of exercise and leisure. After completing several warm-up exercises, Closer embarked on his inaugural morning run since arriving in this world. The Sorrow Sea, located at the southeastern tip of the Rhine continent, boasted a beach that stretched for dozens of kilometers. With the sandy texture transitioning from fine to coarse as one moved from east to west, a veritable treasure trove of natural materials for concrete production. As he jogged, Closer keenly observed the coastline for other potential development opportunities. The stretch of beach nearest to the Magic Eagle Fortress presented a formidable natural barrier, characterized by a significant drop-off from the land, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. The construction of a watchtower here would not only facilitate long-distance observation of the sea, but also provide a splendid view of the ocean, a delightful prospect indeed, while the idea of building a seaside villa was appealing. Closer reminded himself that many of his subjects were still residing in tents, so such luxuries would have to wait. Moving southward from the Magic Eagle Fortress, he noticed that this expanse of coastline was relatively deep and shaped almost like a pocket, an ideal location for constructing a port. The more Closer observed, the more astonished he became. It appeared that his stepmother had not been mistaken after all. The Eagle Gorge was indeed a precious piece of land. Of course, this was contingent upon whether others could subdue the demon lord as he had. As Closer examined the Eagle Gorge, he realized that not only did it possess fertile plains conducive to development, but it was also encircled by woodlands on 3 sides, with the northern snow mountain to the north and the Sorrow Sea to the south. Both mineral and timber resources were inexhaustible. If he could also establish a port and build ships, the ocean's resources would be boundlessly abundant. It dawned upon Closer that while others perceived his starting point as the most perilous in the entire continent, he recognized it as a treasure trove reserved just for him. Moreover, it seemed as though several demon lords were waiting here specifically for him. Everything was unfolding so smoothly. However, despite everything proceeding favorably thus far, Closer could not shake a lingering sense of unease that occasionally gnawed at him from deep within. This disquiet seemed to emanate from the depths of the demon forest abyss. Closer could not help but wonder if it was linked to the mother dragon that had yet to reveal herself. Lost in thought, Closer had unknowingly run to the western side of the coastline. Here, the sand was incredibly soft and nearly white. From a distance, the pristine beach and the vast sea formed a breathtaking tableau reminiscent of a beautiful oil painting. Yet, just as Closer was captivated by the scenery, he noticed a small blemish upon the pure white sand. What is that? Did it wash up from the sea? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Closer leaped off the beach and cautiously approached the strange spot. To his astonishment, it was a woman, half submerged in the water. Good heavens! Closer hurriedly rushed to her side, extending his hand to pull her up. But as soon as he made contact, he realized she was unexpectedly heavy. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge her. Summoning all his strength, Closer finally managed to haul the woman up. However, once she was out of the water, he was left utterly dumbfounded. What had appeared to be a normal human merely moments ago now revealed itself to be a centaur, her lower body distinctly resembling that of a horse. The term centaur flashed through Closer's mind, but there was no time to ponder racial distinctions, for the centaur maiden seemed to have lost her breath. Apologies. Closer laid her down on the shore. Placing his hands over her chest to initiate chest compressions as he pressed down, he noticed she was still clad in chainmail. Was she a warrior? Ignoring the societal norms regarding gender, he retrieved a pair of pliers from his supplies and roughly removed her armor. Tossing the chainmail aside, Closer resumed his efforts at resuscitation, arms straight and pressing down with all his might. After several compressions, he leaned down to give her mouth-to-mouth breaths, alternating between compressions and breaths. After a few cycles of this, the centaur suddenly erupted in a fit of violent coughing, followed by a torrent of seawater spilling from her mouth. Closer sank down onto the sand, realizing he was drenched in sweat, and that this act of saving a life had exhausted him more than his earlier 5-kilometer run. After a bout of coughing, The centaur slowly opened her eyes. Closer was captivated to find her irises a delicate shade of green. He had always favored green, particularly this jade-like hue. "Hey, you're awake," he exclaimed, attempting to engage her in conversation to inquire how she had found herself drowning. However, upon seeing Closer, the centaur froze momentarily, then quickly clasped her hands over her chest and retreated hastily. Realizing her armor had been removed, as she moved, Closer finally took note of the impressive anatomy he had inadvertently exposed during his attempts to save her. Wow! He instinctively glanced at his hands, seemingly savoring the marvelous sensation he had just experienced. "Why, you human? What have you done to me?" The centaur stammered, desperately covering her chest, attempting to rise but collapsing again from exhaustion. Closer, maintaining a friendly demeanor, reassured her with a gentle smile. "Relax, I mean you no harm, nor have I done anything inappropriate. If anything, I acted to save you. You were drowning, remember?" The centaur glanced around frantically, her expression darkening as she appeared to recall something troubling. Where is this place?" After a long pause, she finally managed to utter a question. Sensing that she had calmed down, Closer retrieved a towel and a set of oversized nightwear from his supplies. He was curious to see how a centaur would don clothing. "This is the Eagle Gorge in the Principality of Holgert. I suggest you change into something dry. Otherwise, you may catch a cold." "Are you saying you saved me?" The centaur surveyed her surroundings, confirming that Closer was indeed alone, and then accepted the towel and clothes with a sigh of relief. She first dried her hair and face, then tucked the towel into her attire to wipe herself down. However, after that, she stood still, her gaze fixated on Closer. Closer grinned at her, though he was unsure what she found so interesting. "Could you perhaps turn around for a moment?" It dawned on Closer that the centaur was unable to change in his presence. "Oh, my apologies. I will turn away immediately." He chuckled sheepishly, then climbed up onto the embankment. Hiding behind a tree, resisting the temptation to steal glances, he listened intently to the sounds of her changing clothes on the beach. But it wasn't that he harbored any inappropriate thoughts regarding her beauty. Rather, he was genuinely curious about the anatomy of centaurs and how they managed to dress themselves. Nevertheless, our young lord's sense of propriety ultimately triumphed over his curiosity, and he waited patiently until he heard the centaur clear her throat before stepping out. "Hey!" Closer's eyes lit up as he observed the centaur donned in a nightgown that elegantly covered her human upper body while accommodating her equine lower half. The centaur, still somewhat unsteady, opted to kneel on the sand, bowing her head slightly as she addressed Closer. "Thank you for saving my life, kind sir. My name is Olivia, a knight from the Holy White Continent. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" Closer felt somewhat uncomfortable with such formal discourse. Fidgeting awkwardly, My name is Closer, a lord. It is a pleasure to meet you. Olivia, the knight from the Holy White Continent." Upon hearing Closer's noble title, Olivia's demeanor shifted, and she lowered her head even further. "Thank you, Lord Closer. I am eternally grateful for your assistance. Once I have regained my strength, I shall repay your kindness." "Oh, no need for such formality. We do not adhere to courtly etiquette here." Closer awkwardly waved his hands, still preferring to converse with the unruly inhabitants of the castle. Unexpectedly, the centaur maiden insisted on a formal greeting. "No, as a paladin, it is absolutely imperative that I maintain decorum in the presence of my lord." Closer found himself at a loss. However, the two could not simply remain seated on the beach. "Lady Olivia, if it would not be too much trouble, might I invite you to my castle for a brief respite? My chief mage can attend to your health." Olivia placed a hand upon her chest and bowed again, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. I am most appreciative." Chapter 34. The young wolf. Although Closer had extended an invitation for her to rest in his castle, the pressing issue remained: how to transport the centaur maiden back. The bicycles procured from the supermarket were far too small to accommodate even half of her, and the scooters were even less suitable. In such a vast supermarket, how is it possible there are no rickshaws? Closer scratched his head in frustration, but then suddenly had an idea and whistled toward the woods by the shore. No sooner had the whistle faded than the robust figure of Cain appeared in his line of sight. "My lady, if you do not mind, I shall have my attendant carry you back." Closer raised his hands apologetically, indicating his lack of alternatives. Olivia hesitated for a moment before bowing again. "It is no trouble at all, my lord." Cain's gait indeed became considerably lighter, leaving only 2 shallow footprints on the sandy beach. However, Olivia furrowed her brow upon seeing Cain.my lord, your guard. Why does he carry the scent of the demon race? Closer glanced at the imposing Cain and waved his hand with a chuckle. He may appear fearsome, but he is utterly obedient to my commands. You need not worry, Lady Knight, that I ask that so? Olivia regarded Closer with a skeptical gaze, but despite her reservations, the sunny youth did not seem like a villain. Very well, the Centaur reluctantly acquiesced. Then, the workers at the construction site of the Magic Eagle Castle witnessed a rather peculiar scene. Their young lord, clad in a strange ensemble of short sleeves and shorts, walked ahead, while Cain hoisted a woman. No, a mare. Well, a half-human, half-horse being, into the castle. What on earth has our young lord picked up this time? Ah, you wouldn't understand. I've heard of such beings. They're called centaurs, a rare race from the other side of Solar Sea. I never would have imagined our young lord could procure such a rarity. Hey, did you see that girl? She's quite lovely. The term girl was indeed novel. Ignoring the murmurs of his peers, Closer led Olivia directly to an unoccupied bedroom on the second floor of the castle. Lisa, please fetch Sister Nightwind for me. The young maid, her round eyes fixed on Olivia in awe, seemed oblivious to her master's request. Closer leaned closer to her ear, calling her name again, which finally roused her from her stupor, prompting her to scurry away in haste. That girl. Just look at her naivety, do not mind her. It seems that centaurs are quite a rarity on the continent of Ryan, Closer remarked, eliciting a soft from Olivia, who lowered her head. The strange stares she had endured along the way made her feel like a monster, yet she was powerless to change her fate, being a forgotten child of her homeland. To ensure the Centaur maiden's comfort, Closer had chosen the largest bed available in the supermarket, a grand circular bed, purportedly custom-made for couples hotels. Cough, cough. Olivia marveled at Closer's spatial magic, while also reflecting on how many of the castle's decorations surpassed those in the grand cathedrals of the Holy White Continent. Closer, with a hint of pride, produced some chocolate to impress her, a treat that had seemingly become his go-to for charming, unsuspecting magical maidens. By the time Nightwind arrived, Closer and Cain had already placed the Centaur maiden upon the bed. Darling, is this a Centaur? Nightwind, typically composed, could not suppress her astonishment upon seeing Olivia. Centaurs were exceedingly rare on the continent of Ryan. Olivia, too, widened her eyes. Dark elf? Oh my goodness, such cursed demon representatives and heretics actually exist? Upon hearing this, both Nightwind and Closer stared at her in surprise. Realizing her faux pas, she quickly apologized. Forgive my rudeness, esteemed dark elf and my lord. Nightwind soon regained her composure. She had heard plenty of derogatory terms for dark elves in the past. But upon arriving at Closer's castle, she had nearly forgotten her own identity. It is of no consequence. Come, let me examine you. With a calm demeanor, Nightwind approached Olivia, initially assessing her condition before casting a healing spell to treat the Centaur maiden's external injuries. In truth, Olivia had no severe internal or external injuries. Her inability to stand stemmed primarily from exhaustion. After undergoing Nightwind's healing magic, Olivia closed her eyes, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Before long, she succumbed to slumber beneath the embrace of the healing light. Once the task was complete, Closer signaled for silence and beckoned Lisa to join him outside, gently closing the door behind them. Closer, what on earth is going on? As far as I know, the number of centaurs on the continent of Ryan should be scarcer than pigs that can climb trees. Please do not tell me you found her again. Closer felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Nightwind, where did you learn such quips? Do not change the subject. But, she truly is someone I found. Nightwind gazed at Closer in silence, pondering his words. Despite her calm exterior, Olivia's earlier remark had unsettled her. I shall return to my duties. With that, Nightwind turned and descended the stairs. Closer attempted to call out to her, only to be interrupted by Lisa. Young master, Elder Moses has come with a young lad to see you. Oh, where is the elder now? He said he was going to check the vegetable garden outside. Closer glanced at the corner where Nightwind had disappeared and shook his head. Very well, I shall seek him out. Before long, Closer indeed encountered Elder Moses in the pepper field beside the castle. Greetings, Elder. What brings you to my humble abode today? Closer greeted the elder with a smile, to which the latter responded with a twinkle in his eye. Lord of the Magic Eagle, I have come today primarily because our young wolf king, ISO, wishes to personally thank you. ISO. Closer turned his curious gaze toward the boy hiding behind the elder. This was indeed the poor lad he had saved from becoming a eunuch. Young eyes seemed somewhat shy, peeking out from behind Elder Moses, revealing only half of his small head. Closer squatted down, smiling as he waved to him. ISO, are you not here to express your gratitude? Why do you hesitate to meet me? Closer brandished a lollipop, waving it enticingly. Here, take this. It is quite sweet. Young Iso's eyes lit up with curiosity as he regarded the lollipop in Closer's hand. Cautiously, he stepped out from behind Elder Moses, his voice tinged with nervousness. Lord, I am very grateful for saving me. Having uttered those words with great difficulty, young Iso swiftly snatched the lollipop from Closer's hand. Ha, no need for thanks, my young friend. You need not be so anxious. You can simply call me Big Brother from now on. Closer ruffled the boy's hair, finding his shyness endearing. Elder, you did not bring young Iso here just to express thanks. Did you? Elder Moses, with a face lined with wrinkles, leaned closer to Closer and whispered, Indeed, you are correct. My lord, I have conferred with the clan leader and decided that our young wolf king shall accompany you as an apprentice. An apprentice? But I have nothing of value to teach him. My lord, you are being too modest. There is no need for you to intentionally instruct him. Simply act as you usually do, and let little Isuo accompany you. As for how much he can learn, that will depend on his own aptitude. Closer thought to himself that since he was in need of a small secretary, allowing little Isuo to stay by his side wouldn't be a bad idea. But, would little Isuo be willing to remain with me? Closer gazed at little Isuo, who was engrossed in examining a lollipop, awaiting his response. The little fellow hesitated, too nervous to speak. The elder gently nudged him from behind, prompting the boy to regain his composure. Closer patiently awaited an answer, while little Isuo appeared to be in a struggle within himself. Closer mused that it was his first time encountering such a shy boy. Avoiding Closer's gaze, little Isuo finally mustered the courage to utter in a voice barely louder than a mosquito's, I am willing. Closer chuckled in astonishment, suddenly feeling as though this scene resembled a successful marriage proposal. Chapter 35. The Enigmatic Secret. Splendid. Then Isuo shall stay by my side in the future, and I shall impart all the knowledge I possess to you. Closer laughed heartily, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of responsibility as a mentor. In truth, he merely found it entertaining. Elder Moses joined in the laughter briefly before leaning closer to Closer and whispering, My lord, may I have a word in private, noticing that the elder seemed to have something significant to convey. Closer turned to little Lisa and said, Lisa, please take little Isuo for a tour around the vicinity. Do not wander too far. I need to discuss matters with the elder. Certainly, young master. Little Lisa took the boy's hand, and together they walked toward the other side of the chilly field, where the elder could now speak. Closer chose a rock to sit on, blowing off some dust before settling down. The elder pondered briefly, gradually concealing the smile from his face, and bowed solemnly, saying, My lord, I am grateful for your generosity. Thank you for bringing techniques and tools to the Mo Wolf clan. Closer felt quite awkward at the sudden gravity of the elder's gratitude. He jumped off the stone and hurriedly assisted him to, Oh dear, what are you doing, elder? I, a mere junior, cannot accept such grand gestures, especially not in my territory, where such noble formalities are unnecessary. After helping the elder to his feet, Closer pulled him to sit beside him on the rock. Speak plainly. Elder, since we are now allies, we should not conceal anything from one another. The elder smiled slightly. Hey, my lord, you are indeed exceptional. To be honest, I have traveled through many nations in the Ryan continent, but none compare to you, my lord. Closer scratched his nose, thinking that perhaps this was merely an unreliable compliment. Actually, I came today to show you this. The elder said as he reached into his robe and produced an aged parchment scroll. What is this? The elder, with an air of mystery, whispered, This is a secret guarded by our Mo Wolf clan through the generations. Concerning the abyss of the magic forest, Closer was taken aback, preparing to open it, but the elder pressed down on his hand. My lord, it would be better to open it when we are alone. Although this is our clan's long-guarded secret, even I and the clan leader have never seen its contents. Then, why would you show me something so important? Closer queried, perplexed, but when his gaze fell upon a red mark at the scroll's seal, he froze. He recognized it clearly. It was a seal, a carved stamp. The elder noticed Closer's expression and revealed a knowing smile. My lord, please take good care of this. It is the most significant secret of our Mo Wolf clan. Closer snapped back to reality, hastily tucking the scroll into his robe and holding it tightly. Indeed, indeed. You are very considerate, Elder. Rest assured, as long as I, Closer, am here, the Mo Wolf clan will thrive more each day. Closer's mind was in turmoil, eagerly anticipating the contents of the scroll. Dazed, he bid farewell to the Elder and instructed little Lisa to show little Izuo his bedroom. Closer locked himself in his study, instructing Kane to guard the door and allow no one to enter. Clearing the miscellaneous items from his desk, Closer placed the scroll on the surface, his hands trembling with excitement as he tore open the seal. As he unfurled the scroll, Closer felt as though he had drawn all the cool air from the study in one breath. He stared blankly at the text upon the scroll, unable to resist the urge to gently trace it with his fingers. The writing instantly transported him back to his previous life. The characters were unmistakably simplified Chinese. What is this drawing? Closer focused on an illustration apart from the text. The image, he was certain, resembled the head of a plague doctor from the time of the Black Death in Europe. Yes, the kind with the bird-like mask. Could it be my territory? Closer deduced from the shape of the beak that this was indeed his domain. The Eagle Gorge. If the beak represents Eagle Gorge, then this head must signify the abyss of Magic Forest. Indeed, Eagle Gorge is undoubtedly part of the abyss of Magic Forest. Are these characters' annotations corresponding to the illustration? The secret guarded by the Mo Wolf clan for generations is merely a map. Closer examined the map, which detailed even a particular tree, and a phrase spontaneously emerged in his mind. 1080p high definition. Cough, cough. A couple of awkward coughs escaped him as Closer attempted to correlate the text with the map's annotations. The beak is the launch pad for the majestic eagle. The eagle's eyes, one is white, the other black. When the black tears flow, the gate of the abyss will open once more. At that time, the demon race will return, a new era will commence, and civilization shall be rebooted. Closer struggled to complete all the annotations, his heart a tempest of rising waves. What on earth are black tears? What does it mean for the gate of the abyss to open again? Could it be that the current abyss is not the true abyss? Closer, frustrated, clutched his head, wondering if the person who left this scroll was foolish. Would it kill you to write plainly? Must you use such cryptic language? As if we were at a riddle contest? It's utterly bewildering. Closer realized that this so-called secret of the magic forest had only served to complicate matters, offering him no tangible benefits. Damn it. I originally just wanted to stabilize my territory. Now this happens. Sigh. I have no appetite for dinner. However, Closer's dinner that night was hardly less than anyone else's. Yet, from that day forward, a hefty safe found its place in the corner of Closer's study. Although the contents of the scroll left Closer in a state of anxiety for several days, everything in the territory continued to proceed as usual, without any extraordinary occurrences, coupled with the mountain of engineering problems that needed resolution each day. Closer soon cast the matter of the scroll into the far recesses of his mind, busy and fulfilled. Unbeknownst to him, Closer spent another industrious month in the Magic Eagle Fortress as September arrived. The sweltering autumn heat proved even more unbearable than the height of summer. Fortunately, the vast forests surrounding the Magic Eagle Fortress provided ample shade, with towering trees doing their part to chase away the oppressive heat. On this day, our young lord reclined on a beach chair, a concoction of his own making resting beside him. With sunglasses perched on his nose and a sunshade raised overhead, a perfect beach afternoon nap was taking shape. However, he was still missing some dazzling swimsuit-clad beauties. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he heard soft footsteps approaching from behind. "Milady, what brings you here?" "Master, you." Although Milady had been following Closer for nearly 2 months, he still struggled to acclimate to his master's eccentric attire. Unable to critique Closer's swimwear, Milady decided to get straight to the point. "Master, this is a letter I intercepted. With this one, it marks the 3rd letter this month." Close gazed at the letter held by the spider, which was, in fact, a minuscule creature akin to a firefly. In some locales, these beings are referred to as wind sprites. In any case, they served as Jessica's means of conveying messages to the royal city. This Jessica, how many more of these little sprites does she possess? Gently squeezing the sprite, a whisper suddenly filled Close's ear. Does this fellow really intend to report every minute detail of my waking hours and bathroom breaks? Close had anticipated news regarding territorial development, yet he was taken aback to discover it pertained to his daily routine. "Master, would you like me to?" Meloid mimicked a beheading gesture, indicating that should Close merely nod. "Jessica might not see the light of day again. Must you be so crude?" We ought to adhere to the humanitarian spirit of healing and saving lives, rather than resorting to violence at the drop of a hat. Close contemplated for a moment before responding. Let us observe a little longer. Meloid, slightly bowing her head, prepared to withdraw, but Close's eyes suddenly brightened, stopping her in her tracks. Meloid, wait. Is there anything else, master? Hee. I have a new outfit for you. Try it on. The not-so-pure intentions of the little lord were evident as he produced a sultry bikini and handed it to the spider. Isn't this underwear? Close scratched his head, chuckling. Huh. Not quite. This is called a swimsuit. Specifically designed for swimming. Meloid, showing no hesitation, began to loosen her garments right before Close. He feigned nonchalance, turning his head away, truly a coward with grand intentions. Master, is this how I should wear it? Upon hearing Meloid's voice, Close turned back to her. Wow, the black spider had donned the bikini Close had given her, her stunning figure on full display before the little lord. Previously, Close had only glimpsed the spider's somewhat scandalous upper curves. But he was astonished to find her lower curves equally breathtaking. Gulp. Close swallowed hard, leaning forward to avoid exposing his awkwardness to her. Yet, it seemed Meloid was oblivious to the little lord's flustered demeanor, tugging at the ties of her swimsuit and swaying her supple waist toward the water. Goodness, that figure. Who could withstand such temptation? Close wiped his nose, only to discover, to his dismay, that he had again succumbed to a nosebleed. With the last remnants of his reason, he knew he must retreat quickly. This was akin to playing with fire. Close wished vehemently to slap himself. Why, when all was well, did he insist on having Meloid wear a swimsuit? The spider, unaware of the turmoil, swam in the sea for a while. Master, it feels rather comfortable to swim in this outfit, doesn't it? Huh. Where are you? Glancing back at the beach, all that remained were empty lounge chairs and umbrellas. Close's figure had vanished. Chapter 36. The trend-setting little lord. After a month of acclimatization, the centaur Olivia had been largely accepted by the others, as the sole knight of the Eagle Canyon. Close had specifically entrusted her with training several members of his guard to become knights. Although Olivia accepted Close's offer to serve as a knight training officer, she still appeared somewhat melancholic, as if burdened with heavy thoughts. Miss Olivia, what do you think of my territory? Close leaned over the castle balcony, his expression bright with anticipation. Olivia gazed dreamily at the bustling construction site below the castle. And after a moment, she slowly replied, vibrant and thriving. Every face radiates a hope and longing for the future. Such scenes are rarely witnessed in the Holy White Continent. One must say, Lord Close, you are an exceptional lord. And you have a remarkable populace. Close, feeling quite pleased, scratched his nose, ready to feign modesty, when the centaur continued. Moreover, your territory is brimming with novelty, whether it be the peculiar trinkets or the powerful tools, or the harmonious coexistence of myriad races. It is a sight I have never encountered in my life. However, she added, please do not take offense, Lord Close, but despite the formidable individual strength of the various races in your domain, I must candidly state that I possess 100 strategies to conquer your territory should conflict arise. For there exists a complete lack of cooperative spirit among them, and you do not have a single individual capable of unifying them. Close found her observations intriguing, turning to regard Olivia's exquisite profile, and chuckled, Miss Olivia, you hit the nail on the head. Indeed, my few demon lords, they can engage in brawls, but to truly take to the battlefield. Close suddenly recalled the cavalry squad dispatched by the pockmarked-faced man he encountered on his way to the territory. Although reluctant to admit it, his pockmarked brother certainly had a knack for leading and training troops. While his subordinates appeared to be formidable warriors, most relied heavily on their personal strength. If a real battle were to ensue, it seemed only Captain Kret could hold his ground. However, given the advantageous terrain he currently possessed, along with the natural barrier of the demon forest abyss, the prospect of war seemed quite distant. Perhaps, but I believe the most pressing matters for my territory at present are agricultural development and infrastructure. Look over there. That's the vegetable field in Eaglehorn Village. To the side, the Mo Wolf tribe is experimenting with rice cultivation. And over here, those are the medicinal herbs I am growing. After all, sustenance is paramount. Ensuring full bellies is the foundation of all. Furthermore, the reservoir project, the cliff fortress construction, and the road and bridge repairs are all urgent undertakings. Thus, the military. Olivia, seeing Close hesitating to continue, quickly interjected, My lord, While what you say is undoubtedly important, in my eyes, your territory resembles an unguarded wealthy noble, just waiting for robbers to pay a visit. You are correct. Food and shelter are indeed the primary concerns for your subjects, but without an army to safeguard these achievements, sigh. An army is certainly necessary, though not at this moment. Our savage orcs and black iron dwarfs possess considerable combat prowess. They should be able to handle any bandits or thieves that may come our way, especially with the expansive demon forest as a barrier. It's not a pressing concern. Olivia, perceiving that Close seemed unwilling to dwell further on this topic, hesitated before refraining from pressing on. So, my lord, what is your purpose in hiring me as a knight training officer? Close found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say? He could hardly admit it was driven by mere curiosity. It was akin to collecting rare character cards in a mobile game. Even if a character might not be immediately useful, if it were rare enough, one would undoubtedly want to acquire it. The thrill of collecting. This, a proactive approach, indeed, he chuckled awkwardly. Oh, by the way, Miss Olivia, after all this time, I haven't inquired about your homeland. Close could only divert the conversation, seeking to delve into her personal matters. Well, I previously mentioned that I am a holy knight directly under the holy see of the holy white continent. Miss Olivia, you are now my chief knight. I mentioned sending someone to assist you in contacting your family across the sea. Yet you did not permit it. I believe it is time we were a bit more candid with each other. Would you not agree? The centaur bit her lower lip, her expression one of conflict. Close sighed and shrugged. If you prefer not to share, that is perfectly fine, as long as it's not a secret that could endanger us all. Everyone has their privacy, after all. When you feel ready to share, you will, right? Olivia paused, having intended to divulge a fragment of her background. But truthfully, she was quite reluctant. My lord, you. Close raised his finger to her lips, signaling her to remain silent. No need for gratitude. Just know that my intentions toward you are sincere. And do not feel compelled to offer yourself in return. Although I am aware of my charm, the current state of the territory is such that it is hardly the time for romantic entanglements. My lord, what I meant was, did I not say, no need for thanks. Here, all races are treated equally. Of course, it is acceptable to have your own little secrets, but I reiterate, do not harm anyone. Now, come walk with me. I wish to show you something marvelous. However, my lord. Shoo. Closer raised a finger, winking playfully at the centaur. This, Olivia's face flushed with embarrassment as she softly remarked, my lord. I merely wish to mention the hole in your trousers. A hole? Closer was momentarily taken aback, then looked down at his own trousers with a sheepish expression. Blast it. I forgot to close the garage door this morning. Our young lord stood still, letting the gentle breeze waft through the opening beneath him. Would it be embarrassing? Perhaps for an ordinary person, but our young lord had developed a thick skin over 2 lifetimes, and the thought of an open trouser flap might have been mortifying in his previous life. But in this world, well, you see, this is the latest design of mine, featuring a hole here for the convenience of men to relieve themselves at any moment. It's something you women wouldn't understand. Oh, is that so? Olivia replied, somewhat skeptically, yet the unabashed Closer urged her to follow him. But having already spoken, there was no reason to rectify his trousers now. Thus, Closer continued on, unabashed, escorting Olivia to the blacksmith's shop of Centaur Johnson. While he thought little of exposing himself during the walk, he did not foresee that it would soon become a fashion trend in Eagle Canyon. Everyone began to cut a small hole in their trousers, leaving Closer feeling quite vexed. This is the blacksmith's shop. My lord, you brought me here. I merely. Olivia initially intended to express her discomfort at being an outsider, intruding so boldly into the blacksmith's domain. However, Closer raised a hand to silence her. I brought you here to demonstrate that I truly consider you one of my own, although there are still some secrets about you that I am unaware of. You are, after all, my chief knight commander, one of my closest companions. What harm is there in visiting a blacksmith's shop? Besides, our territory's lack of a military is only temporary, if that day arrives. You, Olivia, will undoubtedly secure the position of general. So, consider this a preliminary familiarization. Look who has arrived. It is our illustrious and mighty lord. The old dwarf, Centaur Johnson, removed his glasses and warmly approached Closer, enveloping him in a bear hug. Allow me to introduce you to my chief armor and weaponsmith, Centaur Johnson. I truly adore that name. It evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity every time I hear it, Closer said, patting the dwarf's shoulder while introducing him to Olivia. The old dwarf flashed a broad smile, revealing his white teeth. There's no need to introduce Miss Centaur. She is quite the celebrity around here. Perhaps more people know her than the Lord himself. Olivia returned the dwarf's smile, finding a certain charm in these straightforward and somewhat rough dwarfs. At the very least, interacting with them was far less taxing. The dwarf paused his work and led Closer and Olivia toward the inner chamber. Is the Lord here to see that? The prototype has already been completed, and if the trial run goes well, we can proceed to mass production. Closer's eyes brightened at the dwarf's words as he hooked an arm around the dwarf's shoulder. Oh, so soon. Truly worthy of being my chief weaponsmith. I can hardly wait to see the finished product. Olivia watched the two of them walk shoulder to shoulder, struggling to reconcile Closer with the high-status role of Lord. The longer she stayed with Closer, the more incredulous she became. It was no exaggeration to say that everything Olivia witnessed here had profoundly subverted her worldview cultivated over the past 20 years. Chapter 37. Guns, Cannons, and Roses. The trio entered the inner chamber of the blacksmith's shop, where a large table made of stone stood covered with a black oilcloth. Olivia speculated that it might conceal some newly forged weapons by the dwarf. Old Johnson approached the stone table, his rough hands swiftly pulling back the oilcloth. Indeed, lying quietly beneath was a collection of firearms. More precisely, these were the latest models of firearms that Closer had helped the dwarves to modify. Previously, the Black Iron dwarves had used firearms akin to the front-loading flintlock guns Closer had seen in his past life. These guns operated by igniting pyrite through friction with an internal steel wheel. Pulling the trigger would set the wheel in motion, igniting the pyrite through gear friction. This revelation somewhat deflated Closer, as the steam engine, a marvel of the Industrial Revolution, already existed in this world. Moreover, the dwarves' flintlock guns were even more advanced than those Closer was familiar with from his previous life. Of course, this advancement was relative. No flintlock gun could surpass a breech-loading firearm. Such guns were said to have been invented by the continent's most intelligent gnome clan. Explaining the existence of both the dwarven firearms and the friction ignition system. Furthermore, it indicated that black powder, a weapon of war, had already been mastered by a select few in this world. However, Closer found it perplexing that despite the existence of black powder and firearms, no one had yet devised a more straightforward device like a water wheel. Ultimately, Closer speculated that perhaps only through war could humanity progress. The firearm now before Closer was a product of Johnson and Hubert's adaptation of historical blueprints from the development of firearms. In other words, the weapon lying on the stone table was already exceedingly close to, if not identical to, the flintlock rifles Closer had known. Moreover, our young lord had even designed a companion bayonet for this newly birthed firearm. Naturally, Closer would not rest on his laurels. His ambition extended towards breech-loading and repeating firearms. Unless the issue of slow reloading could be resolved, utilizing this type of firearm would be far less effective than the previously crafted Juga crossbow. Just as this flintlock gun, Hubert remarked, was regarded as little more than an artistic piece traded among the nobility in large cities. With no one perceiving it as a viable weapon of war, the old dwarf seized the new flintlock with excitement, weighing it in his hands. My lord, this is the newly modified flintlock based on the blueprints you provided. We call it the Little Eagle No. 1. This firearm boasts not only a faster and more stable firing rate, but also significantly improved loading speed. Even in the rain, it remains nearly unaffected. The only issue left is to test its stability. As you mentioned, if it detonates while in use, that would be catastrophic. Closer took the firearm, familiarizing himself with it. From an aesthetic standpoint, it was already exceedingly close to the rifles of his past life on Earth. Well done, Old Johnson. However, this flintlock is not our ultimate goal. It merely serves as a transitional product. What we seek is the breech-loading firearm depicted in my blueprints. It will not only fire repeatedly, but also boast a greater range, more power, and enhanced stability if we could achieve that. Closer, and the old dwarf exchanged sly smiles. Olivia, upon hearing their conversation, felt her astonishment rival that of her first encounter with the Dark Elves. She had seen firearms used by dwarves in the Holy White Continent, even battling enemies armed with such weapons. Yet, in her recollection, while these firearms were loud and intimidating, the cumbersome reloading process left each person with barely enough time to fire once before being trampled into oblivion by a charging cavalry. However, if these firearms could shoot farther, faster, and in rapid succession, she could almost envision the tragic scene of cavalry units falling one after another in a charge. Closer set the firearm down and turned to Olivia with a smile, asking, "What do you think, my knight? Do our little creations catch your eye?" Olivia stared at the firearm, her voice barely above a whisper. "My lord, you have truly astonished me if you can indeed produce the kind of firearm you speak of. I believe the centuries-old methods of warfare in this world will be irrevocably transformed. Wow, I can only say your vision is remarkable." Closer gave the Centaur a thumbs up. To be able to foresee a change in the landscape of warfare demonstrates an extraordinary insight. With a mysterious smile, Closer gestured, "But I have more than just firearms to show the Knight Commander. Come, follow me." Casting a knowing glance at the old dwarf, the latter promptly hurried to open the back door of the blacksmith's shop. The trio made their way into the small courtyard behind the forge, where several large pieces of equipment were arranged. Olivia surveyed the area and immediately spotted a massive ballista and a catapult. However, such grand siege engines did not particularly intrigue her. What truly captivated her attention was a relatively compact large firearm. Indeed, the firearm Olivia beheld was yet another war machine crafted under the supervision of Closer, the cannon. "My lord, is that a cannon?" Olivia inquired, pointing at the artillery piece. Well, how impressive. I hadn't even mentioned what to show you, and you've already noticed it yourself," Closer remarked, shaking his head in applause for the Centaur. Realizing he had stumbled upon another treasure. "Miss Olivia, this is a portable mortar we have modified. Now, I have guns, cannons, and roses." Closer stole a glance at Olivia's profile, his heart racing slightly. Yet, the Centaur was so engrossed in examining the petite mortar that she completely missed the latter part of Closer's statement. After scrutinizing the mortar, she pondered aloud. Such a compact design, combined with wheels, would allow the cannon to disengage from the walls and participate in field battles. If that is the case, in her mind, Olivia envisioned the knightly order as a hypothetical enemy, conjuring images of charging knights being blown apart by explosive shells. Indeed. Yet, this idea is still in its infancy, and currently, the cannon holds little utility for us. Which is why we have only constructed 3 as a trial. The Centaur nodded, contemplating how exhilarating it would be should this device be mass-produced. The sheer spectacle of a barrage of cannons firing simultaneously was enough to ignite one's passion. Closer, with a flourish, retrieved a cluster of dark iron projectiles from a wooden crate. And these, various styles of tactical grenades, are currently also in the experimental phase. He proceeded to explain the uses of each grenade to the female knight, whose expression grew increasingly grave. "Phew." Olivia exhaled deeply. "My lord, you mentioned that you have no intentions of waging war or training an army. It seems I have been overly concerned." Closer's cheeks flushed slightly. Truth be told, his creation of these implements stemmed purely from a sense of amusement and curiosity, without any grand designs in mind. However, he was now aware that the stock of iron brought over by the black iron dwarves was nearly depleted. And if he wished to mass-produce firearms and cannons, he must first locate new iron or veins in the magic forest abyss. Moreover, Huberu had informed Closer of a pressing issue. Their funds were rapidly dwindling. Closer closed the wooden crate filled with tactical grenades and bid farewell to Olivia and the old dwarf. They exited the blacksmith's shop. Closer finally calmed his momentarily elated heart and whispered, "I truly haven't given much thought to warfare, but I must still keep some means of self-defense hidden. To be frank, many people resent me for being the illegitimate son of a prince, including my half-brother." Olivia nodded. "I have heard that, my lord. You were ambushed on your way to the territory, and it is said that the enemy's combat prowess is formidable." Closer shrugged. "Non-committal, I cannot say whether they are indeed formidable. I only heard Captain Crete mention it. That scar-faced fellow seems quite adept in military training, and others on the continent refer to him as Duke Golden Crocodile." "Golden Crocodile? I have heard of him before on the Holy White Continent. From the songs of bards that it is said that there are 4 young and capable dukes in the Rhine continent. Duke Silver Lion, Duke Grey Dove, Duke Sunflower, and Duke Golden Crocodile." Closer's mouth fell agape in disbelief. "That scar-faced man. He is one of the 4 dukes of Rhine continent? Goodness, how utterly disappointing. Though he ranks lower, both Sunflower and Golden Crocodile dukes hail from your Holger Principality," Olivia continued, casting a glance at Closer. "It seems that the coming decades, if not centuries, will witness the rise of Holger Principality." The implication in the Centaur's words was unmistakable. Holger Principality, once a relatively obscure nation on the continent, had not only produced two notable princes-dukes, but also an enigmatic illegitimate lord. The future indeed seemed bright for Holger. Closer felt a pang of discomfort upon receiving this news. That golden crocodile had already exhibited unmistakable hostility towards him. And who was this sunflower duke? Perhaps another brother of his. The rise of Holger was of no concern to him. All he wished for was to safeguard his little plot of land, and he wondered how much longer this peaceful life could continue. Thus spoke Closer. Chapter 38. The prodigal young lord in the hall of the magic eagle fortress. Young master, the frequency of beast appearances around the perimeter of the territory has been increasing, which I believe is related to the departure of several demon lords from the magic forest. Captain Crete routinely reported the week's defense status to the young lord. Recently, the frequency of magical beasts venturing beyond the magical barrier of Eagle's Horn Village had escalated. Closer's patrol teams had encountered the beasts several times, and although there had been no casualties, injuries were not uncommon. What kind of beasts are we dealing with? Closer inquired. They are primarily the more common magical wild boars and giant pythons found across the continent. However, the beasts from the magic forest are significantly stronger in both size and aggression. Closer tapped his fingers against the stone armrest, pondering for a moment. Very well, from now on, let the patrols outside the magic circle be entrusted to the orcs. They possess ample experience and formidable personal strength. As for our militia, they should remain within the territory and focus on training until they are capable of directly confronting the magical beasts. Understood, young master. Crete bowed and withdrew, while Hubru stepped forward. My lord, our current financial situation has become severely overstretched. I recommend halting some non-urgent projects and allocating our dwindling funds towards infrastructure and agricultural development. Additionally, we must establish communication with the outside world to facilitate the sale of goods and stimulate cash flow. Closer pressed his forehead with his thumb and index finger, realizing that the day had finally come. He had depleted all the funds he brought from the royal capital. He was even resorting to using Hubru's belongings. Closer had instructed the villagers of Eagle's Horn to cultivate vegetables and grains, but immediate returns were not forthcoming, and although the supermarket had a significant stock of prepared food, the number of people in his territory was far greater. Closer had initially thought that they could sustain themselves solely on the supermarket's provisions until spring, but he had not anticipated that the number of mouths to feed would multiply exponentially. And all of them had astonishing appetites. At this rate, the prepared food in the supermarket would only last 3 to 5 days. This won't do. We must implement a rationing system. The current consumption of food is far too rapid. We should prioritize bread and cakes as staples, and all meat and vegetable dishes should be distributed in measured portions that we cannot afford to squander any longer. Upon hearing Closer's words, the others fell silent. It was well known that the most extravagant consumer of food was none other than Closer himself, while everyone else subsisted on regular dark bread and vegetable soup, indulging in meat only when they managed to hunt something. Closer frequently hosted lavish feasts replete with various roasted meats, vegetables, beer, and snacks. It was well understood that several hundred people were currently residing in his territory. Moreover, the dwarves and orcs had naturally large appetites, and such daily feasting on roasted meats and beer was unsustainable. Hubru reluctantly agreed and promised to implement a rationing system starting the next day. As for the ongoing projects, it would be best not to halt them. Hubru, you were previously with the Merchant Guild and are familiar with these merchants, correct? I have some goods here. Reach out to a reputable merchant guild and see if they are interested in becoming our agents. Hubru was momentarily taken aback, wondering what goods they had besides or to sell. Could it be that their young lord was using spatial magic to procure other items? That would be quite extraordinary. However, Closer's intention was to sell some of the surplus items from the supermarket. For instance, items such as shampoo, soap, towels, or clothing and women's accessories, which would likely have a market among the nobility in this world. Very well, I will attempt to contact the merchant guilds that previously dealt with our ore. I just hope they are willing to venture into the magic forest region. Indeed, not all entrepreneurs possess the audacity of Hublu. Thus, the morning meeting adjourned amidst a cascade of disheartening news. Good heavens, how many matters must I attend to? It appears I have underestimated the complexities of managing a domain. KLZ reclined against the spacious stone chair, his demeanor already waning before noon. The young maid, Lisa, gazed at her master with concern, inquiring gently, "My lord, please take care of your health and do not overexert yourself." Chuckling, KLZ affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. replying, "In truth, I do not feel fatigued at all. Most affairs are being handled by Hubaloo. However, I have never managed such a large number of people before, and I find myself somewhat flustered." He raised his wrist to glance at his globally limited edition Painrai Luminar 1950 series PAM 00671. "Alas, it is already past 10. My morning run has been thwarted. Never mind. I shall visit Cliff Fortress. If operations there proceed smoothly, I can afford to slow down the construction at Eagle Castle, especially since it harbors that precious mithril mine." After tidying himself somewhat, KLZ donned a casual ensemble of LV short sleeves, shorts, and sandals, accessorized with Oakley sunglasses, a hefty gold chain, and a small watch. Sauntering out in a rather nonchalant manner, T.O. put it aside for a moment. The limited edition attire KLZ sported could have exchanged for a house in his previous life, yet now, it had become the daily ensemble of our young lord, accompanied by little Lisa and Kane. KLZ swaggered down the tree-lined path, adorned with a gold chain weighing over 2 pounds. Due to the main road from Eagle Castle to Cliff Fortress being under construction, perpetually shrouded in dust and noise, KLZ deliberately chose this quieter route to avoid soiling his attire. "Lisa, why aren't you wearing the princess dress I gifted you?" KLZ inquired, noticing the young girl still clad in patched clothing. Puzzled by her frugality, with her head bowed and cheeks flushed, Lisa murmured shyly, Lisa cannot bear to wear it." What is there to be reluctant about? We have plenty of such garments. Just wear it freely. And I shall select a couple more for you." KLZ reassured her, "We lack nothing, especially clothes. Do you not see how dashing I look?" Lisa cast a glance at her master's flamboyant attire, utterly at a loss for words, and chose silence instead. "You simply fail to appreciate my ensemble. In the past, this outfit would have been unattainable even for the wealthiest. These are all limited editions. Do you comprehend what that means?" Lisa timidly lifted her gaze, stammering, Is that what beggars wear?" KLZ nearly choked on his own disbelief, realizing that the proud ensemble he donned appeared no different from that of a beggar in this world. "You wouldn't understand. Forget it," KLZ resolved silently. Since the world had transformed, he too should adapt to local customs and perhaps don a set of noble attire tomorrow. Suddenly, KLZ collided headfirst into Kane, who had abruptly halted. "My dear Kane, why did you stop so suddenly?" KLZ exclaimed, clutching his nose as he looked up at Kane, who, like him, was adorned with a gold chain. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from Kane. Was it a murderous intent? An ambush? The thought struck KLZ like lightning. Who in the territory would wish for his demise? Could it be that scoundrel with the pockmarked face had sent spies? That shouldn't be the case. His visit to Cliff Fortress was entirely spontaneous. If spies intended to act, wouldn't it be easier to ambush him on the way during his run? Lost in this frantic train of thought, KLZ had already surmised the identity of their visitors. The distant bushes began to rustle, and the ground trembled rhythmically. Clearly, a magical beast was on the prowl. What the hell? How could there be magical beasts here? IV just exited the magical barrier. KLZ scanned his surroundings, picking up a stone and a branch as makeshift weapons, while shielding little Lisa behind him. Kane stepped forward, positioning himself in front of his master. Humph! Suddenly, the ground tremors intensified, and the nearby bushes fell in succession, indicating that a formidable creature was approaching. In an instant, the underbrush close to KLZ and the others was violently parted by a tremendous force, revealing a colossal magical boar before them. What in the world? It's enormous. KLZ shielded Lisa, who had been startled into silence, her eyes shut tight in fear. This magical boar was nearly the size of a full-grown elephant, its eyes glowing crimson, and its tusks appeared menacingly sharp. Most alarmingly, it was charging at full speed. Should it collide with them, it would be akin to being struck by a train. Kane, however, crouched low, thrusting one foot forward with determination, spreading his arms wide to absorb the impact of the approaching train. No, the magical boar, initially confident it could easily trample the trio, was taken aback to find this armored human standing like an immovable wall. Kane was pushed back 3 full steps by the creature's immense force, a situation that had never occurred before, prompting KLZ to pull Lisa aside. Yet Kane's feet dug into the ground once more, his arms grasping the boar's formidable tusks, and with a powerful crouch, he heaved. In the next moment, the massive creature was lifted, its head facing downward. Boom! Kane, one of the 4 demon kings of the demon forest and the only solitary king among them, slammed the boar's head forcefully into the ground, burying half its skull beneath the earth. Grr. The magical boar flailed helplessly, unable to find purchase with its limbs, seeing the beast under Kane's control. He finally exhaled in relief. However, just as he began to relax, a sudden squeal pierced the air from behind. Chapter 39. The weakness of beast-eared maidens. Upon hearing the squeal, Kaelz had no time to turn around. In the next instant, he felt his feet leave the ground, and the world around him rapidly receded. "My lord, your highness!" In a moment of urgency, Lisa, who had been pushed aside by Kaelz, screamed, while her master found himself thrust forward by another suddenly appearing magical boar. Heading towards the depths of the forest. Yes, Kaelz was wedged between the tusks of the magical boar, resembling a seagull plastered against a bus windshield. Kane, with his feet deeply anchored in the ground, leaped towards the direction the boar had fled. Yet, while this boar was not as large as the first, it possessed remarkable speed. Kane, upon landing, was unable to impede its escape and found himself trailing behind. Despite Kane's swift sprint, the boar's pace was relentless, gradually leaving him far behind. "Humph, slowpoke. Eat my dust," the boar seemed to taunt in its own way. Lisa stood frozen in place, tears streaming down her face as she watched the path carved by the magical boar. Trembling slightly, she slowly shifted her focus to the struggling creature. Meanwhile, Kaelz, hearing the wind whistling past his ears, clung desperately to the tusks, too frightened to let go. At this speed, he was surely exceeding 60 miles an hour. "What on earth have I done to deserve this? If it goes any faster, I'll be breaking the speed limit." Though Kaelz longed to reach for the scar on his arm to summon magic, the boar's speed left him no choice but to maintain his grip. Whether the boar was spurred by adrenaline or some other force, it charged ahead without any intention of halting. This left Kaelz in a dire predicament. With no recourse but to cling tightly to the tusks, eyes shut against the rushing wind, utterly devoid of a plan. In that moment, he once again felt the profound insignificance of his own powerlessness. Despite having attended several magical classes with Nightwind, he remained at the stage of familiarizing himself with elemental magic and had never learned any offensive spells as for the swordsmanship lessons from Captain Kret. They were of little use at this moment. His only recourse now seemed to be prayer, beseeching the boar to cease its relentless charge. Suddenly, Kaelz sensed a change. Perhaps it was merely his imagination. But the magical boar's speed appeared to diminish slightly. He cracked open his eyes just a sliver, straining to see ahead. In the path of the boar, he faintly discerned a figure. Who could it be? Crows silently prayed, hoping it was a comrade. Hoo-hoo-ha-ha. "Hey, little one, step aside, or don't blame me for sinking my fangs into your body. Ha-ha-ha." Suspected boar language. Suddenly, the figure ahead vanished into thin air. Immediately, Crows felt the wild boar brand train abruptly slam into emergency brakes. The tremendous inertia flung him off the tusks. Crows thought to himself, if he flew out at this speed and crashed into a tree, wouldn't it resemble an egg being hurled against a stone? But suddenly, he found himself embraced by someone, and he was spun around midair before landing gently. Who was this? Dazed, Crows couldn't clearly see the person. But in his panic, his hands instinctively tightened around them. He felt a few strands of hair brush against his face, causing a tickling sensation. The warmth of the person's breath grazed his ear. Adding to the ticklishness, there seemed to be a pair of mischievous hands wandering over him, intensifying the ticklish feeling. Upon focusing, he realized it was none other than our beloved beast-eared lady, Jason. "Hey, little one. Please omit the term lady, she is still quite youthful." Jason grinned wickedly, leaning in close to Crows, inhaling deeply. "I could just devour you, you delicious little creature. I'm utterly enamored." Crows found himself tightly embraced by the beast-eared lady, his chest being compressed by her ample bosom, making it difficult to breathe. "Let go. I can't breathe." As his face turned a deep shade of purple, Crows saw Jason lean down to sniff his neck, prompting him, in a moment of desperation, to bite down on her fluffy ear. For reasons unknown, upon Crows biting her ear, Jason let out a sharp scream as if electrified. Then, Crows found himself utterly perplexed. Jason's body gradually went limp, and upon releasing him, she collapsed onto the ground. "You. What are you doing? Let go." Jason's demeanor shifted from her usual boisterous self to a soft, almost coquettish tone, sounding as if she were pouting. Crows shivered all over, loosening his grip on the beast-eared lady's ear. "Goodness, Looking at Jason now, her face resembled a ripe apple, and sweat glistened on her forehead, giving the impression that she had just completed an arduous task. I had no choice. You almost suffocated me. Crows sought a topic to ease the tension as he felt uncomfortable under Jason's sorrowful gaze. You could have just said so. Why bite my ear? Do you not realize? Jason's voice dwindled, making it hard for Crows to hear. Where did the boar go? He suddenly realized that the wild boar that had dragged him 2 miles was nowhere to be seen. The reason he had abruptly halted was likely because Jason had descended from the sky and stomped on its head. However, that boar had remarkable resilience. After withstanding a blow from the beast-eared lady, it managed to escape. After a moment, Jason finally stood up, supporting her slightly trembling knees. It hasn't escaped. At Jason's words, Crows felt a surge of anxiety, pulling out a baseball bat and scanning the suspicious bushes around them. Hoo-hoo! A sharp boar's cry pierced the air as the muscular body of the magical boar lunged out from the thicket. This time, however, its target was directed at the beast-eared lady, Jason. Crows glanced at Jason and felt a surge of panic. Jason stood swaying, her flushed face still radiant. How could she evade this strike? Hey, get out of the way. In a moment of desperation, Crows leaped towards Jason, tackling her to the ground in a protective embrace. Yet, this leap had drained all his strength, leaving him curled around Jason, bracing for the boar's assault. Jason, pinned beneath Crows, felt her previously listless expression freeze in place. Had she been saved? He had risked himself to protect her. He seemed so feeble. Having grown up in the dark, oppressive depths of the demon forest, Jason had forgotten the last time she needed someone else's help. Her world was a simple one of survival of the fittest, where no one would sacrifice their life for another. To them, such an act was utterly foolish. But why did her heart feel a surge of happiness at this moment? It seemed like for the first time in her life, she was being saved and protected. Jason found herself momentarily dazed, but the sudden dampness on her cheeks pulled her back to reality. Of course, while her heart raced with conflicting emotions, only a second had passed in the real world. Bang! Just as Crows closed his eyes, bracing for impact, he heard a tremendous crash and a pig's cry. Hoo-hoo! What the hell? I was actually defeated by a woman. Suspected boar language. The pig didn't crash into me. Am I saved? Crows cracked his eyes open just a sliver, catching a glimpse of Jason's striking silhouette and her wild golden hair, shimmering in the dappled sunlight. Chapter 40. The Skyward Little Grouch. Jason, with her flowing golden hair, didn't look back at Crows but instead hoisted the dazed magical boar with one hand and strode deeper into the forest. Little one. Thank you. With just that brief phrase, Jason's figure vanished among the thickets. Crows, feeling his heart pounding wildly, finally realized he was safe. Your Highness. In the distance, Kane and Captain Kret, alerted by the news, arrived at Crow's side almost simultaneously. Crows noticed that behind the captain were Meloid and a swarm of little spiders. Hey, you all came. Crows forced a smile, waving to greet everyone. Your Highness, are you all right? Were you injured? The captain frantically turned Crows over, inspecting him thoroughly, almost demanding he strip. Kane remained as stoic as a rock, while Meloid ordered the little spiders to remain vigilant for any lurking magical beasts. I'm fine. Captain, just a scrape on my arm. As Crows spoke, he retrieved a few band-aids from the supermarket to patch himself up. Master, Meloid returned to Crow's side, whispering, Where is she? Crows understood she was asking about the one who saved him, as well as the magical beast. Don't ask how Crows knew. He just did. It was Jason. She took the magical beast away, and I have no idea what happened to her. Ever since I bit her ear, she has been acting strangely. What? Meloid froze, her eyes wide as she asked, What did you just say? I said Jason took the magical beast away. What's the next thing? I don't know what's wrong with her. She's acting weird. Get to the point. What did you do to her? I bit her ear. You. Meloid stared at Crows as if she had seen a ghost, making him feel uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Meloid shook her head, her expression peculiar. No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just, do you know that the ears of the beastmen shouldn't be touched casually? Crows looked perplexed. Can't touch the ears. What happens if I do? Will I get sick? Sigh. Meloid sighed. It seems you truly don't know. For beastmen, especially the beast-eared kind, their ears can only be touched by those closest to them, like lovers or spouses. I ask for biting ears. It's a way for beast-eared individuals to express affection during moments of intimacy, ah? Crows was utterly baffled now. He and T realized that such a casual action would incite such feelings in her. This could explain Jason's odd behavior, but how did she defeat the magical beast and leave so gracefully in the end? Oh my goodness, I've stirred up trouble. She doesn't think I was teasing her. Does she? Meloid nodded seriously. That's very likely. Buffed. This guy is in deep trouble. How could he have conveyed such a message? This is a total disaster. Crows suddenly felt the necessity to hire a court etiquette instructor to enlighten him on the continent's basic social norms. Master, are you planning to establish a harem? Is it true that Meloidy also? This spider, always making a fuss over trivial matters, is simply inciting chaos. Away with you. Who wishes to collect a harem? Do not spread baseless rumors. Kael'zer exclaimed as he shoved the spider away, only then recalling the purpose of his outing. Captain, how is Lisa faring? When I pushed her away just now, she should have been in that direction. Kael'zer thought to himself that the little girl must be terrified. He must bring out some chocolate and snacks to comfort her tonight. However, upon hearing his master inquire about Lisa, Captain Crite exhibited a strange and evasive expression. What is it? Has something happened to Lisa? Kael'zer's heart raced, instinctively fearing the presence of a third wild boar. No, my young lord, Lisa is fine, just a bit. Captain Crite hesitated, recalling that when he had rushed to provide support with the spider, he had already encountered little Lisa. However, what he had witnessed was a gruesomely bloody scene. Little Lisa stood in a relatively open area, surrounded by blood and unknown entrails. As the captain approached to assess the situation, he found that little Lisa was unharmed. The blood appeared to be from the beasts. After asking her numerous questions, the little girl remained silent, merely pointing towards the direction Kael'zer had vanished. Captain Crite, worried for his lord's safety, refrained from pressing further, but in hindsight, Lisa's state had indeed been quite peculiar. Meloidy, swaying her hips, returned once more, stating, I told you that little girl has an air of the supernatural about her, with a faint hint of demonic essence. Master, you must be cautious in keeping her close. What are you saying? She is merely a child. Even if she harbors some small secrets, that is entirely normal. Who among you does not possess secrets? Is it the captain who lacks them? Or you, Meloidy? Kael'zer challenged, pointing at the two. Meloidy merely rolled her eyes in tacit agreement. Yet this remark startled Captain Crite. He prided himself on his unwavering loyalty to this illegitimate lord, never displaying even a hint of defiance or disdain. Had he inadvertently revealed something? Your Highness, Captain Crite was about to kneel in fealty when Kael'zer continued. Your secrets are of little importance. What truly matters is that we are united at this moment. Our sole aim is to build our shared homeland, and that is sufficient. Come, Captain, accompany me to the cliff fortress. The captain straightened from his half-kneeling position, trailing behind Kael'zer with an awkward expression. The spider brought up the rear, observing the captain's changing demeanor with a knowing glint in her eyes. Meloidy noted that while her young master had not brought many companions, each of them harbored significant secrets. As Kael'zer's first intelligence officer, Meloidy had already immersed herself in this new role. Now, everyone she encountered seemed like a spy, and she felt compelled to uncover even the color of their undergarments. Among those close to the lord within the territory, the backgrounds of Hubolu, the village chief of Eagle's Horn, and the elder of the Mo Wolf tribe were known to be unproblematic. However, the rest, including herself, seemed rather suspicious. Remarkably, Meloidy's scrutiny of suspicious individuals had inadvertently included herself. With the added escort of the captain and spider, Kael'zer's journey to the cliff fortress proceeded with only minor incidents. Indeed, even with these two accompanying him, Kael'zer faced 2 attacks along the way. However, this time the assailants were a giant python and a troop of monkeys. The python was defeated collectively, ultimately being sliced into segments by Crite. The troublesome monkeys, however, were rather irksome. They did not engage in direct confrontation, but instead concealed themselves among the treetops, incessantly bombarding him with fruit, which was quite vexing. What on earth is going on? I've never encountered so many beasts before. Now that both of our great demon lords are present, they dare to attack me. Kael'zer grumbled as he rubbed his head, which had been swollen from fruit impacts. Meloidy found it puzzling as well. In previous outings, beings like herself and Cain would have seen the beast scurry away. Yet now, these creatures not only lacked fear, but appeared to have grown stronger. Something must have transpired deep within the abyss of demons. Meloidy was convinced. The harpy lair adjacent to the abyss of demons was currently bustling with activity. The harpies, who once sought to attack anyone they encountered, seemed to have tasted the sweetness provided by Kael'Zir and were now even working for the young lord. From a distance, one could see numerous harpies flapping their wings vigorously, transporting supplies to the fortress. As Kael'Zir approached the cliff fortress, the little harpy Raphael descended from the sky. "What brings you here?" The little harpy pouted disdainfully, rendering Kael'Zir, the lord, quite embarrassed. "Hee, I came to check on the progress of the fortress." "Are you here as an overseer? We are certainly not slacking off. After all, this is our home 2.0. I'm just taking a casual look." "Humph, so you merely came to casually glance. No wonder, as you are the great lord. It is not surprising that you overlook our humble abode, did I?" "What do you mean I? Why do you stutter when you speak? Can you not exhibit some semblance of a lord?" Kael'Zir realized that no matter what he said, this little harpy would immediately retort, as if she were the legendary contrarian. Cough, cough. "The truth is, I see how hard everyone is working, so I brought some cold drinks to reward them." Kael'Zir, seeing the little harpy's demeanor, understood he would have to part with some offerings to appease her, producing an array of beverages and ice cream. Raphael's expression softened. "Well, that is more like it. You should have come sooner." Upon witnessing their young lord arrive with treats, the workers at Cliff Fortress cheered and paused their labor. Kael'Zir observed that although dwarves and harpies could now work together during breaks, they still instinctively divided into two distinct groups. It seemed that the grand fusion of races would not be accomplished overnight. This was a long-term endeavor. "Come now, on such a hot day, everyone has worked hard. Come have some ice cream." Kael'Zir distributed ice cream, with the dwarves receiving their share as popsicles, while the harpies, lacking hands, could only enjoy their Häagen-Dazs from containers. Instantly, the entire cliff fortress resonated with the sounds of slurping and licking ice cream. "Raphael, here, have one too." Kael'Zir offered a cone to the little harpy. How could she hold such a thing? Kael'Zir was clearly intending to feed the little harpy. Raphael's cheeks flushed momentarily, but in a huff, she bit down on the cream atop the cone, causing icy tears to well up in her eyes. "Slow down. No one is competing with you." Kael'Zir gazed at the now empty cone in his hand, forcing a wry smile. "So, how is the progress of the project?" The little harpy swallowed her ice cream, resisting tears, and then smoothed her little belly clad in a swimsuit with her wings, feeling somewhat relieved. "Of course, it's going smoothly. Just look at who is in charge here." "Humph, as long as you don't come to meddle, it is all good." Kael'Zir found himself at a loss for words against the little harpy's retort. He awkwardly chuckled, then hastily sought out the dwarves, searching for an excuse to escape. Upon seeing Kael'Zir depart, a fleeting look of struggle crossed Raphael's face. Deep down, she wished to sit with Kael'Zir and enjoy ice cream, but whenever she opened her mouth, the words that came out were not what she intended. Nevertheless, the obstinate little harpy maintained her stance of indifference and aimed her sights on the second ice cream at the cliff fortress. The responsibility for renovating the fortress and seeking out the mithril mine fell to Bolu's skilled miner, the dwarf Griffin. "How are things, old friend? Have you found the mithril mine?" Kael'Zir inquired as he settled beside the dwarf, offering him a popsicle. Griffin, bare-chested and wearing a large straw hat atop his head, with his sun-kissed skin, resembled a robust farmer. I've made some discoveries. It's located in one of the former harpy caves, and the reserves are substantial." Griffin waggled his short, stout fingers in front of Kael'Zir. "What does that mean? Is it 50,000 tons?" The dwarf shook his head. 50,000 tons. The dwarf shook his head once more. "Could it be 5 million tons?" The dwarf continued to shake his head, seeing that the young lord was unable to guess. The dwarf then leisurely remarked, "I mean, the reserves of this mithril mine are at least 5 times that of the Furnace Mountain. Enough for us to mine for 50 years. Kael'Zir was left speechless. Who could have possibly guessed that? Nevertheless, despite his disbelief, the news was indeed quite promising. 50 years' worth. Wouldn't that mean he had struck it rich? A thunderclap from a clear sky, and suddenly he was wealthy. When others inquire whether his family possessed a mine, he could respond with calm assurance. "Yes, indeed, we have a mine. What's it to you?" The thrill of that thought was simply delightful. Griffin observed his foolishly grinning young lord, who was drooling with joy, and waved a hand before his eyes. However, the young lord seemed ensnared in a world of self-indulgent fantasies, completely unresponsive. Let him revel for a while. We shall resume our work. The dwarf finished his ice cream and stood up, Calling for everyone to continue their labor, the harpies took to the sky one by one, each attending to their duties, and soon the air was filled with the hum of industry once more. The young harpy, Raphael, approached closer, tilting her head as she scrutinized him. Suddenly, she slapped him across the face, sending him tumbling. Huh? What happened? Closer, jolted from his reverie, looked around in confusion. Raphael glared at him, exasperated. You unreliable lord. Instead of wasting time, why not take your people to the abyss to investigate? More and more beasts are emerging from below, likely due to the migration of the frenzied beastmen. What? Closer was a bit taken aback, but to have the frenzied beastmen return to their old haunts, clearly, that was out of the question. Then, how about we construct a barrier here to fend off the beasts crawling out of the abyss? The young harpy planted her wings on her hips and shouted. What? You want to turn us harpies into a second wave of frenzied beastmen? Do you have no conscience? We have already contributed our nests. Do you expect us to sacrifice our lives as well? Closer closed his eyes, enduring the spittle from Raphael's tirade without flinching. I was wrong. I misspoke. Please don't be angry. Closer immediately replied, lacking in fortitude, his servile demeanor raising doubts about who truly was the Lord. Humph, does apologizing even matter? If apologies were effective, why would we need police? Wait, what are police? Why did I say that? The young harpy shook her head in confusion and resumed scolding Closer. Their unfortunate young lord lowered his head, enduring over half an hour of Raphael's reprimands. Perhaps the young harpy's voice finally grew hoarse, as Closer promptly brought forth a chair and offered her a bowl of water. Drink some water. Take a little break before continuing your lecture, he chuckled. Raphael rolled her eyes. Though still frowning, she sat down on the chair, ceasing her tirade. Phew, Closer sighed in relief, wondering how this girl could talk so much. If someone were to marry her in the future, would they not be subjected to her incessant nagging? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry and feed me some water. Raphael shot him a glare, causing Closer to shiver and hastily deliver the water to her lips. Heh. Raphael, seeing how hard you work, I have a little gift for you. Closer offered her a small object, which Raphael immediately adored upon seeing it. It was a silver bell shaped like an angel. The bell was exquisitely crafted, and when shaken, it produced a crisp and melodious sound. Closer cheerfully tied the bell to the young harpy's wings. Heh, it looks quite lovely. Raphael gazed at the bell and the red string, momentarily lost in thought. She lowered her head slightly, a hint of a blissful smile gracing her lips. However, when she lifted her head again, her expression morphed back into one of disdain. Humph, don't think that just because you give me a little gift, I will serve you. We harpies will not be driven by anyone. We are a free race. Yes, you are indeed a free race. We are all family now, and there is no question of anyone serving anyone else. Family, the young harpy's heart raced, her mind suddenly conjuring an image of herself nestled beside Closer, cradling a little harpy in their arms. A blissful family of three. The sudden emergence of this thought sent a wave of warmth surging through Raphael. Huh, what's wrong? Raphael, are you feeling unwell? Closer observed the young harpy's slight tremor and gently patted her wing. What are you doing? Raphael jumped as if electrocuted, shielding her chest with her wings, her face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed at Closer. This time, however, her averted gaze lacked the usual fury. Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? Closer reached out to touch the young girl's cheek, causing her already frayed nerves to nearly unravel. Ugh, how annoying. Don't touch me. I have to get back to work. Sensing the atmosphere shifting, the young harpy took off into the sky with a whoosh, leaving Closer alone to silently eat dust in her wake. What just happened? Why the sudden alarm? Closer waved his hand to dissipate the swirling dust before shaking his head and settling back into the chair he had just vacated. Milady stood not far off, shaking his head in resignation. My oblivious young master. Can't you see what's right in front of you? Chapter 42. Everyone has their little secrets after inspecting the progress at the Cliff Fortress and the Mithril Mine. Closer and his companions returned to the Eagle Fortress for lunch, and on the way back, they unexpectedly encountered another attack. Closer conferred with the captain, deciding to increase the number of patrols and expand their range. Additionally, they resolved to construct several towers between the Eagle Fortress and the Cliff Fortress for monitoring the surrounding situation, allowing for rapid response. Milady, have your little ones also expanded outward. Those webs are quite useful for warning us. We should also set traps in the woods, which should help improve the current situation, correct? Closer noted his thoughts in a small notebook, conversing with Meloidy intermittently. The spider observed his master deep in contemplation, finding his focused expression quite charming. No wonder those ruffians were eyeing him so covetously. Meloidy, how is the excavation of the sewer system near the Eagle Fortress proceeding? Oh, as per your instructions, the work is underway. If it's just about clearing those web-like tunnels, it should be completed in about 2 days. Closer nodded. Indeed, the pace is impressively swift. However, our ultimate goal is to bury the drainage pipes underground and divert the wastewater to a specific location. What about Soloro Sea? Will that not pollute the ocean? I wonder if there are any environmental protection organizations in this world. Closer continued to mutter to himself while sketching in his notebook. And Meloidy walked beside him, glancing over intermittently. By the way, Meloidy, let us have some of the sand from Soloro Beach transported back tomorrow. I want to conduct some experiments. If this experiment succeeds, the houses or walls we construct will be even sturdier. Indeed, Closer was contemplating concrete and cement. Currently, whether around the Eagle Fortress or the Cliff Fortress, the primary binding materials for construction were mostly clay mixed with some tree sap collected from the woods. Although these materials could serve as adhesives, they were clearly inferior to cement and concrete. In fact, the idea of producing cement and concrete had occurred to Closer on his very first day of running. However, there were so many tasks to attend to in the territory, and the building materials section of the supermarket had yet to be unlocked. Moreover, Closer had been a poor student in the past and had no idea how to produce cement. I truly admire those novel characters who can create glass, cement, gunpowder, and soap. As for me, I can't even make a single thing. Had it not been for the supermarket within arm's reach, I might have starved to death in this perilous otherworld. Closer felt fortunate to have such a grand supermarket. Otherwise, in this dangerous alternate realm, he would have long since met his demise. Oh, right. I must also prepare a grand gift for my sister Sooty. What should I give her? Meloidy, if you were a princess about to marry, what gift would you desire the most? A marrying princess. Meloidy tilted her head in thought and tentatively suggested, gold coins. Jewelry. I believe that if it were up to me, the most desirable quality in a future partner would be unwavering loyalty. However, perhaps it is best to set that thought aside, as I cannot offer her such a thing. Instead, I shall select a piece of jewelry. Upon returning to the castle, Closer hastily consumed a light meal before making his way to the chamber of the young maid, Lisa, and knocking on her door. Little Lisa, are you in there? Why haven't you eaten dinner yet? I've brought you some of your favorite snacks, so please open the door. After knocking for quite some time, the door creaked open. Yet there was no sign of the young girl. Pushing the door wide, he stepped inside and closed it behind him, grinning as he revealed a large bag of snacks. Little Lisa, come out. I've brought you something delicious. Scanning the room, Closer found no trace of Lisa. However, he soon caught a glimpse of a corner of her skirt peeking from the other side of the bed. Hiding here, are we? Do you not wish to see your young master? Closer approached her, crouching down to ensure his smile appeared warm and his voice soft. Little Lisa. Leaning closer, he whispered her name, causing a tingling sensation from the warmth of his breath. Lisa turned her head, finally lifting it to reveal her tear-streaked face. Her once beautiful eyes now swollen from crying. Oh dear, look at my little Lisa, how she has cried. My poor dear, come here and let your young master hold you. Closer cradled her face, gently wiping away her tears with his thumb, and rested her head against his shoulder. As he embraced her, the memories of a terrifying moment surged back to Lisa, and she began to sob once more. Wah, young master, Lisa is so afraid. I fear that you will die. I fear you will abandon me. I am so scared. Closer softly patted her back, hurriedly comforting her. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. Your young master has returned safe and sound, has he not? How could I ever forsake you, my dear Lisa? You are so obedient and delightful. I could never wish for anything but your company. Really? But, the young maid lowered her head, stuttering, as Closer realized she was likely troubled by the memory of his appearance in that pool of blood. Do not dwell on such thoughts, dear Lisa. You are and will always be my beloved little maid. Nay, my cherished little sister. Sister? Lisa's eyes widened in astonishment. She was a maid, destined to remain one forever. Even if she caught the eye of a nobleman or lord, she would never be recognized as anything more than a lowly servant. Although Lisa had lived in the royal city since she was little, unlike those impoverished peasants struggling for food, she had always been taught by everyone around her that they were of lowly status. unworthy of lofty aspirations. Now, to be called sister by a prince. Even if this prince were a bastard, he was still a lord with his own lands, although Closer had yet to receive a title. It was merely a matter of time to be addressed as sister by such a royal noble was beyond Lisa's wildest dreams. Be good, do not cry. Too many tears will diminish your beauty. Now, look at what your young master has brought you. Wiping her tears, Lisa managed a smile. Yes, hee, young master, I'm hungry. Come, let us eat and drink. Closer tore open the packaging and handed her a box of milk. With one hand clutching a snack and the other holding the milk, Lisa enjoyed her treat gleefully. Watching the little girl, Closer couldn't help but think of his soon-to-be married sister, Sooty. By the way, little Lisa. Princess Sooty. Huh. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as Closer mentioned Sooty's name, Lisa choked on her food and erupted into a fit of coughing. Take it easy, take it easy. Those are all yours. It seems you've choked a bit. Quickly drink some milk to soothe your throat. Closer gently patted her back, and after a few sips of milk, she felt somewhat better. Wait, what was I just saying? Closer, momentarily distracted by Lisa's antics, found himself unable to recall what he had intended to ask. Rubbing his head, he frowned and pondered for some time, but to no avail. Goodness, how old am I this year? 16. How could I forget what I just wanted to say? Beside him, the little maid, still catching her breath, had a fleeting glimmer of red in her eyes. Why, young master, Lisa, is tired. Observing her delicate demeanor as she clutched her skirt, Closer quickly dismissed his earlier thoughts. If you're tired, then do rest early. You need not attend to my evening routine tonight. I can manage on my own. After placing the snacks down and gently patting Lisa's head once more, Closer stepped out of the room. Once the door had closed, Lisa tiptoed to the door and pressed her ear against it, straining to listen. After a moment, reassured that Closer had indeed walked away, she sighed deeply and sank to the floor in a kneeling position. Sigh. Young master, what shall I do? Is there anyone who can teach me? Chapter 43. A laid-back broadcast. Watch if you wish the next day, under clear skies at the Eagle Fortress Council Chamber, Closer firmly declared. Thus, it has been decided. Each patrol team shall consist of 3 berserkers, 3 dwarfs, 3 goblins, and 3 militiamen. The one who trains the best will assume the role of captain. I do not expect your teams to be exceptionally valiant. But as captains, your foremost duty is to return every single one of your team members safe and sound. With one foot resting on the conference table, Closer resolutely announced the latest personnel arrangements within the territory. Given the increasing frequency of magical beasts in the forest, it was imperative for Closer's subjects to mature swiftly. However, this maturity encompassed not only individual combat skills, but also discipline, teamwork, and the ability to assess danger. Closer decided to establish each patrol team at 12 members, ensuring a mix of races. This 12-member unit would rise or fall together. They must unite to earn greater rewards. Conversely, failure would lead to collective punishment, without exception. Furthermore, the captain would receive greater rewards than ordinary members, but would also bear double the consequences of failure. Heeding the advice of the Centaur Knight, Miss Olivia, Closer organized these 12-member teams as necessary collaborative units. 3 berserkers wielding polearms would lead the offense, 3 dwarves with large shields would provide defense, 3 goblins would engage in ranged attacks and distractions, while 3 militiamen would handle logistics and basic first aid. This division of labor not only allowed each race to fully utilize its strengths, but also compelled them to cooperate, ultimately achieving the goal of fostering a deep-seated camaraderie. Closer praised Olivia's brilliance. Indeed, ever since this decision was implemented, the incidence of brawls among different races within Closer's territory had begun to decline sharply. Once they transformed from mutual adversaries into comrades, the bonds of friendship among men quietly blossomed in the background. After finalizing the 12-member patrol teams, Captain Krite hurried off to train them. Once he departed, Hubrew, holding a scroll of parchment, approached with a beaming expression. My lord, I have received a response to the letters I sent. A trade association with which I frequently collaborate has expressed great interest in the goods you have offered. Their president is even willing to venture to the Eagle Gorge personally. Oh, Closer felt a surge of joy. If a long-term partnership could be established with this association, the goods in the supermarket would yield significant profits. That sounds splendid. When will they be arriving? We must dispatch a team to welcome them. After all, they are our first esteemed guests at Eagle Gorge. Well, my lord, What preparations will you make for this initial transaction? Closer pursed his lips, recalling that when he instructed Huberu to send the letters, he had also included some samples. These comprised soap, perfume, hair ties, folding fans, slippers, and cough, Indian aphrodisiac. Indeed, the Indian aphrodisiac. The purchasing power of this item within the decaying feudal aristocracy is unimaginable. Huberu had just learned that the reason the president of that trade association was personally coming was largely due to the allure of the Indian aphrodisiac. Of course, Close also mentioned in the letter that he certainly possesses more than just the Indian miracle oil among his adult products. Using those contraceptive items to earn money from the nobles. This business is simply too lucrative. As for the first batch of goods, it's imperative to open the wallets of nobles from all nations. This time, we shall prominently feature the Miracle Oil series. After concluding the morning meeting, Close stretched lazily and stepped out of the Magic Eagle Fortress. From a distance, he spotted a multitude of small spiders scuttling towards him from the southern side of the castle. These little spiders were laden with baskets of sand. So, the sand has already been transported back. This meloid is indeed quite efficient. Observing the small spiders bringing in the sand, the dwarves working nearby all gathered around. What on earth is happening? Is our little lord planning to create a beach here? Surely not. The beaches of Solar Sea are so close. Why bother making an additional one? You just don't understand. Wealthy lords enjoy such whims. Is that so? What is the significance behind it? Humph. The significance lies in never skimping when there's an opportunity to spend. That's the essence. So extravagant. Indeed, so extravagant. TSK. The world of the rich is beyond our comprehension. Back to work, everyone. Let us go, one brick at a time. Close. The small spiders brought in a total of 3 cartloads of sand, more than enough for Close to conduct his little experiments. However, the current rewards from the supermarket. Although Close had angrily shut down the live stream that day, he had still intermittently resumed it a few times. Yet, considering that the viewers in the live chat were always clamoring to see Night Breeze, this greatly irked him. Now he has adopted a more laid-back attitude. The so-called live streaming merely involves placing the computer there for the viewers to watch his dwarves at work or the villagers tending to their fields. Whether they choose to tip or not matters little, as he isn't in a hurry to use the money. Want to see my Night Breeze? Dream on. However, now that the sand has arrived, Close is quite intrigued by the locked building materials section in the supermarket. He pressed the power button again, reopening the long-neglected live stream. Close lethargically clicked on the comment section and was surprised to find a few die-hard fans who almost daily left messages urging for updates. How idle are these people? I only stream once every 10 days or so, and they can endure this. Well, let us see if anyone tipped during the previous live streams. He accessed his earnings page, where a row of numbers and details of gifts gifted were displayed at the top. Close merely glanced at it, thinking he had misread, for it indicated that the tips had exceeded 40,000. Moreover, a viewer named Just Love Beachy had gifted him over 50 yachts in one go. What the hell? Does this guy have a mine at home? Close saw that this individual had also commented, expressing his fondness for the utopian lifestyle of another world. Furthermore, that fleeting glimpse of Night Breeze left him utterly captivated. He was haunted by thoughts of her day and night. Catch another glimpse of the goddess. He extravagantly donated more than 50 yachts. Of course, he claimed that the yachts were primarily because he adored the lifestyle in this other world. But can Close believe him? Absolutely not. Close scoffed inwardly, wondering if they believed that just because they were separated by a screen, this place resembled a paradise. Little did they know that this world is far more perilous than Earth. It is not as simple as it appears. Nevertheless, this was inconsequential to Close. If there were people who enjoyed watching, it meant that his laid-back streaming style could indeed yield tips. Yet, to think that streaming just once every 10 days could generate such considerable revenue? If I were to stream daily, wouldn't I become wealthy? With this thought, Close positioned his laptop appropriately, aimed the camera at the vegetable garden and construction site outside the castle, and promptly pressed the live stream button. He then turned around to attend to his own affairs. This fellow decided to become a hands-off manager this time, leaving the stream running 24/7, doing as he pleased. It's likely that Close is the only one in the entire world bold enough to stream in such a manner, truly one of a kind. However, he was unprepared for the explosive reactions his decision would evoke in his live stream. For those curious viewers who gathered, they would witness an exhilarating battle unfold in the coming days. This unexpected battle livestream also allowed Close to successfully unlock a section of the supermarket. Chapter 44. The Female Spy and the Class Teacher. Another day of brilliant sunshine. Close, wearing limited edition running shoes, trod upon the soft sands of Solar Coast, accompanied by the gentle autumn breeze and the pale yellow morning light. Completing his daily mandatory morning run, he perched himself on a rock by the sea, took a few gulps from a bottle of mineral water, and let out a long, contented sigh. Ah, the sea, the beach, the limited editions, all of this belongs to me. Why does it feel like a dream? Facing the rising sun, Close squinted his eyes, savoring a moment of tranquil beauty. He thought to himself that his territory, much like this sun, brimmed with hope and vitality, having settled in Eagle Gorge for nearly 3 months. These months were bustling yet fulfilling. Each day, new structures and cultivated fields emerged around the magic Eagle Fortress. Through Close's deliberate efforts, the various races in his territory maintained a delicate balance. The villagers of Eaglehorn Village grew increasingly close to the Mo Wolf tribe. The Black Iron Dwarves and the Frenzied Beasts became more amiable with each skirmish. Similarly, the often overlooked goblins and harpies sought to coexist harmoniously. Reflecting on an upcoming meeting, Close rose, brushed off non-existent dust from his rear, and began running toward the castle. Who is that? As Close approached the pepper field beside the castle, he spotted someone squatting beside the row of peppers from afar. Upon getting closer, he realized it was none other than the alluring advisor. Jessica, what is she doing here? A mischievous idea sparked in Close's mind. Silently, he approached Jessica from behind, tapped her shoulder, and suddenly shouted, "Hey!" Jessica jumped in surprise, startled enough to sit down abruptly on the ground. Just a little prank, my dear advisor." Close clasped his hands together in mock surrender, bracing himself for the inevitable reprimand. His astonishment, however, he didn't receive the expected storm of scolding. Instead, he heard a shushing sound. Observing the bespectacled beauty signaling for silence, it appeared she was worried about disturbing someone. "What are you shouting for? Don't you have any awareness as a noble lord? And the peppers are blooming. You mustn't scare them." Jessica glared, her voice barely above a whisper, strained with effort, disturbing the peppers. Don't make me laugh." Close dismissed her concern, completely uninterested in lowering his voice, but the next moment, his jovial face met the sole of a size 36 court boot. Ugh! The young lord found himself knocked to the ground by the kick from his advisor, landing flat on his back. As he covered his already bleeding nose, Close's first instinct was to prevent Cain from tearing into this beautiful advisor. "Your Highness, are you all right?" The flustered Jessica realized what she had done. She had kicked her own master. Though it was a reflexive action, and despite this youth truly deserving a good thrashing, her reaction could potentially warrant a trip to the gallows for Close. However, our little lord, with a face full of apologies, quickly replied, I was in the wrong first. I should apologize to you." Jessica, at a loss for words, Jessica found herself increasingly perplexed by Close during their 3 months of interaction. For Close's behavior over these past 3 months had utterly overturned the image of the self-deprecating, incompetent, foolish, illegitimate child he had presented for the previous 16 years. It's worth noting that Jessica had encountered Close before. Back then, he wore his insecurities upon his face, embodying cowardice and ignorance. And now, confidence, warmth, and a surprising charm. Should Jessica hear anyone still refer to Close as the incompetent, illegitimate child, she would surely rip that person's mouth apart. This illustrates that seeing is not always believing, let alone rumors. Sensing the atmosphere growing awkward, Close cleared his throat and awkwardly initiated conversation. "What are you doing squatting here? Is the chili pepper truly that visually appealing?" Jessica adjusted her glasses perched on her nose and remarked, "Your Highness, have you not noticed? They have already begun to blossom. Is it particularly strange that they are flowering? Naturally, chili peppers must flower before they mature. However, do you not find it a tad premature?" It was only upon this reminder that Closer realized, indeed, how long has it been since these peppers were sown? How can they already be flowering? Furthermore, in the chili patch, several plants seem poised to bear fruit. Indeed, while flowering might be acceptable, fruiting so soon. How long has it been since they were planted? A month at most? Although Closer was not well versed in chili cultivation, he had perused a couple of agricultural texts during his time clearing land. He possessed a basic understanding of the subject. Typically, chili peppers require 60 to 70 days from sowing to flowering, and an additional 20 to 30 days from flowering to fruiting. Yet, these peppers. It has barely been a month since planting. Could it be? A bold thought surged through Closer's mind. Could it be that cultivating earth plants in this otherworldly realm significantly shortens their maturation period? If this were true, it would be utterly remarkable. At the very least, the denizens of his territory would no longer have to worry about hunger. Approaching the chili patch, Closer mimicked Jessica's stance, crouching low to quietly observe the delicate blossoms. Jessica, it seems your efforts over this recent period have finally borne fruit. I dare say, had anyone else tended this chili patch, it would not have flourished as splendidly as under your care. Certainly, I could not have managed it. Hearing Closer's words, the cool-headed advisor felt a flicker of surprise. She had thought this young lord would overlook her, yet he had noticed her meticulous care for the peppers. Indeed, Jessica had always harbored a keen interest in pharmacology. Those enamored with pharmacology naturally develop a fondness for herbalism. The Chinese herbs and vegetables Closer had introduced to her were varieties she had never even encountered. Faced with such temptations, could she possibly remain indifferent? Uncharacteristically, this typically stoic advisor revealed a hint of a gentle smile. Of course, this smile was directed at the chili peppers, not at our young lord. Indeed, not only these chili peppers, but many of the medicinal herb seeds we planted have also begun to flower. Oh, Closer chastised himself inwardly, realizing he had not monitored the cultivation of the medicinal herbs for quite some time. Ahem. Yes, Miss Jessica, you have worked hard. Closer bowed earnestly to Jessica. The latter looked at the young lord with astonishment. Bewildered by his unusual behavior that a member of royalty, even a bastard, would never bow to a subject, unless they had perished in battle. Noticing that the cool-headed advisor seemed to be in good spirits today, Closer hesitated before speaking. Miss Jessica, shall we visit the medicinal herb field? This time, Jessica did not decline, but walked alongside Closer, her face alight with joy. These herbs were akin to her most cherished treasures, never growing tiresome to behold. Miss Jessica, may I pose a question? What question? Jessica turned her body, her expression casual. You see, we have been living under the same roof for 3 months now. I have chosen to turn a blind eye to your first communications with the royal city via the little sprites, treating it as if it never occurred. However, you cannot repeatedly send messages to the royal city. It makes my position quite difficult. Jessica's heart skipped a beat. It seemed this illegitimate son was indeed no ordinary character. He had managed to intercept her secret messages. It appeared he had no intention of harming her. Your Highness, I do not deny that I have conveyed messages. I believe you are aware that I was sent by the Queen. My role is that of a spy, and there is no need to conceal this. However, I possess only 2 little sprites in total, both of which were dispatched within the first week. That I am uncertain how many times you refer to when you say repeatedly, but it is certainly not merely 2 times. Correct? Forgive my frankness, Your Highness, but it seems that the spies surrounding you are perhaps not limited to just me. Well, Jessica was quite straightforward, openly admitting her role. Yet, Closer suddenly felt overwhelmed. How many spies had been placed around him? Were they all sent by the Queen? Or did others also? Closer could not fathom it. Was he not just a useless illegitimate son? Did they have nothing better to do than send so many spies to follow him? He had only set out with around 20 people. It seemed necessary to have Meloid thoroughly investigate these hidden malignancies lurking in the shadows. Yes, let us set this matter aside for now. Actually, I would like to appoint Miss Jessica as my etiquette advisor. Closer awkwardly shifted the topic, successfully piquing Jessica's interest. Etiquette advisor. Your Highness, why the sudden desire to learn this? You see, first and foremost, I am a noble. And even as a bastard, I cannot bring shame upon our Holger Duchy. Can I? Secondly, before long, our territory will welcome its first esteemed guests, and I believe it prudent to familiarize myself with some basic etiquette and knowledge. Jessica's eyes sparkled. An etiquette instructor. Very well, I accept your request. Starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the most authentic court etiquette in the various family factions across the continent. Your Highness, please prepare yourself mentally. Closer swallowed hard. The aura emanating from this female advisor at that moment reminded him of his high school homeroom teacher. Chapter 45. The inquisitive youth. No, one must commence cutting from the left. Hands must not be used to grasp food. Slap. Silence is mandatory during meals. Slap. Do not smack your lips. Slap. You are a lord, a noble. Do not grovel. Raise your head when speaking to others. Stand tall. Slap. Do not casually kiss the back of a lady's hand. Slap. Under any circumstances, the tip of your sword must always point toward the ground. Slap. Within the Magic Eagle Castle, each time Closer made a mistake, the switch in Jessica's hand would strike him. This early in the day. The people surrounding the castle assumed their young lord was engaged in some peculiar, shameful game. Stop, stop, stop. No more. Let me rest. Who? Closer finally could not endure any longer and called for a halt. He seriously questioned whether this cool-headed advisor was seeking revenge, intent on beating him to death. Yet they harbored no personal grievances. Could it be that arriving in this abyss of the magic forest had filled her with resentment? Yet life here was undeniably pleasant. Jessica lightly tapped the switch in her palm, standing over Closer, who lay like a defeated dog. This truly unbearable. Who is it that begged me to be his court etiquette instructor? I wonder what you have learned in these 16 years. Closer rolled his eyes, thinking, what have I learned? Obviously, mathematics and science. Can you even comprehend that? After all, he was a lord, burdened with countless responsibilities daily. Was learning such things truly useful? Closer began to regret his decision. Jessica approached the young lord, tapping the switch deliberately, her eyes reflecting a cold light. Get up quickly. How long do you intend to rest? Until next winter festival. Were it not for the sake of the medicinal herbs. Do you think I would agree to teach you this piece of rotting wood? All right, I understand. No more beating. Outside the room, little Izuo peeked in, shrinking his neck. He had been following Closer for some time now. Izuo adored the gentle and lovely Lisa, yet he dreaded the eternally stoic Miss Jessica. Behind little Izuo stood Parker Quincy, a head taller than him, his skin displaying a healthy wheat color. Yes, he was the grandson of the village chief from Eaglehorn Village. Currently, his role was that of a trainee guard in Closer's personal guard. Due to their similar ages, Izuo and Parker quickly became friends. Izuo felt that his young lord was remarkably knowledgeable, even as he was being punished for his lack of etiquette. Izuo believed he could learn an abundance of wondrous knowledge from his lord. For instance, that planets are round and capable of rotating on their own. The reason we do not fall is due to gravity. A person's posterior is perpetually cool throughout the year, for it lacks blood vessels. It is impossible to open one's eyes, while sneezing. One can absolutely not lick one's own elbow. Every time Kael'zer shares these peculiarities. Young Izuo feels his strange knowledge expanding. However, Izuo has now set his sights on a goal. He aspires to become a person of great stature, like Lord Huberu, a person of chancellor caliber. He wishes to assist the Lord as much as possible and lead his kin towards a better life. The term better life was introduced by the Lord and has now become a popular phrase within the territory. Izuo, what are you looking at? Has the Lord been beaten again? Parker, clad in light leather armor, though youthful, stands the tallest among his peers. Hush. Izuo gestured for Parker to lower his voice, not wanting Miss Jessica inside to notice them. Izuo, do you not think our lord is somewhat pitiable? I feel that no one respects him. Especially those women in the castle, Parker whispered, leaning towards the door to sneak a peek inside. Izuo furrowed his brow and replied, what are you saying? The lord is such a good person. How could anyone fail to respect him? Then tell me, why does she dare to strike our lord? This, young Izuo defended, raising his neck. That is because our lord is a true gentleman. He has said that as men, we must respect women. It is a fundamental principle. Parker looked at young Izuo with envy. How wonderful it is to be by the Lord's side every day. I must strive to become an official member of the personal guard. No, my goal is to be the chief knight beside the Lord, a true knight, just like Lady Olivia. Hee, young Izuo chuckled, then pointed at himself and Parker. Together, one a chancellor and the other a knight. Let us see who would dare to bully our lord in the future. Indeed, if I become a knight, the first to be punished will be that old witch inside. Parker clenched his fists, eager to rush in and teach Jessica a lesson on behalf of Kael'zer. Ha ha ha, well said. Indeed an old witch. Young Izuo found this description quite apt and couldn't help but echo it. You, who are you calling an old witch? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out from behind the two boys. Izuo and Parker froze simultaneously, daring not to move, merely shifting their eyes to look at each other. That voice is from the old witch. No, it is Miss Jessica. Moments later, in the room, a bruised Izuo and Parker knelt beside Kael'zer, one on each side, enduring punishment alongside their lord. Humph, it seems that none who follow such a lord possess any sense of decorum. From today onward, you two shall accompany your lord in receiving etiquette training. Jessica declared imperiously, brandishing a switch, leaving the three in fear of even breathing too loudly. However, upon hearing that both of them would undergo etiquette training, Parker jumped out to exclaim, "But I am an apprentice guard. I still need training." "Not a problem. You can come to my class after your training is complete. I will wait for you." Jessica enunciated each word to Parker, extinguishing any glimmer of hope he had. Young Izuo, with a forlorn expression, realized that if Parker could not escape, he had even less reason to resist. His identity was that of an apprentice, albeit one with the Lord himself as his mentor. Kael'Zir glanced at the two boys and whispered, "Izuo, Parker, do not plead. It is futile. We must be strategic." With a subtle gesture, both boys nodded, albeit confused. Seeing that no one else raised objections, Jessica declared, "Excellent. Maintain this state during future lessons as well. Give me a month. No, half a month. I shall cultivate you into the most perfect noble gentleman." The first day of etiquette class finally concluded, and Kael'Zir and the two boys nearly crawled out of the castle. Kael'Zir led them to a clearing beside Eaglehorn Village, where the three gathered around a picnic blanket, indulging in instant noodles. "My lord, what is this? It is delicious beyond compare. I have never tasted such delightful noodles." Parker finished his bowl in a few bites, licking his lips as he gazed longingly at young Izuo's bowl. But Kael'Zir smiled as he handed the boys a napkin, inquiring, "By the way, Parker, would you like to learn alongside young Izuo?" Parker froze, incredulously pointing at himself. Upon receiving a definitive nod from Kael'Zir, Parker's mouth broke into a wide grin. "I would love to. To learn from the Lord would be an immense honor." "Really? Is it truly possible?" Seeing the boy's fervent gaze, Kael'Zir nodded with a smile. "After all, teaching one or two is the same. So, how about we continue my lessons here every day after etiquette class?" "Yes." The two boys' faces flushed with excitement, their tightly clenched fists trembling slightly, prompting Kael'Zir to feel a surge of emotion. Humanity has never ceased its quest for knowledge, especially in the exploration of the unknown. Just then, Kael'Zir, still smiling, noticed a group of boisterous children aged approximately 3 to 10 years old running towards them, laughing and playing. Older children already assist their parents with younger siblings or engage in farming and work. Kael'Zir watched as these children dashed past them, an idea suddenly igniting in his mind. "Parker, may I ask you something?" Please, my lord." Kael'Zir pointed at the playful children. "How many such children are there in the village?" Parker glanced over. Perhaps around 20 to 30, but I haven't counted precisely." "And what about the older ones?" "There would be even more, maybe 40 to 50. Kael'Zir stroked his chin, a notion forming in his mind. "Parker, go summon your grandfather. I have something I wish to discuss with him." Yes." Kael'Zir, in a burst of inspiration, decided to establish a school for these unmonitored children within the territory. Initially, he aimed to gather the children for easier management while imparting basic knowledge and skills. However, he was astonished to find that this school flourished and grew larger, eventually reaching a stature that rivaled the 3 major academies of the continent. Chapter 46, The First Transaction, Part 1. Today marks a significant day for both the Magic Eagle Fortress and Kael'Zir. For today, he will welcome his first guest since moving to the Eagle Gorge. This is not only a momentous occasion for the Magic Eagle Fortress, but also for the arrival of wealthy patrons. In preparation for this day, Kael'Zir had diligently arranged everything. For instance, to ensure the safe arrival of his affluent guests, he had Captain Krite personally lead the welcoming party. For a merchant, this is an immense honor. However, it is evident that our young lord has even more surprises in store for this intrepid pioneer. The Capybara Merchant Association is one of the more established merchant guilds on the Rhine continent. Although it has been somewhat dormant in recent years, even falling out of the top 10 merchant circles, its foundational strength remains considerable. Astute as Hubrew is, he had previously chosen to trade most frequently with the Capybara Merchant Association while at the furnace mine. What he valued was the guild's steadiness, depth, and understanding of restraint. As long as they can embody these qualities, their resurgence will merely be a matter of time. In anticipation of this esteemed guest, Kael'Zir even had the main road in front of the castle widened by double-as for himself. He astonishingly donned noble attire. "This outfit is quite uncomfortable. Nothing compares to my comfortable vest." Kael'Zir rode on horseback, continuously shifting his neck and posterior, as if he were infested with fleas. Jessica shot him a glare, causing Kael'Zir to retract his neck in fright. "Mind your image." It is already a wonder for a lord of your stature to personally greet a merchant, but if you embarrass me further, then starting tomorrow, the duration of etiquette class will be doubled. Jessica's threat proved effective. After a shudder, Kael'zer straightened his back and remained completely still. They have arrived. The guests are here, from a distance. Young Aesop waved enthusiastically as he sprinted towards closure. His excited smile trembled with delight upon spotting Jessica. Yet, in an instant, he adopted a demeanor as serious as his lordess. However, his gait appeared rather awkward, almost as if he were limping. Gradually, Closure, mounted on his horse, discerned the vague silhouettes of figures approaching in the distance. He immediately recognized Captain Crete and the cavalry he had dispatched to welcome their guests. This cavalry unit, under Captain Crete's command, represented Closure's prestige. Not only were they handpicked by him, but they also donned extravagant armor crafted by the dwarves. Lavish, yet impractical. Of course, this was merely for show during ceremonial occasions, primarily to enhance their appearance. Following closely behind the splendid cavalry was their esteemed guest, the anxious Capybara Merchants Guild. Indeed, the members of the Capybara Guild were thoroughly intimidated by such a grand display. They had come merely to discuss business, never anticipating that their host would send forth such a retinue of knights to greet them. It is worth noting that while the roads of Ryan do not discriminate against merchants, their social standing is notoriously low. In some regions, merchants rank even beneath farmers, and no matter how wealthy they may be, they often feel inherently inferior. This is precisely why affluent merchants frequently seek to marry women of fallen nobility, believing that by doing so, they too attain a semblance of nobility. This time, the Capybara Guild was led by none other than President Frank Zabini, who brought along several key members of his guild, as well as his younger son, Andrew Zabini. "Father, I feel a bit frightened. This Lord Closure, he wouldn't be planning to execute us, would he?" Silence. How could the Lord engage in such trivialities? And call me father. The second-generation heir, Andrew, was a ne'er-do-well, perpetually indulging in petty mischief. Yet, old Zabini, having fathered a son in his later years, doted on Andrew immensely. Taking him along this time was intended to provide the young lad with some much-needed experience, to show him how someone with far less pedigree than himself could achieve greatness. However, at this moment, old Zabini himself felt a swell of anxiety. The cavalry's welcome and the ceremonial display. What on earth was happening? He was merely a merchant. He had come to discuss business, not to forge alliances between nations. Could they not tone down the extravagance? Ah, they're here. From afar, Closure saw the procession nearing and raised his right hand to signal the commencement of the welcome ceremony. Suddenly, a raucous band of goblins began to play their instruments, producing a cacophony of sound. Their array of instruments was diverse, featuring the familiar three-stringed lute of the Rhine continent, as well as flutes and violins from Closure's market, and even one goblin merely blowing through a leaf. The abrupt music startled the unaccustomed mules and horses of the merchant guild, had it not been for Captain Crete's protective cavalry. The sheer shock of the moment might have sent the guests' mounts bolting in fright. Yet, the music was merely the beginning. Soon, countless petals began to drift gracefully from the sky, creating a stunning spectacle. As the merchants looked up, they were horrified to see numerous harpies flitting about, and those petals seemed to be falling from their wings. "Father, harpies, we must flee." The timid Andrew nearly dove into his father's embrace. "Calm yourself. Can't you see this is all part of the Lord's arrangement? Goblins playing music, harpies showering petals. Is this a display of power?" Old Zabini was already sweating profusely, unsure why this lord was flexing his muscles at him. Was it a warning not to play tricks? Swallowing hard, old Zabini forced himself to remain composed. The president of the Capybara Merchants Guild. He had encountered many grand occasions and could not afford to appear overly distressed. Suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted amidst a cloud of smoke. In an instant, the guild's mules and horses could no longer contain their panic, beginning to thrash wildly in an attempt to escape. "Everyone, steady yourselves." Captain Crete grasped the reins of old Zabini's horse, commanding the other knights to assist the guests. Meanwhile, a cannon squad composed of black iron dwarfs fired a second volley into the sky. The booming gunfire exhilarated the dwarfs, some even cheering, completely forgetting their previously arranged formations. Their excitement was fortunate. However, the harpies overhead nearly found themselves struck by the gunfire. The harpies began to hurl curses at the ground, while the dwarves retaliated by spitting at the sky. In a moment, The welcome ceremony that Closure had envisioned unraveled into chaos. The mules and horses were scattering in every direction, while Captain Crete rallied everyone to help. The dwarves and harpies engaged in a spitting contest, with the harpies clearly gaining the upper hand, as the dwarves frequently ended up dousing themselves. Embarrassed and enraged, the dwarves began to hurl small stones skyward. In retaliation, the furious harpies would dive down, toppling the dwarves to the ground, resulting in utter pandemonium. Amidst all this chaos, the goblin band played on, as if oblivious to the turmoil. This is absurd. Closure felt veins throbbing on his forehead. He had placed great importance on this welcome ceremony. Jason, Closure bellowed, prompting the beast-eared woman to eagerly lick her lips, ready to spring into action. You lot, take them down. Jason's shout nearly caused Closure to topple from his horse. I only asked you to stop them. Just stop them. Don't add to the chaos, Closure shouted from behind, but the beast-eared woman paid him no heed. The arrival of the Beastmen patrol only exacerbated the already chaotic scene. Yet, it was precisely because of their intervention that the previously balanced skirmish swiftly tipped in favor of one side. As the dwarves refrained from using their firearms and the harpies hesitated to employ magic, the eventual victors were the Beastmen. Ha! All sorted. Jason, the beast-eared woman, clapped her hands in satisfaction as she returned, not forgetting to flaunt her triumph before Closure. Meanwhile, our unfortunate little lord, gazing upon the sprawled dwarves and harpies littering the ground, felt utterly drained of any witticism. Quickly remove them. He sighed. Oh, my heart. Closure waved his hand, summoning his guards to assist in clearing the area. In light of these volatile representatives of other races, Closure mused that if such displays were to continue, it would be best to limit participation to humans alone. After finally regaining control of the situation, Closure hastily rode over to the still-shaken merchants. He retrieved a megaphone from his market and proceeded to deliver his welcome address, as per protocol. However, everyone wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed at how the Lord remained unfazed in such a tumultuous situation. In truth, Closure's composure was a result of Jessica's recent intensive training. Although he felt just as frantic inside, he maintained a placid smile, as if the surrounding chaos were of no concern to him. After declaring his welcome, Closure approached Frank Zabini, the president of the Capybara Merchants Guild, and warmly shook his hand. Hubru stood in the middle, providing brief introductions for both parties. Old Zabini, in a daze throughout the proceedings, felt as if he were in a dream, as Closure pulled him by the arm into the Magic Eagle Fortress. Chapter 47, The First Transaction, Part 2, upon entering the castle and witnessing the welcome banquet laid out in the hall. Old Zabini finally regained some of his senses. Esteemed lord, thank you for your grand welcome. Please allow me to express my sincerest regards once more. It was only as he approached the dining table that old Zabini remembered to pay his respects to Closure. Our little lord smiled graciously, shaking his head. President Zabini, this is merely my duty as the host. I hope you find it to your liking. Yes. Very grand. Old Zabini's mind raced with countless expletives. What in the world constituted this so-called welcome? This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a spectacle. Of course, he would only dare to think such thoughts internally, never uttering them aloud. President Zabini, please, take a seat. At the invitation of Closure, the old president finally took a seat at the table closest to the young lord. President Zabini, you have traveled a great distance. Weary from your journey, let us first indulge in a meal before discussing serious matters, Closure remarked, clapping his hands twice. His signal. Several maidens emerged from the kitchen, pushing a cart laden with delectable dishes for the guests to enjoy. Old Zabini, however, had intended to address important matters before dining, and after the fright he had just experienced, who could possibly have an appetite? Yet, as the words formed on his lips, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the array of dishes spread before him. As the president of the Capybara Merchants Guild, he had traveled far and wide, tasting countless culinary delights. Yet, the dishes before him were largely unrecognizable. Not to mention, he had never tasted them. President Zabini, allow me to introduce this dish. It is a specialty of our Eagle Canyon, called braised pork knuckle. And this one, red braised pork, crispy chicken, and braised fish. Has anyone seen this? Candied sweet potatoes and pineapple rice. Closure continued his enthusiastic introduction of the dishes, while the members of the Capybara Merchants Guild appeared utterly transfixed. These culinary creations looked utterly enticing, and one could only wonder how they tasted, beside the old president, his rather unimpressive son. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, stealthily pinched a piece of crystal sweet and sour pork and popped it into his mouth. "Mm, delicious," he exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Old Zabini's face flushed with embarrassment. How could he have produced such an embarrassing offspring? The host had yet to finish his introductions, and here his son was already indulging. And this host was no ordinary individual. He was a noble, a lord wielding true power. Closer, however, was unfazed, laughing heartily. "Ah, that dish is called crystal sweet and sour pork, a classic dish of our magic eagle fortress. Not only is it visually appealing, but once you take a bite, the juices burst forth in your mouth, and the sweet and tangy flavor lingers on your palate long after." He then took a piece with his chopsticks and placed it onto old Zabini's plate, leaving the latter utterly astonished and repeatedly expressing his gratitude. However, old Zabini was instantly captivated by the 2 wooden sticks that Closer held. "My lord, what are those you are holding?" Closer glanced at them and replied with a smile. "Oh, these are called chopsticks, a dining tool I invented. You see, like this," as he demonstrated by effortlessly picking up a peanut. Old Zabini could only stare in awe. "Wow, how marvelous." Zabini attempted to grasp a pair of chopsticks himself, but struggled to figure out how to hold them, let alone use them to pick up food. President Zabini, the use of chopsticks is a skill that comes with practice. Today, I have also prepared knives and forks for everyone. We can use whichever we prefer." Seeing the guests awkwardly poking their food with chopsticks, Closer chuckled and intervened. "Bring forth the wine." After several rounds of dishes, Closer instructed the maidens to pour each guest a glass of red wine. "Come, let us welcome our new friends. Raise your glasses to friendship." Though unfamiliar with chopsticks, the ritual of toasting with wine is universal. The members of the Merchants Guild, no longer as stiff as before, raised their glasses in response to Closer's toast. Cheers! What better way to bridge the gap with strangers over a meal than through the sharing of wine? With just a few bottles consumed, even those meeting for the first time could embrace one another like long-lost kin. And that was exactly how Closer was. After several bottles, our young lord had completely cast aside the formalities taught to him by Jessica. Now he had his arm around old Zabini's shoulders, persistently urging him to drink. Behaving like a true reveler. It goes without saying that by the end of the banquet, hardly a soul from the Capybara Merchants Guild remained standing. Consequently, serious matters would have to wait until the following day, as everyone spent the night sprawled on the banquet hall floor. Fortunately, it was still early autumn, the nights merely cool rather than cold. Otherwise, sleeping on the floor could have led to several individuals falling ill by morning. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the few who had been moved to guest rooms, including old Zabini, slowly opened their eyes. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and strange furniture, struggling to recall where he was. "Sir, you are awake? Please freshen up. The Lord is already waiting in the reception room." Upon opening the door, old Zabini discovered a maid waiting outside. After thanking her, he splashed some water on his face. Feeling somewhat revived, though, that was utterly insane. Rubbing his temples, old Zabini reflected on the fragmented memories of the previous night, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. How many years had it been since he last got drunk? Especially with someone he had just met, this lord was no ordinary person. Under the guidance of the maid, old Zabini soon arrived at the reception room. There, he found Closer engaged in a quiet conversation with Hubaru. "Ah, Frank Zabini, my friend. How did you sleep last night?" Closer waved in greeting, even referring to him as my friend. "My lord, I cannot bear such a title. I am unworthy," Zabini exclaimed, flailing his hands in protest. What a privilege it was to be called friend by a lord and noble. Old Zabini understood his own worth as a businessman and knew when to exercise restraint, as well as when to engage in light-hearted banter. Closer, not insisting further, switched back to addressing him as President Zabini. "President Zabini, I have heard from Hubaru that your surname is quite an ancient noble lineage on the Rhine continent." Zabini was taken aback by Closer's statement. Indeed, according to the elders, the Zabini name was very old, so much so that their family tree could not trace its origins. My lord, you flatter me. It is merely a name and signifies little." After some polite exchanges, the conversation gradually shifted toward the true purpose of their meeting. "I understand from Hubaru that you seek exclusive agency rights for these goods under my control." Closer cut straight to the heart of the matter. Zabini smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is my intention, and I am confident in my ability to undertake this important responsibility. Once the topic turned to business, the demeanor of the old president transformed entirely. The calmness and confidence he exuded could only be cultivated through decades of immersion in a particular field. That I trust Huberu's recommendation and have faith in your capabilities, President Zabini. Now, let us discuss specifics. Closer reached out, sliding a sheet of paper across the table to Zabini. President Zabini, please take a look. This is a detailed list of my goods. Consider the quantity and variety for your first order. However, I must emphasize that while these items are excellent, my inventory is substantial, and among them, many are non-renewable resources. Maximizing the profit from these goods will depend on your expertise. Zabini glanced at Huberu, who nodded at him before taking the paper and examining it closely. Indeed, Closer's straightforwardness served as a warning. Though the items in the supermarket were appealing, even the largest stockpile had an expiration date. For instance, snacks and beer were consumed daily, prompting Closer to implement inventory control. Of course, this control mainly applied to himself. If he were to host fewer parties, the beer stock would suffice for over a decade. As for the non-renewable goods, would it be possible for you, my lord, to help me identify these non-renewable items? No problem at all, Closer signaled, and Huberu began to annotate the list as Zabini's expression remained relatively calm upon hearing this news. For he was aware that Closer's untapped reserves of various ores were vast. Moreover, he had seen the finely crafted armor, the lightweight crossbows, and the never-before-seen firearms. These were all highly sought-after goods that could penetrate the market on the continent. This was the fundamental reason he had chosen to take the risk. If the Capybara Merchants Guild wanted to reclaim its dominant position within the merchant circles, then this transaction must not be missed. Chapter 48, The First Transaction, Part 2. Of course, the Merchant Guild has its own considerations, just as Closer has his own, that he intends to retain essential items commonly used in supermarkets, such as medicines, food, and tools, for his personal use. The items listed for trade this time predominantly comprised decorative pieces, women's accessories, general household goods, and adult products. As for the glassware described in other transmigration novels, it has become a mere trifle in Closer's hands. For this other world possesses exquisite glass products that are both affordable and of superior craftsmanship, some even surpassing those found on Earth. Huberu completed the markings and returned the list to Zabini. Upon examining it, old Zabini exclaimed, "Goodness, almost all of these are non-renewable resources." Closer noted the constipated expression on the other's face and realized he must demonstrate some sincerity. "Rest assured, President Zabini," Closer chuckled, "while these goods are indeed valuable, should other merchants replicate similar products, their prices will inevitably plummet. However, I possess goods that others cannot replicate." With that, Closer produced an item from his pocket and placed it on the table, initially puzzled. Zabini's expression quickly shifted, for before them lay a piece of pure mithril, or, having conducted extensive business in iron ore with Huberu, Zabini was quite familiar with various minerals. This mithril, without a doubt, was the Rolls-Royce among ores. Armors and weapons forged from this material inherently possess enchantable properties, making it the premier choice for crafting magical artifacts. Presently, the most renowned and largest mithril vein known on the continent of Ryan is the one controlled by the elves in the Emerald Mountain of the Emerald Forest. This mithril, Zabini stammered as he fumbled for his glasses, carefully picking up the ore for closer inspection. This is absolutely exquisite mithril. Despite his extensive experience, even the seasoned president could not contain his delight, grinning like a child. "Are you satisfied, President Zabini?" Closer inquired with a smile. "Indeed, I am thoroughly satisfied. To think you have access to a mithril vein here, this magic forest, seems to be teeming with treasures." Huberu chuckled, adding, "While it is true there are fortunes to be found, not just anyone can lay claim to them. President Zabini, I trust you observe that our Lord commands not only an elite cavalry, but has also subjugated 4 demon lords from the magic forest. Such feats, who else on the continent could accomplish them?" Zabini trembled at this revelation, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Since getting drunk last night, he had seemingly forgotten that this 16-year-old youth was no ordinary person. Just the dwarves, dryads, and beastmen under his command, along with his elite knights, could easily form an army. Was this the legendary child of 3 wastes? I'll have you know, that's my neighbor's niece. Zabini wanted to slap the face of the gossiping scoundrel. No, absolutely not. Even the Duke of Silverline from Silverline City would never dare to trespass into the magic forest, let alone subdue 4 demon lords. Closer raised an eyebrow, noting that this was the second time he had heard the name Duke of Silver Lion. Is this Duke of Silver Lion truly formidable? Old Zabini was taken aback, thinking Closer's question was one of defiance. And he awkwardly shifted the topic. Certainly, he pales in comparison to your greatness, my lord. Oh, by the way, I have come with the utmost sincerity. I wish to become the exclusive agent for your goods in this territory. Though Huberu had previously mentioned this to Closer, hearing it directly from old Zabini made him realize the guild's considerable foundation. An exclusive agency was not out of the question, but did the guild truly have such grand ambitions? Of course, President, I mean no offense. I speak plainly. Please do not take it to heart. Closer's seemingly casual remarks were laden with meaning. You wish to be the exclusive agent? On what grounds should I agree? Once my goods are released, I suspect the magic forest will be inundated with merchants vying for agency rights by tomorrow. Old Zabini remained unperturbed, retrieving a document from his own cloak and sliding it across to Closer. I believe the Lord will agree. The reasons are twofold. First, of course, is the long-standing friendship between me and King Huberu. My character and our guild's reputation are assured. The second, I am willing to stake my entire fortune to facilitate this transaction. I trust no other guild would dare do the same. Closer glanced at the document, which was unmistakably a land deed. The deed for the Capybara Guild's location. President Zabini, you mean to say? Old Zabini interjected. 100,000 gold coins. This is merely the fee for our exclusive agency rights. Additionally, I will offer my ancestral estate and my youngest son as collateral. Should this first transaction succeed, I shall present another 100,000 gold coins. Closer was not particularly well versed in the purchasing power of this world, but Huberu's eyes widened in alarm. He leaned closer to Closer and whispered, My lord, it seems President Zabini is truly committed. 100,000 gold coins. This amount could instigate a war. To put it bluntly, even a vagabond receiving this 200,000 gold coins could easily establish a small nation on an island. Oh, Closer's eyes sparkled, though he suppressed his excitement, maintaining a slight smile. President Zabini, you truly are generous. However, this is not what I seek. Old Zabini was taken aback, unable to comprehend why someone would refuse such favorable terms. Does the Lord mean? Closer opened his right hand and waved it gently. It is quite simple. I do not require your 200,000 gold coins. What I desire is half of the Capybara Guild's shares. Shares, to put it plainly. I will provide this first batch of goods free of charge for you to sell, effectively serving as my investment in your guild. Thereafter, for every item sold through the Capybara, I shall receive half of the pure profits. Naturally, should there be losses, I will also bear my share, as profits and risks are inherently relative. Closer's proposition left old Zabini bewildered. Investing in his own guild? Profit sharing? Free initial goods? Yet, being an experienced president, he quickly realized that he still stood to gain, and he would not need to commit a large sum of gold up front, ensuring greater security for his funds. The concept of shares as Closer described was also clear to him. It was akin to a partnership in business. Nevertheless, despite the enticing offer, old Zabini hesitated. Well, to be candid, my lord, the Capybara Guild has been a family heirloom passed down through generations. If I were to allow an outsider to intervene, I truly cannot make such a decision. This is not a matter of money, nor is it disrespect towards you, my lord. It is simply seeing the genuine difficulty on the other's face. Closer's heart sank. Was he about to jeopardize a deal he had deemed essential? However, having rejected the offer of 200,000 gold coins, he could not possibly accept it now. Huberu glanced between Zabini and Closer before clearing his throat to interject. Ahem. May I suggest something? I have a solution that could satisfy both the Lord's desire for shares and spare President Zabini from any discomfort. What solution? Closer and old Zabini asked in unison. With a slight smile, Huberu replied, It is quite simple. You and President Zabini can establish a new guild in your personal names, each holding half the shares. This means the transaction will not involve the Capybara, but will be directly associated with President Zabini. Zabini comprehended Huberu's suggestion immediately. Yes, establishing a new guild. Utilizing these resources would indeed be more convenient. Excellent. What a brilliant idea. Closer also realized that this method was commonly employed by businesspeople on Earth. Why had he not thought of it? It was indeed a splendid solution. Zabini agreed wholeheartedly. Then it is settled. As for the new guild's location and establishment, I shall handle everything. We will each hold half the shares." With a grand gesture, Closer sealed the deal that a weight lifted from Zabani's chest, but he still cautiously added, "However, I still feel there may be some discrepancies there. What remains amiss? Not only Close, but even Hubru seems perplexed by what old Zabini meant when he said something was inappropriate." Little did they know, the old chairman chuckled softly and began to speak. "In my opinion, for this new business association, Lord Close should hold at least 60%. 4% is enough for me." Close initially thought there was something amiss, only to realize that the other party had graciously ceded him an additional 1%. There was absolutely no reason to refuse this. "Haha, splendid. It's truly delightful to conduct business with Chairman Zabini." Wishing us a prosperous partnership, Close produced 3 elegant goblets and a bottle of 1982 Bordeaux from his pocket, pouring a little for each of the 3 of them. Cheers to a fruitful collaboration. Chapter 49. News from the outside world. With the cooperation plan finalized, both parties felt a sense of ease and joy. Old Zabini summoned his youngest son, Andrew, to introduce him to Close, although Close insisted it wasn't necessary. The old chairman insisted that his son stay at the Magic Eagle Fortress for a while, until he successfully sold the first batch of goods. Close pondered, could this be a form of an unconventional loyalty pledge? Andrew, being pushed by his father, bowed to Close, who, acting like an elder, gifted the young man a red envelope. It is worth noting that Close is merely 16 years old, while Andrew is already 18. "Chairman Zabini, since you are here, why not stay a couple more days? I will show you around my territory." Faced with Close's warm invitation, old Zabini could not refuse and agreed to stay for 2 more days. "Oh, by the way, Chairman Zabini, you travel extensively. You must be quite knowledgeable about the current situation outside, right?" Old Zabini nodded slightly. "Hee, you have indeed asked the right person. Keeping abreast of real-time developments is essential for us merchants." Close suddenly became intrigued and inquired, "So, have there been any recent happenings on the continent? I have been preoccupied with construction in my territory and am rather out of the loop." In truth, Close's claim of being out of the loop was an understatement. He was completely in the dark. "Well, if we are to speak of notable news, there have been a few intriguing occurrences recently. I have heard that the capital of magic, Floating City, seems to have drifted to our Ryan continent, hovering above the illusion forest." Floating City? A city suspended in the sky, Close exclaimed, previously, during a lesson from Jessica. She had mentioned it as a coveted destination for all mages on the continent. It is also home to the largest and most prestigious magic academy in the entire realm. Indeed, I have heard that Floating City will dock above the illusion forest for several days and will be recruiting some apprentices. Old Zabini remarked, his face reflecting a sense of yearning. "I wonder whose child will be fortunate enough to be selected for Floating City." Close's eyes sparkled with excitement. He genuinely wished to see it. Earlier, Nightwind had mentioned that there was little left for her to teach Close regarding magical theory. After all, knowing how to use magic is one thing, but teaching it to others is quite another. However, alas, Nightwind's teacher's whereabouts were erratic, and she could not even ascertain whether he was still alive. Under such circumstances, the capital of magic, Floating City, became Close's top choice. Old Zabini seemed to recall something and continued. Aside from that, another noteworthy piece of news would be the 4th Summit Conference. Summit Conference? This term was novel to Close, as it was the first time he had heard of it. Even Hubru was intrigued by this Summit Conference. "Oh, where will this Summit Conference be held?" he inquired on Close's behalf. "Well, this Summit Conference will take place in Silver Lion City. It seems that the young Lion King of Silver Lion City is set to make quite the impression this time." Once again, it was Silver Lion. Close could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "What kind of person is this Silver Lion?" Old Zabini was momentarily taken aback, surprised that this young lord was unfamiliar with the Duke of Silver Lion City. Hubru tapped the table with his fingers and stated, "I know this. Our lord has been residing in the castle, detached from worldly affairs, yet his prowess has nearly matched that of the 4 great dukes." Indeed, Close had heard of the 4 great dukes from Olivia. They were none other than the Duke of Silver Lion, the Duke of Grey Dove, the Duke of Sunflower, and the Duke of Golden Crocodile. Moreover, the Duke of Sunflower and the Duke of Golden Crocodile were, in name, his elder brothers, which was quite ironic considering he had lost a brother. The Duke of Silver Lion, Sig Brandon, is the only son of the former Lord of Silver Lion City. Although he is merely 23 years old this year, the fame of his Silver Lion Legion has spread throughout the continent. Close, filled with curiosity, asked, "What has he accomplished?" "From what I know, he defeated the renowned Sir Onassis and his 1,000 armored soldiers with just 1,000 cavalry. Furthermore, he has implemented a series of reform policies in Silver Lion City, all of which have yielded commendable results. And this extraordinary young duke, at merely 23 years of age, is also a mage." "What? A mage?" "A mage leading troops in battle." Close's interest in this Duke of Silver Lion intensified. "Indeed, a mage, and he even serves as a substitute teacher for light magic in Floating City, which is quite impressive," Huberu remarked, a look of admiration unconsciously appearing on his face. "Wow, is this the legendary genius? Not only is he formidable in battle, but he also excels in governance, and his magical abilities are exceptional." This, Close suddenly felt as if he, who had only managed to establish himself in his territory through the supermarket, was being overshadowed entirely, it seems. "I am truly a three-waist illegitimate child." Overwhelmed by despair, Close squatted down and began drawing circles on the ground. Hee, Chairman Zabini, please don't mind. Our Lord simply enjoys joking around." Huberu hastily intervened, and Zabini, understanding the situation, chuckled and quickly sought another topic. "By the way, on my journey to Eagle Gorge, my merchant convoy passed through the territory of Bankas. I heard that their old king is gravely ill for some unknown reason, and his end is near. Who?" This topic successfully captured Close's attention, as the name Bankas sounded quite familiar. Huberu reminded him. "Bankas is the family your sister is to marry into, is it not?" "Exactly. The third prince of Bankas. Isn't he Sudi's husband? Their old king is on the verge of death. Then my sister's wedding may be." Close began to worry for Sudi, as this young woman truly had a tumultuous fate. Little did he know, Zabini continued, "The third prince's wedding? Oh, according to Bankas customs, as long as the king has not passed, all marriages and funerals will not be delayed. However, if the old king were to pass, it has not been clearly stated who will inherit the throne, so there will be quite a spectacle to behold." What do you mean by that?" Upon hearing Close's inquiry, Zabini elaborated. "It is said that the three princes of Bankas have long been at odds with each other, and their strengths are quite similar. Thus, some have predicted that a civil war may soon erupt to determine the future heir to the throne." "Civil war?" Close's heart stirred, and he suddenly recalled the letter Sudi had sent him previously. The letter mentioned that the third son of Bankas was being ostracized by his brothers, and they mocked that his private soldiers didn't even possess decent armor. "I've got it." Close abruptly stood up and dashed upstairs. Zabini stared blankly at the young lord's disappearing figure, somewhat bewildered. Huberu could only shake his head helplessly and raised his wine glass towards Zabini. As for what Close had in mind, it was a grand wedding gift for his sister. He had just decided that this time, the grand gift for his sister would consist of 500 sets of the sturdiest armor, the sharpest long arrows, and the most precise crossbows. After Close dashed out, old Zabini felt much more at ease. He took a sip of red wine, savoring the taste. This wine, I have never tasted anything like it. It is truly delightful." Huberu swirled his glass, a look of ecstasy on his face. "Of course. This wine is a limited edition. Every sip is one less. Oh, by the way, King Huberu. Please, just call me by my name. I am merely working for our lord now." Lord Huberu, have you heard? The reason this summit conference is being held in Silver Lion City seems to be due to this young Silver Lion making quite a name for himself in recent years. Those established powers wish to take this opportunity to put him in his place. Hoopalu gazed at the crimson liquid in his goblet, leisurely remarking, "Have you heard? It is indeed the Silver Lion that has nearly doubled Brandon's territory. Naturally, this encroaches upon the interests of certain powerful figures. Fortunately, my lord's domain is not adjacent to that of the Silver Lion." Zabini curled his lip. "It seems to me that recently there have been constant border frictions among several nations along the Rhine Highway, suggesting a desire for genuine confrontation. The old powerhouses are stagnant, while the newly emerged young generation seeks to make their mark. It appears that war may be on the horizon once more." Chapter 50. The audacity of desire. On the second day following the arrival of the Capybara Trading Association at the Eagle Fortress, both parties had already obtained what they desired. Closer took Zabini on a tour of his territory, though he deliberately refrained from visiting the Cliff Fortress and the Black Wolf clan. This was not only Closer's vulnerability in secret, but also because those routes were not particularly safe. Zabini praised the development and construction of Closer's domain vigorously. After all, this young lord had only been here for 3 months. Within that brief period, he had managed to establish a decent little town. What more could we hope for? Chairman Zabini, what do you think? You have visited more cities than I have. Do share your insights. Zabini surveyed the bustling crowd around him and mused, to speak candidly. My lord, although your territory still has many deficiencies, one must remember that only 3 months have elapsed since you commenced construction. Considering this time frame, I believe no one could have surpassed your achievements. Zabini was keenly aware that there were certainly secrets within this young lord's domain, though Closer possessed a keen self-awareness, much like the location of the mithril mine, which he did not even mention. Remarkably, the drainage facilities here are among the finest I have encountered in all the cities I have visited. It is truly astonishing. Speaking of the sewers, this was Closer's pride, for he had orchestrated the entire project himself, even crafting the designs that Chairman Zabini, you have a discerning eye. Just as Zabini was about to offer further compliments, a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the enchanted forest. Whoa, huh? The elder was startled and immediately turned to Closer. To his surprise, our young lord seemed unfazed, continuing to boast about his drainage system. Meanwhile, from the direction of the roar, several explosive sounds followed, accompanied by flashes of fire. Moments later, the area fell silent, observing the people of Eagle Fortress. Each one appeared utterly indifferent, not even bothering to look up. Zabini swallowed hard, feeling too embarrassed to inquire further, and simply followed Closer to continue the tour. However, that very night, the members of the trading association would find themselves in dire straits. To ensure his guests enjoyed absolute safety, Closer dispatched all the warlocks under his command to actively search for the beasts of the enchanted forest. Consequently, sporadic sounds of battle echoed throughout the woods. The previous day had been manageable, as the members of the association were thoroughly inebriated and heard nothing. Yet today, they heard every detail, and it was nothing short of harrowing. By dawn the next day, they all bore the telltale signs of sleeplessness, hastily packing their belongings and declaring they would not remain any longer. Father, don't leave me behind. The anguished cries of Andrew echoed from the departing caravan. Dear nephew Andrew, rest easy here. I have plenty of delightful things to show you. Come, let me introduce you to my bone staff. Closer affectionately draped an arm around the shoulders of this affluent young man, forcibly dragging him into the castle, insisting that he observe the undead he commanded to labor. Yet, by the next day, Andrew's despondency had vanished without a trace, prompting even Closer to marvel at how this fellow had the resilience of a wild weed, taking root wherever he was cast. Hey, Lisa, don't run away. I just want to play a game with you. In the corridors of Eagle Fortress, Andrew pursued Lisa, eager to read her palm. Little Lisa, frightened, fled in a panic. Yet the young lord of the trading association relentlessly chased after her. Suddenly, Lisa spotted someone approaching at the end of the corridor. It was the dark elf Nightwind. Miss Nightwind, help! Little Lisa cried as she dashed towards Nightwind, while Andrew, trailing behind, also caught sight of the enchanting dark elf. Wow, an elf? No, wait, a dark elf? So rare. She is so beautiful. With audacity, Andrew, upon seeing Nightwind, not only failed to halt, but lunged forward with reckless abandon. Huh? Who is this? A fleeting look of disgust crossed Nightwind's cold visage, and in an instant, Andrew was hurled out of the window, unable to utter a single screamed out. Little Lisa was horrified. She rushed to the window to peer down, only to find Andrew landing right in the sand pit that Closer had prepared. He should be unharmed. Phew, he is the guest of the Lord, the son of the chairman from the trading association who visited 2 days ago. Nightwind, sent by Closer to cleanse the forest of beasts, had not attended the welcoming banquet for the Capybara Trading Association and was meeting Andrew for the first time today. She coldly uttered a dismissive "oh," disregarding the stranger who had fallen from the window and headed straight to her room for some rest. Lisa had long grown accustomed to the dark elf's indifference. Nightwind only smiled in Closer's presence and was otherwise perpetually aloof. Meanwhile, Andrew, having taken an unfortunate tumble and tasted sand, was laboriously clambering out of the heap. Ugh, why is there so much sand here? What bad luck! He did not dwell on how he ended up in such a predicament. Instead, he brushed off the sand and wandered aimlessly in another direction, and no sooner had he taken a few steps than he suddenly froze in place. Oh my heavens! God, am I dreaming? It's so grand. He beheld Meloidy, Meloidy had just returned from completing her task alongside Nightwind and was, as always, preparing to retire to her room for a good sleep. However, she was suddenly startled by a firm pinch on her rear. The first thought that crossed Meloidy's mind was closer, for the reasoning was simple. No one else would dare. Yet when she turned around, full of hope, she found a stranger who was currently sniffing her hand. This sensation is divine. This is exactly what I desire. Greetings, beautiful maiden. Care to engage in some nighttime amusement? Ugh, 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 ugh. Before Andrew could finish his boastful line, he was ensnared tightly in webbing by a spider. Veins bulged on Meloidy's forehead as she pondered just which unfortunate soul dared to infringe upon her boundaries. How could anyone be so brazen as to touch her? Had she been too lenient recently, leading others to believe she was easy to approach? Andrew's eyes were wide with terror as he watched the once enchanting woman transform into a menacing spider. Ugh, ugh. No, I don't want to die. Father, mother, come save me. Yet the more he struggled, the tighter the webbing constricted around him. In mere minutes, Andrew was dragged to a pool of water, which Closer had designated for irrigation. The spider flicked the end of her silk, tossing Andrew unceremoniously into the water. Splash! Ugh! Ugh! Glug! 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 Bound as he was, Andrew could offer no resistance. He barely managed a few muffled sounds before sinking beneath the surface. After a few moments, the spider tugged on the silk to ascertain whether the audacious fool had met his demise. Cough, cough, cough. Once freed from the webbing, Andrew gasped for air, feeling as though he had just glimpsed his long-deceased grandmother. How audacious! To touch my body. Only my master is permitted such liberties. Now, which manner of death do you prefer? Meloidy lifted Andrew by his collar and coldly pronounced his sentence. No, don't kill me. My father and Lord Closer are friends. I am your guest. Help, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. The master's guest. Meloidy hesitated for a moment before suddenly releasing the web binding Andrew. I shall spare your miserable life this time, on account of your status as the master's guest. But mark my words. The women of Eagle Gorge are not to be trifled with. Meloid uttered a single phrase, then turned and transformed back into human form, swaying his hips gracefully as he walked away. Andrew, gasping for breath and seated on the ground, felt utterly powerless. Even now, he licked his lips while watching Meloid's retreating figure. What bad luck. Are there no normal women here? Struggling to rise from the ground, Andrew removed his shirt and wrung it out, cursing under his breath as he prepared to seek amusement elsewhere. Just then, he suddenly heard a melodious sound of bells ringing in the air. Looking up, he saw the little succubus Raphael. Teach, what is she wearing? Being a succubus is already unappealing, and yet she dons such an ugly outfit. This is just too much. Little did Andrew know, his muttering was overheard by Raphael, although she had often heard insults directed at her harpy kin. Today, this person had the audacity to call her favorite swimsuit hideous, that she could not tolerate. Suddenly, a deafening roar, akin to that of a diving aircraft, filled the air. Andrew blinked in astonishment, only to find himself soaring through the sky. Oh my goodness! Quickly, put me down! With his eyes tightly shut, Andrew dared not look down, his legs flailing wildly, oblivious to the risk of falling if his captor lost grip. But at that moment, from the depths of the enchanted forest came a unique howl. Raphael, mid-flight, shuddered uncontrollably. Was that a dragon's roar? Chapter 51. The Awakening of the Mother Dragon. The sound of the dragon's roar echoed from the abyss of the enchanted forest, and there could be only one explanation. The mother dragon had awakened. What is that sound? Andrew, startled by the dragon's roar, desperately covered his ears, yet the sound seemed to penetrate his palms and directly invade his mind. The little succubus Raphael's expression turned grim, for at her altitude, she could see the massive form of the mother dragon climbing from the abyss. This is troublesome. I must inform Closer. With a powerful flap of her wings, Raphael transformed into a shooting star, racing towards the direction of the Eagle Fortress. As for Andrew, he was mercilessly cast aside. Poor Andrew fell through the air with a drawn-out cry, calculating from his current height, if he did not awaken some superpower immediately, he would undoubtedly splatter into a bloody mess. But did Andrew possess superpowers? The answer appeared to be yes. This fellow's superpower seemed to be sheer luck. As he plummeted, he fortuitously caught the attention of Jason, who was out on patrol. and Jason happened to be the only one among the demon lords who recognized Andrew. Thus, our beast-eared maiden leaped and caught Andrew effortlessly, landing with barely a sound. "Oh, look who we have here, our little guest. What brings you up to the skies?" At that moment, Andrew was nearly paralyzed with fear, tears streaming down his face as he curled up in Jason's embrace, crying heart-wrenchingly. Of course, he also harbored some ulterior motives to curry favor. "Little one, you should leave this place quickly." Jason had no time to spare for him. After setting Andrew down, he dashed towards the direction of the dragon's roar. Andrew wiped his tears away and took a moment to appreciate the softness he had just experienced in Jason's arms, feeling significantly better. Heh, Jason is truly the gentlest. Oh no! Just as Andrew closed his eyes to savor the moment, he was suddenly knocked aside by something. Realizing what had happened, he struggled to rise, ready to curse, but his voice felt blocked, unable to utter a single word. Once the figure had dashed away, Andrew trembled and murmured, "A horse. Has it become a spirit?" Indeed, the one who had knocked him aside was the Centaur knight Olivia. Upon the dragon's roar, everyone in the Eagle Valley paused their activities. Ordinary villagers covered their ears, desperately enduring the deafening magical sound. Those with some strength instinctively gathered together, arming themselves. Closer rushed out of his study, nearly colliding with Nightwind, an my dear. It's happening. Yes, this ticking time bomb has finally gone off. Closer, the mother dragon has awakened. She is moving swiftly. She's already reached the cliff fortress. In the sky, Raphael's figure flashed into view. The silver bells on her wings jingled melodiously, momentarily silencing the tense atmosphere. Gather everyone capable of fighting. We must intercept her. We cannot allow her to destroy the territory we have worked so hard to build. Closer decisively commanded, drawing out his undead emissary, ready to charge out of the castle. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when Nightwind grasped his arm. "No need to go. She has already arrived." As Nightwind's words fell, the Eagle Fortress shook violently with a loud crash. That was the sound of the mother dragon landing. So soon? What about the harpies at the cliff fortress? Closer steadied himself and hurried out of the Eagle Fortress. The moment he stepped outside, he was struck by the scene before him. It was an indescribable shock. A visceral fear gripped him. Although he had seen dragons in films countless times, this was no movie. This was a living, breathing dragon, the mother dragon, with a total length of about 60 meters including her tail. Boasted a massive head adorned with 2 spiraled horns. Her rocky black scales reflected an indomitable dark glow. The heat of her breath seemed potent enough to melt the very air. Her wings, slightly open, cast a shadow over the land. Her foreclaws scratched the ground restlessly, leaving deep grooves. In her golden eyes, one could glimpse a miniature universe, with countless stars slowly swirling within, simply standing there. The aura she emanated rendered the surrounding dwarves and goblins unable to lift their heads. Ugh! Closer felt a tightness in his chest, clutching his heart as his legs trembled slightly. Nightwind subtly shifted half a step. Positioning herself in front of Closer, the pleasant scent of herbs from the dark elf brought Closer a measure of comfort. He adjusted his breathing, only to realize that his back was already drenched in sweat. This was dragon might. When facing lower beings, they need not even strike. Their mere presence suffices to compel submission. Nightwind narrowed her eyes and slowly explained the situation, hoping to reassure Closer, for not everyone could withstand the pressure of dragon might. "Here, when did a town appear?" The dragon spoke. Indeed, it was a mother dragon. However, as it spoke, golden liquid dripped from its mouth, scorching the ground wherever it fell. Closer inwardly gasped. Even if this creature did not attack him, its drool alone could transform his territory into a lunar landscape. How incredibly powerful! Closer composed himself and stepped forward to stand alongside Nightwind. He took out a loudspeaker and addressed the mother dragon. "Greetings. Lady Dragon, I am Closer, the Lord of Eagle Valley. We are neighbors, I suppose. Welcome to my humble abode." Closer believed it wise to adopt a friendly approach first, for should this colossal being truly decide to fight, his castle would likely meet a swift end. "Lord, you, insignificant human, I advise you to vacate this place promptly. The gates of the abyss are about to open, and this location will be the first to be engulfed, reducing it to ruins." Indeed, the true abyss is far more complex than it appears. Closer had previously pondered why the dreaded enchanted forest and abyss had been so easily conquered by him. Although it seemed he had an innate favor from these creatures, The four demon lords, while formidable, were not invincible. He had never believed that the surrounding nations could not handle these beastmen and succubi if they joined forces. The true abyss had remained unseen by him until now. Everything he had encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg. However, Lady Dragon, this is my home, our home. Regardless of what may come, we shall not surrender our homeland without a fight. Closer's voice was resolute and unyielding. After all, he had held the position of lord for over 3 months. The aura that only those who have long held power possess now surrounded the young lord, making him stand out even more. Humph. The mother dragon's golden pupils narrowed slightly before she lowered her massive head, intent on scrutinizing this diminutive human. Yet as she approached closer, Nightwind enveloped herself in dark energy, standing protectively in front of him. A dark elf? The mother dragon appeared somewhat taken aback, yet she retracted her head and suddenly fell into deep contemplation. What? What is happening? Closer observed the mother dragon. Rooted in place, uncertain of her intentions, he exchanged a glance with Raphael and the dwarves who had gathered, signaling them to disperse and encircle the dragon. After a moment of mental disarray, the mother dragon slowly regained her composure. I advise you to leave this place swiftly. Once the abyssal gate is opened, countless abyssal creatures will surge forth. At that time, I shall remain here and delay them for as long as I can. Closer felt a shiver run through him. He detected a profound sorrow in the mother dragon's words. It was a deep sense of helplessness and responsibility. How could he discern such layers of meaning from a single statement? Regardless, he had heard it. Lady Dragon, perhaps you could share the matter of the abyss with me. I believe, if more people are informed, our chances of survival when that abyssal gate opens will improve. Won't they? The mother dragon repeated in astonishment, but then erupted into hearty laughter. We? You dare to compare insignificant humans to me. It is not that I underestimate you, but in my eyes, you humans are not fundamentally different from ants. As for guarding the abyss and preventing the gate from opening, that is our destiny, and no one can replace us. Whenever the abyssal gate is on the verge of opening, a warrior from our dragon kin will awaken in due time. It seems we exist solely for this purpose. As the mother dragon spoke, she seemed to lapse into reflection once more. Closer thought to himself that she truly was a dragon prone to sentimentality. Lady Dragon, perhaps you are right. Compared to you, we humans lack sharp teeth. We possess no formidable claws, and we cannot even fly. Indeed, we are akin to ants. But to suggest that we are utterly helpless would be premature. The reason humanity has survived for so long and thrived is not solely due to luck. Our unity and wisdom will be our most potent weapons against any formidable foe, even if we are ants. We shall be the kind of ants that can collectively bring down an elephant. Closer's words momentarily stunned the mother dragon, and even the surrounding dwarves and goblins seemed to resonate with his sentiment. Feeling as strong and brave as humans, Nightwind gazed at Closer in surprise, but noticed that her little boyfriend's legs appeared to be trembling slightly. The mother dragon paused for a moment, then let out a deep, rumbling laughter. Perhaps you are right. Then I shall share the secrets of the abyss with you, to see if your so-called human wisdom can aid you in overcoming this crisis. Nightwind's heart raced. This dragon, had she truly agreed? Was she about to reveal the secrets of the abyss to Closer? She had been prepared to expend her life force to eliminate this dragon, yet now, Closer had managed to sway her with just a few words. Yes, just like that, Closer clenched his fists, feeling a surge of emotion akin to that of a national team winning the World Cup. Just then, the mother dragon slowly lowered her head, poised to divulge the secrets of the abyss. Damn that great lizard. Perish. It was Meloid. Meloid suddenly burst forth from the forest. Having transformed into a spider, she sank her fangs into the mother dragon's exposed neck. Chapter 52. The Terrifying Dragon Breath. In truth, Meloid had arrived long ago, but she had been lying in wait within the thicket, seeking the opportune moment for revenge. The instant the dragon lowered its head was the perfect opportunity. Meloid struck with lightning speed, landing a blow on the mother dragon's neck. The spider's venomous fangs pierced through the gaps in the dragon's scales, swiftly injecting the toxin. Taken by surprise, the mother dragon roared in fury, shaking her head violently and casting Meloid aside like a pest. Howl! Cunning human! The mother dragon roared in rage, suspecting it to be a trap set by Closer. Closer! Get out of the way! Nightwind, sensing the impending danger, pushed Closer aside. With her arms outstretched, she summoned a dark energy barrier, barely managing to shield against the mother dragon's furious breath. Ah! The little fairy took to the skies, her shrill cries accompanied by dozens of razor-sharp winged blades slicing through the air. However, against the mother dragon's armor-like scales, these wind blades left not even a scratch, just as Meloid, having been flung down, charged back into the fray. This time, she unleashed a massive web of silk, weaving it with astonishing speed. Having been poisoned by my venom, I wonder how long you can endure. Meloid recalled the painful wound inflicted by the mother dragon, a reminder of her lingering agony that a flash of vindictiveness crossed her face. The betrayal of her home, the loss of her territory. To Meloid, this mother dragon might just be her greatest enemy in this world. How? Is it you, lowly insect? Last time I spared your life, and you dare to appear before me again. The mother dragon roared in wrath, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath aimed directly at the spider. The breath effortlessly incinerated the web into wisps of smoke, leaving the spider bewildered. How could the dragon, poisoned in the neck, not yet succumb to its effects? Meloid had just released a vast quantity of venom, and now she was in a state of exhaustion if struck by this dragon breath. She might not even have the chance to scream before being reduced to sludge. Ha! I've longed to meet this behemoth. Just in the nick of time, Beast Girl Jason leaped into the air, wielding a massive tree, and brought it crashing down onto the mother dragon's face. The blow altered the trajectory of the dragon's breath, which barely missed Meloid by a meter, carving a runway through the forest. Ugh! The mother dragon seethed, shaking her wings, sending Jason crashing to the ground like a fly. What the hell? Kane, quickly assist. Closer, witnessing this sudden turn of events, wished he could drag the spider back and thrash her. Yet now, it was too late. And he could somewhat understand the spider's feelings. However, just as the dragon seemed on the verge of relenting, now, damn my territory. Kane had already charged forward at Closer's command, but his strengths lay in defense and brute strength. His speed and agility were lacking. Thus, faced with such a colossal creature, Kane could only contend with the dragon's feet. Meanwhile, opposite Kane, Olivia wielded two long swords, nimbly weaving between the dragon's legs with both hands. She drew her bows, unleashing a flurry of sparks upon the dragon's limbs. Then, Olivia tossed Kane a sword, frowning as she directed, "Let us attack the gaps in its leg scales together." Kane did not speak, but answered the Centaur Knight's suggestion with action. The two of them, one on each side, swung their swords at the mother dragon's legs. How? You dare? The mother dragon, suddenly feeling pain in her legs amidst the swarm of harpies, stumbled and nearly fell. The dwarves seized the opportunity, and the sound of gunfire erupted. The lead bullets struck the dragon's scales with a clattering sound, akin to a symphony. The goblins also raised their bows and crossbows, aiming coldly at the dragon's golden eyes. While this tactic might not inflict substantial damage, it was certainly necessary to create a distraction. The berserk beastmen were all close combat fighters, their voices raised in panic. Yet they had no better approach. After all, their opponent had a natural advantage in size, and charging in would likely end with them being squished underfoot. They had seen their leader dispatched with a mere swipe. Howl! You wretched insects! Prepare to receive the baptism of heavenly fire. The mother dragon, seemingly tormented by the incessant harassment, roared in frustration, her neck swelling ominously, a surge of heat bubbling within, as if a volcano were about to erupt. Quick! Stop it! Stop it! My territory! Closer's eyes widened in alarm, knowing that if this breath were unleashed, all their efforts over the past 3 months would be for naught. My lord, please take cover. Hubalu tugged desperately at his little lord from behind. But Closer was entirely focused on the battlefield, oblivious to his own peril within the attack's range. Nightwind, enveloped in swirling dark energy, floated above, gathering every dark element she could summon around her. The swirling black currents gradually coalesced, forming a pure black energy entity the size of a person. The energy contained within was so potent that even the mother dragon sensed it. Dark elf, I harbor no desire to engage in battle with you. But should you insist on doing so, I shall oblige. The mother dragon pivoted her stance, opting to eliminate the greatest threat, the night wind. First, roar, whoosh. The mother dragon struck first. Her golden dragon breath, imbued with cataclysmic destructive power, was unleashed upon the night wind, who hovered in mid-air. Boom! Crash! The golden dragon breath collided with the black energy entity, the two immense forces intertwining and wrestling with one another, sending ripples of golden and black energy flying like a tempest. Suddenly, both energies seemed to reach a critical threshold, resulting in a colossal explosion. The mist, laced with gold, enveloped both Night Wind and the Mother Dragon. The tremendous gusts of wind sent everyone tumbling. Wooden structures and cranes were disassembled in an instant. Reduced to mere splinters, Night Wind, using herself as bait, successfully redirected the Dragon Breath's attack, thus saving everyone in the vicinity of the Magic Eagle Fortress. Sister Night Wind! Closure exclaimed in panic. How could Night Wind possibly withstand such a dragon breath? Ignoring Hubaru's desperate attempts to restrain him, Closure dashed towards the direction of the ominous mist. Outside the Magic Eagle Fortress, the scene was one of utter devastation, although Night Wind had drawn the Mother Dragon's breath away. The previous struggle had already caused significant damage to several buildings and facilities. The ground, still bearing the remnants of the dragon breath, felt scorching beneath Closure's feet, as if he were running atop a grill. This sensation further impressed upon him the terrifying nature of the dragon breath. Though it was merely residual energy, the dwarves, goblins, banshees, and orcs who had just battled lay scattered everywhere. Some were groaning, while those who could still move rushed to assist their comrades trapped beneath debris. Others lay motionless, leaving it uncertain whether they were dead or merely unconscious. Closure's heart ached. The sight intensified his anxiety. After all, Night Wind had been at the epicenter of the dragon breath. If being caught in its residual force could lead to such devastation, then what of Night Wind, who was at the vortex's core? Closure dared not dwell on the thought. At the center of the energy explosion, the mist began to dissipate gradually. Closure covered his mouth and nose and rushed in. The air feeling scalding hot, it felt as if merely inhaling could ignite one's innards. He ran blindly, desperate to ascertain whether Night Wind was still alive. Suddenly, Closure stumbled, crashing headfirst into a wall. The scorching ground burned his rear as he yelped and jumped back up. Rubbing his forehead with one hand and his backside with the other, he looked ahead. What he thought was a wall was, in fact, the Mother Dragon's leg. Indeed, the black-armored Mother Dragon stood before him. A look of surprise gracing her features as she gazed ahead. Upon noticing Closure, she merely lowered her eyes, saying nothing. Sister Night Wind, where are you? Please respond. Closure disregarded the dragon and began to run frantically through the lingering mist. Calling out that he longed to hear the dark elf's voice assuring him, "Dearest, I am unharmed." Closure was filled with rage. He detested his own weakness. He loathed being of no assistance. He resented being a burden to others. Once again, he felt the deep-seated truth that weakness is a sin. Not only could he not protect the woman beside him, but he also needed her protection. He had allowed his sister Night Wind to sacrifice herself to shield him. What kind of man was he? He refused to be the kind of feeble man who could only stand by helplessly in times of crisis. As Closure shouted, his voice grew hoarse. The tears he shed evaporated before they could even reach the ground. He was gradually succumbing to despair. Under such a terrifying dragon breath attack, it was likely that Night Wind would leave no trace behind. Chapter 53. Dragon Warrior. Just as Closure felt despondent, the dragon spoke. Truly, the Dark Elf clan. You astonish me, just like your kin. To survive my golden dragon breath attack, you are the first. Closure looked up sharply, discovering that his sister Night Wind was floating in mid-air. Though the black energy surrounding her had diminished significantly, and her clothes were tattered, her beautiful silver hair singed and scorched from the dragon breath, none of this mattered. What was paramount was that she was still alive. His beloved sister Night Wind was alive. Closure was overwhelmed with joy. He lifted his head, ready to call out her name, but saw her body sway precariously before plummeting downward. Cain. Closure knew Cain was likely nearby. And just as the words left his lips, Cain leapt into action, catching the falling Night Wind with steady grace. Closure held Night Wind tightly, checking for her breath, relieved to confirm she was still alive. Is anyone there? Is there anyone who can still move? Closure shouted into the surroundings. My lord. Olivia rushed to Closure's side. He glanced at the centaur, noting that her breastplate was dinted, and her face and hair were scorched black from the dragon breath. Yet her spirit remained intact, suggesting she was uninjured. Quickly take Sister Night Wind to the Mo Wolf clan and find the elder. She requires medical attention. My lord, allow me to carry the young elf. I possess some holy healing techniques. Rest assured. Without a moment's hesitation, Olivia placed Night Wind upon her back, For a centaur, being ridden in such a manner was a tremendous humiliation, one that could cost them their life. Of course, only their sovereign or a legendary hero could claim such a privilege. However, Olivia was not only a centaur. She was also a bona fide paladin. She adhered to the knightly code, having sworn to assist the weak and injured. It was an instinctive behavior etched into her very being. Without a trace of hesitation, Olivia dashed towards the castle, carrying Night Wind. Closure took a deep breath, watching the mist gradually clear. The massive form of the mother dragon reappeared before everyone once more. A melodious chime rang out as the young banshee Raphael landed beside Closure. The beast woman Jason, who had been slammed into the ground, struggled to rise. The spider had regained some strength and had reverted to her human form. Cain stood resolute and unwavering behind Silazard. At this moment, the 4 great demon lords of the enchanted forest had gathered. Yet, as Closure gazed at the dragon before him, he felt their chances of victory remained slim. Cain, prepare to unite. You 3, hold it off for me. Closure gritted his teeth, ready to unleash his ultimate technique. 3 minutes of true manhood. Go. Closure was determined. If he did not unleash his full power now, not only would they fail to defend their territory, but their very lives would also be at stake. With Closure's command, the former demon lords joined forces for the first time in an unprecedented alliance. Witnessing Closure's renewed assault, the mother dragon glared, perplexed as to why these insects were so eager for death. You are no match for me. Even united, your efforts are futile. Roar. This time, the mother dragon refrained from using her dragon breath. Instead, unleashing an invisible sound wave shockwave, Raphael soared into the sky, letting out a long cry. Countless wind blades erupted from her mouth, colliding with the mother dragon's sound wave, canceling each other out. The mother dragon arched her body, flapping her wings, attempting to ascend for an aerial attack. However, as she flapped her wings, she stumbled and fell back down. What? My body? The mother dragon was bewildered. Meloid laughed maniacally. Ah! Great lizard, how does my venom taste? Don't even think about escaping. It turned out that the venom injected earlier had taken effect. Although the mother dragon was colossal, the venom would not claim her life. Still, it could incapacitate her momentarily. Behave yourself. Meloid unleashed webs from her hands, swiftly ensnaring all 4 of the mother dragon's limbs and wings to the ground. Roar, cursed be this. The mother dragon thrashed her body. But the spider's venom rendered her utterly powerless. Ha! Great lizard, taste my fist. The beast woman Jason laughed excitedly, leaping before the mother dragon and delivering a powerful punch to her cheek. Bam! This punch was exceedingly effective. Perhaps it was due to the absence of scales on the dragon's face that Jason's blow landed with such force, even slamming the massive dragon head into the ground. How do you like that? This is the price you pay for having me smashed into the earth. With exhilaration, Jason struck his target, his fists flying in a flurry. Bang, bang, bang. The rain of fists landed solidly on the dragon's face. Perhaps this was the first time in its long life that a mere orc had unleashed such a relentless assault upon it. Don't get too cocky. Suddenly, the mother dragon reared its head, sending Jason flying a considerable distance. The webs that had ensnared it were torn apart with great effort, and a pair of golden vertical pupils erupted with a fierce radiance. Boom! The webs were severed, and the mother dragon's massive form twisted in place, its robust tail sweeping across and sending Meloid soaring into the sky. Raphael, go save Meloid. Leave this to me. The little succubus hesitated for a moment before her gaze fell upon the dazzlingly radiant Closure. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the distraction of the demon lords, he had successfully fused with Cain. Now, he felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him, as if every strand of his hair could lift 1,000 pounds. Raphael hesitated for a brief second before resolutely flying towards the direction where the spider had flung Meloid. Closure, enveloped in swirling colors, donned black armor adorned with shimmering golden runes, exuding an aura of formidable prowess. The mother dragon, struggling to rise, gazed at Closure with astonishment. How could you manipulate all the magical elements? Who exactly are you? Closure advanced step by step towards the mother dragon, his voice deep and resolute. Who am I? I am the lord of this realm. Regardless of the reasons, just look at the havoc you have wreaked. Gaze upon the state of my territory, ravaged by your actions. The mother dragon gritted its teeth, puffing out its chest, its colossal claws raised high. Foolish human, your domain will soon be reduced to ruins. What difference does it make whether it happens now or later? Die. Boom. With that declaration, the enormous claw descended upon Closer's head with tremendous force. What? The mother dragon exclaimed in disbelief, for that heavy strike had been blocked by this diminutive human. Indeed, in its memory, such humans could typically be crushed underfoot without a thought, yet this one was clearly extraordinary. Human, you continue to astonish me. Huh. The mother dragon adjusted itself, twisting its body once more, its formidable dragon might sweeping towards Closer. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed, yet Closer stood his ground, refusing to be sent flying as the mother dragon had intended. Clutching the very end of the dragon's tail, Closer commanded, "Lift me." He wrapped his arms around the dragon's tail and pulled with all his might, astonishingly managing to swing the colossal creature. Boom! The mother dragon, in utter astonishment, realized that this tiny human was able to lift it. Yet there was no time for surprise, as its head was suddenly smashed decisively into the ground. Dust swirled, and the earth trembled. Closer had no intention of releasing the tail. Instead, he twisted his waist and hurled the massive dragon once more. Boom! 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 A relentless succession of swings, a continuous barrage of strikes. At this moment, the enormous mother dragon was akin to a toy in Closer's grasp. Tossed back and forth, disoriented and dazed. Roar! Enraged, the mother dragon opened its jaws wide and lunged at Closer. But Closer's movements were remarkably agile. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's jaws snapped shut on nothing but air. Huh! Where did he go? Just as the mother dragon searched frantically for Closer, suddenly, it felt an immense force descending from above. Indeed, Closer was plummeting from the sky. With one foot, he forcefully pressed the dragon's head into the ground. Ma, come now, let me show you the full force of my magical elements in one grand display. Standing atop the dragon's head, Closer raised one hand high, conjuring a multitude of colorful magical orbs like a shower of stars. Here it comes. Prepare to witness a meteor shower. Boom, 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 as Closer shouted that over-the-top incantation. The myriad of colorful energy spheres rained down upon the colossal dragon. Although dragons are naturally immune to magic and possess absurdly high physical defenses, Closer's almost savage magical assault inflicted considerable suffering upon it. No way. I cannot be defeated by a human. The dragon let out a roar that resonated from its very soul. It howled towards the heavens. Waves of golden energy began to coalesce within its abdomen, swelling with power. Is this mother dragon attempting to self-destruct? Realizing the imminent danger, Closer clenched his fist, ready to strike. However, observing the inflation of the dragon's belly, he feared that his blow might accelerate its explosion. What to do? Push it to the brink. Closer found himself momentarily at a loss, while the dragon's body continued to expand. Suddenly, the dragon's inflation ceased. Its teeth clenched, a flicker of reluctance crossed its face. Closer realized with alarm. This creature intends to take us both down with it? The dragon's form appeared to teeter on the edge of an explosion. All its movements halted, seemingly awaiting that critical moment. Hey, dragon lady, why go this far? Closer shouted as he leaped onto the dragon's back. Hoping to reason with the self-destructive mother dragon, he climbed onto the dragon's back. He inadvertently grasped the longest black-bone spike protruding from it, but the moment he gripped that spike, the dragon's body quivered violently. Following that, the ballooning mother dragon opened its mouth in shock. Master? The mother dragon's utterance caused the saturated energy within it to find a release. If it had initially planned to build up energy for self-destruction, now it was destined to explode on the spot, the only difference being whether the explosion originated from its belly or its head. Clearly, the latter was a fate it wished to avoid. Yet at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 54. Draw that gun. Perhaps the sheer magnitude of this world-destroying energy triggered the magical array to activate autonomously. Beams of white light surged from 6 directions simultaneously. They converged in midair and then plunged down into the mouth of the mother dragon on the brink of explosion. At that instant, Closer seemed to hear the sound of glass shattering, and then everything around him fell into silence. Yes, the ballooning dragon returned to its original state in an instant. Closer's true masculine form also reverted at that moment. The colorful light flickered and vanished, and Cain returned to his former self, standing not far away. Closer, however, remained atop the dragon's back. gripping the elongated bone spike. Hey, buddy, it can't be 3 minutes yet. Why did we end it early? Closer looked nervously at the dragon beneath him, for it was still alive. Moreover, those immense golden pupils were fixed upon him. Closer gritted his teeth, forcing Kane's name through clenched jaws, hoping this metal idiot would finally show some intelligence. But Kane stood there, seemingly transformed back into a mere decorative suit of armor, motionless. Closer cursed inwardly, but outwardly maintained his composure. Hey, you oversized lizard, are you submissive now? The mother dragon blinked its golden eyes, its voice trembling as it spoke. Is it truly you, my master? If it is indeed you, please draw that gun. A gun. Closer was perplexed, unsure of what the mother dragon was referring to. It was one thing to randomly acknowledge him as a master, but now it wanted him to draw some gun. The one beneath him? Suddenly, Closer felt a spark of realization. He exerted a slight force on the bone spike, and astonishingly, it came free from the dragon's back. The twisted, grotesque spike slid out inch by inch, accompanied by a chilling scraping sound. This action caused the mother dragon's body to tremble violently. Closer gazed in astonishment at the dark, rough spike in his hand. If one could even call it a spike, that I've pulled it out? Is this the gun you mentioned? Let me tell you, I am going to use this spike to pierce your skull. The mother dragon's expression turned fearful, and she pleaded, no, please do not behave in such a manner. Accompanied by the pitiful cries of the mother dragon, her form began to writhe gently. Closer rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was merely seeing things. Yet, upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to witness the mother dragon shrinking rapidly. First, her wings, followed by her claws, horns, tail, and scales, all were diminishing in size. Ultimately, what lay beneath Closer's feet had transformed into a wretched woman clad in black gauze, her face marred with blood, and her disheveled black hair cascading around her. What in the world is happening? Closer instinctively retracted his foot, for the posture made him feel akin to a scoundrel engaged in domestic abuse. You were that dragon just now? Closer sought confirmation. Yes, my master. You may call me Diana. The woman's voice was filled with sorrow, her appearance pitiable, coupled with the scars adorning her face and her unkempt hair. She easily evoked a sense of protectiveness. Ahem. Myself? What an odd title. You are called Diana. Indeed, my master. Please forgive my actions today. It was truly beyond my control. Whenever the abyssal gate is on the verge of opening, our dragonkin must arrive here in advance to safeguard the world's first line of defense. I vaguely recall that the last dragon warrior visited here approximately 600 years ago. 600 years? Are you certain you are not mistaken? How old are you this year? The woman lowered her gaze, her delicate brows slightly furrowing in a plea. Master, may I tend to my wounds first? I will divulge all that I know to you. Closer glanced at the pitiful woman still prostrated on the ground, struggling to reconcile her with the massive creature he had just encountered. However, he was aware that this was not the time for conversation. His territory lay in disarray, numerous individuals had sustained injuries, and they all required treatment. The houses demanded repairs, and everyone was terrified and in need of rest. Very well, follow me. Remember, no tricks, Closer threatened, brandishing his black spear. The woman recoiled in fear, her voice weak. Master, could you assist me? I cannot stand. Closer furrowed his brow and crouched down to inspect her, discovering that she was indeed truthful. Her legs, arms, and cheek bore wounds. Coupling this with the position he had just occupied atop her, Closer felt certain he would be condemned and torched by feminists on a pillar of shame. All right, I shall help you. However, my strength may not be as substantial as you presumed. In this regard, Closer did not lie. Though he exercised daily, it remained uncertain whether he could lift a woman slightly taller than himself. Yet, as he reached toward her bent leg, he was astonished to find her weight remarkably light. He effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. The woman weakly nestled her head against Closer's chest, softly moaning, clearly injured. Uncertain whether to prevent her fall or to seek solace, she wrapped her arms around his neck, their posture slightly ambiguous. Kane, take hold of this black spear. We shall return. Kane reached out to catch the dragon spine spear that Closer had kicked toward him. Its length and girth fitting perfectly in his grasp, a thought crossed Closer's mind. He felt as though this spear and Kane were somehow a matched set. Shaking his head, he cast aside these irrelevant thoughts. At this moment, he only wished to swiftly comprehend what the hell had transpired in the abyss. 3 days had passed since the black dragon's rampage. Yet, The inhabitants of the Eagle Fortress still vividly recounted the events of that fateful day. Those with lighter injuries were tasked with clearing the battlefield, while the women of Eaglehorn Village temporarily assumed the roles of nurses. There was no choice. The number of injured was simply overwhelming. Moreover, a few severely wounded individuals had been left with disabilities. As the Lord Closer had promptly visited everyone that he promised that all severely injured brothers, those with disabilities, would receive stable and respectable employment, standing before a pile of rubble outside the Eagle Fortress. Closer felt his heart bleed. Due to this battle, numerous structures had sustained varying degrees of damage. Although some could still be repaired, the entire process of post-war reconstruction left him feeling unsettled. It felt akin to wearing a new pair of white sneakers on public transport, where one would feel as though everyone intended to tread upon their pristine footwear, utterly revolting. After visiting his injured comrades, Closer aimlessly wandered amidst the debris that had yet to be cleared. Suddenly, he spotted something familiar amidst the rubble. What the hell? My laptop. Indeed, he had discovered the very laptop he used for live streaming. If this device were damaged, how would he earn tips in the future? Would his streaming career, which had only just begun, come to an abrupt end? Closer rushed over, clearing away the bricks and debris, holding the grimy laptop and inspecting it from all angles. Miraculously, the laptop was merely covered in dust and debris. The surface and screen bore not a single scratch. Goodness, what remarkable quality! Closer shook it, and the screen awakened from sleep mode. What? What is happening? The stream was never turned off. Indeed, since Closer had initiated the live stream and placed the laptop there, his streaming room had been running nonstop for 24 hours without interruption. When he reopened the streaming room, he was astounded to find over 100,000 messages in the comments. Good heavens! What could these people have witnessed? Were the battles with the dragon broadcasted live in their entirety? Closer's suspicion was correct. At this moment, the comment section had become so inundated that the server had crashed. The system had temporarily disabled the comment function. Yet even so, viewers continued to flood the stream with messages. He glanced at the comments, almost all inquiring whether the host was still alive. Damn. I appreciate your concern. He activated the input method and typed, I am still alive. Everyone may disperse. After uttering this brief statement, Closer exited the streaming room. Now he was eager to see how many tips he had received. After all, this was a live stream paid for with the lives and fortunes of his territory and subordinates. However, upon opening the tip record page, he was rendered speechless by the long string of numbers, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 400, 000. Am I seeing things? I live-streamed a battle and earned 400, 000. This is absolutely insane. Closer was ecstatic, dancing like a madman. He distinctly remembered that when he checked the unactivated areas of the supermarket, activating the first unknown area required only 100,000 tips. If that is the case, I can unlock 4 areas at once. Eagerly, Closer approached the supermarket service desk, pulling up the supermarket layout, which clearly stated, unlock unactivated area. Will it consume 100,000 tips? If it truly costs 100, 000, then he could immediately unlock an area. Yet, Closer hesitated. Although his initial intention was to access the electronics section after recent events, he felt that a television and gaming console were not as urgent. The electronics section could wait. What I urgently need now is the building materials section, the heavy machinery section. Closer's focus shifted to the options of the building materials section and the heavy machinery section. As the name suggests, the building materials section should resemble a construction market, filled with various construction materials, which would be immediately useful for repairing houses. As for the heavy machinery section, what lies within? Excavators. While these items would be incredibly useful, they consume diesel, even if he managed to transport them. Who would operate them? Should he search for a manual from a vocational school? After much deliberation, Closer ultimately decided to unlock the building materials section first. Chapter 55, 2 decisions. A notification sound chimed, and the fog surrounding the building materials section gradually dissipated. The entire building materials section vividly materialized before Closer's eyes. Gazing upon the blueprint, it became evident that the size of the construction materials area was nearly on par with that of the daily necessities section. Unable to contain his excitement, Closer hastily drove the forklift towards the new zone. After his departure, the reward value required to activate the unactivated section on the touchscreen gradually shifted from 100, 000 to a staggering 5 million. It seemed that his dream of unlocking 4 sections for 400,000 had been dashed. Having studied the map, Closer steered the forklift directly to the construction materials area. Upon reaching the designated spot, he discovered that what was once marked as a fire escape had now transformed into a new pathway. Wow! The moment Closer stepped inside, he was utterly astounded. It wasn't a matter of his inability to process the overwhelming sights. Rather, the abundance of materials was simply breathtaking. With the height of this area being twice that of the daily necessities section, the shelves here were taller and larger, offering a relatively spacious corridor for passage. As he wandered about, Closer noted that the array of construction materials was nothing short of diverse. Lumber, tiles, bathroom fixtures, hardware, paint, and various essential tools for construction were all available. Additionally, he stumbled upon a designated furniture section. After surveying the types and scale of furniture here, he realized that the items displayed in the daily necessities section could only be deemed as mere decorations. Most importantly, cement was prominently featured. With cement, he could produce concrete, rendering any future constructions on his territory virtually indestructible. Furthermore, many of the tiles and wallpapers in this section would make excellent export products, appealing to the tastes of the nobility who favored such aesthetics. With a little packaging, he could reap substantial profits. Closer also noticed an assortment of small tools, such as hand drills, nail guns, spray guns, and pipe wrenches. Some of these items could be wielded as weapons if necessary. Moreover, specialized workbenches would significantly enhance the efficiency of the dwarven blacksmith's workshop. Indeed, deciding to open this area proved to be a sagacious choice. Closer couldn't help but commend himself before returning to the castle. Upon entering the castle, he was greeted by a cacophony of chaos emanating from the second floor. It was clear that Meloid and the mother dragon, Diana, were at it again. Ever since the dragon had taken residence in his castle, Meloid had sought her out for a duel multiple times a day. The outcome was predictable, as the spider's record remained winless. Yet, there was something peculiar. Despite the spider being the one at a disadvantage each time, the scene often made it appear as though the mother dragon was the pitiable one, that especially during their first encounter. Witnessing Diana sitting on the ground with tears in her eyes prompted Closer to reprimand Meloid. Only later did he realize that the spider was indeed the victim. It must be said that the dragon had an exceptional talent for playing the victim. As Closer ascended to the second floor, he spotted the two combatants in the corridor. The spider, Meloid, was leaping about, incessantly spraying venom and webs at her opponent. In contrast, the mother dragon, Diana, moved with an air of nonchalance, deftly dodging each attack, and her occasional punches or kicks managed to connect with their target. Suddenly, Diana seemed to notice Closer and instinctively began her performance. "Oh dear," she exclaimed, getting ensnared in Meloid's web, which clung to her sleeves and skirt. Following that, she was deftly caught a couple of times by the spider, exposing her abdomen and thighs. The placement of her injuries was perfectly calibrated. Not only did it result in torn clothing, but it also ensured she was not truly harmed. "Master, save me. Woe is me. I have been bullied again." Closer, aware that she was merely feigning, couldn't help but intervene, calling out to Meloid. "All right, enough? Meloid, please summon Hubaloo and the others. I have important matters to discuss," with a fierce glare directed at Diana. The spider reluctantly turned away, tossing her head in disdain. "Master, I think my foot is injured again," Diana lamented, choosing to remain sprawled on the ground. Closer, captivated by the sight of her exposed skin and the tantalizing hint of her figure, swallowed hard. "Please, get up. Stop lying on the floor." Diana, intrigued by her master's flustered reaction, crawled closer to him, gazing up with curiosity. "Master, are you saying I should not crawl this way?" Closer thought to himself. "Oh my. That posture of hers could easily lead to misunderstandings." As she crawled, her rear was elevated, and her neckline was dangerously low. "You, get up at once. Don't make me resort to using my gun on you." Upon uttering these words, Closer sensed a twinge of awkwardness within himself. After all, ever since he had treated Diana's injuries, he had learned some secrets about the abyss of magic from her. It turned out that the so-called abyss of magic was actually composed of two parts. One part was the magical forest they currently inhabited, while the other was the deeper area previously occupied by the wild beastmen, also known as the abyss. The natural magical array in this place was established by a hero 1,000 years ago, but it had exhausted its last vestiges of power when Diana prepared to unleash her explosion. Consequently, Closer's Eagle Canyon was now utterly exposed to the gaze of the magical beasts. However, with the construction materials and cement now at his disposal, Closer could consider fortifying his territory with a sturdy wall. Master, have you truly forgotten me? You once adored riding on my back. Yet now, it seems you no longer recognize me, as Diana slithered closer. Closer drew his black dragon spear and called out, "Do not come so close, and for heaven's sake, do not speak so explicitly. Ah, it seems I have fallen out of favor with my master. You have so many other women now, and no longer care for me." With that, Diana began to cry once more. Closer, who dreaded the sight of a woman in tears, felt utterly helpless as he dropped his spear and gently comforted the mother dragon. Alas, though he knew she was merely acting, he found himself ensnared time and again. Before long, Hubaloo and the others arrived, liberating Closer from this tender predicament. "My lord, you have worked hard." Hubaloo discreetly glanced at the departing figure of the mother dragon, giving Closer a thumbs up in admiration, that he thought to himself how challenging it must be for their young lord, surrounded by such formidable women, each one a force to be reckoned with. Closer shook his head, signaling that they should move past such sorrowful matters. He led Hubaloo into the study and closed the door. "That I called everyone here today to discuss two matters." Before Closer could continue, Lisa and Ethel entered, serving tea and snacks. Closer signaled for Lisa to summon Nightwind and Olivia before formally addressing the group. "To keep it brief, there are two issues. First, I learned from Diana, that dragon, that in less than a year, the passage at the bottom of the abyss will open. Do not ask me how I know. I do not have the answer. This means our time is truly limited. Therefore, I propose that we construct a wall. A sturdy wall." My lord, forgive my interruption." Closer was interrupted by a dwarf with dreadlocks timidly raising his hand. Closer recognized him as the leader of the construction team, known as Brick, quite an unusual name. "Speak. My lord, you see, we already have quite a few ongoing projects in our territory. Adding this repair work will leave us severely short-staffed. If we are to build a wall," the meaning behind Brick's words was clear. They simply did not have the manpower to construct the wall unless Closer could conjure up hundreds of workers instantaneously. Of course, skeletal workers did not count. Closer waved his hand with a smile. "Since I have gathered everyone here, I certainly have a solution. While we cannot summon that many workers all at once, we can save considerable time on materials." With that, Closer produced a bag of cement, as if by magic, along with a heap of hardware and small tools. "These will be invaluable for our construction efforts. In this, I call it cement. When mixed with sand and stone, it creates an exceptionally sturdy structure. Even the mightiest of beasts cannot shake our resolve." Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Night Wind and Olivia entered the room. The two positioned themselves, one on either side of Closer, evidently not intending to take a seat. The gathered assembly acknowledged their presence with nods and smiles, a silent greeting in itself. Following the recent events, Closer noticed a diminished sense of estrangement among the various races within his domain, fostering a newfound harmony that a silver lining amid adversity. Perhaps the attendees examined the metal components and tools, expressing admiration for the delicately crafted pieces, yet no one seemed to know their intended applications. "Look here, this is a tiger head pliers, and this, a screwdriver, and this, a jack. Do not be deceived by its size, for it can lift substantial weights." Closer provided a brief overview of their functions before instructing that these items be stored away. Observing the murmurs of discussion among the crowd, he inquired once more, "What do you think? I possess many more such tools. With these readily available instruments and materials, shall we not achieve a remarkable leap in our construction progress?" Brick raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, it shall be a leap. Just from those materials alone, I can envision several applications." Splendid," Closer replied. "You are the experts in constructing our domain. I merely provide ideas and resources." With a firm press of his hands against the table, he signaled the conclusion of that topic. He surveyed the gathering before speaking solemnly. "Ladies and gentlemen, in light of our shattered magical array and the impending opening of the abyssal gate, I have come to deeply appreciate our lack of self-defense capabilities. Therefore, I am compelled to make a decision. First, I hereby appoint Olivia as the commander of the Shadow Demon Army of our Magic Eagle Fortress. I shall initiate a recruitment drive, gathering all able-bodied individuals to undergo comprehensive training under my chief knight. Second, I shall personally journey to the floating city of the magical capital to study magic. While there, I will also attend my sister's wedding in the territory of Bankas. Upon hearing Closer's declarations, the assembly erupted into discussions. The first decision was met with understanding, as the current combat strength of the Magic Eagle Fortress was evident. Yet the need for a unifying leader was apparent. However, the second decision, noticing the palpable unease among the crowd, Closer clapped his hands to regain their attention. Yes, your lord, I am acutely aware of my own inadequacies. If I cannot protect my own, how can I safeguard our shared territory? I refuse to allow our hard-earned gains to be destroyed again. Absolutely not. With the assembly now silent, Closer continued, while I am away, I entrust all administrative matters to Hubru. Night Wind will oversee the castle. Olivia, I entrust you with the training of the army. I hope that we can unite in our efforts to transform our homeland into a bastion of invincibility. We must not only resist the beasts of the abyss, but also secure a lasting refuge for our descendants. I do not expect you all to grasp my words immediately, but one thing is imperative. We must stand united. Only through unity can we weather the storm. Chapter 56. Journeying with the pig cart for knowledge on the fringes of the magic forest, Closer, disguised, embarked on his quest for knowledge alongside Cain and the dragoness Diana. Thanks to Diana's dragon breath previously, a remarkably wide road had been carved out, sufficient for 8 carts to traverse side by side. Following this path, Closer found his exit from the magic forest to be unexpectedly pleasant. The lesser beasts of the forest seemed to possess an innate fear of the dragon kin, not daring to approach within 5 miles of Diana, though her presence resembled that of another magical array. Closer decided to keep this inconvenience close at hand. He certainly did not wish to return from his studies only to find his Magic Eagle Fortress lost to him before their departure. Closer had ensured that Hubru was supplied with ample building materials. He even demonstrated how to mix cement to create concrete and its application. However, amidst his flustered demonstration, the dwarves watching had already outperformed him. Ultimately, the young lord abandoned his clumsy attempt, merely explaining the uses and functions to the dwarven artisans, confident that their innate craftsmanship would lead them to discover more advanced applications, having successfully traversed the road opened by dragon breath. Closer mused that this would undoubtedly become a crucial transportation hub in the northern part of his territory. How fortunate, saving the trouble of road construction, given the considerable distance of this journey. Closer prudently opted for a cart. That a humorous incident transpired regarding the cart. Perhaps due to the dragon's imposing aura, all the horses harnessed to it became so weak that they could scarcely stand, let alone pull the cart. In the end, it was Jason who brought forth the massive boar that had previously attacked Closer, thus resolving the predicament of having no means to draw the cart. Alas, this meant that Closer's cart had transformed into a pig cart. Despite its lack of aesthetic appeal, this pig possessed a surprisingly high level of intelligence among beasts, comprehending nearly all of Closer's commands. This fortunate trait eliminated the need for a dedicated driver. Within the spacious cart, Closer had laid down a thick carpet on the floor. Cain sat upright like a statue, while Diana languidly draped herself against Closer. As they ventured north from the magic forest, after approximately half a day's travel, they finally spotted the scattered cottages in the distance. The inhabitants here were primarily hunters and treasure seekers, preferring solitude and settling wherever they pleased. Drawing back the cart window, Closer admired the scenery while recalling his instructions to Night Wind and the Spider before his departure. Indeed, Closer's aim in leaving the territory was to flush out those spies who typically lurked in the shadows. Night Wind and Meloid would conduct an investigation within the domain, seeking to expose these hidden threats. However, Closer had specifically instructed that even if they uncovered anything, they must wait for his return to address the matters. Unless it was an urgent situation, no harm should come to those individuals. That he still held a glimmer of hope for the loyalty of those who had followed him from the beginning. Closer believed he could exchange sincerity for their allegiance. After all, who among them was not following him? After a time, Closer found the scenery somewhat tiresome. Had I known, I should have brought Night Wind along. She could teach me some magic on the way. Upon hearing Closer's mutterings, Diana lazily twisted her waist and nestled closer to him. What need is there for you to learn magic, my master? You needn't venture to the floating city. With me and the dragon-spine spear, you have all you require. Creak, 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 ditto. And this hefty iron contraption, Cain interjected, stretching his joints in protest. Seizing the opportunity, Closer slipped away from Diana's grasp and settled beside Cain. The pig cart continued its journey, emerging from the northern edge of the magic forest and following a mountain path for half a day's travel, ultimately arriving at their first campsite before sunset, Blade Edge Canyon. Blade Edge Canyon is characterized by typical Danxia landforms. The steep cliffs are layered and arranged in a mesmerizing fashion, with red sandstone taking on bizarre shapes, some resembling castles and others resembling pagodas. According to experts, this canyon was formed during an eruption of the Great Snow Mountain millennia ago. After years of weathering, gravitational collapse, erosion, and dissolution, it gradually evolved into the present Blade Edge Canyon. Closer chose this location for camping due to the many natural windbreaks and shelters available within the uneven sandstone crevices. He found a pocket-like indentation in the cliff face and parked the pig cart beneath it as night fell. Traversing such a complex terrain in darkness would evidently be unwise, so he decided to set off in the daylight instead. Closer first produced a lighter to ignite a fire and then heated 2 portions of fried noodles over the flames, offering one to Diana. She gazed at him in mild surprise and no doubt. She thought he was employing spatial magic again. He was accustomed to such expressions and felt no need to explain himself. After preparing dinner for the two of them, Closer set about creating a large bowl of wheat, grain, corn, and corn cobs. What was his intention with these provisions? Naturally, they were for the pig. After all, it had toiled all day pulling their cart. He could not allow it to go hungry. Closer poured some yellow soybean paste into the grains and mixed them together, then sprinkled in some bits of cured meat before calling the large pig to feast. As he observed the pig devouring its meal with a loud slurping, Closer glanced at the motionless king. How enviable you are, not needing to eat, sleep, or relieve yourself, such a hassle-free existence. After finishing his meal, Closer spread a map on the ground, illuminated by the glow of the campfire. It was the one Hubaloo had drawn for him before he departed. Our current location is here, in the Blade Edge Canyon. If all goes well, we shall reach Pumpkin Town by tomorrow night. An amusing name. I presume they must cultivate an abundance of pumpkins there? After exiting Pumpkin Town and heading east, one would see a colossal fortress built upon the Silver Moon River. Continuing north past the Three Forks town leads us to the Forest of Disillusionment. Understood. Closer spoke intermittently, posing questions and answering himself, effectively planning the itinerary for the next day. Diana, bored, tossed small stones into the fire, finding the plate of fried noodles that Closer had handed her insufficient to satisfy her hunger. At this moment, her gaze shifted to the large pig lounging nearby after its meal. The demon hide boar, eyes closed in slumber, suddenly shivered as if haunted by a nightmare. Humph, what is this? Did I just dream I was a roasted pig? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Without lifting his head, Closer retrieved a box of steak from his pocket. He extended his hand and said sternly, "If you dare to consume my pig, from tomorrow onwards, you shall be the one pulling the cart." Diana chuckled lightly as she accepted the steak. "What are you saying, my lord? How could I possibly eat such an unseemly thing? I wouldn't even accept it as a gift." The demon hide boar trembled, finally realizing that it was not a dream after all. Someone indeed wished to eat it. Sensing the threat to its life, the pig hastily sought refuge behind Closer. Closer glanced at it, pondering how different the beasts emerging from the abyss of demons were, their intelligence perhaps rivaling that of 2 huskies. Observing the rather foolish-looking pig, Closer reached out and patted its enormous head. "How about I give you a name? Calling you just Big Pig isn't very pleasant. Is it? Humph, I have a name. I am called Ju Outyin." Closer, of course, did not understand the language of the wild boar and took its response as enthusiastic agreement. "Are you that pleased? Very well then. I shall name you Beiji. Remember it, Beiji. This shall be your name henceforth." After bestowing the name, Closer surveyed his surroundings. That he suddenly felt that Diana resembled the unruly Sun Wukong, while Cain mirrored the diligent and responsible Sha Sun. As for the pig, if it wasn't he Beiji, who else could be? Were they not a quartet destined to journey westward for scriptures? Lost in thought, Closer found himself chuckling at the notion. Heaven grant that this journey for scriptures achieves its goals smoothly. Folding the map, Closer leaned back against the plump belly of Beiji and closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. The warmth of the campfire, the sheltering cave, and the soft yet resilient cushion lulled Closer into a deep sleep within moments. Yet suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil night. The sound reverberated through the unique landscape of Blade Edge Canyon. Closer furrowed his brows and opened his eyes, wondering who could be screaming at such an hour. After all, he had work to do early in the morning, but just then, A second scream echoed, and this time it was closer. Diana, go take a look. Closer crossed his arms and adjusted his posture. Diana playfully raised an eyebrow, but noticed Closer hadn't even spared her a glance. Feeling disappointed, she unfurled her dragon wings, larger than her own body, and with a swift flap, ascended to the top of the rock wall. Standing high upon the cliff, Diana focused her gaze, her golden pupils glinting with a radiant light, illuminating the dark night as brightly as day. Upon identifying the source of the commotion, Diana let out an exasperated click of her tongue. My lord, it is merely a band of horse thieves pursuing 4 unfortunate souls. Quite dull. Horse thieves? Closer straightened up abruptly. He had heard from Hubaloo that a gang of horse thieves lurked in this area, preying on merchant caravans that dared to traverse the enchanted forest in search of shortcuts. They had devised a clever scheme, eliminating merchants to seize their goods and gold, while conveniently framing the beasts for their crimes. Did they not consider what the beasts would do with those goods and gold? No. This band of horse thieves must be dealt with. The trade routes in the northern magical forest must remain open and absolutely safe. We shall not allow them to shift the blame onto us. Closer stood up angrily, and Kane promptly followed suit. Closer rolled up his sleeves, cracking his knuckles ominously, his expression fierce. Yet, the next moment, he sat back down, waving his hand dismissively. All right, Kane, go rescue those unfortunate souls, but bring one of the horse thieves back alive. So it turned out that our Lord had no intention of going himself. Chapter 57. Intruding where unwanted help. Help! Shut up! Fack! Your screaming will disturb the other campers nearby. What? For heaven's sake, use that walnut-sized brain of yours. We need to wake them up. In Blade Edge Canyon, a black-haired man with drooping eyebrows was sprinting alongside a lizard warrior from the Stream Tribe. They were 2 of the 4 who were being chased by horse thieves. Moments ago, they had successfully lost track of their 2 other companions. Damn it. I'm not running anymore. I'll fight to the death. The lizard warrior, perhaps not skilled in the art of fleeing, stopped to pick up a stone from the ground, seemingly preparing to fight back. Fight? You only know how to fight. You've lost your sword and shield. What good will that do? Hide. The black-haired man yanked the lizard's tail, desperately dragging him behind a slab of red rock. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of galloping hooves approached rapidly. It was the horse thieves, every one of them masked with scarves, their curved blades gleaming ominously in the moonlight. They charged ahead, seemingly unaware of the 2 hidden figures. Oh, my beautiful goddess, thank you for your protection. The black-haired man patted his chest, relieved to have evaded danger. But before he could catch his breath, a woman's scream pierced the air. Let me go. Help. Ward, Fack, come save me. Oh, beautiful goddess, please save my friends as well. The black-haired man clasped his hands in prayer. But the burly lizard warrior shoved him aside. What are you praying for? That's the voice of Bichue. Come with me to fight. Hey. The lizard warrior disregarded any protests, seizing a stone in one hand and dragging his companion along with him as he charged out, not caring whether the latter was willing or not. Before the lizard warrior could run far, he spotted a group of horse thieves encircling his 2 remaining companions, torches raised high. Let them go. If you dare, come for us. The black-haired man, still clinging to the lizard's arm, silently shed tears, mumbling, if they come for you, that's fine. Among the horse thieves, a man who appeared to be the leader stepped forward, pressing his curved blade against the neck of the young woman. Humph, we had no intention of harming you mercenaries, but it is your greed that has led to this. Blade Edge Canyon has always been the territory of our curved blades. You not only disrupted our business, but also stole our spoils. Tell me, do you deserve to die? The girl in the long robe, initially terrified, suddenly felt emboldened upon seeing her companions. You better release me quickly. I warn you, my companions are bloodthirsty demons who wouldn't hesitate to kill. If you anger them, none of you will escape. The horse thief leader chuckled. These few misfits, bloodthirsty demons. Have you ever seen bloodshed? As he laughed, he struck the girl's cheek with the back of his curved blade. Ah, bastard. I'll twist your head off. The lizard warrior, consumed by fury, disregarded the dark-haired companion still clinging to him and lunged forward with several strides until he stood before the leader of the marauders. However, before he could raise his fist, he suddenly stumbled and fell forward with a thud. It turned out that 2 marauders flanking him had slashed his calf with their curved blades. Ward, do not harm Ward. Woo! Quickly, return their belongings, Selman cried out, while another companion beside her, who had been keeping his head down, began to chuckle ominously. Ha. It's futile. No matter what you do, it will be in vain. The item is already impossible to return to you. What? The marauder leader's expression changed as he declared, Then I shall first sever this young lady's arm. Let us see if that jogs your memory. With his curved blade raised high, it seemed the girl's arm was about to be lost. At that moment, the man who had kept his head bowed slowly lifted it. His eyes? The marauder leader felt a tremor of fear. For the man's eyes were extraordinarily bizarre. He had only the whites of his eyes, with no pupils whatsoever. The man with the pupilless eyes spoke again, his voice slow and deliberate. I have told you. No matter what you do, you will not obtain that item, because I have lost it. Puffed. Upon hearing this, everyone, including his companions and the marauder leader, sputtered in disbelief. What did you just say? Lost it? Are you jesting? The marauder leader's hands trembled with rage as he glared at the white-eyed man. Hoping for a denial. It is indeed lost. Just moments ago when you were pursuing me. You see, this is entirely your fault. Had you not chased me, it would not have been lost. He deftly shifted the blame onto the marauders. You? The marauder leader hesitated, feeling as if his lungs were inflating uncontrollably. If he did not vent his frustration by attacking someone now, he might very well be driven to madness by this fool. Since the item is lost, you have no reason to live. First, kill that girl. With a command from the marauder leader, a man behind the girl raised his blade to strike. The blade traced a brilliant silver arc against the pitch-black night sky. Bang, clatter, crash. Was that a gust of wind? The crowd stared in shock at the distance, where lay the marauder who had just raised his blade, propelled more than 10 meters away by some unseen force. After hitting the ground, he rolled several times before finally coming to a stop against a rock. Who is it? The marauder leader gasped in astonishment. I did not wish to reveal myself, but these individuals are simply too amusing. I could not help but come to take a look. A group of people turned to face the source of the voice, which emanated from a nearby half-height rocky outcrop, illuminated by the firelight. Closer leaned lazily against the imposing figure of Zhu Beiji, gripping his black dragon-spine spear. Beside him stood two striking individuals, the enchanting Diana, with waist-length hair as soft as silk, and Cain, clad in black armor, maintaining a poised stance ready to strike. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. The marauder leader felt reassured upon seeing that there were only 2 men and 1 woman among the newcomers. However, he was troubled by the sheer size of the pig behind the young man. Hey, meddling, tonight, I am determined to intervene in this matter. What did they take from you? Seeing someone come to their aid, the dark-haired man clinging to the lizard warrior hurriedly stepped forward. Sir, do not listen to him. That item does not belong to them at all. They are merely a band of thieves, bandits. The marauder leader was infuriated. Having been a marauder for so many years, and yet today he was so desperately eager to kill someone. Shut up. The marauder leader, beside himself with rage, realized that not only had he lost the vital cargo he was to deliver, but he was also being toyed with by these 4 fools. Now, just when he had finally cornered them, another group had appeared to cause chaos. Brothers, kill them. Leave that little noble and the woman for the boss. This way, we may have a chance of survival. Diana, looking bewildered, pointed at herself and then let out a light laugh. Leave me behind. You really are a bunch of adorable little bugs. Kill them, with a fierce command. The marauder leader sprang forth, his legs clamping together as he charged at closer with his curved blade raised. Based on his years of experience in robbery, he was convinced that this seemingly frail young man must be the leader of their group. Moreover, he was likely a young noble from a prestigious family. Such a combination was not uncommon in the continent. A pampered young noble fond of adventure games, hulking bodyguards, charming maidens, and that pig. Well, let's not dwell on it. Seeing the enemy charge without warning, Closer's previously languid expression shifted to one of intrigue. Cain, flatten them, Closer shouted, bracing himself against Zhu Beiji, executing a graceful roll, and hidden himself behind the pig. The addition of Cain and Diana instantly transformed the previously one-sided battle into utter chaos. Of course, this was also due to Closer's instruction for both to hold back. He had no desire to attract the attention of other lords or kingdom troops nearby. Amid the turmoil, the dark-haired man took the opportunity to free his companion from the ropes, then tore off some cloth strips to bandage the wounds of the lizard warrior. Quick, while we have the chance, let us flee. As he spoke, he stealthily led away one of the marauder's horses, signaling his companions to follow suit. However, the lizard warrior stubbornly shook his head and declared, "Flee. What nonsense are you spouting, Fack? These people have attracted trouble to save us, and we are to abandon them and escape. We of the dragon-slaying squad cannot do such a thing." Indeed, Ward speaks the truth. The young girl, rubbing her wrist, picked up her wooden staff. "Humph, just give me a bow, and I could single-handedly take them all down." The earlier man with the pupil-less eyes maintained an air of nonchalance and elegance. Standing atop a higher rock, exuding the demeanor of an otherworldly sage. "Come, Selman, here is your bow." The young girl casually tossed a short bow to the white-eyed man. The latter was posing dramatically when the bow struck him squarely in the face. "Ugh, what is this? Who threw a projectile at me?" "Selman, that is a short bow. Quickly draw the arrows from your back and shoot them," the girl urged. "Damn it. I will cover you, Selman." The lizard warrior tightened the bandages on his legs and picked up a curved blade. Charging in to assist, Selman, with his pupil-less eyes, tenderly caressed the short bow as if he were reunited with a beloved. "Go, Ward, you're back. I leave to you." This white-eyed man appeared to be quite skilled with a bow, as evidenced by the fluidity of his movements in drawing, knocking, and shooting. It was nothing short of textbook precision. Selman, shoot the enemies. Do not hit my shoulder." After that series of fierce yet clumsy maneuvers, Selman successfully embedded an arrow into the shoulder of the lizard warrior. Chapter 58. The comical squad cane. "Go for it. Hit them. Left hook. Right straight." Our little lord hid behind the pig, neither contributing nor exerting himself, yet continued to chatter incessantly, driving the marauder leader to distraction. "You little brat, shut your mouth." The marauder leader swung his arms wide, wielding his curved blade with a relentless ferocity. He had set his sights solely on Closer, ignoring everyone else as he charged forward. "Hey, you filthy scoundrel. Getting a bit too bold, are we? Do you think I lack the ability to defend myself?" In truth, other than the ruffian tactics he had learned from his past brawls, Closer possessed little besides the clumsy swordsmanship he had picked up from Krite and the elemental magic taught by Nightwind. However, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the spell he had summoned during the dragon encounter. "Let me take you to see the meteor shower." That move had been quite impressive. "I can try that again." Closer closed his eyes, channeling his focus to manipulate the surrounding elements. Sure enough, under Closer's summoning, colorful orbs of light began to coalesce in the void, resembling fireflies. "Hey, it worked. I can summon it without merging with Kane." Closer felt a surge of joy, disregarding whether these colorful magical spheres were too small. Raising his right hand, Closer shouted once more the name of his over-the-top technique. "Look out. Let me take you to see the meteor shower." Swish, 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 swish. The bandit chief, charging directly at Close, was utterly unprepared for the unexpected countermeasure that awaited him, leaving him momentarily stunned. A flurry of vibrant, colorful orbs hurtled towards him, rendering any possibility of evasion futile. The bandit chief instinctively raised his left hand to shield himself, yet the luminous projectiles struck him squarely in various parts of his body. However, to his astonishment, those firefly-like glimmers merely bounced off him as if they were insignificant insects. What the hell? They possessed no destructive power whatsoever. Close was thoroughly disheartened. This peculiar phenomenon seemed to lack even the force of a stone hurled by himself. "Damn it!" Once more, refusing to yield, Close raised his left hand again, unleashing another barrage of colorful spheres. The sound of tinkling echoed, akin to raindrops upon stone, yet this time, the bandit chief did not attempt to evade. Instead, he swatted away the tiny orbs from the air with his hand. Again, Close persisted, now summoning with both hands. The bandit chief, utterly amused, exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Are you a fool? Such an attack can hardly be termed magic." Before he could finish his derisive remark, a brick struck his head with considerable force. Ugh! He wiped his forehead, only to discover it drenched in blood. Close, brandishing a stone, tossed it in his hand, smirking. "This is what we call cunning strategy. I shall not allow you to mock me." With that, he hurled the stone at his adversary. Clang! This time, the bandit chief deflected Close's stone assault with his blade, his face marred with blood under the moonlight, rendering him particularly fearsome. "I've changed my mind. You shall die," he bellowed, yanking the reins of his horse and charging furiously towards Close. Not a chance. Bang! Unbeknownst to him, Close had still clutched a stone behind his back. Yet he found himself without the opportunity to throw it. Just as the bandit chief prepared to charge, the enormous lizard warrior crashed into him like a tank, sending both horse and rider flying. That was intense. Close could only muster that single word. The lizard warrior stood up, grinning foolishly at Close. Thank you, young master, for saving us. Close felt a fondness for this bumbling warrior, yet he knew this was not the time for idle chatter. For two more bandits were galloping toward them from behind the lizard. Beiji, deal with them. Close pointed, and the previously crouched Beiji sprang into action. Get out of the way, you rabble, Beiji roared like a bulldozer. Barreling through the bandits with reckless abandon, Close noted that when facing foes of this caliber, Beiji proved far more effective than Kane. With Beiji's bulldozer-like charge, the bandits were swiftly scattered in all directions. With none proving a match, after dispatching the bandits, the one who had been knocked down by the lizard warrior slowly regained consciousness. The brothers, capture. As he stood, still dazed, he glanced around and stiffened, the words he wished to utter caught in his throat. Observing the encroaching figures, he pondered briefly and then decisively struck himself on the head with the hilt of his knife, collapsing unconscious. Close raised his thumb in admiration beside the fallen bandit chief. Impressive, a tough one indeed. Close gave the unconscious bandit a gentle kick, then turned his attention elsewhere as he settled upon a rock, observing the four individuals he had just rescued. 3 men and 1 woman. Though it was unclear if the lizard was male, the lizard warrior, undeniably robust and somewhat slimy in appearance, stood alongside 2 men, one sporting a small mustache and drooping eyebrows, behaving relatively normally, while the other, bow and quiver slung over his shoulder, stood proudly, albeit facing the opposite direction from the group. Salaman, our benefactor, is over here, the sole female in the group, clad in a robe and holding a wooden staff. Appeared to be a priestess or mage, though she had yet to demonstrate any magical prowess. The man with black hair and a small mustache seemed to be the leader of this motley band. He placed his right hand over his heart, leaned slightly forward, and performed a rather clumsy noble greeting towards Close. Greetings, sir. May I introduce myself? Close nodded slightly, extending his hand, prompting the man to continue. I am Fak. This strong warrior is named Ward. This archer is Salaman, and this lovely lady is Bachushi that we hail from Daluo. As you can see, we are a mercenary group known as the Dragon Slayers. Upon hearing the name Dragon Slayers, Close discreetly glanced at Diana, relieved to find her seemingly uninterested in these individuals, as she focused intently on rummaging through the unconscious bandit's clothing. Greetings, Fak? Close smiled, shaking hands with each of them. After confirming their names, Close couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Ward, Fak, Salaman, Bachishi. 2 lines of dark frustration appeared on his forehead as he mused that this group must have been destined to be together. Hello, I am Close, and this is Kane, Diana, and Beiji. I am merely a merchant passing through this area. Close preferred not to roam about under the title of the Third Waste Prince, and indeed, he was currently acting as a merchant though. Esteemed Close, we are immensely grateful for your timely intervention. Close waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. We are all travelers in need, and it is only right that we assist one another. Close perspective momentarily stunned Fak, who quickly plastered on a grateful smile. In truth, within the mercenary and merchant circles of the Rhine continent, there exists an unchanging ironclad rule. Mind your own business. These individuals typically approach their dealings and bounty tasks with a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Who would willingly seek danger for sport? For instance, on this very night, many had heard the cries for help from the Dragon Slayers, yet none had chosen to intervene. Ridiculous. Bandits. It was already a blessing that they had not come seeking trouble. Who would voluntarily march into misfortune? Yet it must be said that these 4 were extraordinarily fortunate to have encountered someone as unconventional as Close. Indeed, his actions could be considered utterly atypical in the eyes of the world. The lizard warrior, Ward, grew impatient with his companion's hesitance. He pushed Fak aside and approached Close, offering a warrior's salute. Good sir, you are truly a kind-hearted individual. Kindness shall surely be repaid. If you happen to have any spare food. Close was taken aback by the lizard warrior's bluntness. I like this. Indeed, if the 4 of you would not mind, let us head to my temporary camp over there. I have some baked bread, jerky, and some wine. Upon hearing the word wine, Close could distinctly see the lizard warrior's pupils widen in excitement. Clearly, he too was a connoisseur of fine spirits. No, a lover of wine. Wait, I have a question, just as everyone prepared to follow close to the camp. The previously silent archer suddenly spoke up. All eyes turned to him, but he seemed to be talking to a rock. The maiden, Bachushi, exasperatedly adjusted him, and he finally stated, I have a question. Please, go ahead, Close replied. You claim to be merchants, yet why do you wield magic? Magic? His companions were momentarily taken aback, for none had witnessed Close using any magic. Duh. So you're not blind. Close was equally surprised, for based on his previous observations, this so-called archer ought to have been afflicted with cataracts. Yet this fellow had seen him employ magic. Blind? I am certainly not. I am a great archer, my friends affectionately refer to me as. Hawkeye, he raised a finger to the center of his eyes, seemingly attempting to cross them. It was then that Closer noticed, to his astonishment, that this fellow actually had eyeballs. However, was he really a cross-eyed archer? Were these people for real? Oh ho ho ho. Closer forced a couple of awkward laughs before explaining. It is only natural to exercise caution when venturing outdoors. Magic is merely a personal hobby of mine, and I do not wield it particularly well. As he spoke, he conjured several orbs of colorful light that floated in the palm of his hand. Wow, how beautiful. Lord Closer, you are truly impressive, the young girl. B.C. Sure gazed at the luminous spheres with sparkling eyes. She longed to lean in closer to examine them, but Closer clasped his hand shut, concealing the enchanting display. Disappointed, the girl directed her frustration towards the cross-eyed Saloman. Hey, she exclaimed, planting her hands on her hips and pointing at Saloman. But moments later, she spun around in a dance-like motion. Jang Saloman, you should not doubt Lord Closer. If not for him, we would have already become stepping stones for those mules passing by. And they might have even defecated on us. Closer wiped the sweat from his brow. What on earth was that metaphor? And what was with that dance move? Observing Closer's bewilderment, Fack hastily clarified. Oh, Lord Closer. Please do not take offense. B.C. sure dreams of becoming a dancer, and she has practiced diligently. Though she ultimately became a nun in the convent, the essence of dance has become ingrained in her soul, occasionally bursting forth to shine and radiate. Goodness, shining and radiating. These people are utterly fascinating. Ha ha ha. No worries, let us proceed to my camp and enjoy food while we chat. Closer laughed heartily as he led the group toward his campsite. The cross-eyed Saloman remained behind, and once the others had departed, he murmured softly, Fine. I agree. Bang. Turning around, Saloman bumped his head against the rock wall. He rubbed his forehead and extended his hand to feel his way as he followed the others. Chapter 59. Becoming a mercenary in a confused state upon returning to Closer's temporary camp, the group gathered around the bonfire, savoring the roasted bread and jerky that Closer had promised, washing it down with rich beer. Shedding the weariness and tension of their journey. This is delightful. Truly fine ale. The lizard man ward clutched a beer, refusing to let go, having already consumed 9 bottles in a matter of moments. Closer's heart ached, for his beer supply was dwindling. The mustached Fack was also drinking heavily, his face flushed and neck thickening. He regaled everyone with risque jokes, laughing uproariously regardless of whether others joined in. The young girl, B.C. Sure, flitted about the bonfire like a delicate butterfly, dancing without a care for how peculiar her movements might appear. Meanwhile, the cross-eyed Saloman sat quietly in a corner, gnawing on jerky, seemingly out of sync with the merriment around him. In truth, it was not that he disliked the lively atmosphere. Only his few companions knew that it was not just his vision that was poor, his hearing was also rather impaired. Alcohol is a wondrous thing. After consuming 2 crates of beer, Closer learned everything he needed to know about the backgrounds of these 4 individuals. They were all unfortunate children born in the slums of Duluo, and they had grown up together. However, he was puzzled as to how the lizard man had come to be among them. The lizard men primarily inhabited the extremely southern Tahiti marshes due to their racial characteristics. They preferred the damp, rainy south and were rarely inclined to venture north, let alone to the mercenary stronghold in the wilderness. Closer observed them drinking and laughing, and despite having narrowly escaped death moments ago, they seemed to forget it all in an instant. Perhaps this carefree nature was a talent in itself. As night deepened, the autumn breeze began to carry a chill, banishing the last remnants of summer into oblivion. By the bonfire, the small gathering had seemingly concluded at some point. With the 4 of them sprawled out haphazardly on the ground, in front of Closer, they exhibited an utter lack of defense. Despite having known him for less than a day. Hey, Kane, do you know? I envy their friendship. It may be a bit foolish, but it is a foolishness so pure. In response to Closer's remark, Kane remained silent. While the dragon girl Diana had already succumbed to slumber on the soft carpet of the carriage, Closer retrieved a few blankets from the supermarket to cover the others before yawning and crawling into his sleeping bag. Wake up! Wake up! Everyone, stop sleeping and wake up. Closer felt as though he had just dozed off when he was jolted awake by a cacophony of noise. Frowning, he opened his eyes to find that dawn was already breaking. The mustached Fack was already geared up, shouting around the camp, making it impossible for anyone to continue sleeping. Fack, what are you yelling about? Disturbing the peace will send you to hell. The lizard man Ward sat up with a start, rubbing his eyes and letting out a belch, clearly satisfied with himself. The eagle-eyed Saloman also awoke amidst Fack's ruckus. He scratched his head, rolled his eyes a few times, then surprisingly flopped back down. Wrapping himself in his blanket to continue sleeping, the young girl BC sure was more decisive. The moment Fack shouted, she sprang up from the ground like a startled fish. This sudden movement startled the nearby large pig-like creature. Wake up! Wake up! Fack, looking anxious, rushed over to Closer's side. Wake up, my esteemed magician. We must set off if we linger here. Those horse thieves will easily find us. Closer, still dazed, waved his hand dismissively. Who are you calling? Me, esteemed magician. Yes, of course it's you. Have you forgotten? Last night you agreed to join us, and you are now officially a member of the dragon-slaying squad. How do you feel? Proud, right? What? Closer wore a bewildered expression, trying to recall the meaning behind Fack's words. When did he agree to join this ridiculous little squad? Wait a moment. Closer suddenly recalled something. It seemed that while they were drinking and having a good time last night, this mustached fellow had put his arm around Closer's shoulders, claiming they were all now comrades, and that he would lead Closer to wealth and fortune. That time, Closer had laughed along, saying, yes, comrades. Could it be? This fellow interpreted comrades in such a way? Or did he originally intend to invite Closer to join, using the alcohol as a pretext to ensnare him? With this thought, Closer scrutinized the mustached man in front of him, hoping to gauge the depth of his cunning. He could still feign drunkenness. However, to Closer's disappointment, all he saw in the fellow's eyes was a thick layer of foolishness, along with a blob of eye crust. Fack anxiously pulled everyone up from the ground, shouting, The horse thieves are coming. Horse thieves, horse thieves. All you ever talk about is horse thieves. So what if they come? We are now a squad with a magician. Are we to fear a few horse thieves? The lizard man Ward reluctantly stood up, neatly folding the blanket that had covered him into a square. Upon hearing the lizardman's words, Closer felt even more bewildered. Was it possible that only he had gotten drunk last night? That couldn't be right. He was clearly the last to fall asleep. Confused, Closer shook his head with a wry smile. What was happening? How had he inexplicably become the magician of a mercenary squad? Yet, this situation wasn't all bad. With these for helping him maintain his cover, he could save himself a great deal of trouble. The young girl BC sure buzzed about like a diligent little bee. After Closer and the others got up, she had already fetched water from a nearby pond for everyone to wash up. Hey, you can use this basin of water first, my esteemed magician. Closer looked into her bright eyes, filled with anticipation, and found it difficult to refuse. However, as he examined the water, he noticed it was not only murky, but also contained some unfamiliar creatures wriggling within it. Haha, BC sure. Oh no, I mean BC sure. I have clean water available for everyone to use. However, the water you fetched is quite useful as well. Closer paused, looking around before pointing at some small grass growing in a crevice of the rock wall. This basin of water is indeed very useful. Look, these little grasses must be terribly thirsty right now. Quickly, pour all that water for them to drink. The girl displayed a face full of questions. But Closer had already taken the basin of water from her hands and splashed it onto the ground. See, clean water. Crows, having spoken, retrieved a barrel of purified water from the supermarket. The young girl widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at the crystal-clear water devoid of any impurities, exclaiming in awe, Wow, how can you claim not to be a magician? If you possess no magic, from whence did such pristine water emerge? It's truly remarkable. Crows rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that this only added to the confusion. Thus, for the first time in their lives, the members of the dragon-slaying squad used pure water to wash their faces and brush their teeth. Although the purified water did not sit well with the lizard man Ward, who was disappointed at the absence of any small insects within it, the group finished their ablutions and prepared to set off. The dragon maiden Diana slowly roused from her slumber. Crows noticed that this female dragon seemed particularly fond of sleep. "Have you eaten?" was her first inquiry upon waking, clearly preoccupied with matters of sustenance. With a resigned expression, Crows handed her a sandwich, watching as she swallowed it whole, then fixed him with an expectant gaze. "Good heavens! You are a lady. Could you not be a tad more mindful of your image while eating? And what of your appetite? Do you intend to consume me into bankruptcy?" Diana's brows furrowed slightly, her mouth turning downward, and a glimmer of moisture welled in her eyes. Crows hastily raised his hands in surrender. All right, forget I said anything. Here, try this." The sight of a woman on the verge of tears rendered him powerless. He promptly produced a steak meal, which transformed her frown into a smile, with the mage's blessing. The dragon-slaying squad set forth once more. Crows instructed Bachushi to take a seat in the carriage while he mounted Beiji's back. Naturally, the other 3 members of the squad were relegated to riding atop the vehicle. Fark, producing a small flute from who knows where, began to play a cheerful tune while seated on the roof of the carriage. Ward the lizard man joined in, humming along to the melody. Sailman, rolling his eyes, rhythmically tapped the roof of the carriage with his hand. The girl inside the carriage contemplated dancing, but alas, the space was inadequate, and the fierce gaze of the sister opposite her was somewhat daunting. The group leisurely rode the pig cart out of the Blade Edge Gorge and onto the relatively flat main road. Traveling east along the main thoroughfare, they entered a somewhat level plain. This area, in theory, still belonged to the Duchy of Holger, yet due to the obstruction of the magical forest and the kingdom's treaty prohibiting boundary crossings, this vast expanse had suddenly become a lawless territory. This explained the prevalence of hunters, treasure seekers, and horse bandits in the region. Neither the Duchy of Holger nor the Duchy of Bankaz on the far side of the Silvermoon River had any intention of stationing troops here, as the area not only offered no prospects for profit, but also posed threats from the magical beasts lurking within the forest, who would willingly remain in such a place. By the way, Fark, how did your mercenary group end up so far from home on a mission? Fark winked at Crows, saying, Let's say we mercenaries. Crows chuckled. Yes, we mercenaries. My memory truly fails me. Fark put away the flute and gazed into the distance with a hint of melancholy. It's all to make a name for ourselves. There's a task on the Mercenary Guild's board that no one wants to take. In order to establish our reputation swiftly, we must choose the most challenging jobs. Crows ventured. The most challenging job? Exploring the magical forest. Bingo. How else could one become a magician? Your mind indeed works faster than most. Crows felt little joy in receiving such praise from this individual. Isn't that rather obvious? Fark shook his finger and turned to ask, Ward, do you recall why we came here? To come here? Perhaps to tour the Blade Edge Gorge, to brawl with horse bandits. Who knows? Sailman, rolling his eyes, interjected, it must surely be to recruit a